Entering the age of spiritual energy resurgence, humanity begins awakening superpowers. Jiang Nan awakens the supreme street vendor system at the very start. Mighty potion, detoxifying little soybeans. Lucky cherries, in short supply. World-class tycoons, trillionaires, popular streamers, and peak powerhouses all come rushing to buy. Socks, shorts, hair ties, hairpins. Cheap. The bastard boss ran off with his sister-in-law, so we're selling at a loss. Jiang Nan wears a white short-sleeve shirt with a Hello Kitty cartoon pattern on the chest. He wears shorts and slippers sitting on a small stool while shouting passionately. Hey, miss, wanna buy some shorts? Super cheap, 10 yuan for 2. The passing girl hesitates and looks at the stall. On the 2M by 2M cloth goods are neatly arranged. Take a look, we have all sorts. Bow-style blue and white stripes Pikachu bikini. The girl glances at the pile of shorts and blushes deeply. She takes another look at Jiang Nan, who appears around 18 or 19, sunny and handsome, a refreshingly cool young man looking at her expectantly. So she blushes even more. Pervert. Jiang Nan is stunned, quickly calling out, Miss, don't go. If not shorts, how about hair ties or hairpins? How am I a pervert? Selling shorts is not a proper business. Jiang Nan feels like crying. He has been shouting for over an hour, his voice hoarse. Haven't made a single sale. If he doesn't open business, soon there won't be food on the table and rent is due. Jiang Nan is worried to death. Hey, isn't this the Nan Shun from Jiangqing? No. One high school. The spatial type super genius. How come you're setting up a stall at Jiangqing night market? Jiang Nan looks up and sees a girl in a crop top with a bob haircut clinging to a tall boy's arm, laughing as she teases him. He frowns. Li Mayan. Bad luck. A classmate. Damn. Spatial type. Honey, are you kidding me? I remember among the only 3-day ocean-level powerhouses in Huaxiao, one has spatial abilities. This guy, Li Mayan, purses her lips, isn't it though? When he first awakened his spatial ability, it caused a stir in all of Jiangsheng. That spatial type day ocean-level expert came in person to see him and even wanted to take him as a disciple. Wang Lin is stunned. Then why is he still setting up a stall here? You don't know, although Nan Shun's awakened ability is the rarest spatial type, his talent test was the lowest rank, E-class. That day ocean-level expert was disgusted and left on the spot. With such garbage talents, he can't even reach bronze level in this lifetime. Wang Lin's expression is priceless. What a damn freak. Jiang Nan rolls his eyes impatiently. Are you two going to buy something or not? If not, leave. Don't bother my business. Wang Lin snickers, kicks the socks on the stall with his foot, leaving a clear shoe print. What? We didn't say we won't buy. Is this how you do business? Jiang Nan looks at the shoe print on the socks, his frown deepening, then smiles brightly. Buy your girlfriend a bikini, she'll need it tonight. Li Mayan flushes and steps forward, kicking the items on the stall into a mess. Watch your mouth. Do you know who my brother Wang is? A strength type awakened from Jiangqing Lingua University. Jiang Nan snorts, scared me to death. I thought his dad was Wang Gang. Wang Lin sneers. What's a stinky street vendor like you so proud of? A waste. What's wrong with being a street vendor? I make a living by my own skills. Jiang Nan shows no fear. Making a living. Today I'll make sure you can't even eat. With a sneer, he throws a punch at Jiang Nan's head, the force even stirring up a gust of wind. Spatial ripples surge around Jiang Nan, and he teleports half a meter backward out of thin air. He barely dodges the punch, but he collapses, sweating profusely as if all his strength has been drained. This startles Wang Lin. Damn, he really awakened spatial ability. But so what? Still dare to dodge. Another punch is thrown, slamming hard into Jiang Nan's chin. Exhausted from the teleport, Jiang Nan is too weak to resist. He's knocked to the ground, his head dazed. 2. He spits a mouthful of blood onto the stall cloth. Boy, blood component detected. The Supreme Street Vendor system begins fusion. Fusion successful. Gift to vendor: 1 piece of stall cloth, 1 small stool, 110 draw. Draw now? What the heck is this? Knocked down by a punch, Jiang Nan's head is buzzing. Since when does setting up a street stall come with a system? 10 consecutive draws. Can I get an SSR on my OG sister? Draw now? Asking again, draw now? Are you the hell drawing or not? Jiang Nan. How can it get impatient? Fine. He'll draw. Lucky will 10 consecutive draws begin. Thank you for your patronage. Consolation prize: 1 basic mighty potion. Thank you for your patronage. Consolation prize: 1 basic mighty potion. After 9 consecutive thank you for your patronage, Jiang Nan's face turns dark. Tindra lottery is indeed a scam. Congratulations on winning. 1 marrow cleansing spirit fruit. System inventory unlocked. Jiang Nan sees 9 bottles of mighty potion and 1 marrow cleansing spirit fruit in the system inventory. Mighty potion effect increases the user's physical fitness by 10 times for 3 days and 3 nights. Marrow-cleansing spirit fruit effect cleanses the marrow, improving the user's talent and aptitude. Jiang Nan's eyes light up. The consolation prize mighty potion sounds very powerful. He directly takes a bottle from the inventory. Duong. A water dispenser bucket full of water suddenly appears on the stall. Jiang Nan is stunned. Damn. Is this the bottle? Does the system have a misunderstanding of the word bottle? Indeed, great power creates miracles. Spatial type. So what? A waste who can't even withstand a single punch of mine, and they call him Nan Shun. How embarrassing. Wang Lin is arrogantly cursing Jiang Nan, who is lying on the stall enjoying the thrill of crushing him. The sudden appearance of the bottle startles him too. Stop blabbering, first wait for me. Jiang Nan unscrews the bottle cap, proudly picks up the bucket, and guzzles it mouth to mouth. Wang Lin, what's happening? In the middle of a fight. What's wrong, brother? Could it be you're thirsty from being beaten? Drinking from a bucket? After the mighty potion goes down, Jiang Nan feels a slight coolness on top of his head, and a surging power erupts from the depths of his body. His physical fitness increases tenfold. Jiang Nan puts down the bucket, his fist like a dragon, and throws a punch at Wang Lin's stomach. The force is so great it produces sonic booms. Wang Lin has no defense. Bang! Wang Lin's face contorts, eyes bulging, feeling as if hit by a truck, and he spits out sour water. Punched by Jiang Nan, his body curls up like a shrimp. Ugh! What kind of monstrous strength is this? Li Mayan is stunned, ignoring Wang Lin curled up like a shrimp. Because what happened before her eyes is simply too rare. Jiang Nan, you. How are you, bald? Jiang Nan is stunned, instinctively reaching up to touch his head. Smooth. Damn. Where's my hair? My hair. Gone. Bald. Not a single strand left. System. Where's my hair? Please don't mind these details, vendor. Details? Damn it, how did my flowing hair become just a detail to you? What a scam, mighty potion. The effect is indeed powerful, but you go bald after drinking it. So, I went bald and became stronger. You're asking for death. Wang Lin's face twisted with fury. With his girlfriend watching, how could he lose face? As a strength-type awakener, Wang Lin had long cultivated to the bronze level. How could he not handle Jiang Nan, a mere black iron rake? So gritting through the intense pain, he threw another punch. Bang! This fist was steadily caught by Jiang Nan, who tightened his grip. It hurts. Wang Lin held, his face contorted in agony. He began to question his existence. In the strength-type awakener. How could I be utterly overpowered in strength? Is this kid also a strength awakener? How is he so strong? Isn't he a space type? Resentment value from Wang Lin, 888. The system notification echoed in Jiang Nan's mind. Jiang Nan's eyes instantly lit up. After fusing with the system, he roughly understood its basic functions. The lucky wheel was used to draw prizes with resentment points. One draw cost 10,000 resentment points. A temple was 100,000. He had just been wondering how to obtain this resentment value. Now it seems simple. Just make others resent him. What kind of perverse hobby does this system have? At this moment, the way Jiang Nan looked at Wang Lin changed. It was as if he were seeing a golden glittering pea-shell. Grabbing Wang Lin's fist, he spun him around and pinned him to the ground, then straddled him. Left fist, bang. Ow. Resentment value from Wang Lin, 666. Right fist, bang. Ow. Resentment value from Wang Lin, 686. Jiang Nan's fists fell like rain at the sounds of bang and ow came without end. Watching the constantly refreshing resentment value, his heart was ecstatic. Like eating a delicious mint, he simply couldn't stop. After a while, not satisfied, he grabbed a small stool nearby and smashed it into Wang Lin's face without mercy. Resentment value from Wang Lin, 999. Ahi. Using the stool seems much easier than bare fists. In no time, a crowd gathered to watch, and many pulled out their phones to record videos. Damn, this bald guy is too fierce. He doesn't look that old, won't he cause real trouble? Isn't this going too far? Look at what he's done to that guy. His face is all swollen. Too far. I saw that girl flip his stall earlier, and she said we're just dirty street vendors. If not him, who else? They deserve a beating. We're street vendors responding to the national call. Li Mayan stood there, face full of panic, not knowing what to do. Wang Lin was at bronze 3-star, a super powerful strength awakener. How could he be thrashed like this by Jiang Nan, a mere black iron? Was he on some kind of adrenaline rush? Jiang Nan was usually such a quiet guy. Stop hitting. They'll call the police. Resentment value from Li Mayan, 888. Jiang Nan paused the stool mid-swing, looking at Wang Lin, whose face had been beaten into a pig's head. His swollen face was drenched in tears. Was he actually crying from the beating? Final stop. But you've messed up all my socks. How can I sell them now? You'll buy them all. Wang Lin's mentality was shattered. He had been utterly defeated by a high school student. He asked weakly, how much? $10 a pair. What? Isn't it 4 pairs for 10? Why don't you just rob me? Jiang Nan curled his lip. What do you think I'm doing? Wang Lin. Resentment value from Wang Lin 666. Over 200 pairs of socks, more than $2,000, just like that. Wang Lin didn't want to buy, but if he didn't, he wouldn't be able to leave today. Li Mian quickly helped up the pig-headed Wang Lin resentfully, saying, tomorrow's Lingwu class monthly exam, just you wait to be kicked out. Starting tomorrow, you won't be in Lingwu class anymore. Jiang Nan didn't hear what she said at all, still waving. God, take it slow, come again, next time out. Resentment value from Wang Lin, 999. Come again to get beaten up. More and more onlookers gathered, and with the money already earned, Jiang Nan dared not stay any longer. He rolled up the cloth of his stall in a hurry, tossed it onto the back seat of his bike, tucked the stool under his arm. Jiang Nan mounted his Phoenix brand, old-school bicycle. In a good mood, he hummed a tune. Riding my beloved little bicycle, it never gets stuck in traffic. The bicycle chain clanked against the chain guard as if accompanying him. Tomorrow was the monthly exam for Jiang Qingno, one high school's Lingwu class. Jiang Nan's talent was too poor. Since awakening space-type superpower in his first year of high school and becoming one of the rare spirit warriors, he had only reached a pitiful Black Iron 3-star by his 3rd year. His classmates were already at Black Iron Peak, some even promoted to Bronze. If he didn't break through to Black Iron 5-star in this exam, he would be sent back to the ordinary class. He would no longer receive school-issued spirit pearls for cultivation, and his strength would be stuck there forever. 20 years ago, spiritual ruins gates appeared all over the world, spewing out spiritual energy that ushered Earth into the era of spiritual revival. At the same time, a flood of spirit beasts surged out, impacting human society. Humans, due to the spiritual revival, were also able to awaken superpowers. After the initial turmoil and tremendous sacrifices, today's peaceful era was finally achieved. But the emergence of superpowered individuals inevitably caused shocks to human society, so various policies for spirit warriors were gradually perfected. One of the policies was the establishment of spirit warrior universities across the country and the division of spirit warrior classes in high schools. Jiang Nan was lucky enough to be an awakener and the rarest space-type superpower at that. But he was given the most garbage talent, hence such a huge mess. Originally, Jiang Nan thought he would just be kicked out. Being an ordinary person was fine. He had hands and feet. Even as an orphan, he could support himself. But the accidentally obtained ultimate street stall system made Jiang Nan's mind race with possibilities. I hope that marrow-cleansing fruit thing really works. As Jiang Nan thought, he felt a coolness on his head. Damn, he had forgotten he was bald. That damn strength potion was such a scam. System, why does your description only list the effects, not the side effects? Isn't this just cheating me? Don't mind those trivial details. Jiang Nan Wang Defa. Given the system's erratic nature, wouldn't that marrow-cleansing fruit also have some side effects? Why overthink it? Just try it when he gets home. After riding for over half an hour, he arrived at a small alley in the suburbs of Jiangxing. At the entrance of the alley, there was a barbecue stall with booming business and many customers. Jiang Nan's stomach growled. The waitress aunt called out, "Xiaonan just packing up. Hungry, right? Come on, Aunt Zhou will make you a plate of fried noodles." Jiang Nan smiled. "No thanks, Aunt Zhou, I already ate out. Hey, race this month's rent, 2,500, sorry for being so late." Aunt Zhou took the rent. You're on your own going to school while running a stall. Why did you shave your head? Jiang Nan. He just thought it'd be cooler in summer. Well, you look energetic. After a few more pleasantries, Jiang Nan rushed home in a flurry, eager to try if the marrow-cleansing fruit really worked. Returning all the way to his humble abode, he locked the old bicycle onto the locust tree by the entrance. The 25-square-meter rented room was not spacious, yet Jiang Nan had kept it meticulously tidy. Beneath the bed were piles of goods he had acquired for his stall. Ignoring the growling of his hungry stomach, Jiang Nan drew the curtains, and with a mere thought, the marrow-cleansing spirit fruit materialized in his hand. Gazing at the crimson fruit resembling a plum, Jiang Nan swallowed hard. What's there to fear? I've got nothing left to lose. With those words, he devoured the spirit-cleansing fruit in one gulp. It melted upon entry. And then, nothing. Gone. Where was the promised marrow cleansing and meridian purification? Even a plum would leave a hint of sweetness, wouldn't it? Yet 5 minutes later, Jiang Nan suddenly felt his perception of spiritual energy sharpen as it converged wildly toward his body. In an instant, his cultivation was pushed to Black Iron 7 stars. Jiang Nan could sense that his talent had truly been elevated. Though he couldn't discern the exact grade, it was certainly no longer a rank. His heart raced with excitement. His hands trembled uncontrollably. But coming to his senses, Jiang Nan quickly checked himself for any missing parts. Fortunately, nothing was amiss. Having turned bald after drinking the strength potion, who knew what side effects this spirit-cleansing fruit might bring? Still uneasy, Jiang Nan began a thorough self-examination. Just as Jiang Nan was nearing the end of his inspection, "Brother Jiang Nan, you're back so late. You must not have eaten right. I made you a bowl of noodles." The door swung open, revealing a fresh-faced girl in a floral dress with a ponytail, holding a bowl of noodles as she stood gracefully at the threshold. Her eyes fell upon Jiang Nan, who was intently inspecting something below. The girl's mouth fell open, her face a mask of disbelief. In a flash, she seemed to grasp the situation. Her cheeks flushed crimson. With a bang, she slammed the door shut. The noodles are by the door. Eat them when you're done, Brother Jiang Nan." Jiang Nan, hey, what do you mean when you're done? Are you misunderstanding something? Do you think I was up to something peculiar? Before Jiang Nan could explain, the girl had already fled, her face still red. The noodles were tasty, though a bit salty. Don't ask. The answer is the taste of tears. I'd have to explain later when he had the chance. After all, she was the landlord's daughter and attended the same school, so it wouldn't be hard to reach her. With his emotions steadied, Jiang Nan began to study the system in earnest. Checking the resentment value, he found it amounted to over 110,000. Defeating Wang Lin had netted him a hefty sum, with Li Mayan contributing a fair share as well. Enough for another 10 pull. If he got another spirit cleansing fruit, wouldn't that be delightful? Lucky wheel. 10 pull commencing. Thank you for your patronage. Consolation prize 1 strength potion. Thank you for your patronage. After 10 rounds, Jiang Nan's face had turned as black as coal, darker than a miner's. Thank you for your patronage, my foot. Why would thank you for your patronage even be an option on the lucky wheel? Was it because he was bald? His inventory now held 10 more bottles of strength potion. Wait, he could set up a stall and sell the strength potion. Sure, it caused baldness, but it worked wonders in a pinch. And he could rake in resentment points on the side. Nice. With his mind made up, Jiang Nan lay on the bed and pulled out his domestic knockoff phone bought for $50 at a street stall. He planned to scroll through his phone for a bit before sleeping. But then he stumbled upon the class group chat for Spirit Marshal Class 1. The chat was buzzing. Hey, guys, have you seen the video on Weibo of the bald guy beating up a Spirit Marshal University student at Jiangqing Night Market? It's got over 4,000,000 views. What's that about? Send it over. Soon someone posted a short clip. In the video, the bald Jiang Nan, clad in a Hello Kitty t-shirt, was straddling Wang Lin. He was smashing him relentlessly with a small stool. Holy crap, that bald dude's savage. The screams are brutal. I can feel the pain through the screen. Isn't that guy getting beaten a bronze rank strength type spirit martial artist? That bald guy doesn't look big, but he's strong enough to crush him. And he's out here selling at a street stall. Masters hide among the people. Jiang Nan chuckled to himself, surprised someone had filmed it. Though the footage was blurry, the guy's hands were shaking. Hey, doesn't that bald guy look a bit like our classmate Jiang Nan? Him? Give me a break. That weakling could take down a bronze rank strength awakener. True, it took him 3 years to reach Black Iron 3 stars. What a waste of the spirit pearls we get each month. And he's a spatial type. After tomorrow's exam, he won't be our classmate anymore. Good riddance. Yeah, good riddance. Watching the chatter, Jiang Nan said nothing, merely sneering. Tomorrow, Jiang Nan had no intention of leaving. Let them all be stunned. Wait, isn't that Li Mayan in the video helping the beaten guy leave? No way. It really is her. I heard she's dating a guy from Spirit Marshal University. Li Mayan, what's the story, sis? Li Mayan, how'd the fight start? Spill. Li Mayan, is your boyfriend okay? Resentment from Li Mayan 555. The system was flooded with Li Mayan's resentment points. Jiang Nan was overjoyed. He suddenly found his classmates utterly adorable. Clearly the girl was also lurking in the group. How could she not be furious? She was still at the hospital with Wang Lin getting stitches. So Jiang Nan sent a message. Southern God. Li Mayan, is the hospital Wi-Fi super fast? I envy you guys who can leech off the network. My data's almost gone. Resentment from Li Mayan 999. Was she there to leech Wi-Fi? Could you be any more obnoxious? Who did it? You know damn well. From start to finish, she said nothing, but the system's resentment value kept refreshing. Women hold grudges. TSK, TSK, TSK. The next day, in high spirits, Jiang Nan encountered the landlord's daughter just as he stepped out her backpack ready for school. Little sister Yuqing, about yesterday. Zhou Yuqing glanced at Jiang Nan, her cheeks flushing again. Shyly she said, Brother Jiang Nan, you should rest early and take care of yourself. With that, she flicked her ponytail and scurried off swift as a hare. Jiang Nan was on the verge of tears. I'll never live this down. Sis, let me explain. Brother really isn't that kind of person. I was just checking my body. Honestly, nothing shameful. Donning a cap to hide his bald head, Jiang Nan mounted his old bicycle and with a rhythmic click-clack, rode all the way to school. The monthly exam was about to begin. As Jiang Nan entered the classroom, the previously noisy atmosphere stirred by the impending monthly exam suddenly quieted down a bit. His handsome and fresh face still attracted the attention of several female classmates. However, recalling that after the monthly exam Jiang Nan would no longer be their classmate, he felt a bit of disappointment. He walked to a seat by the window and sat down while the buzz of conversation among his classmates picked up again. Why is our South God still wearing a hat? Trying to act like a big shot. Probably knows he's about to get kicked out and is too ashamed to face anyone. Jiang Nan looked out the window at the scenery. 3 years ago, the name South God resounded throughout Jiang City. Now the two words South God had become a joke. Today, perhaps everything will be different. Just then, the class monitor Li Xiang walked up to Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan, don't be discouraged. If you get kicked out, you get kicked out. Perhaps being a spiritual warrior isn't suited for you, but your spatial abilities still have their uses. At the very least, you can open a dimensional space to store things. My dad runs a logistics company. After you graduate from high school, you can work at my dad's company. 30,000 a month plus, he can provide spirit pearls for cultivation. What do you think? Li Xiang's words attracted the attention of many classmates. Whoa, 30,000. Isn't that a bit too much? 3,000 would be about right. No wonder my brother Xiang is such a good class monitor. Jiang Nan glanced at Li Xiang and smiled brightly, saying, Are you suggesting I go deliver packages? Upon hearing this, the whole class burst into laughter, while Li Xiang shrugged with a smile. A spatial warrior delivering packages, that's right on point. Just 30,000, no more. Li Xiang said, This is a rare opportunity, think about it. Jiang Nan grinned, saying, I know the foreman at the construction site in the south of the city. Wouldn't your earth-type abilities be able to dig latrines better than 10 excavators? As soon as he said this, the faces of the classmates turned red from holding back laughter, wanting to laugh, but not daring to. Damn excavators. Even 10 of them. Li Xiang's face turned black. Li Xiang's resentment 999. Don't push your luck. Just as Jiang Nan was about to speak, Li Mu Yan, with dark circles under her eyes from not sleeping all night, stormed into the classroom and said to Jiang Nan, You will take responsibility for what you did to me last night. Jiang Nan pondered for 2 seconds and replied, What's wrong? Still hurting. As soon as he said this, the whole class fell silent, looking at the two with different expressions. What the hell? What's going on? You two wrestled naked last night. Didn't expect that, absolutely did not expect that. Is my South God really that fierce? The circle is really chaotic. Li Mu Yan suddenly realized the implication of her words. Her face flushed with anger as she exclaimed, You shameless. Li Mu Yan's resentment 789. At this moment, the class teacher, dressed in professional attire, entered the classroom and tapped the blackboard with a pointer. Everyone return to your seats and be quiet. Li Xiang squinted and said, You wait for me. You'll see what happens later. Jiang Nan grinned. This resentment value is easy to earn. The teacher then announced, In the upcoming monthly exam, we will test the levels and attack power of spiritual warriors. Gather in the gym and get ready. Class 1 of Spiritual Warriors is an elite class. Don't drag our class down, got it? The teacher's gaze fell on Jiang Nan. Many classmates looked at Jiang Nan with disdain. Jiang Nan remained indifferent. Jiang City No. 1 high school's gymnasium resembled a glass structure. It had been transformed into a venue suitable for spiritual warriors. On the 3rd floor, the 10 classes of the senior spiritual warrior year, with fewer than 500 students, gathered in teams. After a sleepy speech from the principal, the monthly exam began. In front of the floor-to-ceiling windows stood a testing machine. It resembled a punching power testing machine with a target made of titanium magnesium alloy and a display screen to show the values. A student from class 10 stepped up first, gathering his spirit, and suddenly enveloped his hands in flames. With a fierce swing, a fireball the size of a basin struck the testing machine. With a loud explosion, flames erupted. The target was charred black, and the display screen showed the value. Black iron 9 stars, attack power A. The student returned to the lineup, face full of excitement and a hint of pride. The proctor said, Very good. Next, one by one, students stepped up to test their abilities, showcasing their talents. Most awakened to the 5 major elements, while some had special awakenings like beast transformation, strength, or telekinesis. The rankings on the leaderboard changed continuously based on levels and attack power. After 2 hours, it was finally Class 1's turn. The students were eager to try. Li Xiang was the first to jump out, took a deep breath, and stomped hard on the ground. The reinforced concrete floor suddenly twisted, forming a cement fist that slammed hard into the testing machine. Bronze 3 stars, attack power S. The ranking soared to 1st place on the leaderboard. Li Xiang sighed in relief, the corners of his mouth curling into a smile. No wonder he's the class monitor of Class 1 of Spiritual Warriors. Bronze 3 stars. That's insane. A genius. I heard his talent is a level. No wonder. How many high schoolers can reach the bronze level? Amidst the praises, Li Xiang returned to the lineup, casting a disdainful glance at Jiang, and the meaning in his eyes unmistakable. After a few more students, it was Li Muyan's turn. As a gold-type awakened one, she controlled metal steel balls and slammed them into the testing machine. The power was comparable to that of firearms, even creating sparks. Black Iron 10 stars peak attack power A. Her ranking surged, placing her in the top 10 on the leaderboard. Class 1 of Spiritual Warriors is full of tough characters. This girl is too strong. Elemental Awakened ones are all spell masters. Their attack power is undeniable. Li Muyan coldly walked over to Jiang Nan and said, "Just wait to be kicked out of the Spiritual Warrior class." Class 1 Jiang Nan. "It's your turn." Jiang Nan smiled slightly, adjusted his cap, and slowly walked up to the testing machine. "Haha, who says Class 1 is all fierce characters? Isn't there still a South God here? Teleporting half a meter is just a joke, haha. He probably can't even make the testing machine show of value." As Jiang Nan stepped onto the stage, the crowd began to murmur, all waiting to see the spectacle. Jiang Nan ignored the cold remarks and took a deep breath, his muscles feeling like steel bars twisted together. He stepped forward with his left foot, twisted his waist, and delivered a powerful punch. The punch even produced a deafening shockwave. Bang! The titanium-magnesium alloy target was dented like clay. The 4 fixed corners were broken, and the entire testing machine was smashed away by his brute force. It was as if it had been hit by a truck. It crashed through the glass window, fell from the 3rd floor onto the rubber playground, and rolled over 20 meters. The wind generated lifted Jiang Nan's cap, revealing his bald head. The entire venue fell silent. Li Xiang was dumbfounded. Li Muyan was dumbfounded. Even all the classmates, the proctor, and the principal were stunned. Bald head. With one punch, he obliterated the testing machine. The students momentarily felt a sense of illusion. "Saitama-sensei, is that you? Just a cape away. This is literally a one-punch man. What terrifying power is this?" Although the school's testing machine is a basic version, it can still withstand attacks below bronze 5 stars, right? Even a strength-type awakener couldn't send the testing machine flying, could they? Have you all forgotten? Nan Shun is a space-type awakener. The entire venue was filled with gasps, and the students in the gymnasium were utterly astounded. Jiang Nan scratched his head. He hadn't expected his full-force punch to send the testing machine flying. Was the strength potion really this terrifying? Jiang Nan innocently rubbed his head. "Teacher, I don't have to pay for it, do I? Resentment value from Li Xiang 999. Resentment value from Li Mayan 999. Resentment value from Wang Tianyi 999. Pay for your sister. That's not the point. Is this the main issue?" Hehe. The principal's resentment is this strong. Could he actually make him pay for it? The invigilator's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. He had been watching from nearby. Could a high school student really unleash such a punch? Clearing his throat twice to mask his awkwardness, a few students go retrieve the testing machine. "Don't worry, you won't have to pay. It's our school's negligence. Besides, it's about time we got a new testing machine." Principal Wang's face turned completely dark. Resentment value from Wang Tianyi 999. Jiang Nan secretly chuckled. "Teacher, please stop talking. If you keep going, the principal will surely make things difficult for you." After a while, a few students carried the testing machine back from the playground. They were utterly baffled. How could something so heavy? It weighed at least 700 or 800 gene. How did you manage to blast it so far? Several students playing basketball on the field were completely stunned. Which senior from the 3rd year is this? He blasted the testing machine out of the 3rd floor gymnasium. Scared the hell out of everyone. All the teachers and students fell silent as they stared at the testing machine, which looked as if it had been struck by an armor-piercing shell. Jiang Nan's punch had pierced straight through it. The display screen flickered but stubbornly held on. Black Iron 7 stars. Attack power. Jiang Nan's name shot straight to the top of the leaderboard. Am I seeing this right? With such terrifying attack power, Nan Shun is only Black Iron 7 stars. Attack power. Max. Incredibly awesome. Wang Tianyi looked at the battered testing machine and feigned calmness. It doesn't seem too badly damaged. It can probably be repaired. But then, bang! The testing machine fulfilled its final duty, erupting in a burst of sparks before completely shutting down and dying. Resentment value from Wang Tianyi 999. What's there to repair now? Principal, is being this frugal really appropriate? The invigilator. I recall you awakened as a space-type psychic. How did your strength? Jiangnan casually replied, Yesterday while I was setting up a stall at Jiangnan Night Market, someone punched me and it awakened my strength-type powers. The invigilator. The principal. Li Mayan, what the heck? This explanation was something Jiang Nan had prepared long ago. Holy crap, No wonder he looked so familiar. That viral video from Weibo yesterday, the one where a guy was beating up a college student with a small stool, wasn't that Nan Shun? It really is. What the hell? Dual-type awakening. Getting punched once triggered an awakening. Is it that easy? The gazes of everyone in Spirit Martial Class 1 instantly fixed on Li Mayan. A look of understanding dawned on their faces. So that's what happened. Yesterday Jiang Nan had cracked open Li Mayan's boyfriend's head. That explained the conversation this morning. The invigilator smiled. This is your fortune. I'll report it to the school. Dual-type awakening is 1 in 10,000. You'll receive an extra spirit pearl each month. Jiang Nan's eyes lit up. Thank you, teacher. After stepping down from the stage, Jiang Nan walked up to Li Mayan. With a shy expression, he said, when you visit the hospital, tell Brother Wang thanks for me. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have awakened my second type. Li Mayan gritted her teeth in fury. Resentment value from Li Mayan, $9.99. Being mischievous like this was just too satisfying. The surrounding students looked at Jiang Nan with envy. Getting punched could trigger a dual-type awakening. Was there really such a good thing in the world? Was his luck that incredible? Should they contact Li Mayan's boyfriend too? And have him throw a punch at them? The invigilator. Alright, next one, class 1's Lu Wuchuan. Those who missed the test will have it postponed to the monthly exam and wait for the new testing machine to arrive. He then realized the testing machine had been destroyed by Jiang Nan's punch. How could they continue testing? Resentment value from the invigilator, 200. Resentment value from Lu Wuchuan, 666. The system's resentment list refreshed like crazy as the students who missed their tests contributed a wave of resentment toward Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan thought to himself that his classmates were truly adorable. If there was a next time, he would definitely reform himself. Head try to destroy the testing machine even sooner. He was just that cheeky. The monthly exam was thus brought to an abrupt end by Jiang Nan's punch. As the crowd dispersed, Li Xiang approached and said coldly, don't get too cocky. With your trash talent, what does dual-type awakening matter? You'll only shine for a moment. We'll leave you in the dust sooner or later. Jiang Nan raised his fist. What's the matter? Human excavator. Is your skull harder than the titanium magnesium alloy testing machine? Li Xiang. Resentment value from Li Xiang, 888. Just wait and see. Watching Li Xiang's retreating figure, Jiang Nan was overjoyed. After Wang Lin, this guy had become his second golden goose, having contributed nearly 30,000 resentment points all by himself. He needed to take good care of him. After school that evening, Jiang Nan rode his old bicycle straight to Jiangxing Night Market. On the way, he began plotting his money-making scheme. At Jiangxing Night Market, he would sell strength potions from his stall. Upon arriving, Jiang Nan activated his space-type power, and a spatial rift suddenly opened beside him. As a space-type spirit martial artist, there were many things he couldn't do. But one unique advantage was the ability to create a dimensional space for storage. With Jiang Nan's current strength, he could only open a 3 cubic meter space, and it required little effort to maintain. He kept a lot of his stall goods in that dimensional space. It was incredibly convenient. He spread a square cloth on the ground and neatly arranged socks, underwear, hair ties, and hairpins. The only difference was that there were 10 extra water bottles on the stall. The caps had clearly been opened, and the labels were torn off. On each bottle, 4 crooked characters were written with a marker. Farmer's 3 punches. This was the strength potion Jiang Nan had prepared in advance. Come on. Take a look, take a browse. Socks and underwear, hair ties, and hairpins. Everything's cheap. Plus the ancestral farmer's 3 punches. And it's even a little sweet. As darkness deepened, the Jiangnan night market began to fill with people. After Jiang Nan's impassioned roar, he did manage to attract quite a crowd. 2 passing young ladies whispered to each other. Hey, isn't that the bald guy whose face was all over the news yesterday? He's setting up his stall again. Oh my, it really is him. He's kind of cute. What got your heart racing? No way. Bald isn't my type. If he had hair, I'd definitely ask for his WeChat with that refreshing look. Jiang Nan. System, give me back my details. Ladies, I swear I didn't mean to go bald. A tall, handsome guy following the 2 ladies rolled his eyes and said, let's just enjoy tonight. Tomorrow our team goes into the spirit ruins. The lady pouted, always saying such dampening things. Come on, let's go check it out. The tall guy scoffed. What's so interesting about a bald head? He's not even as handsome as me. The trio approached the stall to browse. Many items made the ladies blush. Jiang Nan's sharp eyes caught a flash of red elastic at Zheng Wei's waist as he bent over. He grinned slyly. What's up, bro? Is this your zodiac year? Rocking red briefs, huh? My red briefs are absolutely color fast. Wear them with confidence. $10 for 2. Zheng Wei's face darkened. Where the hell are you looking? Resentment from Zheng Wei, 666. Following Jiang Nan's gaze, the 2 ladies naturally noticed the hint of red at Zheng Wei's waist and burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, Zhengwei. It really is your zodiac year. So red. So flashy. Listen to the boss grab a couple. Color fast. Wear with confidence. Red for your zodiac year brings good luck. Jiang Nan chimed in, the fairy sisters are right. Grab a couple. Resentment from Zhengwei 666. Think you're hotter than me. Back when I had hair, I was drop-dead gorgeous. Payment scanned $10 in the pocket. Zhengwei, stewing with resentment, eyed the water bottles on the stall. He chuckled. Farmer's 3 punches. What's this? Jiang Nan's eyes lit up. Bro, you wouldn't know. The ancestral Farmer's 3 punches a little sweet when you drink it. 1 bottle down, strength multiplied tenfold. Take down enemies in just 3 punches. Zhengwei twitched. Holy crap, Farmer's 3 punches a little sweet. The bottle's clearly been opened. Ancestral. Mineral water passed down through generations. Waiter, give me a bottle of 1982 mineral water. That's the stuff, authentic. Boss, are you kidding me? This is just water, right? Zhengwei scoffed. The 2 ladies were also baffled. Ancestral mineral water. That's something. Jiang Nan glared. Oh yeah. Don't believe me. He grabbed a red brick from the roadside and smashed it hard against his own forehead. The ladies screamed in fright. Before they could finish, the brick shattered with a bang against Jiang Nan's head. Zhengwei. Ladies. Street vendors are this hardcore now? You believe me now? Jiang Nan picked up another red brick and went bang bang. Watching made people shiver. I tell you, before drinking Farmer's 3 punches, I could barely get on the Kong. After drinking it, I can split bricks with my head and tear manhole covers with my hands. So you believe me? He grabbed another brick for his forehead. Zhengwei quickly stopped him. Bro, don't. Bro. He'll buy. He'll buy, okay. How much? Jiang Nan wiped the brick dust from his forehead and grinned. Not expensive. 10,000 a bottle. Zhengwei nearly choked on his spit. 10,000. Your ancestral mineral water is that pricey? Jiang Nan shrugged. It works wonders. The 2 ladies got interested and egged him on. Zhengwei, just try it. You can afford 10,000, right? He even smashed a brick with his head. That's some effort. Seeing the ladies' eager looks, Zhengwei had no choice but to give in. So I just consider it paying to see a stunt. WeChat transfer of 10,000 received. Jiang Nan quickly called out, hold on bro, you still owe me 1. Zhengwei was baffled. Wasn't it 10,000? How do I owe 1? Jiang Nan said matter-of-factly, the brick costs money, you know. Each one's 50 cents. Resentment from Zhengwei 666. You smash bricks and expect me to pay. This business is pure profit. You just wait if this doesn't work. Without another word, under the expectant gazes of the 2 ladies, Zhengwei twisted open the Farmer's 3 punches and chugged it. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Instantly, a wild surge of power erupted from within, flushing Zhengwei's face red. Holy crap. Holy crap. It's real. Zhengwei's eyes were filled with excitement. He was originally a bronze 2-star strength-type awakener. With the tenfold boost, his power reached a terrifying level. He clenched his fist slightly and burst the air. Boss, it works. Your ancestral mineral water is amazing. Tomorrow's trip to the spirit ruins would be much more promising. Jiang Nan gave an awkward smile. Yeah, if it works, it works. Would I cheat you? But the 2 ladies' jaws dropped. Zhengwei, you're bald. Really bald. Ha ha ha, I can't take it, such a shiny bald head. Even brighter than a street lamp. The ladies doubled over laughing, holding their stomachs, tears streaming down their faces. Zhengwei touched his head. A chill ran through him as the night breeze blew. He was really bald. Resentment from Zhengwei 999. From Zhengwei. The system's resentment value went wild, breaking 10,000 in no time. Zhengwei jumped in fury. Boss, are you messing with me? Where's my hair? Jiang Nan patted Zhengwei's shoulder. Ah bro, don't sweat the small stuff. Huh. What goes around comes around. Baldness spares no one. Small stuff. They'll kill you. Zhengwei's eyes went red, but the 2 ladies stopped him. Oh, bald heads look good too. Besides, he didn't lie. Farmer's 3 punches really worked. Let me laugh a bit more, I can't take it. Jiang Nan winked at the ladies and grinned. So now between us, I'm the better looking one, right? The ladies chuckled. You are. Much better. So can I add you on WeChat? Sure. They left, and Zhengwei's lonely silhouette was utterly desolate. His gleaming bald head reflected the streetlight, the ladies still giggling. Just then a Mercedes G-Class sped over and stopped at the market entrance. A stunning beauty in a jacket and hot pants stepped out from the driver's side. She was breathtaking, like a snow lotus blooming under the night sky. Her silver hair fell to her shoulders. Her blue eyes were as deep as the ocean. She clutched her phone, baring her teeth in a fierce, cute glare. It's definitely him. No mistake this time. From the passenger side stepped a girl in a white orchid shirt and slim jeans. She wore a sun hat and snickered. Xiao Yao, you've been looking for almost half a year. You always say that. Xiao Yao fumed. Think I won't recognize him just because he shaved his head. That black heart profiteer. Oh, just thinking about it makes me mad. She grabbed Zhong Yingshu's arm and headed straight for the Jiangnan night market. The sound of Xia Yao grinding her teeth was audible. Zhong Yingshu covered her mouth, giggling nonstop. That pair of shorts really bled badly. Xia Yao glared show. Don't say it, it's so embarrassing. Having just sold a bottle of Farmer's 3 Punches, Jiang Nan had tasted the sweetness of success. How could he easily let this business opportunity slip away? Not only did he make money, but he also earned a massive amount of resentment points. It was a path to wealth and a moderately prosperous life. He immediately took a stack of red bricks from his alternate dimension. Come. These are the ancestral Farmer's 3 Punches, yo. Drink 1 gulp, and you can split a red brick with your head. Drink 2 gulps, and you can kick a durian. Drink 3 gulps, and you'll ascend to heaven right away. You'll feel as carefree as an immortal. No boasting, no lies, he'll split a brick right on the spot, yo. As he spoke, he picked up a red brick and smacked it against his own forehead. With a bang, the brick shattered. The crowd was stunned, and soon a considerable number of people gathered around. This guy, he actually smacked himself. Can't even set up a street stall nowadays without some special skill. Boss, you're a beast. You're risking your life for money. Then someone said, boss, is your brick fake? Jiang Nin immediately got agitated. He picked up the red brick and stood up. Fake. Come here. Let me try smacking you with it. Resentment points from Song Xin 666. Boss. Even if it were fake, I wouldn't dare to let you. Haha, the boss has guts. It's a real brick. Red skin, black, core, kiln-fired brick. It's hard. This brother knows his stuff. Many people started recording short videos, and the crowd grew larger. But after Jiang Nan had split over 20 bricks, his throat was hoarse from shouting. Yet these onlookers just wouldn't pull out their money to buy. Jiang Nan's heart ached. Weren't the red bricks money? These days you'd have to pay an admission fee to watch a duet acrobatic show. If you don't buy Farmer's 3 Punches, how about buying a hair tie or some shorts? Are you all just freeloading? But just then exclamations of admiration came from the crowd, and most of the people were drawn away to another spot. Jiang Nan was still there silently splitting bricks. The crowd stirred. A top-tier beauty. I've never seen anyone so beautiful in my whole life, bro. She can even compare to those celebrities. I'm in love. Is this what love at first sight feels like? Xia Yao's gaze was searching everywhere. Her entire being exuded wildness. Like a white wolf foraging in the snow. Blue eyes, silver-white short hair falling to her shoulders, hot pants, a black vest, and a denim jacket. Revealing her delicate belly button, she was tall, around 180 centimeters, with long straight legs like a character from a manga. The slightly shorter Zhong Yingshu wore slim-fit jeans and a white shirt. A sun hat on her head, her black short hair, at ear length revealing her snow-white neck. Her features were incredibly beautiful, as if painted indescribably exquisite. Zhong Yingshu, how is it? Xiao Yao. Found him yet? Xia Yao shook her head, searching incessantly. Zhong Yingshu's eyes lit up. There are a lot of people over there, let's go check it out. Xia Yao's eyes sparkled. She pulled Zhong Yingshu through the crowd, only to see a bald man splitting bricks. Jiang Nan looked up, and his face instantly turned pale. He immediately wanted to teleport and escape. Finally caught you. Where do you think you're going? Saying this, she lunged forward, charged straight onto the stall, and gave Jiang Nan a fierce headlock. Jiang Nan choked, his eyes rolling back. Resentment points from Xia Yao 1000. You damn blackheart profiteer. I've been looking for you for half a year. The 2 pairs of shorts you sold me all faded. Cold sweat instantly broke out on Jiang Nan's forehead, his face full of guilt. Nonsense. How do you know they faded? Xia Yao's teeth itched with hatred. How could she not know? After wearing them for a day and going home, she was just about to take a nice bath and sleep. But when she got to the bathroom, she found that she had been stained black by the faded shorts. Zhong Yingshu burst out laughing. Who knew what kind of dye he used? Xia Yao had to wash for a whole week to get it off, and she didn't dare to scrub hard. It was simply a nightmare she could never forget. How could she possibly say it out loud? It was utterly embarrassing. Since that incident, Xia Yao swore she would get revenge. She had scoured all the night markets for the past half year. She had run into Jiang Nan twice, but he had escaped both times. This time there was no way she was letting him go. Xia Yao blushed and said fiercely, none of your business. Compensate me now. The crowd erupted. Heavens, what's going on? Is this bald boss so tough? 2 gorgeous girls are looking for him. Wow, a headlock from a beauty. I want that too. TSK. Shorts fading. Profiteer. Serves him right. I'm envious. I want to be a profiteer too. Originally, Jiang Nan wanted to teleport and escape. But now, the 2 were pressed tightly together, and he was almost choked breathless. How could he run? What a joke. But Zhong Yingshu was covering her small mouth, standing dazedly to the side, staring at Jiang Nan in shock. Tears had already filled her eyes. Jiang Nan, is that you? Jiang Nan was startled by the familiar voice. He had been so focused on guarding against Xia Yao that he hadn't even noticed Zhong Yingshu's presence. He couldn't help but look up at the girl before him. Xiao Yingxue. A huge surge of joy suddenly filled his heart. Before he could speak, Zhong Yingxue, disregarding everything else, rushed forward and embraced Jiang Nan. In an instant, Jiang Nan's nose was filled with her fragrance. He was met with a warm, jade-like embrace. The crowd's mentality instantly collapsed. Damn, holy crap, a pincer attack from front and back. Is this too intense? Is there no justice left in the world? At that moment, facing the double assault, Jiang Nan was truly having a hard time holding on. Xiao Yingxue. I can't breathe. Jiang Nan struggled, suffocated, and stifled, truly feeling smothered. But it really felt great. Zhong Yingxue finally realized the impropriety and quickly let go, her pretty face flushed. She wiped the brick dust off Jiang Nan's head. Xia Yao was also stunned for a moment. Why did Yingxue rush up too? Was she trying to help me get revenge? Xiao Yao let go of Jiang Nan. Xia Yao. Then she shook her head frantically. I finally caught him. What if he runs away if I let go? Zhong Yingxue was full of helplessness and said with a wry smile, this is Jiang Nan, the friend I told you about from the orphanage. Xia Yao was stunned. No way. Can it be such a coincidence? They knew each other all along. And from the orphanage. Childhood sweethearts. Xia Yao said with a fierce childish look, then I'll loosen up a bit, but you're not allowed to run. Jiang Nan was also dazed for a long time, looking at the Zhong Yingxue before him. He could vaguely see traces of her childhood self. Zhong Yingxue wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. Why did you shave your head? And why are you here setting up a stall and splitting bricks? Jiang Nan scratched his head and laughed. It's hot in the summer, so I just shaved it off. No need to bother with haircuts, saves money. As for splitting bricks, I thought it might help business a bit. Zhong Yingshu's eyes reddened again. Have these years since leaving the orphanage been very hard? Jiang Nan said nonchalantly, what's there to complain about? Back in the orphanage, we suffered all kinds of hardships together. I've got hands and feet, I won't starve. Both were orphans, having grown up in the Jiangxing orphanage. They were practically dependent on each other. When they were kids, Jiang Nan would save up 1 or 2 months' allowance just to buy her a bag of White Rabbit creamy candy. When others bullied her, Jiang Nan was always the one to stand in front of her. When Jiang Nan was sick, she was always the one by his bedside. For Zhong Yingxue, Jiang Nan was more than a friend. He was like a big tree shielding her from the wind and rain. This bond, no amount of money could replace it. 2 orphans without parents, dependent on each other since childhood, leaning on one another to get through the most difficult years. They thought it would always be this way. But when Zhong Yingxue was 13, she awakened her fire-type ability early. Her talent was a terrifyingly high rank. In the end, she was adopted by the prestigious Zhong family for focused training. Despite Zhong Yingshu's desperate pleas and cries, she was separated from Jiang Nan. They never saw each other again after that. Jiang Nan moved out of the orphanage when he was 16 and had been living independently ever since. He never expected to run into Zhong Yingxue here today. Xia Yao pouted, hey, little baldy. Don't think you can escape my judgment just like that. You have to compensate me. Jiang Nan was full of guilt. He asked tentatively, how about I compensate you with 2 more pairs of shorts? This time you can pick a color you like. Xia Yao glared, her arms tightening even more. Bah, in your dreams. What would I do with them? Wear them and dye myself a different color again. Jiang Nan was choked, his eyes rolling back. This girl named Xia Yao was incredibly strong. All right, stop messing around. Still so mischievous after all these years. Let's grab a meal together later, we'll talk when we get back. Xia Yao had no intention of letting Jiang Nan go. She was determined to make him taste his own medicine. Wait, let me finish selling my goods first. Xia Yao pressed Jiang Nan down onto the small stool, maintaining the headlock, her entire weight leaning on his back. Don't even think about running. I'll help you sell. Jiang Nan rolled his eyes. You can sell all you want, but stop choking me. I can't breathe. The crowd that gathered was utterly stunned. Their eyes were burning with envy. Perhaps tomorrow they should set up a stall too. Zhong Yingxue stood quietly by Jiang Nan's side. Xia Yao was behind Jiang Nan, locking him in a fierce embrace, as if afraid he might escape. Yet deep down she felt genuinely happy for Zhong Yingxue. For only she knew just how much Zhong Yingxue meant to Jiang Nan. The posture, however, was rather eye-catching, but the girl paid it no mind at all. Xia Yao blinked and said in a sugary voice, brothers and sisters, won't you take a look at the goods? They're cheap, you know. Jiang Nan shuddered at the sound. A tall wild goddess speaking in such a coquettish tone. Even as he silently recited a protective mantra, he couldn't withstand it. Why are you trembling? No. It's cold, just shivering. Resentment points from Xia Yao 333. In the middle of summer, are you kidding me? Though Zhong Yingxue felt a bit embarrassed, she joined in shouting to help Jiang Nan sell the goods. Thus such a scene unfolded. Two stunning beauties were helping Jiang Nan sell with all their might. He sat like a Buddha on a small stool, motionless. Frozen. Tell me, aren't you moved? Dare not move. Dare not move. The onlookers instantly erupted and scrambled to buy, for nothing else but a close look at these two beauties. It's totally worth it. A big brother rushed up. Nobody move. Shorts are $10 for two, right? Give me 10 jean. Whoa. Are you selling underwear by the jean? 10 jean. You won't wear them all even when you die? Save the rest as heirlooms. Leave some for us. Jiang Nan said, don't stop my big brother. 10 jean of shorts, I'll weigh them now. Heirloom shorts, no problem. Even my mineral water is heirloom quality. Resentment points from Wang Tai 285. Resentment points from Lu Quan 666. Resentment points from Zhong Yingxue 111. Only Xia Yao snickered quietly. They're all color fading. Go ahead and wear them. Suddenly she realized that swindling people felt rather nice. In less than 10 minutes the goods were cleared, but the remaining 3 bottles of Nongfu Spring remained untouched. Jiang Nan sighed with mixed emotions. He had shouted for so long with no effect. Look at these two girls. True masters of street vending. Good looks really can put food on the table. After packing up, he tossed all the mess into the dimensional space, even the old bicycle. All right, let's go eat my treat tonight. Jiang Nan was in high spirits. This time Xia Yao was stunned, asking in surprise, you're a spatial ability user. Even Zhong Yingxue was taken aback. Spatial ability. There were fewer than 10 spatial users worldwide. Jiang Nan shrugged, what else? You're a spatial ability user selling on the street. Xia Yao's voice rose 3 octaves. The shady vendor she had been chasing for half a year was actually a spirit martial artist with spatial powers. So what? Do you think courier delivery suits me better? Xia Yao. Resentment points from Xia Yao 666. Oh, I'm just kidding. My talent is the worst degrade, so I cultivate slowly. What can spatial ability do? I can't rob a bank, can I? I still have to make a living. Xia Yao clearly wasn't listening, already scheming something. Zhong Yingxue gently shook Jiang Nan's arm. It's okay. Back in the orphanage you protected me. Now I'll protect you. Jiang Nan. Wow. Little Yingxue, don't be so gentle. You're melting my heart. The 3 of them arrived at the night market intersection. Jiang Nan was dumbfounded seeing the Mercedes-Benz G-Class. Was Xia Yao that rich? How old was she to drive a G-Class? Jiang Nan sat in the passenger seat, Zhong Yingxue in the back, and he kept staring at Xia Yao as she drove. Xia Yao grew flustered. What are you looking at? I'm 18, oh, and I have a driver's license. Jiang Nan rubbed his eyes. I think I'm getting nearsighted, blinded by the sight of money. Resentment points from Xia Yao 666. Cheeky. If it weren't for Shueshua, I wouldn't let this slide. What to eat? Barbecue. Let's hit the food stalls. Shueshua. He'll go with Jiang Nan. The V8 engine roared, and the night market crowd was envious. With such a background, why were you peddling on the street? This was stealing business. Unbeknownst to Jiang Nan, the video of him splitting bricks with his head had been uploaded to Weibo by a kind netizen. The popularity was soaring, surpassing the previous video. At Shaman Street's food stalls, grilled kidneys, soy sauce, tendons, dried, lean meat, 3 bottles of raw beer. No spice. Shueshua doesn't like spicy. Zhong Yingxue smiled. You still remember that? Jiang Nan said, I have a good memory. Xia Yao pouted, watching Jiang Nan and Zhong Yingxue's affectionate exchange. Resentment points from Xia Yao 333. Just as I thought. This Xia Yao girl definitely has something up her sleeve. Better keep my guard up. Jiang Nan. Shueshua, where are you studying now? Songjiang Lingwu High School. Xia Yao and I are in the same class. Both in senior year. Jiang Nan was taken aback. Songjiang Lingwu. Isn't the competition there fierce? Songjiang Lingwu was the only high school in Jiang City for spirit martial artists with top-notch facilities and faculty. It was a powerhouse that always ranked in the top 3 in the annual provincial high school league. Xia Yao chuckled. Competition? Not at all. Shueshue is a bronze Inister fire ability user with explosive output, plus me, a bronze 7-star beast transformation ability user. We're still pretty strong. If it weren't for that bastard Luo, I would have. Xiao Yao, don't say it. Zhong Yingxue frowned. Xia Yao reluctantly shut her mouth, but couldn't help adding, can't we let Jiang Nan take his place on the team? Even though he's a bit shady, at least he's trustworthy. And he's a spatial ability user. He'd be unbeatable in controlling the field. Zhong Yingxue shook her head. I'll handle my own matters myself. Xia Yao said, how will you handle it? He's pushed you to the brink. If I weren't there, what would you have done? Xiao Yao. Xia Yao gritted her teeth in frustration, but had to drop it, burying her head in eating skewers. Jiang Nan said nothing else, only, Shueshue is just a bit stubborn. Come on, eat up. Sister Xia Yao, want to add me as a friend? Jiang Nan handed over his QR code and gave her a wink. Xia Yao was a bit confused but added him. Jiang Nan secretly sent her a message. Tell me more when you get back. Xia Yao's anger instantly vanished. Under the table, her long leg gently tapped Jiang Nan's knee, as if to say, "You're the one who gets it. Come on, Shue, add me too, so we can stay in touch." Hee, how's the Zhong family treating you? Zhong Yingxue smiled. My parents are pretty good. Old Master Zhong is strict, but it's for my own good. What about you? How have you been all these years? Jiang Nan scratched his head. Me. Just getting by. I moved out of the orphanage at 16, I rented a place, grilled skewers at the university gates, sold cold noodles, worked as a waiter, and finally found street vending to be the most profitable. I also did pretty well at Jiang City now. One high school. At these words, the two girls' eyes could no longer see anyone else. At just 16, so young, studying while doing odd jobs to make ends meet. How hard must that have been? Yet he glossed over all the hardship with a single sentence, his smile still radiant. Xia Yao suddenly felt Jiang Nan wasn't so infuriating anymore. Buying those color-fading shorts was also for survival. How pitiful. Well, since you're so pitiful, I'll secretly forgive you. Jiang Nan didn't think he was suffering much. With his hands and feet, he could surely support himself. There were many others worse off than him in this world. Why complain and be bitter all day? That was just making things hard for himself. Yet the two girls began to imagine things on their own. Jiang Nan, drenched in sweat, used his slender frame to carry trays and grill skewers, holding up his entire household. Just moments ago, he had been splitting bricks with his head at a street stall. Your humble struggle for life was truly admirable. Xia Yao looked at him with pity. Eat more, look how thin you are. Zhong Yingshu's eyes were red as she blamed herself. Why didn't I find you sooner? Thanks to those faded shorts you sold to Xiao Yao, or we might never have met. Xia Yao was speechless. Hey. Shue, have you got something wrong? I'm the victim here. Heartbreaking. Jiang Nan was dumbfounded. What have you two been imagining? It's really not that tiring. I just grill some cold noodles. I sell hundreds of portions a night at the university gate. It pays better than an office job. If they hadn't banned the stall later, I'd probably still be selling cold noodles now. Seeing Zhong Yingshu's red eyes, Xia Yao couldn't bear it either. So she handed over a bank card. Hey, race 100,000 yuan. Zhong Yingshu also searched her bag. I have 50,000 here. Jiang Nan said seriously, look, I know I'm handsome and charming, but I'm really not that kind of person. Are you two trying to keep me? Resentment from Xia Yao 999. Resentment from Zhong Yingshu 666. Xia Yao gritted her teeth. They'll keep your big head. I wouldn't want a bald guy like you. You black-heart profiteer. Zhong Yingshu chided playfully. Xiao Nan, you're being naughty again. Jiang Nan shrank his neck and laughed it off. The meal was quite enjoyable. At the end, Xia Yao reached out to Jiang Nan. What? Give me your phone. Xia Yao was taken aback by the domestic phone. He handed over, its screen shattered into pieces, yet still in use. What junk is this? I'll get you a new one later. Jiang Nan paused for 2 seconds, as if making a serious decision. Do you need any accessories on your leg? I don't want to work hard anymore. Resentment from Xia Yao 333. Accessories, my foot. Small, let's take a photo. The three huddled together with Zhong Yingxue and Xia Yao sandwiching Jiang Nan in the middle. Xia Yao grabbed Jiang Nan's neck, squeezing his face out of shape. Come on. Shue, moving closer, yes, closer. Click. In the photo, Xia Yao had a skewer in her mouth as she hugged Jiang Nan, whose deformed face beamed with a bright smile. Zhong Yingxue half leaned on Jiang Nan's shoulder, making the most popular gesture. The ultimate reverse peace sign. If your bald head weren't so shiny, it would be perfect. Jiang Nan. Zhong Yingxue laughed. Send it to me later, I want it as my wallpaper. Sure. At the counter, Jiang Nan rushed to pay. I told you it's my treat. You two help me sell goods, I can't let you work for nothing, right? Xia Yao and Zhong Yingxue couldn't out-argue him. Boss, how much? 341, just round it down to 340. Got it. Just as Jiang Nan was about to scan the code to pay, sorry, insufficient balance. What's going on? How could it be insufficient? Even Farmer's 3 fists cost over 10,000, and he had just sold so much stock. He quickly opened his WeChat wallet. One look and he was stunned. Balance 124. 69 yuan. What the hell? Where's my money? Where's my hard-earned cash? Jiang Nan had every sale memorized, but should have been 10469 yuan. How did it shrink by 100 times? You decimal point, you're being very naughty. You've misplaced yourself. Go home, move back 2 places. Don't scare me. I admit I was wrong, okay? Jiang Nan rubbed his eyes and checked again. It was really just over 100 left. The boss looked suspicious. What's going on? Taking 2 beauties out to dinner with no money. You're not going to say you can't pay, are you? Jiang Nan, no way. Give me a moment. System, where's my money? Where's my hard-earned cash from splitting bricks? Congratulations, stall owner. You have successfully paid the stall fee. Within the area covered by the stall cloth, the stall owner enters invincible mode. The paid stall fee is automatically converted into skill points at a ratio of 1001. Congratulations, host. You have unlocked the skill learning module. Congratulations. I congratulate your sister. What use are those skill points to me? Can they help me charm girls or buy a pancake? What the hell is this stall fee? For any transaction completed on the stall cloth, a stall fee must be paid with a split of 99001. The stall fee will automatically convert into skill points for the stall owner to learn skills. Beep, beep, beep. At that moment, Jiang Nan went on a furious rant. Jiang Nan had heard of a 50-50 split, a 90-10 split. But 99001. What kind of split is this with decimal points? Are you serious? 2 decimal places. I risked my life splitting bricks and selling goods, and this is how hard I earn. That was all blood and sweat money. The socks and shorts were purchased with my own hard cash. And the system takes 999, leaving me with only 001. Jiang Nan instantly exploded. Was this money even money to him? No, it wasn't money at all. That was his life. His life. Detected insult to this system. Deducting money. Jiang Nan watched helplessly as his balance dropped from 124.69 to 24.69. Oh. This big fool. Incredibly handsome system was taking my life. Caught by the throat, Jiang Nan froze in place, pitifully looking at Zhong Yingxue standing by the door. The boss rolled his eyes. Kid, this isn't necessary, is it? You fight to pay, and then you don't have enough. The boss' gaze was like a piercing arrow. It struck deep right in the old heart. Zhong Yingxue smiled, walked over, paid the bill, and patted Jiang Nan on the shoulder. Today, Jiang Nan learned the taste of embarrassment. Don't ask. Ask, and he forgot his payment password. Lost his fingerprint. Didn't link a card to WeChat. His phone was dead. Xiaoyao, what's wrong? Why are you so slow? Zhong Yingxue smiled. Nothing. Jiang Nan's phone is lagging. Wow, Xue was so kind. She even saved his face. Jiang Nan looked dazed. He didn't even know how he got back to the alley entrance. Watching the Mercedes-Benz G-Class speed away, Zhong Yingxue still waved at him. Why did they leave just like that? Did they have to be so straightforward? What about that 50,000? 100,000? Aren't they giving it? Hey, I still have something to say. Xue, Xiaoyao, I'm not being stubborn anymore. Just keep me if you want. I am that kind of person. Come back. Don't let my tears fall. With only 24.69 yuan left in his pocket, Jiang Nan felt the whole world turn gray. As he walked past the landlord's barbecue stall, the noise and shouting made him frown. Looking over, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. At the barbecue stall at the end of the alley, a table full of people sat. The leading man, bare-chested with a large gold chain around his neck and a dragon tattoo over his shoulder, was loudly commanding attention. Seated below were 6 or 7 young men dressed in tight white vests and pants, sporting trendy footwear, all unmistakably energetic and lively. Most conspicuously, they all had shaved heads, making a ruckus. The older men at the nearby tables frowned, their faces full of displeasure. The dragon-tattooed leader looked up and cursed, "Why is it taking so long? Can we get the drinks? If they don't come soon, we'll run out of skewers." Aunt Zhou smiled apologetically, coming right up. "Big brother." Aunt Zhou's daughter, Zhou Yuqing, with her ponytail tied, an apron on, hurriedly brought over 6 or 7 large glasses of beer. The dragon-tattooed leader, along with his gang of younger followers, suddenly shifted their focus away from the drinks. Zhou Yuqing was petite and charming, the epitome of the girl next door. As the group stared at her, she felt anxious and timidly said, "Big brother, I've placed the drinks here, and this extra cup is a gift for you." The dragon-tattooed leader instantly perked up. Smirking, he revealed a set of large yellow teeth and grabbed Zhou Yuqing's wrist, saying, "Don't run away, little sister. How about you drink with me? I'll give you an extra 1,000 yuan." Zhou Yuqing's eyes were filled with fear as she instinctively tried to pull away. But how could she match the strength of that shaved head? Her wrist was turning red from his grip. Aunt Zhou rushed over to pull her daughter away, smiling nervously. "Big brother, let's just forget about it. My daughter is still young." "Yuqing, why aren't you hurrying home?" The younger followers immediately stood up and shouted, "What? Are you looking down on our big brother? Does my big brother care about a few yuan?" The dragon-tattooed leader held on tighter, his expression menacing. "What? Are you looking down on me? You're going to accompany him today." Zhou Yuqing had never encountered such a situation before. Her eyes reddened as she kept pulling her hand away. At that moment, an older man from a nearby table couldn't stand it any longer and stood up, yelling, "Are you drunk and forgetting who you are? That girl is still in high school. Don't you have any decency?" Fueled by anger, the man's companions couldn't hold him back. The dragon-tattooed leader became excited, lifting the beer bottle as if to smash it over the man's head. But at that moment, a hand steadied the beer bottle, revealing Jiang Nan with a smile. "What the hell? What's going on? Brother Jiang Nan." Zhou Yuqing looked at Jiang Nan with tearful eyes, and for some reason, she felt less afraid. Where did this little brat come from? What? Are you also trying to meddle? Jiang Nin chuckled. Big brother. It's me. Isn't it obvious? Saying this, he pointed at his own shaved head. The dragon-tattooed leader appeared, confused. Shaved head. What's this? You want to join our gang? Jiang Nin, looking shy, said, hee, I've always admired your reputation, but never had the chance. By the way, big brother, what's your name? The dragon-tattooed leader was baffled. You want to join the gang, but don't even know my name. Changgu. TSK. Changgu. I forgot. Jiang Nin exclaimed, look at my memory. Wang Chong sneered, aren't you trying to join the gang? Go. Show that little brat what's what. They'll let you join the gang. Though I don't know where this idiot came from, he's asking for it. Jiang Nin grinned, this is simple. He picked up the beer bottle and walked over, casually wrapping an arm around the enthusiastic older man's shoulder and forcing him to sit down. The older man cursed, you little brat, colluding with the wrong crowd, not learning anything good at such a young age. Jiang Nin remained unfazed, pointing at the beer bottle in his hand. The enthusiastic older man was taken aback. What does this mean? Jiang Nin replied, you see, this is green. Oh, right. He then pointed at the plate, and this is white. The beer in the glass is yellow, called yellow in English. The diners at the nearby tables stared in disbelief. What kind of bizarre performance is this? Wang Chong was speechless. What the hell? I wanted you to teach them a lesson. I meant for you to go and smash their heads. Instead, you're showing them colors. And yellow? Are you kidding me? Wang Chong's resentment 999. Enthusiastic older man's resentment 666. Zhou Yuqing's resentment 521. You little brat, are you playing with big brothers? I see you're looking for trouble. Wang Chong was furious. Just as he was about to stand up, Jiang Nin swung the beer bottle back at the big bald head. Bang! Glass shards flew everywhere, blood splattering across faces. This sudden turn of events shocked everyone around. Did he just crack open Wang Chong's head? What the hell? Jiang Nin pointed at the bloodied Wang Chong and said, see. What color is this? The enthusiastic older man replied, red. Red. Jiang Nin smiled approvingly. That's the right color. Come on, take him down. Wang Chong clutched his head, shouting. Several younger followers turned readied, smashing beer bottles and lunging at Jiang Nin. Jiang Nin reacted quickly, grabbing one wrist and twisting it fiercely. He lifted his leg and kicked him away, sending the young man flying 7 or 8 meters, crashing into the wall of the alley. Skill triggered unarmed combat. Current level unarmed combat LV1. Jiang Nin was taken aback. Is this the skill panel that cost him money? The skill points are derived from the booth fee he paid. Add. Fill me up, please. Adding 100 skill points. Remaining skill points 23. Unarmed combat LV100. Automatically upgraded. Unarmed combat proficient LV1. In an instant, countless pieces of information flooded Jiang Nin's mind. His eyes lit up. So this is how you can fight. Facing the incoming beer bottle, Jiang Nin easily dodged to the side, pressed down on the man's head, and delivered a knee strike. The bridge of his nose shattered, blood covering his face. In no time, 7 or 8 energetic young men lay groaning on the ground. The big bald head was stunned. Jiang Nin raised his hand and slapped him. The blow spun him around 3 times and half his teeth flew out. Zhou Yuqing covered her mouth, her pretty face filled with astonishment. Was brother Jiang Nin this strong? He was so bold. Just now she felt like she was watching an action movie. With 7 or 8 people, none managed to touch Jiang Nin. He took them down with just a few fists and kicks. Huh, that's satisfying. These drunken fools were so annoying. So irritating. Little brother, you're quite fierce. Jiang Nin scratched his head and smiled. Brothers, keep eating. Don't let this spoil your fun. Ooh, I have something to discuss with this grandson. Saying this, he grabbed the waistband of the big bald head. The over 200-pound man was lifted effortlessly by him. The younger followers looked terrified. Today they must have messed with someone tough. At the corner of the alley across the street, several young men with bruised faces were squatting on the ground. Jiang Nin was viciously stepping on the hand that Guangtou Chong had just used to grab Zhou Yuqing. Grinding, grinding. Guangtou Chong let out a feeble wail. Not even a pig being slaughtered for New Year screams as loud as you. Wang Chong said, bro, stop hitting. Can't we just admit we were wrong? Jiang Nin raised an eyebrow. Admit you were wrong. Wang Chong shook his head like a rattledrum. No, no, no. It's our fault. Stand up. On one foot. Hands behind your head. Smile for me. The underlings had no choice but to obey. But for Wang Chong, a man weighing over 200 pounds, this was truly a struggle. As soon as he tried to stand on one leg, his body would tilt to the side. The moment his foot touched the ground, Jiang Nin would kick him. Finally forced into a corner, he had no choice but to prop himself against the wall in a one-legged stance, forcing a smile uglier than tears. The meal money from earlier. Well pay. Well pay. The broken tables and chairs. All on us. The underlings frantically pulled out money. In no time Jiang Nen had 7 or 8,000 in hand. He said with satisfaction, you're pretty savvy. Keep your eyes peeled. That stall is under my protection. I live right here. If I ever see you getting cocky after a few drinks again, you know the consequences. Guangtou Chong and the others quickly forced smiles. We've got it, bro. Jiang Nan grinned, turned, and walked back to the stall. Only then did Wang Chong and his crew breathe a sigh of relief, collapsing onto the ground. Jiang Nan looked back. Who told you to put your feet down? Looking for a beating. He turned back and gave them another thorough thrashing. Resentment points from Wang Chong 999. Back at the stall, a few warm-hearted men quickly called out, "Come, little brother, have a drink. There aren't many young people with your sense of justice these days. You've got some good moves, kid. You're from Lingwu High nearby, right? Huh. You'd better be careful. They might come looking for trouble." Jiang Nen scratched his head and laughed. "It's fine, it's all handled." Aunt Joe hurried over. "Xiaonan, are you okay? You scared your aunt to death. Who would have thought this would happen? Will they come back here looking for trouble after you hit them?" Jiang Nen smiled. "No, leave this to me. Auntie, take this money. It's for their meal and the tables and chairs." "Oh dear. Why so much? We don't need this much." Jiang Nan insisted on pressing the money into Aunt Joe's hands. Just keep it. Consider the extra as next month's rent." "Ah, you child. Yuqing want you thank Xiao Nan." Zhou Yuqing, her eyes red, timidly approached. "Thank you, brother Jiang Nan." Her heart was still pounding wildly. Jiang Nan patted her head. "They'll take Yuqing home then." On the way back to the small courtyard, Zhou Yuqing's pretty face was flushed. Remembering Jiang Nan's gallant figure from earlier, her heartbeat quickened. "Brother Jiang Nan, can I be as strong as you someday?" "Jiang Nan, you started school early, you're only 15. You'll definitely awaken your ability at 16. Keep it up." The optimal age for ability awakening is 16, though there are prodigies who awaken before that, like Zhong Yingxue. Jiang Nan himself awakened at 16. It's rare for anyone to awaken after that age. "Mama, listen to you, brother Jiang Nan. Tomorrow morning for school, see. Can I walk with you?" Zhou Yuqing asked, blushing. It was clear she had mustered all her courage to say it. Jiang Nan naturally nodded in agreement. The girl had just gone through this ordeal and was surely terrified. Zhou Yuqing smiled excitedly. "Then he'll wake you up tomorrow morning." As if suddenly remembering something. He'll knock. Jiang Nan. It was hopeless. He would never be able to explain himself. Back in his small room, Jiang Nan lay on his bed scrolling through the resentment points list. Was the resentment from Zheng Wei still refreshing? That guy really holds a grudge. Would he come back to beat him up? This time Jiang Nan felt that stall fee was worth it. Within the stall's range, the vendor was invincible. Was this to prevent him from being beaten to death for selling junk? The skill section was pretty useful. It seemed that learning skills required his own trigger. After a day of hustling, Jiang Nan had earned over 300,000 resentment points. Unable to resist, he went for 3 more 10 pulls. The first 10 pulls. Only 1 marrow cleansing fruit and 9 bottles of strength potion. The consolation prizes had changed. Thank you for your patronage. Consolation prize 1 gene of detoxifying little soybeans. This repeated 20 times in a row. Detoxifying little soybeans. Effect can neutralize all deadly poisons in the world. Crispy with a chicken flavor. Then 20 gene of detoxifying little soybeans appeared in the item inventory. System store unlocked. Consolation prizes that have appeared can be purchased in the system store. Strength potion. 100 resentment points per bottle. What did this mean? From now on, instead of giving strength potions as thank you prizes, it would give detoxifying little soybeans. A strength potion that costs 100 resentment points in the store requires 10,000 to get through gacha. What kind of scam system is this? Could these detoxifying little soybeans actually detoxify? How would Jiang Nan dare to test it? After drinking a strength potion, he went bald, and it still hadn't grown back. Who knew what side effects these detoxifying little soybeans might have? He had learned his lesson. Consolation prizes were all scams, only the real rewards were good. He resolved to test the detoxifying little soybeans when he got a chance. Having been burned once, Jiang Nan didn't dare eat them. If he could collect his own resentment points, maybe it would have maxed out by now. He reluctantly ate the marrow-cleansing fruit. His talent improved again, and his cultivation rose to black iron 8 stars. I wonder if there's a limit to talent improvement. My talent should be a rank now, right? Jiang Nan didn't dwell on it. Just keep popping pills. Before, with poor talent and slow cultivation, his spatial ability was utterly useless. Now that he had a chance, it would be a shame not to strive. Thinking this, he pulled out his domestic smartphone and scrolled through it. In the Lingwu Class 1 group chat, someone had him. Holy crap, Nan Shun is trending again. The Weibo video has over 1 million views. Jiang Nan sets up a night market stall smashing bricks with his forehead. Someone had uploaded a short video of him smashing bricks. In the video, Jiang Nan was hawking and smashing bricks. It was going viral. Is he really smashing them? Invincible Ironhead Kid punches a testing machine to pieces during the day, smashes red bricks with his forehead at night. Is my Nan Shun this busy? Nan Shun, can your head smash a counterweight? Nan Shun, I can smash not just a counterweight, but an excavator too. Holy crap. Ha ha ha. Li Xiong. Li Xiong. Resentment points from Li Xiong 999. Jiang Nan chuckled to himself behind the screen. Curious, he downloaded Weibo, registered an account with the name Baldy, and used a picture of Saitama as his avatar. He found the video of himself smashing bricks. It had over 1.5 million views and more than 10,000 comments. First comment. I was there, real bricks. I'm going to the night market to see him tomorrow. Even though he's bald, he's still handsome. He's my type. But you've got no chance. I saw 2 gorgeous girls helping him sell goods. Stunningly beautiful. He scrolled back to WeChat and found Zhong Yingshi's contact. Her nickname was Listening to Snow and her profile picture was a cute cartoon snowman. Jiang Nan sent her the photo. She replied instantly. It's so late, why are you still on your phone? Go to sleep. Good night. Jiang Nan's heart nearly melted. Wow. The emoji was too adorable. He glanced at the time, past 1 in the morning. He then sent the photo to Xia Yao. Her nickname was Wolf Slayer, and her profile picture was a white wolf howling at the moon under the night sky. What the hell? Xia Yao, are you serious? Wolf Slayer. That's way more intense than just a ruthless person. He hadn't noticed her reply when they were eating earlier. He sent her the image, but she didn't respond, probably asleep. Jiang Nan turned in as well, but when he woke up early the next morning, the class group chat and Weibo had exploded. In the class group, Nan Shindam. Who are those 2 gorgeous girls? How did you manage to get them? Picking up girls while smashing bricks at the night market. That silver-haired girl is so cool. Even I, a girl, am smitten. Your Weibo is blowing up. You don't recognize them. They're the school beauties of Songjiang Lingwu High School. Zhongmingxue. That's Silver Wolf Xia Yao. Super tough, famous citywide, you know. Hey, race the question. How does Jiang Nan know them? Nanshin, they came free with my phone bill recharge. The lively atmosphere suddenly went cold. Resentment value from Zhou Bing 134. Resentment value from Han Yuan 422. From. Haha, he was so happy. Jiang Nan really loved these lovely classmates. He opened Weibo and saw 99 notifications. Looking closer, his followers had inexplicably soared to over 10,000. Tons of private messages. Hey handsome, wanna hang out at Jiangnan Night Market tonight? Watch you smash bricks. Baldy. Damn, that's fitting. I work in hairstyling. Want a free year of perm cards. Let those 2 beauties go, let me have them. Those legs. So big. That head. So white. Rain or shine, I'll wait for you at Jiangqing Night Market. Aren't these Zhong Yingxue and Xia Yao from our school? Jiang Nan skimmed through it, utterly amused by these ridiculous netizens. Brother who wants to give me a perm membership card, don't go. We'll meet up tonight. There were also some nasty ones. One called Luo. How dare you touch my woman? You're dead. Jiang Nan shot back without hesitation. If touching her means death, then I've already died 10,000 times. Hee, that was pretty slick. Resentment value from Luo Tianxiang 999. Resentment value from Luo Tianxiang 1000. The resentment list was refreshing like crazy. First time seeing 1,000. Was that guy going to die of rage? In a luxurious villa, Luo Tianxiang, clad in pajamas, crushed his phone with a crack. His face was frosty. Find out who this is. Don't let Xiaoxua know. Yes, young master. Jiang Nan headed to school in high spirits. That Luo Tianxiang sure had a short fuse. In just a moment, it was almost enough for a tentpole summon. Zhou Yuqing walked quietly beside Jiang Nan, stealing glances at him, her pretty face blushing. As they reached the alley entrance, several elderly men on their morning strolls were gathered around watching something. Jiang Nan squeezed in to see. Holy crap! Bald Chong and his gang of 7 or 8 were still standing on one leg, hands clasped behind their heads. With huge dark circles under their eyes, their legs trembling. Had they been standing there all night? It wasn't that they didn't want to leave. They were genuinely terrified after being beaten by Jiang Nan. Seeing him, they chorused, "Hello, Brother Nan. Hello, Brother Nan." Everyone's gaze instantly fell on Jiang Nan. So this bald guy was the boss. Zhou Yuqing looked at Jiang Nan, stars already sparkling in her eyes. Get lost, all of you. Making a scene here so early in the morning. Jiang Nan snapped. Brother Nan, my ass. What about my dignity? Bald Chong and his crew scrambled away as if pardoned. Brother Chong, are we just letting this go? No way. With skills like his, he's probably a spirit warrior too. He'll find someone to take him down. That's my brother Chong. He arrived at the classroom. Since Head topped the rankings yesterday, no one made snide remarks anymore. But no one had high hopes for him either. So what if he awakened a power-type ability? With trash talent, Head be left behind sooner or later. No one had ever seen an A-grade talent reach silver or gold rank. Li Xiang and Li Mayan had dark circles under their eyes, clearly hadn't slept well in 2 days. During the morning cultural class, he listened or not. He was excellent in academics, always first in class. He earned his tuition through hard work. Why wouldn't he listen? Even spirit warriors had to study right. But few thought like Jiang Nan. At lunch, he had braised beans and potatoes, devouring 2 big bowls. Something tasted off, not like usual. And sure enough, trouble struck during the afternoon class. Halfway through the lesson, Li Xiang, sitting in the front row, turned pale and clutched his stomach. Just as he raised his hand to speak, he collapsed to the ground, convulsing and foaming at the mouth. What the hell is going on? He's foaming at the mouth. Damn, could it be food poisoning? The beans at lunch tasted weird. I ate them too. My mom said undercooked beans are poisonous. Even the teacher panicked, calling for help. Quick, take him to the infirmary. At that moment, Jiang Nan's eyes lit up. Opportunity. This was a golden opportunity. He stood up and shouted, "Don't touch him." His shout stunned the entire class. What was going on? Jiang Nan, don't cause trouble. This is a life or death matter. Li Mayan seized the chance, yet don't be petty because of yesterday's incident. Amid the sarcastic remarks, Jiang Nan ignored them and shot back with taking him to the infirmary. Help. This is food poisoning. He could go into shock any moment. Waiting for an ambulance might be too late. Let me try. Jiang Nan's righteous expression baffled everyone. Teacher Jiang Nan, can you cure him? Jiang Nan, there's a field behind my hometown with extremely rich spiritual energy. The soybeans grown there have detoxifying properties. They're very effective. The class and teacher looked skeptical. Since Earth's spiritual energy resurgence, plant mutations with special effects were known, but soybeans for detox. Reliable. What are you waiting for? He'll be gone soon. Watching Li Xiang convulse and foam, the teacher gritted his teeth. Let's give it a try. If it doesn't work, take him to the infirmary and call an ambulance now. Jiang Nan wasted no time opening a dimensional space, as if retrieving soybeans. In reality, he took the detoxifying small soybeans from the system. He grabbed a pound, picked one, and fed it to Li Xiang. Jiang Nan was sure these beans could detox. After all, the strength potion had worked wonders. But the side effects? Who knew what the side effects of these detox beans were? Li Xiang, you'll have to bear with it. We're classmates. You must understand my good intentions. I'm helping you. I'm detoxifying you. It's for your own good. Ahem. I really have no other motives. Not a single one. The gazes of the classmates all converged on Li Xiang, who had just consumed the detoxifying little soybean. Suspicion flickered in their minds. Could that soybean really neutralize the poison? Moreover, was Jiang Nan truly that benevolent? After all, given the incident yesterday, the two were hardly on good terms. Yet within the span of a few breaths, Li Xiang's complexion, which had alternated between pallor and cyan, flushed with a healthy radiance. Utterly bewildered, what had just happened? Had he really been foaming at the mouth in front of the entire class? And convulsing? The teacher asked with concern, Li Xiang, how are you feeling? Is there any discomfort in your body? Li Xiang wiped the froth from his lips. Just now I felt dizzy and had a sharp pain in my stomach. But now, I'm fine. Not only was he fine, he felt incredibly refreshed. He could carry a sack of rice up several flights of stairs without losing his breath. He even had a craving for spicy hot pot. In that instant, everyone's gaze towards Jiang Nan shifted. It actually worked. This soybean was incredible. The effect was immediate. Are you really okay? Yes, I feel great. Just now. The teacher said with deep emotion, just now we owe it to classmate Jiang Nan. He saved you with his soybean. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unthinkable. Yeah, if it wasn't for Nan, Shin brother Xiang would probably be in the hospital right now. Li Mayan stood there awkwardly. Who would have thought the soybean would actually be useful? Li Xiang felt a bit embarrassed. After how he had treated Jiang Nan, who would have thought it would be him who saved him, repaying enmity with kindness? Thanks. Jiang Nan looked guilty. Haha, it's nothing. We're classmates. It's only right to look out for each other. Of course. What the hell? What was going on? Where were the side effects? Why was Li Xiang acting like nothing had happened? Could it be that side effects vary from person to person? Ah, damn it. My stomach is starting to hurt too. The green beans we had for lunch must have been poisonous. What does the school say? I ate a lot of those green beans at noon. I'm starting to feel the pain too. What do? I don't want to foam at the mouth. A chorus of groans filled the classroom. Seeing the situation turn dire, the teacher quickly asked Jiang Nan, these soybeans of yours? Jiang Nan said generously, teacher, please take them and use them freely. They are all my classmates. How could I watch them suffer? Anyone with a stomach ache, take one to detoxify. Even if you don't feel pain, take one as a precaution. The teacher said then, on behalf of the entire school, I thank you. I have to say you're still the best, Ninshan. A friend in need is a friend indeed. Words can't express it. I owe you one. The classmates were all filled with gratitude. Their looks towards Jiang Nan had completely changed. These soybeans could probably fetch a good price if sold right. With Jiang Nan's family in such a difficult situation, he still generously gave away his supply. So the teacher distributed the soybeans, giving one to each person. Some feeling it wasn't enough took 3 or 5. Just then the teacher received a call from the principal, and his expression shifted. It's not just our class, other classes, the entire school is experiencing food poisoning. It's been confirmed that the green beans are the cause. Jiang Nan, what do you think? Jiang Nan said with righteous indignation, distribute them. Give one to everyone. They are all my fellow students. How can I bear to see them suffer? The teacher was moved by his words. It'll go right away. There aren't many students with your moral integrity these days. Everyone should take Jiang Nan as an example. Amidst the admiring gazes of his classmates, the teacher left carrying a caddy of soybeans. The principal was panicking. A school-wide food poisoning incident was a disaster of epic proportions. One misstep, and it would make the news, costing him his position as principal. Who would have thought that the teacher would report that the soybeans contributed by Jiang Nan could neutralize the poison with remarkable efficacy? There were already students who had recovered after eating the soybeans, weeping tears of gratitude. What an exemplary student. We must record a great merit for Jiang Nan and give him a spiritual pearl this month. After a round of distribution, every teacher and student in the school ate a soybean. As expected, all discomfort vanished, leaving them feeling refreshed and clear-headed. The crisis was safely averted. The principal sat in his office, drenched in sweat, letting out a long sigh of relief. Phew, it's finally contained. I must properly thank that Jiang Nan. Back in the classroom, math class continued. But Jiang Nan frowned deeply. The detoxifying little soybean, a consolation prize, was indeed powerful. The effect was immediate. But what about the side effects? Could it be that only he suffered from them? Was this system really this malicious? No, that couldn't be right. Zheng Wei had gone bald after drinking the strength potion. But Li Xiang was perfectly fine. Jiang Nan had thought the effects varied by person. Now that the entire school had eaten the detoxifying little soybean, casting a wide net, he should be able to see the effects. But everything remained calm. Jiang Nan felt he might have been overthinking it, or maybe there were simply no side effects. Wasn't this perfect? He could just treat it as a good deed. But just then Jiang Nan's eyes lit up. What was that Li Xiang up to? He saw Li Xiang's expression change. Gurgle. His stomach let out a rumble. At first he could hold it in, but the more he tried to suppress it, the harder it became. He glanced around, and seeing no one was watching, he subtly lifted his hips. The sound was very soft, no one heard it. But the back of the classroom erupted. Whispers began. Holy crap, that's so rank. Was that you? Get lost. I didn't do it. It's freaking disgusting. It's a biological weapon. Li Xiang pretended to be engrossed in his book, determined not to let anyone know it was him. Calm. Steady. Keep it together. No matter the storm, remain unmoved like a mountain. That fart. It definitely wasn't his. But suddenly the surge of this gas became overwhelmingly powerful. Bam. Crack. The force that he had desperately tried to suppress broke free. After he reluctantly gave up, the unrestrained release of this double-barreled blast was so explosive that it made his chair tremble slightly. In an instant, the classroom fell into a deathly silence. Even the teacher's chalk snapped against the blackboard. The students' gazes instantly converged on Li Xiang. The sound was so loud, comparable to a firecracker or a thunderclap. Anyone who didn't hear that would have to be deaf. A unique odor instantly permeated the entire classroom. It was a sickly sweet and sour smell, like unwashed socks that had been pickled in a vat of sauerkraut for a year. Pungent. Extremely pungent. The moment Jiang Nan smelled it, he nearly threw up. Holy crap, this guy must have had sauerkraut and pork buns for breakfast. The stench was absolutely incredible. It's not even New Year's yet. Who set off firecrackers? Blue. Looks like Brother Xiang is under a lot of pressure. Li Xiang. That was truly loud. It definitely exceeded 3 megapascals. Cherry, are you okay? You've been through so much. Li Xiang sat upright, his hands clamped tightly on his thighs. His whole body was trembling and his face was as red as a monkey's rear end. The 2 poor girls sitting next to Li Xiang had already started rolling their eyes and dry heaving. Jiang Nan covered his nose, a wave of guilt washing over him. Holy crap. Could the side effect of the detoxifying little soybean be? Could it be? Hey, I didn't make you eat them. The teacher was the one who told you to eat them. This has absolutely nothing to do with me, Jiang Nan. The teacher was stunned by the unexpected commotion. Yet as a seasoned veteran of the classroom, he calmly tapped the blackboard and said, come on, let's continue. Let's get back to class. Now this logarithm. A sour and sweet scent lingered in the classroom, but soon everyone's expressions began to shift. Li Mayan's pretty face flushed, her fingers gripping the ballpoint pen so tightly they turned pale. She shifted her weight on the stool, discreetly, careful not to make a sound. As a qualified fairy, one must never let out air. Silencing a fart was a required skill for any fairy, but when faced with such an urgent onslaught, she misjudged the force. A melodious wavering sound with twists and turns like a heavenly tune emerged. It was long and drawn out. It resembled a swona playing off-key, a trombone sliding from its highest note to its lowest. Jiang Nan was speechless. This fairy, please stop tormenting your sphincter. It's suffering enough. Let it go. I'm telling you, holding it in is bad for your health. Many around Li Mayan glanced her way. Some male classmates bit their lips to stifle laughter, nearly drawing blood. An awkward atmosphere filled the classroom. Crack. The girl snapped her pen in half. But this was only the beginning. Someone coughed, and with the cough came a loud bang. Others flipped pages or drank water accompanied by puff and thump. The whole class grew lively with the rustling of books, the squeezing of water bottles, and the creaking of desks. A unique orchestra began to play. Bang, bang, slap, bang, 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 slap, uft, uft, boo, uft, 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 boo. Some shy girls couldn't bear it. They kept inhaling, trying to undo the disaster they'd caused. Seriously, you can't suck it back in. Give up. Jiang Nan couldn't help laughing, even slapping the table to keep a beat. The students stared in shock as Jiang Nan accompanied them with table slaps. Is this guy for real? Hey, not bad. It actually fits. But there was a big problem. The classroom's air grew increasingly colorful, even stinging the eyes. Finally, a student couldn't take it, wiping tears from his eyes. Classmates, aren't you hot? Let's open the windows. Open them now. It's way too hot. Hurry, open them all. You're so clever, you little genius. Once the windows were open, the air improved. But the janitor sweeping outside looked up and saw a visible white smoke drifting out of the classroom. A breeze carried it over. The janitor exclaimed, "What the heck? What kind of smell is this?" One or two people might have been fine, but the whole class was affected. Everyone's eyes instantly fell on Jiang Nan. They had all just eaten the soybeans. And now this. But they had begged for those soybeans, and Jiang Nan generously shared them. Besides, the soybeans had indeed helped neutralize the poison. No one could blame him. Instead, Jiang Nan's resentment list refreshed rapidly. Resentment from Li Xiang 999. Resentment from Li Mayan 999. A stream of 999s flashed, not just from his class, but from others too. The entire school had eaten the detoxifying soybeans. Other classes weren't any better off. Jiang Nan was ecstatic. This wasn't schadenfreude. He had helped them by detoxifying them. A good deed. Li Xiang scowled. Teacher, I need to go to the restroom. He had been grateful to Jiang Nan moments ago. But now, trouble always followed him. The teacher shot Jiang Nan a resentful look. Go ahead, go ahead. Teacher, I need to go too. And me? Fine, all of you go. He'll go as well. Class, study on your own first. Once the teacher left, the class erupted. Students rushed to the restroom like hungry wolves. In moments, only Jiang Nan remained in the classroom. He stroked his chin and thought, it seems these detoxifying soybeans have side effects. They cure the poison but cause diarrhea. After detoxification, the toxins have to be expelled, right? That logic wasn't flawed, but the effect was too intense. Now the whole campus was in chaos. Jiang Nan swore he had good intentions. He patted his chest in relief. Good thing I didn't eat any. If I had. Jiang Nan felt a sudden discomfort in his stomach, weakness spreading through his body. He remembered he had eaten 2 large bowls of beans for lunch. Jiang Nan was speechless. He took out a detoxifying soybean and hesitated. He chewed and swallowed it, then wore a look of utter despair. It didn't taste like chicken. What goes around comes around. No one escapes the runs. Retribution came fast like a tornado. Jiang Nan stood up and walked to the restroom with a dark expression. The hallway was filled with a strange odor. In the corridor, a graceful young woman in a miniskirt with long hair walked elegantly. Suddenly, her body stiffened. Her miniskirt fluttered slightly, and her hair swayed. Jiang Nan swallowed nervously. Quite a strong draft in this hallway. The young woman turned back, shooting Jiang Nan a resentful glare, then hurried away, all elegance lost. Indeed, even fairy sisters have their moments. When my hair reaches my waist. Farts make it fly. Jiang Nan couldn't believe he was composing poetry. When he reached the restroom, the crowd and agonized howls stunned him. The restroom was packed. After struggling to squeeze in, the scene before him shattered his worldview. Every stall was full, but that didn't stop these geniuses. A group was even squatting over the urinals. Squatting. A completely inhuman pose. Their expressions were utterly blissful. No way. This works. Jiang Nan was baffled. Why not? A living person won't be killed by shit. Don't worry, it's liquid ITLL flush. Was that really the issue? Hurry up. Damn it, hurry. Someone stomped impatiently, banging on the door. Inside, brother, what's your rush? I'm not done yet. A student behind calmly smiled. Don't panic. A red-faced classmate asked curiously, aren't you anxious? The guy said calmly, I thought it was just a fart. Turns out it wasn't. At those words, everyone instantly backed away, a meter faces filled with horror. I'm done. What about you? Jiangnan covered his face. Indeed, during diarrhea, never trust a seemingly harmless fart. Because it might be deceiving you. After waiting outside for quite a while, even Jiangnan's expression changed as he urged, What are you doing in there, buddy? Embroidering flowers. Unable to hold back any longer, Jiangnan teleported directly inside. Then a piercing scream rang out. It nearly scared the guy so badly, he almost fell headfirst into the pit. He had been peacefully relieving himself when suddenly a living person appeared out of nowhere. Damn, teleporting to take a dump. My Nan Shun is truly one of a kind. This is how you use that ability. What did you expect? All spatial ability users worldwide are registered because they'd make bank robberies too easy. No vault door could stop them. But our Nanshin uses it for the toilet. Jiangnan, are you done yet? The guy, are you done? I say, Nanshan. You, don't stare at me, I can't go with you watching. Jiangnan raised an eyebrow. Can't go. Need me to help. Resentment from Ma Long 999. Drenched in sweat, Jiangnan struggled mightily to finish his business. He teleported away from the scene and back to the classroom. He had forgotten that no one was inside anymore, and the toilet door was still locked. The crowd outside nearly battered the door down, their voices hoarse from shouting, but Jiangnan never emerged. He unexpectedly harvested another wave of resentment. Jiangnan initially thought classes would continue after the incident. But then, school was canceled. The reason? The school's restrooms were insufficient. Half the students went home to shower and change pants. The rest stayed in the classroom for self-study. Jiangnan sat innocently in the classroom, frantically doing test papers, unable to bear the resentful gazes shooting at him from his classmates. At dismissal, he was the first to flee, fearing that if he stayed any longer, he might get beaten to death. It seemed now that the stall fee wasn't paid in vain. At least on his stall mat, he was invincible, avoiding the fate of being beaten to death. This big dumb, a handsome system was quite considerate after all. Riding his old bicycle to Jiangxing Night Market again, he was stunned by the massive crowd. What's going on? So popular. Jiangnan was struggling to push through. Damn, the bald guy's here. Our wait wasn't in vain. Haha, I thought he wasn't coming today. We've been waiting for him. Someone shouted, and the crowd turned in unison, their eyes landing on Jiangnan. They parted a path for him straight to his stall. Only then did Jiangnan realize that his Weibo post had exploded yesterday. The brick-breaking video had also gone viral. Netizens, having finished dinner, had nothing better to do and came to watch the excitement. Jiangnan's eyes lit up. Business opportunity. A blatant business opportunity. Jiangnan spread his stall mat, placed 10 bottles of Farmer's 3 punches, sat on his little stool. He lined up red bricks behind him, grabbed one, and smashed it against his forehead. It shattered instantly. Damn, he really hits himself. Straight to the specialty act. Boss is awesome. This is way more shocking than watching the video. Street vendors these days are all masters. The crowd gasped in amazement. Jiangnan, wanna be like me, smashing bricks with your head, kicking durians, and tearing manhole covers with your bare hands? Drink this Farmer's 3 punches. If I can do it, so can you. Immediately someone scoffed. Is this for real? What is it? Miracle water. Give it a rest, you're exaggerating more than the village storyteller. Someone actually asked the price. How much per bottle? Jiangnan, 10,000 a bottle, no bargaining. Damn, even robbery isn't this brazen. 10,000. He'll take it. Even Jiangnan was stunned by this. A guy in a white t-shirt with flowing long hair as thin as a bamboo pole squeezed up to the front. He was holding a live streaming device. He immediately slapped down 10,000 in cash, and the live stream screen flooded with comments like 666, outrageously rich. 82-year vintage Farmer's 3 punches, smooth and sweet, you deserve it. Jiangnan finally understood. This was a small-time streamer trying to ride the wave of his viral Weibo video from yesterday, right? He took the money and handed the streamer a bottle of Farmer's 3 punches. The streamer flicked his flamboyant bangs and grinned. Bro, if this doesn't work after I drink it, I'll expose you as a fraud right here. The netizens are all watching. Jiangnan curled his lip. If it doesn't work after you drink it, I'll personally rip your head off and kick it like a ball. The streamer laughed. Haha, you said it. Huh, something fell off. If it doesn't work, why are you taking my head? Resentment from Su Yuan 451. Forget it. Down the hatch. Let's go. With that, the streamer really chugged the whole bottle. The onlookers were stunned, then burst into laughter. The live stream screen was flooded with comments, all haha. Bald. Light bulb. JPG. Mom asks why I'm kneeling watching this. Already passed out laughing in the toilet. Su Yuan let out a loud burp and instinctively flicked his flamboyant bangs. Huh, where are my bangs? No, where's my hair? How is it? Does it work? Jiang Nin asked, slinging an arm around his shoulder. Su Yuan grimaced, "Boss, I don't know if it works, but my hair is definitely gone." Jiang Nan, "That's not important. What matters is that you can now break bricks, bro." "Not important? How is it not important? I'm bald now, okay? Why would I want to break bricks? I want my hair. I'm a streamer who relies on my looks for a living." Resentment from Su Yuan 666. Haha. Whether it works or not, let's find out by breaking a brick. You've already spent 10 grand, don't chicken out. Right? This is a great chance to gain followers. The crowd joined in the heckling. Su Yuan thought it over. True, he was already bald. What did he have to lose? These days followers meant money. But when he saw the red bricks on the ground, he immediately lost his nerve. Real bricks. A live brick. What if the brick didn't break, but his skull did? That would be interesting. Maybe we should skip it. Jiang Nin wouldn't have it. How can we? If you don't break a brick, people will say my farmer's 3 punches doesn't work. Then how can I do business? He grabbed a red brick and smashed it down on Su Yuan's shiny bald head. Su Yuan didn't even have time to react. Bang! The brick shattered. Resentment from Su Yuan 999. It's not your head, so you don't care, right? The crowd gasped in shock. With Su Yuan's bamboo pole build, a gust of wind could knock him over. Had drinking farmer's 3 punches really enabled him to break bricks? Jiang Nan grinned. No problems, right? Bang! He smashed another red brick on Su Yuan's head. Resentment from Su Yuan 999. Bang! Jiang Nan, everyone take a look. This head. A real iron dome. Bang! Jiang Nan seemed to get addicted. In no time, he had broken over a dozen bricks on Su Yuan's head. Su Yuan tried to dodge, but Jiang Nan had him in a headlock, leaving him no escape. Damn! If you want to break bricks, break them on your own head. What's the deal with using my head? Sure, it works, but it hurts like hell. Resentment from Su Yuan 999. The onlookers were utterly astonished. They had watched as this skinny monkey-like streamer downed the farmer's 3 fists. And now could he really break bricks? Are you saying it's a setup? To be a plant, you'd need some real skill. Just look at Su Yuan's pathetic state. How could he have any ability to break bricks? The chat in the live stream was exploding. Huh. Breaking bricks with a red brick held to his neck. He shattered over 10 bricks already. Is the boss out for revenge against him? Look at that pitiful expression on his face. I'm laughing so hard. A big rocket is on the way. Does the farmer's 3 fists really work? Whoa, I want a bottle. Su Yuan, filled with rage, had nowhere to vent it. But seeing his skyrocketing fan count, he thought, fine, he'll endure. The onlookers couldn't hold back. It's just 10,000, right? Bring me a bottle. And me? I'm already bald, what's there to be afraid of? Jiang Nin chuckled. Only cash accepted. Wait, I'll go get the money right now. As for why I only take cash, Jiang Nin wanted to see how much money he could hold in his hands. Let's see how the system takes its cut. Also, it's not like it's a 9.99 to 0.01 deal, is it? Dream on. Business was booming. Su Yuan thought he could be let off like this. Who knew Jiang Nin was still using his head to break bricks during the time he was collecting money? Su Yuan was left speechless. In just that short time, the bruised and battered bald Chong arrived. This time he didn't just bring his 7 or 8 little brothers. In front of him was a scar-faced man, followed by 2 or 3 dozen others brandishing clubs, swaggering through the streets. Bald Chong wore a forced smile. Haha, Scarborough. This time we're counting on you. Last night, he wrecked our brothers. Scarborough scoffed. What a useless thing, what else can he do? Today I'll teach him a lesson. Bald Chong, Scarborough, you must be cautious, this kid is really sinister. He's probably a spiritual warrior. Scarborough disdainfully replied. What do you think I'm not? I can't possibly lose to him. Bald Chong didn't just pick anyone for this. When Scarborough was in his 30s, he accidentally awakened his beast transformation ability during a fight. Over the years, he gained some notoriety on the streets and was quite strong. Where is he? Where is he? Bald Chong pointed at Jiang Nan in the crowd. That's him. A group of people pushed their way in. But they were instantly stunned. They saw Jiang Nan holding a skinny monkey-like man wildly slapping a red brick against his head. Not holding back at all. Brick debris flew everywhere. A group of onlookers was cheering. Whoa, is he hitting so hard? Are we falling behind the times? The thuds were so forceful that the brick debris hitting their faces made them flinch. Bald Chong's face turned pale. Scarborough was instantly intimidated. The little brothers behind them, armed with clubs, were trembling. If that brick hit their heads, they would definitely end up in the hospital. Chong, I've eaten too much tonight. My stomach doesn't feel well. My strength might not show up well today. What if we wait until tomorrow? Bald Chong looked confused. Ate too much. Didn't you just say you wanted to finish it quickly and rush home for dinner? Oh, then I must have eaten too much at lunch. A little brother bluntly said. Lunch? Scarborough, you didn't eat anything at lunch either. Scarborough slapped that little brother's face. Tisk. How come you know so much? Do you know why you're getting hit? The little brother, pitifully covering his face, tentatively asked, Is it? Because I know too much. Scarborough swiftly took out his phone from his pocket. Hey, wifey. I'm at the night market. I'll be right back for dinner. What? You want a pancake? Sure, he said while walking out, moving quicker than ever. Bald Chong's face turned dark. Scarborough, can you not answer the phone upside down? The phone screen is facing out all right. The screen is lit up. It's still on lock screen. You're acting too much like it. I almost believed it. Jiang Nan sneered and called out, What's up? You trying to call me? Want to give it a shot too? Bald Chong shivered, hastily forced a smile. No, I'm just here to support South brother. How could he not be scared? Scarborough was already deflated. Revenge was impossible. The onlookers scoffed. With just this many of you, you think you can trouble Jiang Nan? Not enough to be hit by a brick. Jiang Nan had no time to deal with them. He was too busy collecting money. In the blink of an eye, 10 bottles of Farmer's Three Fists were sold out. Boss, where did you get this Farmer's Three Fists from? Yeah, it's amazing. Jiang Nan smiled and said, My backyard is rich in spiritual energy. The well water has mutated. Whoa, the well water is worth money. That's insane profit. 10,000 a bottle? Isn't that too steep? Jiang Nan snorted, I don't produce water. I'm just a transport worker for nature. What, a transport worker? Is that well for sale? I'll take it. A well? There's no well at all. Good luck finding it. There isn't even a backyard. Jiang Nan was contemplating whether to continue selling. But unexpectedly, just as one wave settled, another rose. A screeching halt echoed as a stretched Lincoln and 3 Land Rovers arrived at the night market. A youth clad in designer clothes stepped out of the Lincoln, sporting a head of flashy hair. With his pale skin and sharply defined features, he exuded the aura of a wealthy scion. He radiated the scent of money. The doors of the 3 Land Rovers swung open. 10 burly men wearing sunglasses stepped out, all exuding an intimidating aura. They were all spiritual warriors, and their levels were definitely not low. The levels of spiritual warriors are black, iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, starry sky, and the strongest Dao Tian. Each level has 10 stars, and these big men were all at least bronze-level spiritual warriors. Make way. Everyone clear a path for us. Let us through for young Master Luo. The previously lively night market quieted down considerably due to their arrival. Those who were pushed aside dared not voice their complaints. Just looking at their imposing manner made it clear they were not to be trifled with. Luo Tianxiang had a grim look on his face as he led his men directly to Jiang Nan's stall. Pointing at Jiang Nan, he scolded, It's you, right? A clownish dog, you've offended someone you can't afford to mess with. Don't you want to die? Today I'll fulfill that wish for you. Jiang Nan released. Su Yuan clapped the brick dust from his hands and calmly said, Who do you think you are? You come here spouting nonsense right off the bat. What's wrong? Did you eat too much in the bathroom for dinner? He glanced at the muscular men. You guys aren't going to stop this kid from eating shit. Su Yuan, who had just run to the side, felt like he had been granted amnesty. Upon hearing Jiang Nan, he was trying to stifle his laughter, his shoulders shaking while the equipment was still live streaming. The viewers inside were glued to the screen, and the number of people in the live stream room was increasing. What are you shaking for? I can't see clearly. I didn't expect to see such a good show. I know that person, he's Luo Deschao from Songjiang Lingwu, the young master of the Luo family. This street vendor is really tough, bringing so many people with him. Not the least bit intimidated. I'm increasingly curious about this stall owner's identity. Resentment from Luo Tianxiang 1000. Jiang Nan finally remembered. Wasn't this the Luo from Weibo? He actually came looking for a fight. Jiang Nan didn't care how many people the other side brought. What background, what status? Even if you brought a heavenly powerhouse, so what? Standing on his stall cloth, he was invincible. Wasn't the stall fee paid for nothing? Luo Tianxiang trembled with rage, his eyes filled with cold malice. Just a mouthful of tricks. A clown. Let me tell you. I don't care who you are. What's your relationship with Zhong Yingxue? Stay away from her. I have status. I have money. I can give her everything. You're nothing, you poor bastard. What do you have to compete with me? If I see you contacting her again, they'll make sure you never see the sun tomorrow. Jiang Nan frowned deeply. He came for Zhong Yingxue. Who was this guy? He remembered Xia Yao mentioning something during a meal. Zhong Yingxue seemed troubled. Since he ran into him, there was no reason to let him off. Jiang Nan rubbed his chin. Make sure I never see the sun tomorrow. What? Did you check the weather forecast? Is it going to rain tomorrow? The bystanders couldn't hold it in anymore. What the hell weather forecast? Speaking of which, it is supposed to rain tomorrow. Learned it. What a genius train of thought. Su Yuan's live stream was already exploding. The barrage was so thick, you couldn't see faces anymore. Luo Tianxiang was gnashing his teeth in hatred. To hell with your weather forecast. If you're asking for death, I'll grant it. Get him. Take him away. You like to talk? He'll make sure you never speak again. Two burly men charged like ferocious tigers. One was a 9-star bronze, the other a silver-tier powerhouse. Although they couldn't use their abilities openly in public, their physical prowess was far beyond ordinary people. That ruthless edge was definitely learned on the battlefield. Normally Jiang Nan, a 9-star black iron, even with his spatial ability and the boost from the strength potion, would be no match. But the problem was he was standing on his stall cloth. The burly man's fist came crashing down with a fierce wind, aiming straight for Jiang Nan's stomach. Jiang Nan sidestepped, grabbed the burly man's arm, and yanked hard. Crack! The crisp sound of a dislocated joint sent shivers down everyone's spine. The man stumbled, feeling a sinister wind at the back of his head. Jiang Nan had picked up a red brick and brought it down viciously. In dire straits, the burly man had no choice but to try using his beastification ability. But try as he might, nothing happened. Bang! The brick shattered and the man collapsed. Seeing this, the silver-tier powerhouse tried to use his water ability. But after struggling for a while, nothing worked. He was completely dumbfounded. What was going on? First time this happened. But Jiang Nan had already slapped him and, skilled in hand-to-hand combat, executed a joint lock. He snapped one of his arms. Then he kicked hard at the man's slightly bent leg. Another crack that made everyone shudder. The two burly men lay on the ground, sweating profusely from pain but not uttering a sound. Jiang Nan seemed to be in character, his face solemn. He struck a pose and beckoned, "I want to fight 10. The onlookers were stunned. "Why? Yuan, Master Yi, is that you?" 10. Where are there 10? At most there are 9 left. Sigh. How old is he? No wonder he's so tough. Resentment from Luo Tianxiang 1000. You? How is that possible? You're only 9-star black iron. Barehanded you. Luo Tianxiang's mind was buzzing. The one who just went up was a silver-tier spirit warrior. His water ability could cut through steel plates, but he was taken down in 2 moves. His ability never even activated. The scene before him shattered his worldview. He was this strong and still selling at a street stall. Wasn't he a student from Jiangxing? No. One high school. Jiang Nan sneered, "My black iron is meteoric iron." They had no idea. As long as he was on the stall cloth, even a gold tier wouldn't stand a chance. Young Master Luo, be careful. This guy is tough. There's something off about him, probably a domain-type ability. Don't get close to him easily, or else we might not be able to protect you. Luo Tianxiang's face twisted. "I don't care. All of you attack. Let's see how long he can hold out." But just then someone shouted, "Fight again, and he'll call the cops." Spirit warriors fighting in public. You've got some nerve. Su Yuan also chimed in. "I have so many netizens watching. It won't look good if this gets out." Jiang Nan had helped him gain so many followers he couldn't just stand by. Luo Tianxiang was gnashing his teeth in fury, even though the Luo family had deep pockets and far-reaching influence. In this era, spirit warriors fighting openly in public was a major taboo. China had put great effort into maintaining social stability during this age of spiritual energy revival. And so many people at the Jiangnan night market had seen everything clearly. If something really happened, the Luo family would be at the center of the storm and the losses would be enormous. Just you wait. They'll make your life a living hell. Trust me, I have the power, Luo Tianxiang said venomously. Jiangnan snorted. A barking dog never bites. You? Let's go. Luo Tianxiang smashed his phone on the ground and stormed off. He had just changed his phone that morning, and now 2 were broken in one day. All because of Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan quickly called out, "Don't leave." Then he started packing up. By the time he reached the entrance of the night market, the stretch Lincoln had already driven off. Wait, what's happening? Is that stall owner chasing after them? I give up. I really do. Does Songjiang Lingwu know that young Master Luo suffered such a big loss at Jiangnan night market? Jiang Nan wasn't about to let it go. Watching the roaring stretch Lincoln, he pulled out his domestic divine phone and vanished in an instant. Inside the stretch Lincoln, Luo Tianxiang sat grimfaced, holding a glass of champagne. The next moment, Jiang Nan abruptly teleported into the car, draping his arm over Luo Tianxiang's shoulder. Luo Tianxiang was terrified, his eyes nearly popping out as he spilled the champagne all over his pants. "So, hey, holy shit. What the hell?" Jiang Nan raised his domestic phone. "Come on. Smile for me." He pulled Luo Tianxiang close and flashed a bright smile. Click. The shutter clicked and Jiang Nan was gone without a trace. The Lincoln driver, startled by the sudden appearance, slammed on the brakes. Due to inertia, Luo Tianxiang, who had just been drenched, shot forward like a rocket, his head plunging straight into the liquor cabinet. A loud crash followed. Broken glass and liquor were everywhere. Then bang. The Range Rover behind them couldn't stop in time and rear-ended them. Luo Tianxiang had just pulled his head out when the liquor cabinet fell on him. Oh, 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 oh. Walking home, Jiang Nen looked at the photo on his phone. In the photo, Jiang Nen had a bright smile, while Luo Tianxiang looked terrified. His eyes were bulging, and a large wet patch covered his pants. TSK. This guy doesn't photograph well either. Returning home, Jiang Nan threw himself onto the bed. Gazing at his own radiant smile in the photograph, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of dissatisfaction. After touching up the photo with editing software, he finally sent it to Xia Yao. Xia Yao, who was that guy? He came looking for me at the night market today. Do you know him? As expected, Xia Yao replied shortly after. A message from Wolf Slayer. Ha. What's going on? How did you turn Luo Tianxiang into such a mess? Why are his pants wet? And his expression? Image. It was a gif of a little white rabbit clutching its belly, rolling on the ground, laughing and kicking its legs. Xiaonan, I absolutely adore you. Jiang Nan looked at Xia Yao's username and avatar, feeling a sense of dissonance. He replied, he brought people to the night market looking for me, told me to stay away from Shueshua. I sent him packing. Xia Yao, are you okay? Luo Tianxiang might be trash, but he's still strong. Bronze 8-star with a beast transformation ability. Worried, Nanshin, what do you think? Look how brightly I'm smiling. Xia Yao, ha. I'm really curious how you managed that. But don't let your guard down. This guy is disgusting, always scheming behind people's backs. Shueshua and I have both suffered because of him. Jiang Nan frowned slightly. What exactly is going on? What were you going to tell me the other day during dinner? Xia Yao, you know we spirit warriors usually enter the spirit ruins in teams. I have beast transformation. Xiao Shui is fire type output, Luo Tianxiang is lightning type, and there's Han Sheng the tank. Luo Tianxiang likes Shueshua. The Luo family has deep roots and great influence across the north. Old Master Zhong also wants to set them up. At first the team was harmonious. But ever since Luo Tianxiang got support from his elders, he started going overboard. In the spirit ruins, he'd find every excuse to get close to Xiao Shui. And he wouldn't allow Xiao Shui to talk to other guys. Of course, Xiao Shui couldn't stand being with someone like that. She was deeply troubled. But the Zhong family had done so much for her, and with the old master pushing for it, she was caught in a dilemma. Once at a gathering, he went so far as to spike Xiao Shui's drink. If I hadn't noticed in time, it would have been a disaster. After that incident, the team became more and more dysfunctional. Now just seeing that guy makes me want to vomit. As Jiang Nan read through the barrage of messages from Xia Yao, his expression turned ice cold. He was never a saint. Zhong Yingxue was arguably the only person in the world who mattered to him. Life at the orphanage was harsh, but they had each other. Every bit of kindness Zhong Yingxue had shown him was etched into Jiang Nan's heart. This bond was absolutely unbreakable. Now that they had finally reunited after all this time, since someone dared to mess with the people he cared about, to hell with the Luo family. He would never let Luo Tianxiang off easy. He replied, tomorrow's Saturday, no school. Pretty lady, how about a date? Image. GIF. Looking forward to it. Xia Yao, what do you plan to do to me? Lying in bed, Jiang Nan shuddered, goosebumps rising all over. The thought of Xia Yao with her short silver hair and explosive figure made him gulp involuntarily. Was this gorgeous woman actually playing along? Wasn't she still mad about the shorts incident? I wouldn't dare. I'm terrified of your legendary headlock. Resentment from Xia Yao 333. I don't give just anyone the headlock treatment. Come on, tell me. What do you want to do tomorrow? Jiang Nan, naturally to stir up some trouble. An eye for an eye. Since things have come to this, why keep him around? Strike first. Xia Yao, are we going after Luo Tianxiang? Do you have a plan? Count me in. Count me in. Little did Jiang Nan know Xia Yao, who was lying in bed playing on her phone, had already jumped up in excitement. Jiang Nan, ahem. Covert operation. Don't tell Shueshua. Xia Yao, oh no. I was too loud just now. Xiao Shui is coming to my room. Jiang Nan, too loud. Wait, they live together. Since when? Were they actually? Had Xia Yao already made her move? Jiang Nan felt like he had stumbled upon something monumental. Gotta go. They'll pick you up at your place tomorrow morning. Zhong Yingxue, dressed in a white gauze nightgown, rubbed her sleepy eyes and pushed open the door. Xiao Yao, what are you yelling about so late? Why aren't you asleep? Xia Yao whined. I had a nightmare. I'm so scared. Shueshua, sleep with me. Zhong Yingxue replied expressionlessly, in your dreams. She turned, closed the door, and left. Utterly ruthless. Lying in bed, Jiang Nan pondered the next day's plans. The outline of a scheme was already forming in his mind. Haha. As he thought, a mischievous smile crept across his face. Checking his resentment points, he saw he had over 700,000. The main contributors were those lovely classmates. The detoxifying little soybeans were indeed potent. Time for a temple. Thanks for your patronage. Consolation prize, 1 caddy of detoxifying little soybeans. Staring at the string of thanks for your patronage, Jiang Nan was used to it by now. After 5 pulls, he got 3 marrow-cleansing fruits and 47 caddies of detoxifying little soybeans. Then the detoxifying little soybeans were also added to the system shop. They could be purchased for 200 resentment points. Jiang Nan was beyond speechless. As for the remaining 10 pulls, he got another batch of marrow-cleansing fruits. The remaining 19 pulls yielded a new consolation prize. Thanks for your patronage. Consolation prize: 1 bundle of spiritual leeks. Spiritual leeks. Effect: consuming them makes you more virile and blissful. The effect lasts for 3 days and 3 nights. Suitable for both men and women. The ultimate must-have for studs and stunners. Jiang Nan was stunned. Spiritual leeks. Wasn't this just the blue little candy pill? 3 days and 3 nights. 3 days and 3 nights. Never-ending. Impressive, impressive. On a whim, Jiang Nan felt like frying up a plate of leeks scrambled eggs to taste. But on second thought, he chickened out. This was serious business. How could he experiment lightly? What if something went wrong? It concerned his lifelong happiness. Still, he took out the 4 marrow-cleansing fruits he had won from the lottery. Like a hamster nibbling sunflower seeds, he ate them all. Jiang Nan could feel his talent improving, and his cultivation base had reached the peak of black iron 10 star. Just 1 step away from breaking into the bronze rank. So far, Jiang Nan had consumed 6 marrow-cleansing fruits. By the 5th one, he felt no further improvement in his talent. He had hit the ceiling with this pill. Even marrow-cleansing fruits had their limits. Sure enough, the fruit also appeared in the system shop priced at 100 resentment points. Not cheap at all. It seemed the next 10 pulls' real prize wouldn't be marrow-cleansing fruits. He wondered what it would give. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Nan suddenly remembered something. He quickly opened his dimensional space to check, then let out a blood-curdling wail. As expected, the 100,000 from selling the farmer's 3 punches had been reduced to 9,990,01. He only had 1,000 left. As for skill points, they had reached 1,013. His miserable cry even woke Zhou Yuqing. Brother Jiang Nan, what's wrong? The sound was like banging his shin on a table corner, stubbing his toe on a cabinet door, catching his chin in a zipper, dropping his phone on his face. Equally miserable. Despite all his calculations, he still couldn't escape the system's harvest, forced to pay a stall fee. Checking the skill panel again. Skill: hand-to-hand combat, proficient LV1. Skill: brick ambush, LV0. Jiang Nan was stunned. Was brick ambush even a skill? Could it get any more ridiculous? Could a brick really work wonders? It seemed he had triggered the skill learning when he ambushed that burly man with a brick. Seeing his skill points over 1,000. Well, he was just that extravagant. Max it out. 100 skill points deducted. Skill: brick ambush, proficient LV1. In an instant, countless information flooded his mind. Jiang Nan was wrong. A red brick could indeed work wonders. Damn, brick ambush was a profound art. Jiang Nan didn't waste the remaining skill points. He poured them all into hand-to-hand combat. Hand-to-hand combat, proficient LV91. Jiang Nan was taken aback. It didn't level up. To advance further in proficient level hand-to-hand combat, it required 10 skill points per level. How shameless could it be? Couldn't it give a heads up? Now he had a pitiful 3 skill points left. Filled with resentment, Jiang Nan drifted off to sleep. The next day, Jiang Nan rose early. While brushing his teeth in the courtyard, he heard a commotion in the alley. Sensing something, he quickly changed and stepped out. At the alley's entrance, a Koenigsegg blue ghost was parked. Xia Yao wearing sunglasses and light-colored skinny jeans that accentuated her long legs to perfection. She sported a cool denim jacket over a crop top and a white beret covering her short silver hair. She was peering down the alley. The elderly folks in the alley were gawking, and even Zhou Yuqing was there. Such a beautiful girl. And the car's gorgeous too. My son says this car is incredibly expensive. Looks like she's waiting for someone. Who's she waiting for here? Maybe she's lost. Zhou Yuqing watched curiously just as Jiang Nan came out. Brother Jiang Nan, where are you going? No class today, right? Jiang Nan smiled, got plans with a friend. Just as Zhou Yuqing was about to say more, Xia Yao, leaning against the sports car, spotted Jiang Nan and waved vigorously. Xiao Nan, over here, Jiang Nan. He saw her. How could he not? She was practically glowing with beauty. Zhou Yuqing's mouth fell open in surprise. Was this beautiful sister here for brother Jiang Nan? Watching him wave back, Zhou Yuqing furrowed her brow. When had he met someone so wealthy? Then why was he still renting? Would he suddenly move away? If he did, would their paths ever cross again? A young girl's mind was always full of thoughts. She found him more and more unfathomable. The elderly folks were also stunned. He was here for Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan said helplessly, Xia Yao, weren't we supposed to keep a low profile? And this blue ghost? A blue ghost worth over 11 million. Xia Yao grinned, ruffling Jiang Nan's hair. In just a few days, his head had grown dark stubble. Now a short crew cut, it felt great to touch. He looked especially spirited and clean. They say a crew cut is the ultimate test of a handsome man, and as a refreshingly handsome type Jiang, Nan had conquered it. I was low-key enough okay. If I'd taken the G-Wagon, Shueshua would have found out. I hesitated for ages before picking Little Blue. Hesitated. With so many choices. So she had more than one. Jiang Nan said seriously, I really don't want to work hard anymore. Consider it. Resentment from Xia Yao 333. Joker, get in. Under the watchful eyes of the elderly folks, the gull-wing door opened, and Jiang Nan climbed in. With an engine roar, the blue ghost sped off. The alley was uneven. Inside, Jiang Nan winced at the scraping sound of the chassis. But Xia Yao didn't care at all, instead asking excitedly, Tell me, what's your plan? Jiang Nan smirked. Where's Luo Tianxiang now? Xia Yao replied without hesitation, probably at home. He'll head to Luo Tian Tower later. I've scouted it all out. Jiang Nan said, Let's go to his place first. As you command. Xia Yao was fully in character. Outside Haitian Villa District, Jiang Nan stayed in the car, pulling out his phone to order delivery. Xia Yao leaned in curiously, Get me a serving of buns, all meat. She handed Jiang Nan a brand new iPhone 11 from the side. Jiang Nan froze. What are you waiting for? It's a gift. I said I'd replace yours last time. Jiang Nan sighed. It feels great not having to work hard. Resentment from Xia Yao 666. Xia Yao blushed. Not to be outdone, she leaned close to his ear and whispered, Big sis has some easy pickings here. Want a taste? Jiang Nan said righteously, What a coincidence. My teeth are bad. Can't handle anything hard. Xia Yao rolled her eyes. She was done with him. You're such a tease. Shueshua said you'd even poke around rat holes as a kid. I didn't believe it, but now I do. Jiang Nan couldn't argue, because he had actually done that. Soon this starving delivery guy arrived, standing bewildered outside the Villa District. Jiang Nan quickly got out and called, I ordered that. The delivery guy was stunned. What was going on? Were Koenigsegg owners this capricious? Xia Yao didn't think much at first, but she saw Jiang Nan say something to the guy and cheerfully hand him 500 yuan. Then the delivery guy started stripping off his clothes. Xia Yao was stunned in broad daylight. But then she saw Jiang Nan put on this starving uniform, a cap and a mask before returning to the car. Xia Yao patted her chest in relief, glad she had overthought it. Back in the car, Jiang Nan tossed her buns to her. Wait, you didn't order this breakfast to eat? Of course not. What proper young person eats breakfast these days? Xia Yao stared at the buns in her arms. Resentment from Xia Yao 888. Don't show your face later, okay? The Koenigsegg Blue Ghost roared all the way to Haitian Villa District, leaving a delivery guy in a vest and shorts standing dumbfounded in the wind. Rich folks living in Villa Districts were naturally wealthy, and seeing the car, the security guard didn't even stop them. They were admiring the Blue Ghost's sleek lines when the door opened. Jiang Nan, in a starving uniform and carrying an insulated box, stepped out. The guard was baffled. Are delivery guys this loaded now? Could one delivery even cover the gas? Jiang Nan opened the insulated box and added some special ingredients to the soy milk inside. Nothing much, just half a bottle of Vitality Elixir and the powder of 10 detoxifying yellow beans. Generous to a fault. 10 beans no less. How magnanimous. He walked up to the villa and pressed the doorbell. Delivery. Before long, an old butler in a tailcoat with a white beard opened the door. The butler was taken aback at the sight of Jiang Nan in his starving uniform. Before the old butler could speak, Jiang Nan asked, Are you Mr. Luo? The butler frowned. Had the young master ordered a meal? As he stood there dazed, Jiang Nan had already handed over the Xylong Bao and soy milk. Don't forget to give me a 5-star review. With a sly wink, he turned and walked away. Upstairs, Luo Tianxiang was drying his hair, dark circles under his eyes. A band-aid was plastered on his cheek. Yesterday had rammed his head into the liquor cabinet. Now there was a huge lump on his head. Old you, who's there? A delivery man. Did the young master order a meal? Luo Tianxiang was baffled. He hadn't ordered anything. Must be a wrong delivery. But the buns and soy milk made him hungry, so he didn't bother to clarify. Leave it on the table. He'll eat it later. Luo Tianxiang usually skipped breakfast, not because he wasn't hungry, but because he couldn't be bothered. Free food. Why not take it? Sitting on the sofa, Luo Tianxiang took a bite of the bun and a sip of the soy milk. Whoa, whose soy milk was this? Had it been watered down? It was a bit thin, but the flavor was spot on with a rich, aromatic bean taste. After finishing the soy milk, Luo Tianxiang felt refreshed and energized, his fatigue completely washed away. 5 stars. 5 stars. Rubbing his cheeks, Luo Tianxiang let out a cold laugh. He had already tracked down Jiang Nan's address and contacted Luo Tian Group overnight to finalize the acquisition and redevelopment plan. Today he was going to follow up on it. Mess with me. He'll make you homeless, and this is just the first step. He got up and left. A gentle breeze blew and his head felt unusually cool. Huh, it's a bit cool today. Old Yu vaguely saw Luo Tianxiang's receding figure and thought his eyes were playing tricks on him. The back of his head was completely bald. Just as he was about to call out, Luo Tianxiang had already left. Old age and failing eyesight. Jiang Nan and Xia Yao, who had been hiding in the car, watched him leave. Xia Yao's mouth fell open as she stared at Luo Tianxiang's head. It was gleaming and shiny, reflecting the sunlight with a purple lump right on top. Ha ha ha, he's bald. Bald. Ha, that shiny head. And that lump on it. Is that for real? I can't take it. Xiao Nin, dying of laughter. Xia Yao grabbed Jiang Nin, laughing so hard, she was shaking, tears streaming down her face. What did you put in that soy milk? Huh, you're so wicked. I love it. Jiang Nin held back his laughter, his face once again squished against Xia Yao's. Shoo, keep it down. He hasn't noticed. Luo Tianxiang really hadn't noticed. He got into his GTR, revved the engine, and sped off toward Luo Tian Group. Quick, let's follow him. Xia Yao stifled her laughter, floored the gas, and tailed him. In the car, Luo Tianxiang's expression turned strange. His stomach rumbled violently, and an urgent need to defecate hit him. Damn, why does my stomach hurt? He decided to hold it in until he got to the company. The more he held it, the worse it got, so he just floored the accelerator. Xia Yao wondered, why is he driving faster? Jiang Nan snickered quietly. Of course, head speed up. How could he not? That was a hefty dose, 10 beans worth. I bet he'll have to roll down the windows soon. Xia Yao was stunned. Could he really predict that? In the GTR, Luo Tianxiang's face had turned pale. Then came a loud bang, and his face grew even more ashen. The smell inside the car was unbearable even for him. He nearly threw up the buns he'd eaten earlier. Quickly lowering the window, he gasped for air and drove even faster. Even he couldn't believe he could produce such a foul fart. Xia Yao looked as if she'd seen a ghost. He actually rolled down the window. How did you know? Are you a fortune teller? Jiang Nan. At that moment, Luo Tianxiang's hands were gripping the steering wheel so tightly that the veins on his arms bulged. He was drenched in sweat. He was guarding the back door with all his might, not daring to relax. He already regretted his earlier decision. Damn it, had hit rush hour. Traffic jam. He stuck his head out and roared. Hurry the hell up. I could walk faster than this. Then he started honking like crazy. After being stuck for half an hour, Luo Tianxiang didn't dare shout anymore. He was afraid that if he let out a yell, the back door would give way. Jiang Nan took off his work uniform and waved at Xia Yao. Xia Yao leaned in excitedly, her ear close to him. Whisper, whisper, whisper. Got it. Jiang Nan's breath tickled her ear, making her cheeks flush, but her eyes sparkled. Really? That's so exciting. I love it. Jiang Nan reached out and high-fived her. After you're done, get back in the car and wait for me. Yes, Commander Jiang. Luo Tianxiang barely made it to the company, dashing toward the building the moment he got out of the car. His walking posture was so awkward. He didn't dare take long strides. Every employee he passed looked at him in shock, then bit their lips, faces red, and bowed their heads, saying, Good morning, young Master Luo. Even after he passed, they kept staring. Luo Tianxiang felt pretty good. It had been a long time since he'd received such attention. But he had no time for them and headed straight for the elevator. After getting out of the car, Jiang Nan hid in a secluded corner and opened his dimensional space. He pulled out a ladder and hoisted it onto his shoulder. Then he walked straight toward Luo Tian building. A security guard stopped him. What are you doing? Jiang Nan said, circuit maintenance. And they let him in. Sure enough, TikTok wasn't lying. Had seen a skit online the other day. No matter where you go, if you carry a ladder, they'll never stop you. No problem. In the elevator, Luo Tianxiang stood frozen, not daring to move. He pressed the button for the 33rd floor, and the doors were about to close. But then a hand reached in, and Jiang Nan walked in with his ladder. Luo Tianxiang was about to lose his mind. Damn it, couldn't you have waited for the next one? He was in a hurry. To Luo Tianxiang's utter despair, Jiang Nan pressed every button from the 2nd to the 33rd floor. Resentment from Luo Tianxiang 1000. Resentment from Luo Tianxiang 1000. Jiang Nan muttered, sorry, gotta check every floor for circuit maintenance. Luo Tianxiang wanted to get off, but as soon as he took a step, he froze. There was also a young lady in the elevator clutching a folder, dressed in business attire. She smiled and nodded, but said nothing. Then the elevator started moving. The elevator ascended. Due to inertia, everyone felt a sinking sensation. Normally that wouldn't be a problem, but the issue was that Luo Tianxiang couldn't handle it. After all, he had quite a bit stored up inside. As the elevator lurched upward, Luo Tianxiang clamped his legs together and gripped the handrail in an awkward posture. A burst of resentment from Luo Tianxiang 1000. The elevator stopped at the 2nd floor. Jiang Nan pretended to poke his head out to check the hallway lights. But inwardly he was laughing hysterically. Trying to mess with me. Bullying Zhong Ingxue. Today I'll show you what true despair means. The elevator doors closed again. Luo Tianxiang's gaze toward Jiang Nen turned vicious, but as he looked he saw his reflection in the stainless steel doors. Luo Tianxiang was stunned to see a bald head with a large purplish bump on top. His mind went blank for a moment. What the hell? Who was this grotesque idiot with a ferocious expression drenched in sweat and sporting a horn-like bump? This wasn't that himself. Luo Tianxiang exploded on the spot. Another burst of resentment from Luo Tianxiang 1000. The resentment list refreshed wildly. He had already guessed that the soy milk he drank this morning was tampered with. He was furious. Who the hell was messing with him? He was about to lose it, but as the elevator moved, my dear Mother Mary. The handrail was bent out of shape by Luo Tianxiang's grip. Jiang Nen could even hear his teeth grinding. 10 pills. Was that a bit too much? The elevator ascended, stopping at every floor. Luo Tianxiang fought the urge to let loose, staring desperately as the elevator finally reached the 32nd floor. The resentment points never stopped pouring in. Just as the light of victory seemed within reach, Jiang Nen calmly took out his phone and made a call. At the same time, a loud crack echoed. The entire Luo Tian building lost power. The elevator was stuck between the 32nd and 33rd floors. Luo Tianxiang's eyes bulged. Damn it. The young lady was initially flustered but quickly composed herself and dialed the emergency phone in the elevator. Okay, half an hour to fix it. Fine. Luo Tianxiang was stunned. What? Half an hour? I'm about to meet my doom here. He immediately tore the handrail off the wall and shouted at the other two, both of you turn around. The young lady was puzzled. What's wrong with young Master Luo today? A bad feeling crept into Jiang Nan's heart. He looked horrified. What the hell was this guy about to? Luo Tianxiang couldn't care less. He couldn't last half an hour. You pervert. The young lady blushed and quickly turned away. Under Jiang Nan's horrified gaze, Luo Tianxiang crouched down and got to work. Jiang Nan, holy crap. He quickly opened his dimensional space, pulled out a gas mask he had prepared, put it on, and even handed one to the young lady. Then he took out his phone and started recording. The young lady was losing her mind. What was happening? A gas mask? Was this guy serious? With a cacophony of sounds, Luo Tianxiang finally wore an expression of relief. She never imagined that young Master Luo would do such a thing in the company elevator. Amidst her screams, Luo Tianxiang finally noticed Jiang Nan recording him. How could he not understand now? There were fewer than 10 spatial ability users in the world. Jiang Nan, you set me up. He'll make sure you die a miserable death. Aork. Luo Tianxiang was utterly enraged and wanted to strike, but given his current state, he couldn't even get up. Jiang Nan sneered. You'd better take care of yourself first. Meanwhile, the security guard watching the monitors was stunned. He quickly called his colleagues over to watch. Then an announcement echoed through the Luo Tian building. Comrade in the elevator, please mind your manners. What's going on with the elevator? You don't know? Some madman. In the elevator. Ugh, really? Impressive. What a character, bro. Since the power was out, the employees had nothing else to do. Countless people gathered to watch the spectacle. Luo Tianxiang gritted his teeth, took off his shirt, and wrapped it around his face. At this point, hiding his face was all he could do. Jiang Nan, you will pay for this. Jiang Nan narrowed his eyes. I told you barking dogs seldom bite. Stop bothering Zhong Yingxue. And stop scheming behind the scenes. Otherwise, this video will appear on every major news platform. The Luo Tian Group's young master scandal. I'm sure many would want it. Luo Tianxiang, despite seething with hatred, could do nothing against Jiang Nan. You have your background, I have my story. Not that tough, but you'd better not touch it. With that, Jiang Nan teleported out of the elevator, leaving the gas-masked young lady questioning her life. Rescued from the elevator, Luo Tianxiang could only think of three things. Should he tell his father? Should he move abroad? Should he say goodbye to this world? Back in his office, Luo Tianxiang locked himself in the bathroom and refused to come out. After a full 3 hours, Luo Tianxiang emerged refreshed. Despite his hatred for Jiang Nan, he could only contact someone to halt the acquisition and development of the bungalow area. He had no choice. Now that Jiang Nan held leverage over him, if pushed too far, he would truly become famous. Jiang Nan, don't let me catch you. Luo Tianxiang ground his teeth in fury. This was the second time he had been outsmarted by him. The cleaning lady had just finished cleaning the elevator in disbelief. Now she went to clean the office bathroom. The moment she pushed the door open, she was stunned. The toilet was shattered. Porcelain shards were scattered everywhere as if a grenade had gone off. Was young Master Luo really that powerful? Could he even shatter a toilet just by using it? These spiritual martial artists were truly formidable. Little did she know the combination of a powerful laxative and detoxifying soybeans had a miraculous effect. Luo Tianxiang became the first lucky person in the world to experience it. Walking on the street, Jiang Nan sighed with emotion. So it was true that a cornered beast would do anything. Back in the car, Xia Yao was waiting excitedly for his return. How was it? Did I time the power outage perfectly? Jiang Nan smiled. Perfect. At least Luo Tianxiang will behave for a good while. Xia Yao leaned in curiously. What did you do inside? What was the power outage for? Jiang Nan grinned mischievously. Do you really want to see? Xia Yao nodded eagerly. Yes, yes. Then Jiang Nan played the video he had just recorded. Xia Yao, ha ha. Xiao Nan, you're too ruthless. She was laughing uncontrollably. Now I almost feel sorry for the guy. But it's so satisfying. Let him bully Xiao Shui. Jiang Nan chuckled. What can I say? I'm just the legendary bad boy. Hurry, hurry. Send it to me. Xia Yao urged impatiently. Jiang Nan, unable to resist her insistence, relented and passed it over. On the way home, Xia Yao's expression turned serious as she said, honestly, Jiang Nan, consider joining our team. Spiritual warriors exploring the spirit ruins. Only a team formation ensures safety. Kick out Luo Tianxiang and his crony Han Cheng. With your spatial ability, growing your combat power will be absolutely explosive, unmatched in crowd control. If you come, Xue will be thrilled too. Jiang Nan scratched his head. I'd like to go, but I'm a senior in high school. Can I really transfer? Xia Yao said matter-of-factly, why not? He'll handle it for you. Jiang Nan knew she was about to unleash her financial power. But transferring midterm might hurt your reputation. Songjiang's Spiritual Martial Academy is fiercely competitive and they value strength. If you really want to come, you'll have to fight your way in. Jiang Nan was taken aback. Fight my way in? How? You're Jiangqing, no? One High has 3 exchange student slots every semester. The top 3 in the final exams get sent to our school for special training. Just secure a spot in the top 3 of your grade. Jiang Nan's eyes lit up. It was a viable plan. However, he had never participated in his school's final assessments. For the academic subjects, as a top student, he could aim for first place with some effort. English was his weak point. But the real challenge was the spiritual martial class finals, which included a practical combat test, not against classmates, but entering the spirit ruins to hunt spirit beasts. The problem was that Jiang Nan had never set foot in a spirit ruins during his 3 years of high school. The nearest one to Jiangcheng was in Changbai Mountain. Regulations required a minimum of black iron 5-star to enter. He didn't even know what a spirit beast looked like. There's only a month left until finals, Xiao Nan. You've got to work hard. With that, Xia Yao leaned close to his ear and whispered, if you get first place, he'll give you a huge reward. A unique fragrance of youth filled Jiang Nan's nostrils, sending a shiver through him. Keep your eyes on the road. Xia Yao was speechless. Resentment from Xia Yao 333. He'll think about it. No way, move in with us. Xiao Shui and I rent a villa outside. You are just a black iron 7. 7? Huh. When did you reach black iron 10 stars? Her voice shot up 3 octaves. Jiang Nan touched his nose. I can't help it. Just a little effort. I wouldn't mind slacking off, but you wouldn't have me. Xia Yao shot him a reproachful glance, though inwardly she was stunned. Last time they ate together, he was only black iron 7 stars. Now just days later, he was at black iron 10 stars. Was his talent really a rank? How many secrets are you hiding, you rascal? Here, take this. See if you can break through to bronze. ITLL give you an edge in the finals. To Jiang Nan's astonishment, she reached into her own bosom and pulled out 2 spirit beads, pressing them into his hand. Feeling the lingering warmth of the beads, Jiang Nan swallowed hard. Well, I've seen this trick only in cartoons. This was the legendary. Hidden treasures in one's bosom. A mind full of wonders. Xia Yao's cheeks flushed. What kind of nonsense cartoons do you watch? These spirit beads are expensive, you know. They need careful safekeeping. Over 200,000 each, and the Spiritual Martial Association strictly controls them. You can't easily find a way to buy or sell them. Jiang Nan nodded earnestly. Only you would have the means to hide them like that. Xia Yao was speechless. He even raised one to his nose and sniffed it in front of her. Smells nice. Resentment from Xia Yao 333. She already regretted giving him the beads. Couldn't he at least be discreet? She shoved him out of the car, threatening, if you don't get first place, just wait and see. Standing at the alley entrance, Jiang Nan watched the blue car speed away, shaking his head with a wry smile. The spirit beads in his hand emanated a faint red glow, attributed beads, and of bronze-grade quality. Spirit beads came from spirit beasts, attributed ones were powerful and extremely hard to obtain, driving up their value. Spiritual warriors who awakened the 5 elemental abilities benefited greatly from absorbing beads of matching attributes. For someone like Jiang Nan with a special ability attribute or not made no difference. Spatial attribute beads did exist, but they were exceedingly rare, and Jiang Nen could hardly get his hands on them. Fire tribute beads, probably meant for Shue from Xia Yao. Bronze, huh? Let's give it a try. That evening, Jiang Nen skipped the night market and went home to absorb the beads. After finishing both, it was past 7. His cultivation remained at black iron 10 stars. Rubbing his head, he realized the bottleneck wouldn't be easy to break. Suddenly reminded of something, he chuckled slyly. From his system inventory, he pulled out a bundle of kind-fused chives and fiddled with them. Then he headed to the neighboring yard. Crouching down, he called out, "Wonkai, come here." A Shiba Inu bounded out of its kennel, tongue lolling, and nuzzled up to him affectionately. "Woof woof." Jiang Nen took a sausage from his pocket and offered it. Patting the dog's head, he sighed, "Look at you, what a miserable state. I've lived here 3 years, and you still haven't found a mate." A true bachelor dog confirmed. "Procreation is a big deal. I just can't stand to watch anymore. I'll give you a hand." "Don't thank me." Wonkai chewed happily on the sausage, tail wagging furiously. Unbeknownst to him, a chive was tucked inside the sausage. Uncle Wong next door called out, "Xiaonan haven't eaten yet. Come have a bite." Jiang Nen coughed lightly and quickly said, no need, no need." He scurried away, guiltily returning to his yard to peer over the wall and observe Wankai's reaction. Wankai retreated to his kennel for a while, then soon emerged wagging his tail excitedly. "Woof! A woo!" He bolted out of the kennel, kicking up a cloud of dust in the alley, and charged into Aunt Zhou's yard, his bright eyes locking onto Guogua, who lay beneath a tree. A snow-white Pekingese. Their gazes met in the air. "Guogua, Wangsai woof. A woo. Guogua woof woof." Zhou Yuqing, picking vegetables in the yard, stared at the two dogs for over 10 seconds. Her face turned red to the ears. "Zhou Yuqing, Mom. Our Guogua. Guogua is." Jiang Nen returned home with a satisfied expression. "Wankai, give it your all." The kind-fused chives were truly a remarkable thing. Lying in bed, Jiang Nen scrolled Weibo for a while longer. He discovered his follower count had somehow climbed to over 30,000, and 3 people had even marked him as a special favorite. A user named Ting Shui, no doubt Zhonging Xue, and another called Yuye Gulong. "Sister Xia Yao, behave yourself. Don't be so melodramatic, will you?" There was also a streamer called Su Yuan who sent him a private message, "Brother, why didn't you set up your stall today? Did the well in your backyard run dry?" Jiang Nan. He casually replied, "I'll go tomorrow, remember to come. I'll teach you how to kick durians then." "Huh, messing with me." After a moment's thought, Jiang Nan changed his Weibo name to Watai Nan Lu and posted his first Weibo. Watai Nan Lu. If you have the nerve, click it open. If you have some nerve. P.S. New goal, top of the year. Soon a flood of replies arrived. "You toyed with my feelings. The vendor is heartless. Damn, I knew he was a student. Cutie, why didn't you come today? We missed you. I drove 250 kilometers to Jiangnan Night Market to buy a bottle of Dali, and you weren't there. Ting Shui, come on, Xiaonan." Yuye Gulong teased, "I'll pinch your chub." Jiangnan smiled brightly. This was the first time he truly felt like doing something. For himself, and for Zhonging Xue, and Xia Yao as well. Jiangnan put away his phone and was about to sleep, but the neighborhood's dogs suddenly erupted into a cacophony. In the dead of night, they emitted strange wailing howls. The ringleader was Wang Day's dog Wankai. Zhou Yuqing's Guogua was only the beginning of Wankai's blissful romp. After taking care of Guogua, Wankai pressed on without pause, then went to Aunt Liu's and made his move upon a large mastiff called Lifu. All through the night, there was no peace. Wankai ran through 108 households, conquering female dogs across the village. By early morning, many people had gathered at Wang Day's gate. "Uncle Wang, please control your Wankai. Last night my tutu's howls were something else. Isn't that so? The 3 of us didn't sleep a wink. Wankai is too fierce." A woman nudged her husband. "Look at Wankai. Then look at you. Useless thing, why don't you learn from him?" The man, Wang Day, was bewildered. What on earth was happening? They watched Wankai strolling leisurely through the alley, trailed by a dozen or so female dogs, from Tibetan Mastiffs down to Chihuahuas. Their sizes varied wildly. The range of breeds was astonishing. Wankai led the procession house to house, his mouth lifting in the Shiba Inu's characteristic smile. The male dogs were furious and howled at Wangsai, but the more they cried, the more Wankai wagged his tail. Perhaps this was the pinnacle of a dog's life. Jiang Nen secretly gave a thumbs up. Wangsai, well done. The potency of the spiritual energy chives made his heart race. Should he try a plate of chivendeg? For the moment, Wankai showed no obvious abnormality. But when Jiang Nen recalled Dali and the detox little yellow beans, a chill ran down his spine. Better observe for 2 more days. That evening, Jiang Nen appeared punctually at the Jiangqing night market. On his stall cloth, besides 10 bottles of Nongfu Sanchuan, there was also a bag of detox little yellow beans. He kept the spiritual energy chives tucked away for now, intending to clarify their side effects first. As soon as he opened, the 10 bottles of Nongfu Sanquan sold out, The craze for the Dolly potion far exceeded his imagination. Su Yuan's promotion combined with the Weibo ripple sent business through the roof. Unexpectedly, Guangtou Chong and Daobao Lian still hadn't given up. They actually brought someone this time, though not as many as before. The two trailed behind a burly man forcing polite smiles. He wore tight jeans, stood nearly 2 meters tall, his muscles carved as if by an axe, bronze skin, and a crew cut. He exuded an overwhelming pressure, yet looked not very old. We came yesterday, and he wasn't here. Are you sure he's here today? Bagu assured. Don't worry, Wu Xiao. We've already checked for you. Guangtou Chong chuckled. Young Master Wu, this time we're counting on you. Wu Liang clenched his fist and grinned. If we don't teach him a lesson, he'll think our group is nothing. Arriving at the stall, he froze. What the? Nan Shun. Wu Liang was stunned. He also attended Jiangqing No. One high. How could he not know Jiangnan? He hadn't expected the person those underlings spoke of to be Jiangnan. A feral smile spread across his face. Damn it. Jiangnan had ruined him on the last monthly mock exam, causing Wu Liang to fail outright. Otherwise, how could members of Lingwu Class 1 be so arrogant? This was the perfect chance to puncture his pride and show Jiang Nan who truly held sway at Jiangqing No. One high. When he reached the stall, Jiang Nan felt a shadow fall over him. Looking up, he saw the trio of Wu Liang, Daobao Yin, and Guangtou Chong. He knew full well they had come to make trouble. Hey, I'm Wu Liang from Class 2. I'm here today because, before Wu Liang could finish, a voice cut in. What the? Brother. Finally we found you, Zheng Wei. Jiang Nan blinked and raised a hand. You three, wait a moment. Wu Liang, Daobao Yin, Guangtou Chong. Wait a moment. We're here to pick a fight. You expect us to wait? It turned out Zheng Wei, the bald one, had arrived with 2 young women. Wu Liang noticed them looking at him with curiosity and lowered his head slightly. Jingjing, this guy is so tall and burly. Isn't he your type? Oh my, what are you saying? Wu Liang suddenly felt awkward about spoiling the scene. He simply cast Jiang Nan a cold smile, thinking how he'd deal with him later. Zheng Wei greeted Jiang Nan warmly and launched into a big bear hug, leaving Jiang Nan a little bewildered. Brother, you have no idea. After drinking your Nongfu Sanquan, I took off and lynched you this round. The gains were explosive. Huh. Isn't that right? We came by yesterday, but couldn't find you, one girl said sweetly. These days we've been thinking only of you. Couldn't eat or sleep. Wu Liang's face darkened. Jiang Nan. I'm here today too. I'll wait a moment. Jiang Nan waved his hand impatiently. What the? We're here to mess you up. Have some respect for our profession, will you? Give us some face, won't you? You're making us very embarrassed here. With 2 young ladies by his side, Wu Liang, being thin-skinned, found it utterly embarrassing to voice his displeasure. Zheng Wei raised an eyebrow and asked, Do you still have any farmer's 3 fists left to sell? I want to buy some more. Jiang Nan chuckled. Business had arrived. What's this? Not afraid of going bald anymore. Zheng Wei retorted, Baldness is nothing. What matters is boosting my strength. As a power-type, awakened farmer's 3 fists is a perfect match for me. Jiang Nan understood. Zheng Wei had tasted the sweetness. This wasn't how the script was supposed to go. If he played it this way, wouldn't he fail to earn resentment points? He regretted selling it to him at that moment. Yet he still asked, How many do you need? Zheng Wei replied without a second thought, 100 bottles. Jiang Nan's eyes widened. Sell. Why wouldn't I sell? Forget resentment points. Money. All he wanted was money. Zheng Wei was beaming with joy. Jiang Nan directly pulled 3 bottles of strength potion from his dimensional space. Zheng Wei was stunned. Holy crap. It wasn't the potion that shocked him, but Jiang Nan's spatial ability. Even the 2 young ladies covered their mouths in astonishment. Spatial ability. It was as surprising as stumbling upon a massive gold brick while walking. How many spatial ability users were there in the world? And yet had encountered one at a street stall. Could this guy be a true prodigy? 3 barrels, I'll charge you $1 million. I'll consider the extra a gift. How about it? Zheng Wei snapped out of his shock. Deal? Deal. He'll transfer the money now. Jiang Nan was ecstatic. $1 million. That was $1 million. Had never seen so much money in his life. Even though after the system's cut had only get 10,000, at least had possessed it once. Well, possessed it once. Beside them, Wu Liang's eyes nearly popped out. What was going on? A high school senior running a street stall and closing $1 million deal. That wasn't even the point. The point was 3 barrels of mineral water for $1 million. What kind of water was that? Gold water. Wu Liang's mind was reeling. His worldview was collapsing. Brother. Still selling. My uncle runs a mineral water company. How about I buy a barrel from you for 100,000? Jiang Nan. I need to talk to you. Jiang Nan glared. Kid, why are you so persistent? Truly, humanity's essence is a repeating machine. Wu Liang instantly exploded. A repeating machine. Had he ever seen such a burly repeating machine? Oh, my temper. With a sound of tearing fabric, his black half-sleeve shirt burst apart. A primal aura surged around him. Dark glossy fur sprouted on his bare skin. His entire form bulked up, transforming into a half-human, half-bear figure. A half-bearman. Gasps erupted from the crowd. An on-the-spot beast transformation was utterly shocking. It was like a werewolf transformation, except he turned into a bear instead of a wolf. At that moment, Jiang Nan felt a flicker of curiosity. Xia Yao's ability was also beast transformation, turning into a wolf. What would she look like when she transformed? Anticipating it, Jiang Nan raised an eyebrow. Want to take this elsewhere? He gestured toward a dark alley. Wu Liang bared his sharp fangs and cracked his bare paws. Smart move. Zheng Wei and the two young ladies looked worried. Bro, maybe I should. Jiang Nan waved his hand without looking back. Watch my stall for me. The girl with the bun hairstyle exclaimed. Oh no, I think I'm falling for him. I'm smitten with the crew cut. What do I do? Urgent. Zheng Wei was concerned. Spatial users are fragile in the early stages, and that black bear is strong. The young lady retorted, Humph. What do you know? Charm conquers all. Zheng Wei was speechless. Jiang Nan hadn't abandoned the advantage of his stall spot to court death. He wanted to test his current limits in preparation for the upcoming finals. Wu Liang, with his bronze tier 3-star strength, was a sufficient opponent. In the alley, Wu Liang sneered. I've been wanting to test you. Don't worry, I won't make it too painful. But his greeting was a flying red brick. With a thud, the brick smashed into his bare face, shattering into pieces. Arg! Wu Liang roared, closing in on Jiang Nan in 2 steps, his bare claw, clenched into a fist, descending with a fierce whoosh. With a boom, cracks like a spiderweb spread across the wall. The immense force shook the street lamp 3 times. Wu Liang was stunned. Where had Jiang Nan gone? Jiang Nan had teleported silently behind Wu Liang, brick in hand, and slammed it hard against the back of his head. Had all his practice with sneak attacks been for nothing? The brick shattered, and Wu Liang's mind went blank. He spun around and threw a punch. The fierce wind rushed at Jiang Nan, who caught it with both hands, using the momentum to spin and execute a perfect shoulder throw. Wu Liang's massive, beastly form was hurled away, crashing into a wall and knocking over the street lamp. Before he could recover, bricks like cannonballs flew at him. Bold, Bald, and Scarface were dumbfounded. Damn, people throw knives, needles, or stones, but you throw bricks. That's something else. Wu Liang let out a furious roar, rose again, and attacked, his fists pounding down like cannonballs. Yet he couldn't even touch a corner of Jiang Nan's clothes. His elusive teleportation was terrifying. Wu Liang now realized Jiang Nan's menace. His strength was formidable, his combat awareness superb, and his movements utterly fluid. How could a high school slacker for 3 years be this strong? Wu Liang knew he had to unleash his true power. With a fierce shout, he transformed further, tearing through his clothes and pants to become a formidable tall black bear. His eyes blazed with ferocity. The pressure was overwhelming. Yet facing the incoming bear paw, Jiang Nan froze. Not for any other reason. Why did your beast transformation involve shredding clothes? Weren't you embarrassed? Bro, have some decency. At least wear some shorts. Don't you feel any shame? This image was seared into Jiang Nan's mind, an utter spiritual pollution. Little did he know Wu Liang didn't want to fight naked either, but there simply weren't any shorts big enough for him. A normal 2-meter giant turning into a 4-meter black bear. What shorts could withstand that? At school, he never dared to fully transform. Today, he had no choice. A single swipe from Wu Liang punched a huge hole in the courtyard wall. Jiang Nan teleported to the fallen street lamp, grabbed the pole, and held it horizontally before him. Skill triggered spear LV0. Skill points added 100. Skill spear proficient LV0. Countless images flooded Jiang Nan's mind as if he had trained for decades. He immediately spun a brilliant spear flourish and executed a horizontal strike, lashing out fiercely at Wu Liang. The air screamed, "Come on, you big blind bear." In the past, there was Wu Song fighting the tiger. Today, there's Jiang Nan battling the black bear. The street lamp spear whistled with a piercing sound as it viciously lashed across Wu Liang's body. With a loud bang, Wu Liang felt as if he had been struck by a truck. His nearly 400-kilogram beast form body was sent flying. He barely managed to catch his breath, his face contorted in pain as he gritted his teeth. Just as he was about to rise and continue the fight, he witnessed Jiang Nan's breathtaking maneuvers. The street lamp spear seemed to come alive in Jiang Nan's hands. Striking, smashing, thrusting, parrying. A flurry of dazzling moves that left Wu Liang howling in agony. He had no power to fight back. Bald Chong and Scarface stood dumbfounded. Jiang Nan's movements were a sheer delight to behold, brimming with a primal, untamed power. He was like a master of spear arts. The two couldn't help but want to applaud Jiang Nan. Smack! The street lamp spear slammed fiercely across Wu Liang's bear-like face. His massive body staggered and crashed to the ground. Jiang Nan gazed in awe at the bent and twisted street lamp in his hand. Wu Liang's defensive power in his beast form was truly terrifying. Even so, he was still struggling to get up. How could Jiang Nan give him that chance? In a flash, he teleported and straddled Wu Liang ruthlessly, bringing down a brick in his hand. And why not use his fists? Jiang Nan simply didn't want to hurt his hands. After smashing over 20 bricks, Wu Liang finally lost consciousness. Breathing heavily, Jiang Nan cursed, "Damn it." Then with a brilliant smile, he turned his gaze to Bald Chong and Scarface. The two shuddered violently, their faces filled with terror. "No. Ningo. I'll do it myself." With that, Scarface charged headfirst into a nearby street lamp. A sharp clang rang out, the lamp swayed, and Scarface collapsed. Bald Chong's eye twitched. Brother Scar was indeed a veteran. Resolving himself, he gritted his teeth and slammed his head into a concrete wall. "Ah, damn." Bald Chong, his face bloodied, howled in pain, but remained conscious. As Jiang Nan approached, step by step, panic surged in Bald Chong's heart. He lifted his head and rammed again. Bang! Still conscious despite the blood. He rammed once more. Bang! Still awake. Was he not hitting hard enough? Scarface, lying on the ground, cracked an eye open. Watching Bald Chong desperately trying to knock himself out by ramming the wall, he was utterly speechless. Was this guy an idiot? This lackey was useless. By the time Jiang Nan reached him, Bald Chong still hadn't managed to knock himself out. He looked at Jiang Nan pitifully. Nan go. How about you give me a hand?" Jiang Nan's face darkened, and he delivered a resounding slap. Bald Chong crumpled to the ground. Well, he should be out cold now. Then he glanced at the unconscious Wu Liang. His eyes involuntarily drifted to Wu Liang's waist area. Beast transformation. It's truly formidable. Ah, they'll take pity on you. Who says I don't have a kind heart? With that, he opened his dimensional space and tossed a pair of shorts over. Back at the stall, Zheng Wei looked at him with awe. He had witnessed the entire alley fight, and Jiang Nan's spear technique had truly stunned him. "Nan go. Will you take me as a disciple? I'm filthy rich." Jiang Nan. The two young ladies now had stars twinkling in their eyes. The fight had been incredibly graceful. The fluid flowing spear techniques, coupled with the unpredictable teleportation. Absolutely dazzling. "Handsome, do you want a disciple who's soft-spoken, easygoing, and easy to push over? I can be a lowly or a mature beauty." "Me too. I want to learn that flying brick move." "So cool." Jiang Nan was speechless. "Come on, I'm just a high school senior. Are you sure you want to take a junior as your master?" Zheng Wei's eyes nearly popped out. "You're a senior." The young lady, "Holy shit. Ahem. Mind your image. A senior this formidable, and a spatial ability user. How had they never heard of him?" Zheng Wei, "Stop pretending. Guys like you who are masters always keep a low profile. You must be from an ancient martial arts family." The young lady, "MMHM, look at that aura, even a buzz cut looks so handsome. Oh, just take us in already. I want to learn the flying brick." Jiang Nan let out a long sigh. Indeed, overthinkers were the most terrifying. "Handsome and eloquent," he said with a serious face. "Final come clean. Actually, I'm from the Centaurus galaxy, and I kick-started the spiritual energy revival 20 years ago. It's my mission to save Earth." Resentment from Zheng Wei 999. Resentment from Yuan 666. Resentment from Su Jingru 765. Hey, don't run off. My first, second, and third disciples." Packing up his stall, Jiang Nan went for another Tindra with Luo Tianxiang and Wu Liang as the main contributors. Staring at 10 bundles of spiritual energy, chives, Jiang Nan sighed with emotion. Still no luck. It had only been 2 days, but he was already missing his lovely classmates. So he opened his social feed. From Li Xiang's feed, "Those better than me are still working hard. What excuse do I have not to?" Image, a clenched fist. Over 50 likes below, all encouraging. Jiang Nan laughed and quickly typed a reply. "Nan Shun, if those better than you are still working hard, what's the point of your effort?" Resentment from Li Xiang 999. Haha, very satisfying. From Li Mayan's feed, "Stuck at home all weekend, cultivating, exhausted like a dog. But at least I broke through to Black Iron, 10 stars. Hard work pays off." Over 30 likes below with replies of encouragement and envy. "Nan Shin, dogs aren't as tired as you imagine." Below, "Haha, holy shit. Nan Shin speaks the truth." Li Mayan, "Come to think of it, his dog just ate, slept, and played. It wasn't tired at all. But why did this make him so angry?" Resentment from Li Mayan 666. From Lu Wuquan's feed, "Why do I always dry heave when brushing my teeth in the morning? Is it because I smoke too much?" Below, "Yummy too. Probably chronic pharyngitis. Smoke less. I dry heave when brushing too." Nanshin, "What does smoking have to do with it? Tomorrow morning, stop brushing your teeth in front of the mirror. You want dry heave. So it's because looking in the mirror makes you nauseous. That makes perfect sense." Resentment from Lu Wuchuan 999. Resentment from. After scrolling through the feed, he had nearly enough resentment for another Tendra. Jiang Nan's eyes sparkled. He had discovered a new continent. Just as he was ready to go all out, he noticed no one was posting anymore. His resentful classmates dared not post, afraid of being roasted. If you want post, I will. From Nanshin's feed, huh? That's it. It's midnight and no one has wished me a happy birthday. Click to expand. The classmates were taken aback when they saw Jiang Nan's post. Was it Jiang Nan's birthday today? Was his earlier provocation a ploy to get attention to see if anyone remembered his birthday? It was kind of pitiful. So below, blessings poured in. Nan Shun, happy birthday. Happy day of birth. Even though you made me change my shorts, you still saved my life. Happy. Ing Shue Shaonan, you still have me. But today isn't your birthday. The classmates were stunned by this reply, so they clicked to expand the full text. Jiang Nan let out a mischievous grin through the screen. Just hearing it gave one goosebumps. Looking at Zhong Yingshu's reply, although he was exposed, a warm current still flowed through his heart. It feels really nice to be remembered by someone. However, Xue's naturally silly appearance is just too adorable. He initially wanted to have some fun in the class group. But after Jiang Nan force-fed a wave of toxic motivational quotes, it was really hard to have any fun. Watching the list of grievances refresh intermittently, Jiang Nan slowly drifted off to sleep. But the other residents weren't so lucky. Wang Kai's happy dog life continued. At night, it was all about passionate battles with howls and cries everywhere. Countless people in the village were lying in bed cursing at midnight. Since he couldn't sleep anyway, he might as well make some dolls. Under the warm sunlight, Wu Liang suddenly woke up. At this moment, he had already reverted to human form, albeit with a bruised face. There was not a single item on him. Alone and empty-handed, he was truly in a state of simplicity. Indeed, it was like that. Just as Wu Liang opened his eyes, he was blinded by the flash of a camera. At this moment, a group of people had gathered at the alley's entrance. Wow, today's youth are really bold. This young man has quite the physique. A certain ant exclaimed, slurp hee. Could it be that he was caught in a compromising position? TSK. The ants revealed predatory gazes. The young girl shyly covered her eyes, but couldn't help but peek through her fingers. Wu Liang's head buzzed, and he slowly began to recall what happened yesterday. He hurriedly searched around, but found that Bald Chong and Scarface had long disappeared. What the hell? Now he didn't even have a piece of clothing. He really couldn't take the gazes of the old men, old ladies, and young girls anymore. He just wanted to find a hole to hide in. At that moment, he suddenly noticed that a pair of shorts was draped over his chest. Is this left for me by the Southern God? To repay kindness with kindness. What a good person. A sense of gratitude unexpectedly welled up in Wu Liang's heart. Bald Chong and Scarface ran away. He was left with nothing, yet in the end it was the Southern God who left him a pair of shorts. Although they were Pikachu-themed, but at least it was a pair of shorts. Wu Liang put on the shorts with a heart full of gratitude. It was actually a bit comfortable. That was a sensation he had never experienced before. And on this day, Wu Liang transformed from the square camp into the triangular camp. The gazes of the onlookers toward Wu Liang suddenly turned fearful. They quickly made way for him. The camera flashes went off in a frenzy, and the narrow alley turned into a star-studded avenue. Wu Liang confidently walked out of the alley. Reflecting on yesterday's battle, Wu Liang wore a serious expression. He never expected that the person referred to as a waste Jiang Nan would be so strong. That marksmanship, hand-to-hand combat skills, and flying bricks. Just thinking about it made Wu Liang's blood boil. Indeed, Loki was the most powerful form of flaunting. What he wanted to do most now was to find Jiang Nan. In the morning, Jiang Nan arrived at the classroom. As usual, the classroom fell into a moment of silence. Oh, last night's toxic motivational quotes were truly stifling. So much so that as soon as Jiang Nan entered the classroom, the grievance list began to refresh. Li Xiang still couldn't forget that double shot. As for Li Mayan, he had a breakup. During morning self-study, Lu Chuanwu was lying on the desk, playing with his phone, and suddenly burst into laughter. Before long, Jiang Nan's phone vibrated. Upon opening it, he saw that Lu Chuanwu had shared a Weibo post in the class group. Isn't this Wu Liang from class 2? I can't stop laughing. This guy is openly debuting. And Pikachu, how could it be so kawaii? Wu Liang's physique is simply explosive. My god, is that muscle for real? I'm in love. You love him, but he doesn't love you. Jiang Nan curiously clicked in, only to see a glaringly eye-catching scene. Title shocking. A bizarre, muscular man appears at the morning market on Walking Street. Is it a distortion of human nature or a decline of morality? 9-square diagram. The top is filled with Wu Liang walking openly on the street in nothing but shorts. He walked with the confidence of a dragon and tiger. His face was full of contemplation. The comments below exploded. I admire this brother's courage. Thumbs up for Pikachu. I saw him at a roadside stall for breakfast this morning. Sorry, I just spewed my tofu brain. Compensate me for my breakfast money. Fencing boy group, brother, our big family welcomes your arrival. Southern God Jiang Nan's night market shorts are on sale, 10 yuan for 2 pairs, same style. Jiang Nan trembled as he exited Weibo, covering his face with his hands. Last night, he really just casually tossed a pair of shorts to him. Never expected it would be this explosive. Wu Liang actually wore it, so he casually promoted it him. This wave was not a loss. In class, the teacher tapped on the blackboard and said the endofterm exam is approaching. As a member of the spiritual martial class, the practical test will take place at the Tianqi Spiritual Ruins in Changbai Mountain. I hope everyone forms teams in advance and makes sufficient preparations. The spiritual pearls obtained from the ruins belong to the individual. It would be even better if one could acquire a spiritual pearl containing a spiritual skill. The top 10 in the grade will be rewarded with star pearls that contain spiritual skills. And to prepare for the college entrance examination, this time the time spent in the ruins will extend from the previous 7 days to half a month. Everyone should be mentally prepared. Team formations are not limited to class members. It's best to have 1 tank, 1 mage, 1 melee, and 1 crowd control. Instantly, the classroom buzzed with discussion. TSK, TSK, TSK. The Tianqi Spiritual Ruins of Changbai Mountain, a place that is both loved and hated. Our school is not doing well as students from Songjiang Lingwu started team modes in their first year, while we are just free range. Forget that, let's think about team formations. I still want to team up with last year's old members. We have a good synergy. Jiang Nan listened silently, but he was thinking about the spiritual skills. In the lower tier spiritual beasts within the ruins, there are very few that possess spiritual skills. Even if they do exist, encountering one that corresponds to one's own attributes is extremely difficult. Spiritual martial artists can only absorb spiritual skills that correspond to their own extraordinary attributes. Each level up allows for the absorption of one spiritual skill. For instance, Jiang Nan is at the Black Iron level. He can only absorb one spiritual skill, and it must be of the space attribute. Although China is vast and rich, there are countless spiritual ruins. However, space-type spiritual beasts are too rare, and the association strictly controls them. Jiang Nan won't be able to get any. The only teleportation he knows is innate. There are also geniuses who have discovered and mastered extraordinary abilities. But Jiang Nan is not one of them. However, he is not worried, as very few peers have absorbed spiritual skills. After all, Jiangqing No. 1 high school is not a proper institution for cultivating spiritual martial artists. What Jiang Nan doesn't know is whether the reward of a spiritual pearl containing a spiritual skill for the top 10 this time will get him a space attribute 1. The classroom buzzed with commotion. Some were busy contacting old teammates, others discussed the spirit beasts in the Tianqi Spirit Ruins. Only Jiang Nan sat quietly on the windowsill. Why isn't Nanshan looking for a teammate? Li Xiang sneered. He's so strong, a duel awakened. Who needs teammates? Lu Chuanwu chuckled. Isn't that right? Our Nanshan is the one who punched through the testing machine with 1 blow. Does he think the spirit beasts in the ruins will stand still like that testing machine waiting for him to hit them? Nanshan has never even been to the ruins. He's not afraid. He has teleportation. It's top-notch for running away. No problem staying alive. Forget killing spirit beasts. Nanshan probably hasn't even killed a chicken. A waste is always a waste. Dual awakening. A joke. With that condition, which fool would team up with him? He's a burden. Amidst the biting remarks, Jiang Nan stretched lazily. He wondered if he should earn some resentment points again. The team roster was due in the afternoon. Jiang Nan didn't plan to find teammates anyway. With teleportation, super strength, and several skill points, he was confident he could break through on his own. From the start, he was aiming for the top of the year. The classmates were waiting to see Jiang Nan make a fool of himself. Just then the classroom door was kicked open. Wu Liang, still in his school uniform, burst in, his face bruised and swollen, stunning everyone. Where's Jiang Nan? His eyes swept the room, landing on Jiang Nan sitting on the windowsill. A wide grin spread across his face, sending a chill through the classroom. Damn, Nan Shun is about to get beaten up. How did he provoke that demon Wu Liang? Is he strong? His dad is the biggest used car dealer in the north. You know used cars get it. On the streets of Jiangqing, everyone calls him Young Master Wu. Clearly a good show was about to begin. With Wu Liang's aggressive demeanor, it was a sure thing. Li Xiang and Lu Chuanwu couldn't help but sneer with schadenfreude. Lend a hand. No way. Not joining in the beating was already generous enough. Wu Liang strode up to Jiang Nan, his face solemn. Nan Shun, be my big brother. I want to learn from you. The words made Li Xiang and the others' jaws nearly hit the floor. Learn from him. Call him big brother. Wasn't he here to teach Jiang Nan a lesson? He came to apprentice himself. Had someone knocked some sense into him? Jiang Nan had no skills to speak of. Jiang Nan curled his lip. You're no saint either. Li Mian was stunned as if seeing Jiang Nan for the first time. Talking so tough to someone like Wu Liang who had a fearsome reputation. Was he asking for death? Wu Liang shook his head. I've looked into it. The barbecue stall incident was Baldy's fault. I've already had my guys teach him a lesson. Nothing like that will happen again. I was an ass last night. You were right to hit me. I accept it. Lu Chuanwu was dumbfounded. All the classmates were stunned. What was going on? They had a fight last night. Wu Liang was in such a bad state this morning because of Jiang Nan. Besides being a bit strong and having teleportation, what else could he do? Wu Liang's strength was school-wide legend. He was a formidable fighter. Yet now Wu Liang was black and blue while Jiang Nan looked perfectly fine. But the scene before them told the truth. Jiang Nan flashed a brilliant smile. You can take a hit. In the Tianqi Spirit Ruins, can you tank damage for me? Wu Liang's eyes lit up. He thumped his chest. Leave it to me. As long as I'm standing, you won't get hurt. Jiang Nan was silent for a moment. Then he smiled and patted Wu Liang on the shoulder. Stick with me. The team needs a tank. Wu Liang was a bit confused. What team? Wasn't Jiang Nan alone? Wu Liang didn't know. The team Jiang Nan spoke of wasn't from Jiangxing No. One high school. It was from Songjiang Lingwu. Li Xiang couldn't help but speak up. Wu Liang, think carefully. The ruins are dangerous. Dragging a burden like Jiang Nan along will make getting good results nearly impossible. How could Li Xiang let Jiang Nan join a strong team? A loser should stay a loser. Wu Liang spun around. With a tearing sound, his school uniform was shredded by his iron-like muscles. His eyes turned bloodshot and fangs grew wildly. He grabbed Li Xiang by the collar. Kid, watch your mouth. How dare you talk to my big brother like that? Li Xiang was choked, struggling to breathe. Facing Wu Liang's bloodshot eyes, cold sweat poured down his face. I was just suggesting. Wu Liang glared. Is it any of your business? He was about to throw a punch when Jiang Nan kicked him in the backside. All right. You really like shedding material possessions, don't you? School uniforms aren't free. Wu Liang's attacks were hard on clothes. Wu Liang tossed Li Xiang aside, sending him crashing onto the teacher's desk, scattering chalk everywhere. He'll listen to you. Li Xiang sat on the floor, his face dark with malice, grinding his teeth in hatred. But facing Wu Liang, he couldn't act tough. The classmates swallowed hard. Why would Wu Liang acknowledge that loser Jiang Nan as his big brother? Jiang Nan had just kicked him, yet Wu Liang wasn't angry at all, acting obedient instead. Everyone's gaze towards Jiang Nan shifted. Just then a long-haired beauty in a miniskirt peeked into the classroom. Seeing Wu Liang, she beamed. Brother Wu, want to team up with me? My teammates from last year abandoned me. Wu Liang looked at Jiang Nan. She's my desk mate. Tang Qinya Black Iron 9-star wood type ability. What do you think? Jiang Nan was surprised. Wind in the hallway. Wasn't this the girl he met in the hallway the other day? Tang Qinya was surprised to see Wu Liang asking for Jiang Nan's opinion. Why would Wu Liang ask him? When she heard Jiang Nan speak, her face flushed bright red. There was no wind in the hallway today. Resentment from Tang Qinya 663. Jiang Nan laughed. This girl was kind of cute. Sure, no problem. Wu Liang smiled and nodded, bent down to pick up his torn uniform, and swaggered out of the classroom. But Jiang Nan's body stiffened slightly. When Wu Liang bent over, he clearly saw a yellow rubber band on his lower back. Bro, are you serious? Still wearing it? Had he awakened some strange attribute? Jiang Nan shuddered. He was starting to regret his decision. Li Xiang stood up with a dark face and walked over to Jiang Nan. In the Tianqi Spirit Ruins, you'll see what I'm capable of. Jiang Nan shrugged. I really don't know where you get your superiority from. The Tianqi Spirit Ruins. I'm looking forward to it. They were all classmates. Jiang Nan didn't want to go too far. But Li Xiang kept causing trouble time and again. Jiang Nan felt it was time to teach him a lesson. At lunch in the cafeteria, as soon as Jiang Nan entered, he saw a burly man stand up and call out, Brother Nan. Over here. The loud voice instantly drew everyone's attention. Damn, did I hear that right? The top dog Wu Liang is calling Jiang Nan Brother Nan. You don't know? He went to class 1 this morning and acknowledged Jiang Nan as his big brother. No way. Have you seen Weibo? This morning Wu Liang was wearing that Pikachu costume. And now he's this close with Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan might be a bit trash, but he's handsome. Could those two be? They exchanged glances, looking bewildered. The Fujoshi nearby had stars in their eyes, whispering to each other. Tisk tisk tsk. Jiang Nan will stoop to anything for his final exam grades, even selling his soul. Walking past, hearing the murmurs, Jiang Nan's face turned utterly dark. Why can't they just study hard instead of daydreaming nonsense? Selling his soul. If souls could be sold, he'd have sold his long ago. With a grim expression, Jiang Nan approached Wu Liang, who had thoughtfully prepared his meal. What's up, Brother Nan? Someone bothering you? If you don't want to handle it, just tell me. He'll teach them a lesson. Jiang Nan sighed. Big guy, are you good at studying? Wu Liang was taken aback, then said proudly, "Every exam I prove to everyone exactly how many students are in our grade." Jiang Nen nearly fainted into his lunch tray. So he was always dead last. Jiang Nen said darkly, "This finals get into the top 3 in academics, got it?" Wu Liang thumped his chest. "Bottom 3. No problem, Jiang Nan. The top 3. Wu Liang's eyes widened like an ox. "Brother Nan, are you crazy? Even if I stuffed the books into my head, I couldn't get 3rd place." Jiang Nan rolled his eyes. "Your whole Bodis muscle is your head full of it too. You have to make top 3 or don't bother following me." Wu Liang looked aggrieved. "Why?" Jiang Nan said, "Have you thought about your future? Just drifting along, inheriting the family business, becoming a local bully? Is that all your life amounts to? The world is so vast. I want to climb high and see more. The question is, can you keep up?" Wu Liang fell silent, knowing Jiang Nan truly cared. Jiang Nan muttered, "Top 3 in grade, and it'll take you to Songjiang Linguo." Wu Liang was stunned, finally grasping Jiang Nan's intent. He also understood the profound meaning behind Jiang Nan's words, "Follow me." Bang! Wu Liang, face flushed, slammed his hand on the table. "Say no more. I'm in." The sudden loud noise plunged the entire cafeteria into silence. Jiang Nan stared at his spilled lunch. "Bro, do you have to be so passionate? I haven't even taken a single bite." Tang Qianya, startled, said timidly, "I can help tutor Brother Wu." Wu Liang said, deeply moved, "I'm counting on you. If it doesn't work, he'll go find everyone. Anyone with a higher score than me gets a beating." Jiang Nan, "Bro, with your dead last grades, you want to beat up the whole grade? That's quite a project." After lunch, Wu Liang dove into intense studying, glaring at the books as if to kill them with his stare. Jiang Nan looked on with satisfaction. He had his reasons for choosing Wu Liang. First, the guy could take a beating, naturally tough. Plus, he was honest, kind-hearted, and simple. Their fight showed Wu Liang's resilience. No matter how many times he was knocked down, he kept trying to get up. That was valuable. And his words, "As long as I'm standing, I won't let you get hurt," were why Jiang Nan chose him. Back in class during lunch break, the school broadcast began announcing team rosters. A gentle female voice came over the speakers. Team Starry C. Members: Wang Mengfan, Li Jinlong, Lu Yang, Su Yang. Team Unrivaled. Members: Team Mad or Nothing. Members: Team Prosperity, Democracy, Unity, and Harmony. Members: Team Jiangxing Yanko. Members: Team Yijio Woli Zhao. Zhao. The broadcast girl was already complaining, her speech becoming hesitant. How could these be so hard to read? And with Pinyin, she inwardly grumbled, what crazy team names were these? Teacher. Principal. Looking at the long list, her head throbbed until she found a somewhat normal name. Team Strive for First. Members: Li Xiang, Li Mayan, Lu Chuanwu, Ling Feng. As this team was announced, murmurs erupted. A definite seed team. 2 great mages. 1 melee fighter, 1 tank. Overwhelming firepower. Li Xiang is bronze 3-star. Li Mayan will definitely be bronze by finals. 2 bronze mages. TSK. Ling Feng is fast. Lu Quanwas Rhino transformation makes him a heavy tank. Unstoppable. First place is secure. Li Xiang, sitting at the front, turned to shoot Jiang Nan a provocative look. Li Mayan sneered. This time, he would reclaim his pride. After announcing 2 more teams, the broadcast girl's voice hitched. Then with resentment she read, Team Jiang Nan says it's right. Members: Jiang Nan, Wu Liang, Tang Qinya. Resentment from Zhang Hong 999. What did Jiang Nan say? That's always right. Who cares what he says? He's right anyway, ha. What a cheeky name. There's always a cheekier one. Wu Liang, sitting in class, gave a thumbs up. Brother Nan is Brother Nan. So cultured. Tang Qinya covered her face. Too embarrassing. Lu Chuanwu sneered. Tisk 1 Wu Liang, dragging 2 dead weights. Impressive, impressive. No wonder there are only 3. A 4th would be too much for Wu Liang. Bang. Before he finished, Jiang Nan said, "Say one more word, and he'll take you out right now." With that, Jiang Nan picked up a stool and stood still, wearing a bright smile. He even pulled a brick from his dimensional space. The students were stunned. The usually quiet Jiang Nan was fighting back. Lu Quanwas' face turned ugly. Just then the teacher walked in. "Jiang Nan, what are you doing with that brick?" I don't have a ruler to draw lines, so I'm using this brick." Resentment from the teacher 666. With that, Jiang Nan actually began drawing on the brick. Li Xiang and Li Mayan's faces darkened. Let him have his moment of glory for now. When we reach the Tianqi Spirit Ruins, Jiang Nan will get what's coming to him. On his way home from school, he passed by the barbecue stall and found business was booming. Quite a few young men were standing guard in front of the stall, and even Scarface was enthusiastically helping serve plates. What the hell? What's going on? The moment they saw Jiang Nan, they all bowed in unison and shouted loudly, "Hello, Brother Nan." Instantly, whether they were eating or strolling, everyone's gaze focused on Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan. Aunt Zhou warmly called out, Xiao Nan is here. Yuqing, come say hello. Jiang Nan asked in confusion, these people. Aunt Zhou smiled wryly, don't even ask. They showed up this afternoon and insisted on helping. They said they'd kneel if I refused. I couldn't say no. Xiao Nan, take a look. Jiang Nan glanced at Scarface. The guy shivered and gave a shy smile. Got it. This must be Wu Liang's doing. It's fine, Aunt Zhou. Just treat them like your own workers. Call me if anyone causes trouble. This area is pretty rough anyway. With them around, they can keep the peace. Aunt Zhou said, that would be too much trouble. Zhou Yuqing also blushed. We don't need so many people. Thank you, brother Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan affectionately ruffled her hair. Has anyone been bullying you lately? Zhou Yuqing replied with a sweet smile. No, they've all been very kind. Jiang Nan chuckled. Dare to be unkind. Let them try. On his way home, passing by Uncle Wang's yard, Jiang Nan curiously peered inside. He saw Wang Kai listlessly lying in front of his doghouse. The dog had visibly lost weight. Outside the doghouse, a line of small female dogs waited. Then he saw Aunt Zhou's Guoguo wagging its tail and barking excitedly. Wang Kai responded weakly, woof. Then Guoguo grabbed Wang Kai's tail in its mouth and dragged him into the doghouse. Wang Kai's face was a picture of utter despair. Soon after, Guoguo came out looking unsatisfied, wagged its little tail, and trotted off. Wang Kai had just crawled out of the doghouse on trembling legs when a large wolf dog dragged him back inside again. Wang Kai was utterly powerless to resist. Seeing the 7 or 8 female dogs still waiting in line, Jiang Nan shivered uncontrollably. Wang Sai, you're on your own, my friend. This is all your big brother can do for you. It seems the spirit leaks do have side effects, lack of stamina. That must be it. While selling the spirit leaks should be put on the agenda. Back home, Jiang Nan started his compulsive 10 pull again. After saving up resentment points for 3 whole days, he had over 310,000 points. Then he got another 20 bundles of spirit leaks. Jiang Nan was so furious he cursed his luck. On the 3rd try, he finally got something. Thank you for your patronage. Consolation prize, Hulk brand shorts X1. Congratulations. You won a Peerless Beauty Pill X1. Congratulations. You won a Peerless Beauty Pill X1. Thank you for your patronage. Jiang Nan was stunned. Not only did a new consolation prize appear, but he also got a proper prize. And 2 of them. Thinking of the powerful effects of the marrow-cleansing fruit, Jiang Nan felt a surge of excitement. He quickly checked the description. Peerless Beauty Pill. Effect after consumption, it improves appearance, granting you a peerlessly beautiful and flawless visage. Jiang Nan was dumbfounded. He had expected a spirit pearl or a level-up potion, something to boost his strength. But what the hell was a peerless beauty pill? A plastic surgery pill? What did it have to do with increasing power? Wait, isn't appearance also a form of power? As they say, beauty wins all. Living off one's looks is a skill too. Jiang Nan's eyes lit up. With a nervous heart, he sat before the mirror and touched his face. It's already handsome enough. There's nothing I'm dissatisfied with. But he still took out a peerless beauty pill and swallowed it. It was sweet with the taste of a white rabbit candy. Then Jiang Nan felt his face begin to tingle. A wave of worry washed over him. This isn't going to disfigure me, is it? It won't make my head explode, right? The damn system had Jiang Nan feeling incredibly anxious. Half an hour later, Jiang Nan stared in disbelief at his reflection in the mirror. He had starry brows and sword-like eyes, a high-bridged nose, slightly upturned lips, and a pair of dark pupils that seemed to hold galaxies of stars, enough to captivate any maiden's heart. His skin was so smooth and fair it was almost criminal. An aura of unrestrained freedom radiated from him. Paired with his aggressive buzz-cut, a light smile was like Cupid's arrow. No, it was Cupid's Gatling gun. Area effect damage. His features were still the same, yet such a minor adjustment had brought about such a dramatic change. Jiang Nan rubbed his face. Handsome. Damn handsome. He never knew a person could be this attractive. A lady killer. A sugar baby for rich women. With this devastatingly handsome face, he could easily outshine any top male celebrity in the entertainment industry. Love it, love it. Jiang Nan slowly clenched his fist, his expression resolute. It's time to buy a copy of How to Win the Favor of Rich Women. Then he checked the new consolation prize. Hulk brand shorts. Effect bug level shorts. They change size according to the wearer's form. Jiang Nan swallowed hard. In the movies, the Hulk bursts out of his clothes when he transforms, but his shorts never rip. No matter how intense the battle, those shorts hold firm. Do the Hulk brand shorts have the same effect? Amazing, amazing. They're practically a godsend for beastability spirit warriors. As for side effects, since he wasn't the one wearing them, Jiang Nan didn't care. Let Wu Liang try them out first. After all, that image was still seared into Jiang Nan's mind. A quick glance showed they came in both men's and women's styles with a wide variety. Just then, the spirit leaks were also added to the system shop for 300 resentment points a bundle. Jiang Nan. At that moment his phone suddenly rang. It was a video call from Wolf Extinguisher. Jiang Nan answered. On the screen Xia Yao was holding Zhong Yingshu's arm laughing happily. The background was noisy as if they were on a busy street. Xiaonan, come out to eat. Xue is treating today, she's in a good mood. Zhong Yingxue also smiled warmly. Xiaonan, what would you like to eat today? Seeing the two beautiful women instantly lifted Jiang Nan's spirits. Where are you two? They'll be right there. But Xia Yao pouted. Xiaonan, why are you using a beauty filter on a video call? You've got it cranked up to level 10, haven't you? Turn it off. Turn it off. You're blinding me with your handsomeness. Jiangnan, I didn't turn it on. Still denying it. Xiao Shui, are phone beauty filters really this scary these days? Zhong Yingxue rolled her eyes, ignoring Xia Yao. We're waiting for you at Century Square. Jiang Nan, all right. He'll be there in a minute. After hanging up, Jiang Nan shook his head helplessly. This. I'm being wronged here, aren't I? A beauty filter. My handsomeness is applied directly to my face, got it. On the other side, Jiang Nan was about to head out for a meal with Xia Yao and Zhong Yingxue. Meanwhile, Wu Liang was buried in his studies at home, skipping dinner. Wu Liang's father, shirtless and wearing slippers, shuffled into his son's room. Son, have a bite to eat. Your mom just made it. Before he could finish, he spotted Wu Liang hunched over his desk doing practice problems, and his eyes nearly popped out. You? What are you doing? He assumed Wu Liang was doodling in his books. Students loved doing that. But as he drew closer, holy crap, he was actually doing practice problems. Son, have you lost your mind? You're actually studying. On the desk lay a pile of thick reference books, including 3 years of high school, 5 years of simulation. Wu Liang scowled. Dad, go eat your dinner and stop disturbing my studies. I have to rank in the top 3 of my grade this semester. Wu Liang's father was stunned and asked anxiously, top 3 in the grade. What about your promise to drop out of high school? Drop out of high school? Do some mischief? Run with the gangs, take over my position? That would put my mind at ease. Wu Liang curled his lip in disgust. I don't want to live such a smooth sailing life. Wu Liang's father worried. Did something happen to you? Tell me who it was. They'll send someone. Wu Liang stood up and pushed him out. Dad, I need to study. Stop bothering me. Standing outside the door, Wu Liang's father looked utterly bewildered. Honey, is our son sick or something? Wu Liang's mother, what's wrong with him? He's actually studying, and he wants to rank in the top 3 of his grade. Wu Liang's mother scowled and snapped. I think you're the one who's sick. Get your ass over here and eat. On the street, Jiang Nan wore a pair of baggy short slippers and a Sailor Moon t-shirt, a garish sight that turned heads everywhere he went. From 80-year-old grandmothers to 13-year-old girls. Oh my god, that guy is so handsome. I can't take my eyes off him. He's ridiculously good looking. Could he be a celebrity? Even celebrities aren't as handsome as him. Quick, take a picture. I'm a fan now. His buzz cut really suits him. I want to ask for his WeChat. Whispers followed him everywhere. Not just from women, but even men couldn't help glancing back at him. By the time he reached Century Square, Jiang Nan had been asked for his WeChat 17 times and posed for 3 photos. Of course he added them all. His WeChat moments were a prime source of resentment points. How could Jiang Nan pass that up? Xiaonan, over here. Zhong Yingxue waved under a street lamp. Today Zhong Yingxue wore a sky blue dress, white sandals revealing her delicate little feet, and her black hair was tied into a ponytail. Simple, yet elegant, gentle, and graceful. Xia Yao, on the other hand, was far more exuberant. A black tube top, a white sun protection jacket, denim hot pants, and long legs that were incredibly eye-catching. When the 3 gathered together, they immediately drew the attention of many passers-by, who turned to stare. Xia Yao stared at Jiang Nan in astonishment, even rubbing her eyes. Oh my god, I thought you were using a beauty filter. How have you become this handsome in just a few days? Did you eat papayas? Jiang Nan. He glanced at Xia Yao's chest and scoffed. Is your papaya some kind of beauty treatment? You've eaten too many papayas, haven't you? Xia Yao bared her teeth, reached out her claws, and vigorously rubbed Jiang Nan's face. Wow, his skin was so smooth and fair. Even Xia Yao felt a pang of envy. Spill it. How did you do it? Did you go under the knife? Jiang Nan said with a straight face. No, I just washed my face. Xia Yao let go in disgust. How long has it been since you last washed your face? That much change from just a wash. Who are you trying to fool? Zhong Yingxue laughed. Xiaonan has good genes. He deserves to be this handsome. Come on, let's go eat hot pot. Jiang Nan chuckled. See, Yingxue was the best. But why did it sound a bit odd? Deserves to be handsome. Why the sudden dinner? Isn't it only Monday today? Jiang Nan asked casually. Zhong Yingxue smiled. Can I miss you? Xia Yao snickered. That guy Luo took 2 weeks off, so we don't have to be bothered at school anymore. Happy Xiao Shui. Jiang Nan and Xia Yao exchanged a sly glance and high-fived. Zhong Yingxue looked suspicious. I feel like you two are hiding something from me. No way. I swear on my conscience. Xiaoyao placed her hand on her chest, and Jiang Nan rolled his eyes. Give it up, Sister Xiaoyao. You can't even touch your conscience. The distance is too far. He pulled out a white rabbit, creamy candy from his pocket and handed it to Zhong Yingxue. Hey, race a candy for you. Eat it when you get home. Zhong Yingxue stared at the candy in her hand, memories flooding back like a tide. She smiled. All right, I'll eat it at home. But Xiaoyao also stretched out her hand. What about mine? I want some candy too. Jiang Nan pouted. Naughty kids don't get candy. Xiaoyao ground her teeth in anger, pounced on him, and put him in a vicious headlock, making Jiang Nan's eyes roll back. Are you giving me one or not? Jiang Nan, really, that was the only one. Next time, I promise. Next time, he whispered to Xiaoyao. I found a shield warrior. After I win first place, I'll bring him to meet you too. Xiaoyao was taken aback, then grinned. Win first place? That confident? Haven't you never been to a spirit realm before? Jiang Nan scoffed. With looks like mine, would any spirit beast dare to hurt me? Spit. Shameless. You can decide on the person. Zhong Yingxue turned around curiously. What are you two whispering about? Xiaoyao and Jiang Nan both shook their heads like rattles. Zhong Yingxue looked puzzled and was about to ask something. Just then a deafening boom erupted. A towering blaze engulfed the entire night sky. In an instant it was as bright as day. The massive explosion shattered the windows of nearby residential buildings. The Walmart supercenter 2 blocks away had suffered a catastrophic blast. Panic swept through the crowd as people scrambled to avoid the falling shards of glass. Looking toward the mall, the flames raged fiercely, already consuming 2 floors. Thick black smoke was a shocking sight, and the air was thick with a burnt smell. The 3 exchanged glances, their eyes filled with horror. How could such a powerful explosion occur inside a mall? It wasn't a chemical plant. And with so many civilians inside during the evening rush hour, the consequences were unimaginably severe. Jiang Nan's expression turned grim. Let's go check it out. Zhong Yingxue and Xiaoyao also wore solemn looks, while everyone else fled in terror or pulled out their phones to take pictures. The 3 moved against the tide. As spirit warriors, they possessed power that ordinary people did not. In the face of danger and the unknown, they had the responsibility and duty to rush to the front lines. Even if they couldn't help, they could at least do what they could. Why was Huaxiao so strong? Why was it still the safest and most peaceful country in the world, even after the spiritual energy revival? It was because every individual carried a pride for the Huaxiao nation and a heart devoted to serving the country. Zhong Yingxue and Xiaoyao moved with astonishing speed. Even Jiang Nan found it somewhat difficult to keep up. Their combat experience was extremely rich. They had an unparalleled synergy, able to understand each other's thoughts with just a glance. The gap between them was evident at that moment. Just then, Jiang Nan suddenly spotted 3 figures in black suits and jackets rushing towards the shopping mall with terrifying speed. At a glance, Jiang Nan could tell they were soldiers, and their strength was formidable. Even without military uniforms, their aura was unmistakable. Shui, Sister Xiaoyao, be careful, this is not a simple matter, it might not be an ordinary fire. Zhong Yingxue nodded, saying, it's an abnormal fire set by a fire element awakener. And it's of a high level. At that moment, 2 furry ears suddenly sprouted from Xiaoyao's short silver hair. Wolf ears. The person is likely still inside the mall. Oh, I can sense several powerful auras. Jiang Nan was completely oblivious to what Xiaoyao was saying. His eyes were fixated on the beast ears that had emerged from Xiaoyao. Wow. Aren't they just excessively cute? Is this Xiaoyao's beast transformation? It shouldn't be the complete form. Then, would the complete form turn her into a wolf? Lost in thought, they had already arrived at the bottom of the mall. At that moment, the area was surrounded, and the crowd had already dispersed. Several fire trucks were connected to the hydrants, sending thick streams of water towards the mall building. But it was of no use against the raging flames. This was not an ordinary fire. There were also numerous water element spirit warriors at the scene, trying to extinguish the fire. However, the flames were tremendous, and their efforts were like a drop in the bucket. What puzzled Jiang Nan was that there were not only fire trucks at the scene, but also an armored vehicle and a military truck. Even several reporters from the news station had arrived for a live broadcast. At that moment, the flames were consuming the 4th and 5th floors and were spreading towards the 6th floor. The on-site reporter spoke into the camera. I am Hu Shua, a reporter from the news station. It is now 8 o'clock and 3 minutes in the evening. A sudden fire broke out at the Walmart in Jiangcheng. We can see that the flames are fierce, and the Jiangcheng Fire Department is actively carrying out rescue efforts. There are also many water element spirit warriors on site lending a helping hand. But the situation remains grim. The area below the mall is too narrow to set up air cushions. Many people are trapped on the 6th floor of the mall and cannot get out. The scene then shifted to the windows on the 6th floor of the mall. A mother was seen holding her child, unable to bear the smoke any longer, preparing to jump down. Right now, firefighters are setting up ladders to rescue people. Members of the Spirit Warrior Association are also on their way. Zhong Yingxua looked anxious. I am not afraid of the fire, but I can't bring anyone down. Xia Yao was also anxiously pacing in circles. The 6th floor is too high. I can't jump that high. Jiang Nan's expression turned serious. I have a way. Xiao Nan, you. Before the two could finish, Jiang Nan had already charged through the crowd to the front. Just as he was about to enter, he was stopped by the armed police. Little brother, it's dangerous inside. Don't go in. Jiang Nan explained anxiously. I am a spirit warrior. I have a way to save people. The armed police were taken aback for a moment and immediately replied, all right, please register over there first. It's a special circumstance. We must be cautious. We hope for your understanding. Be careful. Register. Looking at the armored vehicle and military truck, Jiang Nan knew things were not that simple. Just as he was about to go register, at that moment a loud explosion echoed again. The raging flames burst out of the window, shooting over 10 meters away. Four figures leaped out of the window and flew onto the roof of the opposite building, then fled wildly. Immediately after, a figure in a black jacket jumped down from the 6th floor of the mall. With a loud bang, she crashed onto a Jeep. The Jeep was completely crushed by her impact. The person jumping down from the 6th floor wore a beret and a black jacket, which bore scorch marks. The woman wiped her face, which was blackened from smoke, walked up to the military truck and ripped off the door, tossing it aside. Chase them. The military truck roared as it drove towards the direction where those people had fled. Meanwhile, several figures in black jackets hidden among the crowd quietly followed suit. Jiang Nan swallowed hard. This woman, is she a bit too violent? What kind of abnormal physical prowess is this? Just as the onlookers were recovering from a series of surprises. At that moment, the woman standing on the 6th floor lost her balance due to the intense flames, and holding her child fell down. The crowd gasped in shock. Even reporter Hu Shua was startled. Oh, someone is falling. What should we do? What should we do? Jiang Nan exclaimed, damn. There's no time. Bro, just record fill it in later. Before the armed police could react, Jiang Nan's figure instantly vanished from the spot. What the hell? Then, to everyone's astonished gaze, Jiang Nan's figure abruptly appeared in midair. He caught the mother and child who were falling in midair. Teleporting again. He landed successfully. Hu Shua was momentarily dumbfounded, then excitedly exclaimed, did you capture it? Did everyone see that? Someone intervened. What was that? Teleportation. My God. It was so thrilling. He actually dashed into the air to save someone. Fortunately, the mother and child are safe. A cheer erupted from the crowd. Nothing could be more uplifting than this. The armed police officer gave Jiang Nan a thumbs up. Xia Yao jumped up in excitement. Yay! Xiao Nan is so cool. Teleportation. It really is teleportation. Zhong Yingshu's face flushed with excitement as she secretly clenched her delicate fist. Her excited face flushed. Jiang Nan was still the same Jiang Nan in her heart. The mother and child he had saved looked at him with gratitude. But due to excessive fear, they trembled uncontrollably, unable to articulate clearly. Auntie, please don't panic. It's okay now. Do you know how many people are still inside the mall? The mother trembled as she replied, there are probably around 50 or 60 more. I don't know if it's all of them. There might be even more. Hearing this, Jiang Nan's heart sank. So many people. The ladders wouldn't be able to rescue them in time. By the time they were all brought down, the fire would have already engulfed the floors. He quickly turned and said, firefighters. There are too many people above. I'm going to rescue them first. The firefighters responded, hey, little brother, put on the fire suit. The heat up there. But before they could finish, Jiang Nan's figure had already vanished. In less than 10 seconds, he returned carrying one person in each hand. Without waiting for anyone to say anything, he disappeared again. This time, Jiang Nan was carrying two on his shoulder, two in his hands, and one tucked under his arm. Everyone watched in shock. In just 1 minute, Jiang Nan had rescued over 20 people using teleportation. Both the onlookers and the firefighters were cheering loudly. For those who enjoy it, please click to urge updates and give a good review. Don't be a freeloader, ha. The person Jiang Nan had dragged out hadn't even reacted yet. They had been inexplicably rescued. The crowd erupted in cheers and whistles. Whoa, this young brother is way too fierce. A merciless rescue machine. Not old, but incredibly bold. How dangerous must it be inside the fire? Isn't he that ruthless guy who split bricks at the Jiangnan night market? So it's him. Boss is mighty. At that moment, Hu Shua from the news station was also giving an impassioned commentary. Let's turn our cameras to this young man who rushed into the fire to save people. He looks like he should still be a student, but he's also an extremely powerful spiritual warrior. In just 1 minute, he's already pulled 27 people out of the fire. Oh, His clothes are on fire. Jiang Nan was startled, turning back to frantically pat his t-shirt. Only then did he notice several holes had been burned into his clothes without him realizing. The temperature inside the fire was extremely high. Even Jiang Nan found it unbearably hot. Without time to think, he casually took a barrel of strength potion from his extra-dimensional space and poured it over himself. No choice. Using a 10th Saniyuan bottle of Nongfu 3 Springs for a shower. That's just how extravagantly unrestrained he was. Jolted by the cold water, Jiang Nan shivered violently. He felt a surge of power welling up from within his body. He couldn't help but freeze. Whoa, can the strength potion be used externally too? Startled, Jiang Nan quickly touched his head. Fortunately, he wasn't bald. Jiang Nan's eyes lit up slightly, as if he had discovered a new continent. But he had no time to dwell on it. He charged back into the fire to rescue people. Before long, he brought out 2 more. The strength potion on his body turned into steam due to the high temperature drifting into the night sky. Hu Shuo said with a moved expression, "Everyone saw that, right? This young man's Sailor Moon t-shirt has been burned through, which just goes to show how dangerous it is inside the fire." But he ignores his own safety and persists in saving people. This spirit of dauntless courage, it brings tears to one's eyes. But many in the crowd couldn't hold it in and burst out laughing. Couldn't you just say t-shirt? What the hell, Sailor Moon? A bit too eye-catching, isn't it? The otherwise solemn fire rescue scene was broken by the Sailor Moon motif. Hu Shuo smiled awkwardly, realizing his slip of the tongue, and playfully stuck out his tongue. Inside the fire, a bathroom filled with thick smoke. Inside, a petite girl with 2 cute bun hairstyles crouched on the sink. She was holding up her phone and live streaming. The girl's face, blackened by the smoke, was streaked with tears. She asked pitifully, will I die here? The phone screen was filled with comments. "Xiao, you don't be afraid, stay there, and don't leave. Don't inhale the smoke. Someone will come to save you. The fire department is already here. Turn on the faucet, turn them all on." Yu Qingqing had managed to hold on until now, following the netizens' advice. In watching the news live stream, a tough guy rushed in to save you. Me too. He's dragged out over 20 in no time, Sailor Man. Whoa. Yu Qingqing's eyes lit up. She wiped her tears. Someone's coming to save me. And it's Sailor Man. Just then Yu Qingqing heard someone outside shout, "Anyone else in there? Make a sound. If no one says anything, I'm leaving." Yu Qingqing quickly yelled, "Squeak. Squeak. Squeak." The live stream chat exploded. Whoa. You deserve to be trapped, you silly girl. Why are you squeaking? Give your location. I don't admire anyone but you. Yu Qingqing wiped her tears and quickly reported her location here. The bathroom. A few seconds later, a loud bang was heard. The bathroom door was kicked open. Through the billowing smoke, Yu Qingqing only saw a tall figure walk in. She exclaimed excitedly, "Sailor Man. Is that you?" Jiang Nan rolled his eyes. "I'm also Balala the little fairy." Only then did Yu Qingqing realize the Sailor Man was a print on the front of Jiang Nan's t-shirt. The livestream chat went wild. This guy is quite a character. Huh. Balala the little fairy. Full body transformation. Gunnaller the dark god. We're saved. Finally saved. Is it you, Sailor Man? No. I'm the little fairy. Huh. Yu Qingqing's face flushed as she looked at Jiang Nan. He's quite handsome. Not even the soot and grime could hide Jiang Nan's stunning looks. Instead, it added a touch of masculine charm to him. Without further ado, Jiang Nan scooped up Yu Qingqing and teleported out. Before Yu Qingqing could react, she had already been rescued. She stood there dazed, wanting to thank Jiang Nan. But Jiang Nan had already charged back into the fire. Unable to calm down for a long time, she spotted Zhong Yingxue and Xia Yao in the crowd. She rushed over and burst into sobs. "Xiao Xue Yao Yao, you scared me to death." Wah. The two only then recognized that this little black figure was Yu Qingqing. The 3 were classmates. Zhong Yingxue patted Yu Qingqing's back while comforting her. There. It's all over. It's okay. Xia Yao said worriedly. I wonder how Jiang Nan is doing. He's only a black iron 10-star, teleporting so frequently. Is his spiritual energy enough? Yu Qingqing was stunned. Yao Yao, you know Sailor Man. Zhong Yingxue smiled and said, "He's my friend. His name is Jiang Nan." Yu Qingqing's face lit up with surprise. Is this fate? By now, Jiang Nan had gone back and forth over 10 more times. His face was deathly pale, just as Xia Yao had said. His spiritual energy was running low. Fortunately, he had already rescued 63 people. Jiang Nan wanted to go in again to confirm if anyone was left. He teleported in once more. After taking a look around and confirming no one was there, he was about to leave. Something tripped him. He looked down. It was a person, a foreign man with blonde hair and blue eyes. One of his arms was torn off. The remaining arm and both legs were broken beyond recognition. At this moment, he was staring wide-eyed fixedly at Jiang Nan. Injured like this, yet still looking so calm. Interesting. TSK, TSK, TSK. Brother, you're in a real mess. Don't worry, he'll get you out of here, he said as he moved to help him up. Foreign guy, what do you mean I'm in a real mess? And don't you have any sympathy? Then, as if possessed, he frantically crawled away. Don't save me. Just let me die. His fluent Chinese stunned Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan said with righteous indignation, how could that be? As a model youth of society, how could I stand by and watch someone die without helping? The foreign guy's eyes were filled with despair. He lifted his head and slammed it against a nearby pillar. He smashed his face bloody but still couldn't kill himself. Jiang Nan looked pained. Hey, how can you treat yourself like this? Your body and hair are gifts from your parents. With that, he hoisted the foreign guy onto his back. Resentment points from Alexander. Koyakovsky 1000. Good heavens. This was the first time he'd seen such a long name. Alexander struggled wildly on Jiang Nan's back. No, I beg you, just let me die. Jiang Nan, no. Life is precious. Alexander said in despair, just let me fucking die. No, if you can survive with injuries like this, it means you're destined to live. Don't you know that after great misfortune comes great fortune? Alexander was really feeling the pressure now. Valhalla, the little fairy, full body transformation. Alexander was on the verge of losing his mind. Couldn't he even wait for death in peace? Who told you to let your compassion run wild? Surviving a great disaster brings good fortune. Not likely. All he knew was that if he got out alive, it would be a fate worse than death. Jiang Nan felt Alexander's struggle and let out a cold sneer. Injured this badly, yet still calmly waiting for death. It would be strange if he were an ordinary person, coupled with what he had witnessed earlier. This man's identity was all but revealed. Want to die? I won't let you. Just let me die? I'm begging you. Alexander was nearly in tears. Jiang Nan said, no. Life is precious. Let me die and I'll give you money. How much? Alexander, just a moment ago life was precious and couldn't be measured by money. Now you're asking the price. Resentment from Alexander Joykovsky 666. I've got some in my pocket. Jiang Nan threw him to the ground and started patting him down. Ow. Take it easy. Don't touch my arm. Oh, that hurts. It's in my left pocket. Jiang Nan pulled out a pistol, 3 passports, a phone, and 250 yuan. He couldn't help but curl his lip. Your live's pretty cheap. Only 250. What's your phone password? Any money in WeChat? Alipay. That belt of yours looks nice. Alexander glared. Ill. Jiang Nan raised his hand and slapped him, knocking out half his teeth. Alexander, I kindly saved you and you curse me, eh? Resentment from Alexander 1000. Jiang Nan grinned, grabbed him by the belt, and teleported him outside, dumping him on the ground. Seeing Jiang Nan haul out a blood-soaked foreign guy, everyone was taken aback. Jiang Nan said to the armed police officer, this guy's called Alexander something Grathursky. Is he the one you're after? The officer's eyes widened. This was exactly the man on the wanted list. A group rushed over and dark gun muzzles pressed directly against Alexander's head. Alexander shouted like a mad dog, shoot. Why don't you shoot? Jiang Nan crouched down and slapped him again, sending him into a daze until he finally passed out. The sudden sharp crack startled many. What the hell? That fierce. Everyone stared at Jiang Nan in shock. Jiang Nan grinned and said, this guy's dead set on dying. Don't kill him. He probably has important intel. The armed police officer smiled wryly. That slap of yours nearly killed him. A Russian golden-level spiritual warrior. This guy's committed quite a few crimes. Thanks to you. Good work. Jiang Nan shot up looking guilty. What the hell? Golden level. Good thing he was crippled, or else. Thinking back, Jiang Nan swallowed hard. A golden level was beaten this badly. Then how fierce was the woman who jumped from the 6th floor? The armed police escorted Alexander into the vehicle. Jiang Nan stood up, and the rescued people came to thank him, including a little girl who gave him flowers. It made Jiang Nan a bit embarrassed, and he kept scratching his head, looking somewhat shy. The firefighters in the distance gave him a thumbs up, and the crowd burst into warm applause. As soon as he turned around, Hu Shua and his camera crew swarmed him. In his excitement, the microphone nearly ended up in Jiang Nan's mouth. Jiang Nan. Hu Shua apologized profusely. Sorry. You rushed in without hesitation to save people. What were you thinking? Were you scared or anything? Jiang Nan was startled and asked, is this live? Hu Shua smiled, yes, live. So everyone can see it. Broadcasting live on the news channel. Jiang Nan wiped his face, cleared his throat, and said with all seriousness, Jiang Nan night market. Socks, shorts, hair ties, and barrettes. Cheap now. 10 yuan for 2. And Nongfu 3 springs. Hu Shua was dumbfounded. What's going on? Where's the speech? This is an interview. How did he randomly start advertising? Can he be that dedicated? Too down to earth, right? Cut to the studio. Resentment from Hu Shua 888. Resentment from Xia Yao 666. Resentment from Zhong Yingxue 333. The resentment list refreshed like crazy in that moment. Jiang Nan was thrilled. He got his ad in and earned resentment points too, killing two birds with one stone. The crowd burst into laughter. In front of the TV, Tang Qinya sat in the living room, watching Jiang Nan's interview intently. A mouthful of soda sprayed all over her brother. Hu Shua smiled bitterly. At least tell us your name. Jiang Nan said, my name is Jiang Haoran. Hu Shua. Could he be any more dismissive? When she tried to ask more, Jiang Nan had already teleported away. In the crowd, Xia Yao pounced on Jiang Nan, hugging him with a big smile. You were so cool just now, and you saved Xiao Yu. Awesome. He'll give you a big reward later. Jiang Nan said seriously. I just want to be a sidekick. Xia Yao rubbed his face. Dream on. Zhong Yingxue also pinched and poked him, making Jiang Nan ticklish. Let me see. Are you hurt? I was so worried. Seeing Zhong Yingxue's concern, Jiang Nan felt warm inside. He laughed, hee I'm fine. Seeing Jiang Nan bouncing around, and even advertising earlier, Zhong Yingxue finally relaxed. A girl with a sooty face and a bun hairstyle, Yu Qingqing, came over excitedly and said, thanks for saving me earlier. Jiang Nan said, hey, this black sister speaks Chinese pretty well. Yu Qingqing. She regretted not washing her face earlier. Resentment from Yu Qingqing 333. Xia Yao laughed so hard tears came out, wiping Yu Qingqing's face with her hand. She's Xiao Yu, our classmate. Jiang Nan's expression turned serious. Miss, want to add me on WeChat? Yu Qingqing blushed. Was the attack this fierce? Oh, okay, of course. How could Jiang Nan pass up such a great chance to expand his contacts? Absolutely impossible. By the way, Shue, do you know who those people in black jackets were? Zhong Yingxue said, they should be China's spiritual military unit, the Nightfall Corps. Jiang Nan was taken aback. Nightfall Corps. It was his first time hearing of it. Xia Yao recited like an expert. China not only has the Nightfall Corps, but also the Dragon Abyss Corps. They each have their duties and cooperate with each other. And both are made up of spiritual warriors. The Nightfall Corps guards the nation's borders. The Dragon Abyss Corps enhances our national prestige. They're both secret units, so remember to keep it confidential. Jiang Nan curled his lip. If it's a secret, how do you know? Zhong Yingxue snickered. Don't listen to Zaiweo's nonsense. Although they're technically secret units, they're practically known to every household. After what happened, who could still enjoy hot pot? Zhong Yingxue and Xia Yao sent little fish home first, and Jiang Nan also hurried home anxiously. By sheer serendipity, he had just doused himself with the strength potion. It also enhanced physical fitness, and without causing baldness. If internal use led to baldness, then external application would be fine, right? Perfect. On his way home, he bought a wooden bathtub. In a forest on the outskirts of Jiangqing. Within 300 meters, the ground was a mess. Upturned turf and massive craters everywhere. A military vehicle lay overturned and wrecked nearby. Beside it stood a woman. She wore a beret, her long hair tied into a bun. Clad in a black leather jacket, her face was grim as she stood by the vehicle. She was about 25 or 26, with a high-bridged nose and narrow, piercing eyes that gleamed with sharpness. Her delicate features were breathtakingly beautiful, yet cold enough to intimidate. At that moment, her face was frosty, exuding a chilling aura. She wiped the blood from her cheek, leaving a stark streak on her fair skin, wild and violent. Her subordinates were searching the three corpses at her feet. Captain, the item isn't on them. The woman narrowed her eyes. In a mission, use code names. Yes, Captain. Lynx. Lynx squinted. If it's not here, then it must be with that Viper. Conduct a citywide grid search. The item must not be allowed to leak out. She's injured and can't escape the cordon. Find her. The officer replied, yes, sir. We've already tightened the encirclement and started a grid search. Just then Lynx hesitated. How's the situation at the mall? The officer reported the fire is out. 12 dead. And 37 injured. Lynx was startled. The number seemed lower than expected. Given the urgency, she had no time to save anyone. Letting the item escape would have caused even greater harm. After you chased the enemy, a spatial ability user teleported everyone trapped in the mall to safety. Oh, and Alexander, whom you incapacitated, survived. He was rescued and is now in military custody. Lynx was taken aback. Li Daotian intervened. The officer smiled wryly. How could it be Li Daotian? It was a high school student named Jiang Nan. A sharp glint flashed in Lynx's eyes. In the vast nation of China, talents abound. So far, there has only been one spatial ability user, Li Mingshan, the Dao Lord. A second spatial user. How did the military not know? The officer clicked his tongue, unsure what to say. Captain Hayrace's file. Take a look. A ranked talent deemed useless. The most formidable ability paired with the worst talent. How ironic. Lynx carefully examined the file, including the video footage of his rescue. 21 teleportations with a maximum range of 100 meters, and his spiritual energy was still not depleted. At least Black Iron 10-star. And you call this a ranked talent? The officer was stunned. Captain, do you mean the talent test was wrong? Lynx watched the footage of Jiang Nan carrying people out of the mall, her expression shifting. I want all his information. Bring Alexander to me. I'll interrogate him personally. Jiang Nan was pouring the strength potion into the wooden bathtub bucket by bucket. His eyes brimmed with excitement. After 10 buckets the tub was full. Tisk tisk tsk. 10 million for a bath. Even Dubai's richest aren't this extravagant, are they? He indulged in a moment of pleasant fantasy. Stripping down, Jiang Nan leaped into the tub. The cold water sent a sharp shiver through him. Soaking in the tub, Jiang Nan closed his eyes in comfort. He felt waves of power surging from within his body. It wasn't as direct, simple, or brutal as internal consumption. The energy within the strength potion continuously improved Jiang Nan's physique. And unlike internal use, which only lasted 3 days and nights, this was a permanent transformation, enhancing his physical attributes. Senses, defense, motor, nerves, all were elevated across the board. I'm truly a genius. Good deeds really do bring good rewards. Had he not rushed into the fire to save others, he would never have discovered this property of the strength potion. He lay there comfortably for half an hour, until his body reached saturation in absorbing the potion's power. His physical fitness had increased tenfold compared to before, and this was without consuming the potion internally. He would have to wait until tomorrow to soak again. The improvement was gradual and couldn't be rushed. Looking at the strength potion in the tub, which still contained residual energy. Should I pour it back into bottles and sell it again? Haha, that idea was a bit cheeky. Frugal and resourceful, recycling. One must follow a path of sustainable development. But wouldn't that mean someone's drinking my bathwater? Jiang Nan shuddered. That thought felt rather strange. He dismissed the idea. Jiang Nan looked down to admire his perfect physique. Tisk tisk tsk. Look at those flawless muscle lines. The sharply defined abs, proportionate and not bulky. This skin, soft as a baby's. This elasticity, so supple. Wait. Something seemed off. Jiang Nan glanced downward. What the hell? What's happening? Startled, he quickly touched his head. His hair was still there. His eyebrows were still there too. Then, everything below the eyebrows was hairless. Jiang Nan cursed, damn it. Detected host insulting the system. Deducting 1,000 yuan in cash. Jiang Nan gritted his teeth in frustration, his heart aching. But after some thought he accepted it. For the sake of power, what was a little desertification? No one would see it anyway. He'd keep it as his little secret. Just then a loud crash came from the roof. The roof had been smashed through, and then a person fell down. Jiang Nan was stunned, about to climb out of the tub, but he was pushed back down, a gleaming dagger pressed against his neck. Then he felt the person pressing down on him. A fragrance like orchid mixed with the scent of blood filled his nostrils. Golden hair cascaded over Jiang Nan's shoulder into the tub. An overwhelming sense of danger surged through him, a prickling sensation at his back. Just as he turned his head, the dagger nicked his skin with a slight pressure. The woman behind him leaned close to his ear and whispered, "Young man, don't move. Move again and you'll die." Her whisper tickled Jiang Nan's ear, and he froze, not daring to look back. But he muttered, "Big sister. I'm not a young man." The golden-haired girl glanced down at the tub. "Giggle, it's not small, but so clean. And you say you're not a young man." Jiang Nan, holy shit. You've got a point there. I can't even argue with that. Jiang Nan's mind raced frantically. This woman was definitely no ordinary spiritual warrior. The spiritual energy surging from her entire being made Jiang Nan feel as if he could scarcely breathe. What in the world was happening? He had only been soaking in his bathtub at home. He had just lost an entire forest of trees. No sooner had he thought no one could see him than someone came crashing down right behind him. Not only did she see everything clearly, but she also smashed a hole through his roof. Could his luck be any worse? Could she be one of those who had escaped from the mall? Even the crippled Alexander was a gold rank. What level must this woman be? Where was the Nightfall Corps? Were they out for a stroll instead of catching people in the dead of night? Hey. The woman had a head of golden hair, clad in a tight black suit, and her figure was absolutely stunning. A high-bridged nose, delicate collarbones, and deep azure eyes that were utterly mesmerizing. A classic Russian beauty. Yet the girl slowly leaned in toward Jiang Nan, pressing a dagger against his throat with one hand, while the other pinched and prodded various parts of his body, causing him sharp pain. The force of her grip felt as if it could crush his bones. Jiang Nan was about to explode. What the hell? Don't you touch me. What on earth are you trying to do? Dear elder sister, I've been weak and frail since childhood with a deficient constitution. I can't withstand this torment. If you truly want, shall I introduce someone else? Damn it, elder sister. Please spare me. I'm still just a young man. The golden-haired girl seemed angered by Jiang Nan's words. She pinched him fiercely, her nails digging straight into his shoulder. Jiang Nan felt a piercing, heart-wrenching pain. In an instant, it was as if all his strength had been drained away, leaving him unable to move. Resentment points from Katerina 666. What are you thinking about, little brother? Your physique is decent. You should be able to withstand it. With that, she pulled out a glowing red reagent from behind her back and stabbed it fiercely toward Jiang Nan's heart. A searing pain shot through him. But Jiang Nan could only watch helplessly as the golden-haired girl pushed the entire reagent into his heart. Jiang Nan, what the hell? What the hell did you inject me with? Tetanus shot. It must be a tetanus shot, right? Or maybe a rabies vaccine. Definitely not some gene reagent or doomsday virus or something. This is poison, you know. Don't run off. They'll come back for you. Alive or dead, you belong to Big Sister now. Jiang Nan's head buzzed. Damn it. Was it really poison? Couldn't she leave him a little room for imagination? Jiang Nan was furious. If this kept up, he was afraid he'd be toyed to death by this gorgeous woman. He immediately teleported with all his might, vanishing from the bathtub in an instant. Katerina was stunned. Space-type ability. Teleportation. With that movement, Jiang Nan felt his heart pound like a drum. The power within his body surged exponentially. His blood raced, and a flame seemed to burn within his body. His skin even turned an eerie crimson. Damn it. This poison is way too potent. Frightened Jiang Nan quickly pulled out a detoxifying little soybean and swallowed it. The feeling of weakness and dizziness vanished instantly. A wave of refreshing clarity washed over him. He then clenched his fist and slammed it toward Katerina. Bang! The bathtub was blasted apart by Jiang Nan's punch. Katerina barely dodged, her face filled with shock. He had just been injected with snake venom. How could he still move? But Jiang Nan didn't care. He charged straight at her, roaring, invincible chokehold. Katerina was severely wounded. There were crimson bloodstains on her abdomen and shoulders. Yet her reflexes remained sharp. The dagger in her hand flashed coldly as she slashed fiercely toward Jiang Nan's throat. Like a venomous snake lurking in the darkness, Jiang Nan teleported and vanished before her eyes. Before Katerina could turn around, Jiang Nan had already locked her in an invincible chokehold. His body clung to her like a sloth. They fell to the ground, Katerina's pretty face twisted in pain as she struggled violently. Jiang Nan showed no mercy. He applied a reverse joint lock, twisting her arm behind her back. To Jiang Nan's astonishment, her arm was bent to an unnatural angle, yet it didn't break. It was as if she had no bones. Still, this restricted her movement. Katerina was frantic. Was China this terrifying? To run into a space-type spiritual warrior just like that, and one so skilled in combat techniques. His strength was astonishing, and his physique was terrifyingly formidable. You? Let me go. Jiang Nan shook his head. No. Katerina said in shame and anger. Let go now. You're touching me. Jiang Nan, you're wearing clothes. What's there to fear? Resentment points from Katerina 999. Was this a matter of wearing clothes or not? The problem was that he wasn't wearing any. At that moment, their position was extremely awkward. Jiang Nan lay on her back, firmly locking her throat. His legs clamped around her in a deadly scissor hold while one hand twisted her arm. Just then, footsteps echoed from the rooftop. Quick! She's here. For members of the Nightfall Corps, 3 men and 1 woman, all in black leather jackets, peered down through the hole in the roof. They were momentarily stunned. What the hell? What was going on? Was the scene this intense? There was Jiang Nan with not a stitch of clothing on him, firmly subduing the golden-haired woman, looking as if he was about to succeed. Katerina panicked and burst forth with a surge of fierce spiritual energy. She spat out blood and sent Jiang Nan flying. She cast a hateful glance back at him. Little brother, just you wait. With that, she leaped into the air, broke through the encirclement, and fled. Jiang Nan quickly scrambled to his feet, brushed the dust off himself, and looked up toward the hole in the roof. 2 of the 4 went after her. The remaining man and woman stared blankly at Jiang Nan. The man's face was stern, while the woman blushed, glanced at Jiang Nan, and gave a soft scoff. The male Nightfall officer, what just happened? Jiang Nan perked up. Reinforcements. Lovely people. He reported indignantly. That golden-haired elder sister. She scratched me with her fingernails. And she stabbed me with a syringe. The male Nightfall officer's face darkened. She stabbed you. Looks more like you stabbed her. Pretty fierce. With that, the male officer ran off to chase the fugitive. The female officer glared fiercely at Jiang Nan, blushing, and also went after them. Jiang Nan, damn it. I'm telling the truth. She really did scratch me. And stab me. What do you mean I stabbed her? With what would I stab her? And they just left like that. No commendation or anything. Jiang Nan could do without all that. But could you at least fix my roof? What a mess. Jiang Nan looked down at himself, There was a needle wound on his chest and a small puncture on his shoulder. The earlier sensation of his heart pounding and blood burning had already vanished. Some poison. It couldn't even beat my detoxifying little soybean. This night was destined to be sleepless, because Jiang Nan spent it repairing the roof and squatting on the toilet all night. The next morning, Jiang Nan sat in the classroom for morning self-study with heavy dark circles under his eyes. Recalling the events of the previous night only stirred his irritation. What kind of people were they all? Yet the classroom atmosphere that morning was unusually lively, with everyone discussing the massive explosion at the mall the night before. Jiangcheng was in chaos all night. The entire city was sealed off. I heard it's linked to the mall explosion, and someone saw a group of mysterious men in black jackets searching the city. Could it be a secret task force? Li Xiang curled his lip and said, "What do you know? That's the Night Shadow Corps, the most mysterious unit in our country." "Whoa, Xiangge, you're awesome. How do you know that?" Li Xiang said with slight pride. "My cousin is in the armed police. He was part of the operation yesterday." The classmates perked up instantly. "What's going on? Spill the details." "You tell us." Li Xiang said mysteriously, "It's all classified. I'm telling you, but don't spread it around. I heard it was an operation by the Russians. They infiltrated our side, stole a batch of goods, and fled all the way from the capital north to here. They probably planned to cross the border at Jiaxi, but our people intercepted them here. The mall explosion yesterday was their doing." The classmates' eyes sparkled as they flattered him. "Amazing. You can get inside information like that. Impressive. Truly impressive." Li Xiang smiled and turned to glance at Jiang Nan, his eyes brimming with pride. A classmate suddenly said, "I watched the news broadcast live yesterday. Did you see that woman who jumped from the 6th floor? I saw her too. She was ferocious. She ripped a car door right off." Speaking of which, Nan Shun was pretty impressive last night. As they spoke, many classmates turned their gazes to Jiang Nan, some with complex expressions, others giving him a thumbs up. Many had watched the news broadcast the night before and were stunned to see Jiang Nan. Li Xiang was taken aback. "Jiang Nan? What does he have to do with it?" "Xiangge, you don't know? Yesterday's mall explosion, Nan Shun was right there. He used teleportation to rush into the blaze and rescued over 60 people. He was even on TV. I heard he also brought out a foreigner who was taken away by the armed police. He's truly amazing. I have a video from yesterday of a girl trapped in the fire who was still live streaming." Then someone in the class group shared a video from Weibo. Jiangqing Evening News. The headline: Nan Shun, the kind-hearted guy who braved the fire. His true identity is a Sailor Moon, a magical girl, a high school student. No. His real form is a night market stall owner. The video showed clips of Jiang Nan rescuing people. There were also Yu Qingqing and her hilarious conversation with him, along with the final clip of Jiang Nan plugging his stall. The video had over 1 million views. Even the Jiangxing Fire Department retweeted it and tagged Nan Shun. They captioned it, "A strong youth makes a strong nation." Well done. The Jiangxing Fire Department expresses gratitude on behalf of the rescued and all comrades. The comments below exploded. "Haha, the strongest street vendor ever. Damn, $10 for 2 pairs of underwear. I'm laughing. From today on, I'm in love with buzz cuts. Ingshuehi. Good job. Little fish, following you now. Special attention. Yue Long, you owe me a candy. I want candy. Now. Immediately. Right this second. I must have it. Wu Liang, bro, you're awesome. Little Tong Tong." I burst out laughing and got hit by my brother. So pitiful. Jiang Nan scratched his head. Did so many people really use Weibo? Was that little Tang Qinya? And what was going on with Xia Yao? He replied to Xia Yao, Naya won't give it. He saw his Weibo followers had skyrocketed to over 100,000. Li Xiang's face turned ugly and he felt even worse. He had been bragging about his inside information, but Jiang Nan had personally participated in the fire rescue and even helped the armed police capture someone. A huge sense of loss and disparity drove Li Xiang mad, but he couldn't say anything. Li Mayan and her group looked displeased. They had been the bottom of the class, mocked and suppressed by everyone. Now Jiang Nan was stealing the spotlight, which only fueled their resentment. Soon the screech of brakes rang out, and a curious student leaned out the window to look. Whoa, 3 military vehicles just pulled up. A lot of people are getting out. Let me see. What's going on? Why are military vehicles at our school? A crowd quickly gathered by the window. Jiang Nan also looked out curiously. He saw 3 green military vehicles, and the people who got out had already entered the teaching building. Jiang Nan muttered to himself. Could it be that blonde beauty had been caught? Were they here to reward him? He thought to himself he had done such a great deed last night, successfully holding off the blonde beauty. How could there be no commendation? Just as the classmates were heatedly discussing the military vehicles, hasty footsteps echoed in the hallway. Shan Mao was the first to enter the classroom. She wore a full black military uniform and combat boots. Her shoulders bore no insignia. Behind her followed a man and a woman from the Night Shadow Corps, the same two from the rooftop the night before. The once noisy classroom fell completely silent. The classmates were dumbfounded. What was happening? Members of the Night Shadow Corps. Wasn't that the fierce woman who had jumped from the 6th floor last night? Why had she come to their classroom? Shan Mao's narrow, long eyes swept across the classroom. Everyone she looked at felt a chill down their spine, as if a blade were pressed against their hearts. They sat up straight, not daring to breathe. Shan Mao's gaze landed on Jiang Nan. She turned to look at the two behind her. Captain, it's him, no mistake. Shan Mao nodded, and under the stunned gazes of the classmates walked straight to Jiang Nan's desk. Her sharp phoenix eyes stared quietly at Jiang Nan. The classroom was dead silent. Jiang Nan scratched his head sheepishly. No need to make such a big deal. I'm a little embarrassed. In truth, he was already mentally prepared for praise. Bring it on. Let the praise come even stronger. Then clang. Shan Mao tossed a pair of black handcuffs onto the desk. Put them on yourself, or should I help you? Jiang Nan. Whoa, something's not right. This isn't the script. Where's the commendation? Where's the medal? Why does this medal look just like handcuffs? How trendy is that? He said weakly, maybe you should check your pocket again. See if you pulled out the wrong thing. Shan Mao stared at him expressionlessly and pulled out a black hood from her pocket. Jiang Nan. It's over. A two-piece set. Run. He had to run. That hood was way too suggestive. Were you fake Night Shadow Corps? But thinking of Alexander's miserable state, Jiang Nan shuddered. Run. Under the watchful eye of a woman who could rip off a car door. Better forget it. Jiang Nan quickly put on the handcuffs. He slipped on the black hood. After a moment's thought, he said, do you provide lunch? Shan Mao's eye twitched slightly as she grabbed Jiang Nan by the scruff of his neck. She opened the window and leaped out, landing with a dull thud. Jiang Nan felt the wind whistling past his ears and couldn't help but scream. Was she jumping off a building again? What kind of fetish was that? Couldn't they use the stairs? The two accompanying Night Shadow Corps members looked speechless as they hurried after them. Behind them followed the principal, drenched in sweat and trembling all over. The classmates in the classroom were completely bewildered. What was going on? Had Jiang Nan been taken away by the Night Shadow Corps? As Jiang Nan was taken away, the classroom erupted into chaos. No way. 3 military vehicles just to capture the Nan God. That's the Night Shadow Army. Their aura is terrifying. They've definitely seen bloodshed. Why are they arresting Nan God? They even prepared a black hood and small handcuffs. Truly impressive. To be involved with the Night Shadow Army. Didn't Nan God catch a Russian yesterday? Maybe he's being taken to assist in solving a case. The class buzzed with heated discussion. Being young, they were naturally curious about the nation's secretive forces. Even students from other classes craned their necks to look out the window. They watched helplessly as Jiang Nan was shoved into a military vehicle, which sped away with a roar of the engine. Li Xiang sneered, "Calm down, everyone. Jiang Nan is finished. Those black handcuffs are specially designed to restrict spiritual warriors' abilities. Rescuing people at the mall. Huh. Could it be he's connected to those Russians?" Lu Chuanwu added, "Exactly. Why else would they arrest him? Don't tell me he was providing cover for them." Some disagreed. Don't be sour grapes. Whatever reason they have for taking Nan God, he truly risked his life last night charging into a fire and carrying out over 60 people. Those were living, breathing lives. No matter what Nan God did, in my eyes, he's this. He raised his thumb. The classroom fell silent. Li Xiang and Lu Chuanwu had nothing more to say, no matter how sour they felt. Sitting in the military vehicle, Jiang Nan was unusually docile. He could sense it. The woman called Shan Mao sat quietly beside him. He moved his wrist slightly. Handcuffs that restrict abilities. Holy crap. Isn't this just like the sea stone handcuffs in One Piece? I'm doomed. Doomed. I can't even use teleportation. They're not going to drag me off for some weird human experiments, are they? I'm still a child, 216 months and 21 days old. How could you bear to do this? Sister Shan Mao, I need to use the bathroom. Jiang Nan squeezed his legs together, fidgeting uncomfortably. No one spoke. Sister Shan Mao, I want. Hold it. Shan Mao didn't even glance at Jiang Nan, spitting out 2 words. Jiang Nan. Half an hour later. Sister Shan Mao, I need to go, number 2. Shan Mao's eye twitched slightly, but she remained silent. Sister Shan Mao, I. Without a word, she shoved something into Jiang Nan's hand. Jiang Nan felt it. Holy crap. A bottle. A wide-mouthed bottle. Are you serious? Hey. But I need to go, number 2. How am I supposed to use this bottle? So you're not even planning to stop the car even if I have to go in here? Ruthless. Shan Mao raised an eyebrow. What? Need my help? Help me. How? Jiang Nan's mind suddenly conjured up some strange images. He couldn't help but shudder. No need. The male Night Shadow Army soldier driving was struggling not to laugh. After a full 2-hour drive, Jiang Nan's hood was finally removed. The harsh light stung his eyes. He was now locked to a desk. The room was empty. It was a solitary cell with thick concrete walls all around. The air was damp, likely some kind of underground base. Jiang Nan had been locked in here for over an hour. Ouch! Stop hitting me. Ouch! From the adjacent cell came the dull thud of something like a pile driver. And a man's agonized wail. Resentment from Alexander Chekhovsky 1000. Watching the ever-refreshing list of resentment values. Jiang Nan shuddered. I thought that wail sounded familiar. So it's big trouble. No wonder he was seeking death yesterday. This is what was waiting for him. They're beating you. Why are you blaming me? I genuinely saved you. Mom, this guy is so weird. But Jiang Nan grew restless. If they're beating him now, they might come for me next. Looking at his hands locked tightly in the handcuffs, Jiang Nan grinned slyly and flipped his palm, revealing a small copper wire head pulled from the military vehicle. He poked at the lock's keyhole. Skill triggered. Lockpicking LV0. Skill points added 100. Skill upgraded. Lockpicking proficient LV0. A lousy pair of black handcuffs. Could they really stump me? With a click, the handcuffs opened. Jiang Nan hunched over and tiptoed toward the door, trying not to make a sound. He didn't dare use teleportation. Who knew what this underground base was like? Sneaking to the door, Jiang Nan opened it to escape. But he seemed to bump into something. Huh, wait a moment. Let me feel this carefully. Looking up, he found Shan Mao staring down at him. Her cold face blocked the doorway like a mountain. Had he just crashed into her embrace? Awkward. Shan Mao had been standing at the door reaching for the handle. When the handle moved on its own, Jiang Nan's sneaky head popped out, and he stumbled into her. She glanced at the unlocked handcuffs on the desk. A flicker of deep interest sparked in Shan Mao's eyes. Jiang Nan weakly said, I was just thinking about checking what's for lunch in the cafeteria. Resentment from Luo Tianhong 614. Luo Tianhong. Hee, pretty name. Facing the cold-faced Shan Mao, Jiang Nan obediently went back inside. Shan Mao sat on a chair, propping her feet on the desk. The male and female Night Shadow Army soldiers stood behind her. She gave them a look, and with a bang the door slammed shut. Come here. Jiang Nan jolted, pointing at his nose. Shan Mao said nothing, placing her hand on the table. Seeing the blood on her knuckles, Jiang Nan straightened up and scurried over. He flashed a bright smile. What are your orders? Just say the word, and ill. Before he could finish, Shan Mao's hand moved like lightning, chopping him on the back of the neck and knocking him out. Jiang Nan's vision went black. His last conscious thought was that what had seen in TV dramas was real. You really could knock someone out by hitting the back of the neck. 10 minutes later, Shan Mao stared thoughtfully at the needle mark on Jiang Nan's chest and the wound on his shoulder. So that's it. Put his clothes back on for him. The female soldier beside her took the just-removed clothes and dressed Jiang Nan again, her pretty face slightly flushed. Jiang Nan jolted awake, his head throbbing with pain as he looked around in confusion. Shan Mao sat right across from him. Why did she knock me out? Did she do something unspeakable to me? Looking down at his belt, Jiang Nan's eyes widened. His belt had been tied in a single knot before, and now it was a butterfly knot. So that's it. So that's it. Has my little secret been discovered? Jiang Nan's face was full of indignation. Shan Mao said calmly, How old are you? Jiang Nan gritted his teeth. You already know, so why ask? 20. Shan Mao was taken aback. Doesn't your file say you're 18? Fake. Jiang Nan was stunned. You were asking about age. Shan Mao's face flushed. What did you think? Can you be any more mischievous? What a bizarre train of thought. Resentment from Luo Tianhong 666. Exactly. Boys must always protect themselves when out and about. In just 2 days, the blonde beauty Shan Mao and the female Night Shadow Army soldier. They've all discovered my little secret. Sigh. It's truly a curse to be too handsome. Karma always catches up. The mountain cat rose and slowly walked toward Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan's heart was pounding with nervousness. Could she be coming over to hit him out of embarrassment and rage? However, the mountain cat merely cast a faint glance at Jiang Nan and said to the female Dark Knight soldier, Take him to draw some blood, then send him back. Jiang Nan, no way. You went through all this trouble to bring me here just to knock me out and take advantage of me. What about the promised lunch? What about the little medal? You know my little secret. You have to take responsibility. Don't just freeload. Jiang Nan had his blood drawn with a look of grievance, then was stuffed back into the car. This time the mountain cat didn't escort him personally, the female Dark Knight soldier did. In the car, Jiang Nan wore a pitiful expression, mainly because he hadn't eaten. Miss, what's your name? Is working in the Dark Knight Corps tiring? Do you have social insurance and a housing fund? Resentment from a Ning 666. Social insurance and a housing fund. Are you serious? And Ning looked at Jiang Nan helplessly. In all these years, she had never met someone so unruly. But recalling what had just happened, her pretty face flushed slightly. See, can I add you on WeChat? Jiang Nan's eyes lit up. Was there a chance? Add you? Why not? I love elegant young ladies like you. I feel so safe beside you. At the military base, the mountain cat held Jiang Nan's blood test report, a rare smile appearing on his face. A male Dark Knight soldier asked in confusion, are we just letting him go like that? The burning blood reagent was clearly injected into him and has successfully integrated. That venomous snake will definitely come back for Jiang Nan. If we leave him unchecked, he could be in danger. The mountain cat said danger. He's too clever for that. Trying to take him away right under our noses is nothing short of a fool's dream. To take him away would require a large-scale operation. The male Dark Knight soldier's eyes lit up. Captain, are you planning to let the line run long and catch the big fish? The mountain cat squinted and said, the fish is secondary. What I really want is the bait. Encrypt Jiang Nan's files classified below the rank of colonel. Saying this, he tossed the tablet to the soldier. The soldier scanned it and couldn't help but gasp. Name Jiang Nan. Age 18. Ability space element. Strength element. Uncertain, extremely strong physique. Talent SSS, never seen in history, cannot be clearly defined. Cultivation black iron 10 stars. Successfully integrated the burning blood reagent. Reason unknown. At that moment, he finally understood why the mountain cat valued Jiang Nan so much. Such talent. Absolutely monstrous. At school, the afternoon break exercises were underway. Jiang Nan got off the military vehicle, and Ning smiled and waved goodbye to him. All the students noticed this scene and were stunned. No way. Am I seeing things? The Dark Knight Corps personally sent the Southern God back. And with such a good attitude. He was taken away with handcuffs and a black hood, yet he came back safe and sound. Could it really be that he was just assisting with an investigation? Awesome. That's the Dark Knight Corps. We're here doing calisthenics while the Southern God took a stroll through their base. Comparing people really drives you mad. Back in the classroom, Li Xiang and Lu Quan's faces were incredibly sour. In the morning, they said he was finished, but in the afternoon, Jiang Nan not only returned, but was personally escorted back. What a resounding slap to the face. Jiang Nan, however, looked utterly dejected. Just now in the car, despite all his sweet talk, he couldn't wheedle a single piece of useful information out of a Ning. As expected of a professional. But at least he managed to get the Dark Knight Corps phone number. Now a crowd gathered around Jiang Nan's desk. They all asked Southern God, what did they call you for? Was it to help solve a case? Where's their base? Is it over by Vermilion Bird Mountain? Jiang Nan replied seriously, they call me to taste how hard the cafeteria food is. The students, damn, could you be any more evasive? Resentment from Wang Yiping 666. Resentment from Zhou Hongfeng 888. Resentment from Southern God, don't hold back, just tell us a little. We won't tell anyone. Don't pressure him, maybe he signed a confidentiality agreement. Jiang Nan shrugged. They called me over, knocked me out, took advantage of me, and then sent me back. A classmate said, Southern God, cut it out. You're as skinny as a monkey, your ribs could be used as a washboard. What advantage could they possibly take? A female student blushed and said, I kind of want to try taking advantage of him too. Jiang Nan rolled his eyes. Look at that. I'm telling the truth. Why won't anyone believe me? The problem was even Jiang Nan himself didn't believe it. What was the Dark Knight Corps up to? Li Xiang said sarcastically, huh? You'd better stop asking. Who knows what really happened? Jiang Nan smiled and said some things really can't be said. But they did receive a notice that someone from the armed police forces leaked information affecting the mission and they're investigating it thoroughly. Hearing this, Li Xiang's face turned pale. Even though he didn't quite believe Jiang Nan, what if? Li Xiang immediately panicked. Not long after, he went out to make a phone call. Naturally, the other students dared not ask further. The fire rescue and the Dark Knight Corps incident made Jiang Nan seem even more mysterious in their eyes. After school that evening, Jiang Nan was walking home when his phone suddenly rang. He pulled it out and saw a video call from Wolf Slayer. He answered. On the screen appeared a face so breathtakingly beautiful, it seemed like a celestial maiden descended from the 9 heavens. Flawlessly beautiful, inspiring not a trace of profane thought. Who else could it be but Zhong Yingxue? Xiao Nan. Xiao Yao has been bothering me all day, she wants some candy too. Xia Yao rushed over from the side, her little hands caressing Zhong Yingxue's face. Look how beautiful she's become. Xiao Nan. I want candy. Let me tell you, Schwer is in my hands. If you don't give it to me, you'll finish her off. Zhong Yingxue also asked curiously, Xiao Nan, where did you get that white rabbit creamy candy? I feel like I've become a bit prettier after eating it. Xia Yao said in a fierce childish voice, a bit prettier. It's a million times prettier. I don't care. I want to be pretty too. Jiang Nan pouted, won't give, nah. Xia Yao flashed her adorable little fangs. I am so mad. With that, she pounced on Zhong Yingshu, pinning her to the bed, and the phone captured Zhong Yingshu's startled cries. Then came Xia Yao's mischievous snickering. Go ahead, scream. Scream all you want, no one's coming to save you. The phone screen shook wildly as the two girls tussled. Xiao Yao, stop it. Quit. Quit it. He. No. I want. Tickle, tickle, tickle. Jiang Nan was left utterly speechless. To save Xue from further torment, he had no choice but to compromise. He'll give you candy, all right. Xia Yao immediately perked up. Promise. Jiang Nan raised an eyebrow, still gonna say I use beauty filters. Xia Yao shook her head frantically. No, no. Xiao Nan is the handsomest. Sister Xia Yao likes you the most. I miss you so much I could die if I don't see you for a day. Still gonna choke me out. No more. How could I bear to? They'll massage your shoulders, beat your legs, and hand you sunflower seeds. Xia Yao was unervingly obedient, even deliberately revealing her furry wolf ears. Even with a heart as firm as stone, Jiang Nan couldn't resist the sight before him. Love it, love it. All right. They'll get you another one when I get back. Yay? Xiao Nan is the best. With that, she hung up the video call and fast. Jiang Nan's face stiffened. Women. As Jiang Nan pushed open the door and entered, he was pondering whether to try a couple of temple draws to test his luck. But then, he saw a stunning blonde beauty in a loose white t-shirt standing in his room. And the t-shirt she wore was his. It had a Pikachu printed on it, but this one looked rather plump. Most importantly, right now Katerina was holding a huge cabbage munching away happily. Both Jiang Nan and Katerina froze for a moment. Her mouth was still full of cabbage. An awkward silence hung in the air. Jiang Nan scratched his head. Oh dear. Wrong room. How strange today. He turned to leave. Katerina's beautiful eyes widened, and she hurled the cabbage at Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan spun around and used flash step to escape. Damn. Why was this blonde beauty in his house? Where's the night army? Aren't you supposed to catch her? Come and get her. She's right here in my home. If you run or call the cops, he'll kill all your neighbors. Jiang Nan's face stiffened. He halted at the door and looked back. Katerina was leaning against the doorframe, smiling at him. Jiang Nan, big sister. What do you want? You didn't lose out yesterday either. You stabbed me. Why are you clinging to me? Katerina recalled yesterday and felt a surge of anger, but she still said, I told you. Whether in life or death, you're mine. You can't escape. Now, get back here. Immediately. Right now. Katerina's gaze grew dangerous. Her pupils even turned into serpentine slits. Jiang Nan felt a pang of guilt. This beauty was at least gold to your right. How could his little arms twist her thigh? Jiang Nan had no choice but to obediently enter the room. His eyes darted around restlessly. Katerina sat on the bed in an odd posture. Beside the bed lay her just discarded combat suit. She pointed at the clothes and said, Wash them for me. I need them tomorrow. Jiang Nan, damn, why should I? Fine, you ate my cabbage, but now I have to wash your clothes. Katerina lightly tapped the edge of the bed with her finger. Purple mist spread. The iron pipe corroded into a small hole. Jiang Nan turned to grab a basin and laundry detergent. Big sister, want some fabric softener? Smells great. Katerina tilted her head. What's fabric softener? Jiang Nan. Sitting on a small stool, Jiang Nan began scrubbing the clothes, his face full of grievance. Shanmiao, hurry up and come, night army. I can't hold on much longer. I'm so done. Katerina sat on the bed, watching Jiang Nan's back, equally conflicted. Her organization wouldn't send someone to pick her up for 2 more days. Although the bloodburn reagent was gone, taking Jiang Nan out would serve the same purpose. Last night, she had no other choice. But under the Night Army's net, taking Jiang Nan away on her own was impossible. She had to get the message out first, then have the organization act to take Jiang Nan. The problem was, how could she survive 2 days in Jiang City? With no family or friends, she could only turn to Jiang Nan since he was the only one she knew. Besides, the reagent was still inside him. She had to keep an eye on him. As she thought, her stomach growled again. So she picked up the cabbage shed found in the kitchen and prepared to keep munching. Jiang Nan quickly finished washing the combat suit and immediately said, a young lady like you. How can you eat this at night? They'll cook for you. With that, ignoring Katerina, he rushed to the kitchen and started cooking. Katerina looked suspicious. Why was he suddenly so diligent? Watching Jiang Nan skillfully stir-fry in the kitchen, smelling the aroma of home cooking filling the room, Katerina felt a twinge of warmth. This annoying little brat wasn't so bad after all. Soon a lavish meal was laid out on the table. A plate of chive and egg stir-fry. A plate of bean sprout and pork stir-fry. A pot of steamed rice. It was a feast for the eyes and nose. Katerina sniffed the aroma, her stomach growling loudly. Jiang Nan looked at her expectantly. Give it a try. I'm not a bad cook. Katerina licked her lips and began to eat. She took a few pieces of egg and pork, and Jiang Nan watched nervously. Try some chives. They're delicious. Katerina ignored him completely, only eating the egg and meat. The bean sprouts are great too. Want a taste? Katerina shot Jiang Nin a glare, still silent. Jiang Nin grew anxious. Why was this girl so picky? You can't be picky. Think about your health. Katerina rolled her eyes at Jiang Nin. Mind your own business. Why aren't you eating? Jiang Nin scratched his head and chuckled. Me. I ate outside. Obviously, he didn't dare eat either. The chives in the chive and egg stir-fry were spiritual chives. The bean sprouts in the bean sprout and pork stir-fry were sprouted from detoxifying soybeans. Powerful and filling. Those two dishes would knock her out. Then he could go tip off the night army. Hee. The plan was perfect. But Jiang Nin never expected this blonde beauty to be so picky. What did vegetables ever do to you? Just take one bite for my sake, okay? In the end, Katerina didn't touch the chives or bean sprouts at all. She only ate 3 pieces of egg, 2 pieces of meat, and a bowl of rice before stopping. That night, Jiang Nin lay in bed utterly perplexed. Katerina lay beside him. She had taken the blanket and left no pillow. This night. So cold, so cold. She even confiscated my phone. It's so frustrating. Jiang Nin, lying obediently in bed, simply couldn't fall asleep. When will the spiritual energy leaks and detox yellow beans take effect? Even if I didn't eat, surely the chicken, eggs, and meat would have some broth on them. Jiang Nin stared wide-eyed for a full hour. Great. It seems hopeless. Time for a 10-time draw. The accumulated resentment allowed Jiang Nin to perform 2 10-time draws. The result was a beauty-enhancing pill. 19 pairs of Hao brand shorts. This result is somewhat acceptable. Just then the quiet Katrin began to stir. Her pretty face flushed as she began to shift uneasily. She secretly opened her eyes to look at Jiang Nin, only to find him asleep. So she quietly reached out her little hand. She grabbed Jiang Nin's hand. Jiang Nin, big sister, what are you doing? Is it really this subtle? According to her original plan, yellow beans combined with leeks should have a strong effect. She should be too preoccupied with her own situation. But now, no way. Did eating just chicken, eggs, and stir-fried meat soften the potion's effect? Jiang Nin's heart raced. This can't possibly get me into trouble, right? At that moment, Katrin's expression turned painful, drenched in sweat, as if she had been pulled from the water. Jiang Nin's eyes were filled with excitement. Is it working? Why does she look like she has a fever? No, I must pretend to be asleep. I absolutely cannot let her discover that I poisoned the food. As long as I'm calm enough, nothing will happen. However, in the next moment, Katrin, full of pain, tightened her grip around Jiang Nin's neck. It was as if a girl during illness wanted to hug a doll. But the strength was so great that it made Jiang Nin roll his eyes. He quickly pulled out both hands, trying to push her away. But Katrin held him down. Under Jiang Nin's horrified gaze, Katrin's legs transformed into thick serpent tails. Her pupils turned into snake-like eyes. She coiled around Jiang Nin tightly, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. Damn it. Has she really turned into a snake? If this continues, won't I become Su Xian? That can't happen. I have to teleport and escape. But despite my beautiful thoughts, Jiang Nin, entangled like a big rice dumpling, found that he couldn't teleport at all. It felt as if he was restrained by some skill. Moreover, with every movement, Katrin's serpent tail tightened a little. Jiang Nin's heart was in a frenzy. But just then, Katrin's pupils suddenly lost their light, and she fainted, collapsing on top of Jiang Nin. Jiang Nin was tied up tightly. He couldn't catch his breath. If he moved a bit, the serpent tail would tighten. Jiang Nin dared not move again. He never expected this situation. The plan was ruined. What's the point of sending a warning now? Just try to survive under the pressure of life. Jiang Nin had no idea that the spiritual energy leaks triggered Katrin's beastly instincts. After her transformation, she became a poisonous snake, triggering the detox yellow beans effects, causing her to faint directly. Poor Jiang Nin. This night was destined to be sleepless. Early the next morning, Katrin awoke leisurely. However, she discovered Jiang Nin underneath her, sporting dark circles. He gazed at her helplessly. What? What happened? Did I transform? Why am I still wrapped around him? Jiang Nin replied, Can we talk after getting up? Katrin hurriedly got up, returning to her human form, rubbing her head with a bewildered expression. Jiang Nin, with righteous indignation, said, You really can't sleep properly. You even sleepwalked. Tomorrow you sleep in the bed. He'll sleep on the floor. Katrin, sleepwalking. What do I remember? What do you remember? Katrin covered her face, only recalling feeling very uncomfortable, wanting some comfort, and then subtly holding hands. Nothing. Jiang Nin let out a long sigh, finally escaping a beating. As he spoke, he put on his clothes and was about to head out. Where are you going? You can't leave. Jiang Nin spread his hands. I'm still a student. No, I have to go to school. No way. Who knows if you'll report it to the police? Jiang Nin, if I don't go, it raises more suspicion, right? Katrin hesitated for a moment, and then said, Then I'll keep an eye on you. Don't try any tricks. These 2 days I absolutely cannot expose myself. Jiang Nin had no choice but to let her follow him. On the way to school, Katrin with golden hair wore a baseball cap and Jiang Nan's short-sleeve shirt and jeans trailing behind him. Even so, she still attracted countless gazes. Jiang Nan was originally so handsome that it made people die for him. With the addition of a beautiful blonde girl, he became even more eye-catching. Zhou Yuqing followed from a distance, rubbing her eyes. She once thought she had seen it wrong. This sister just came from Jiang Nan's house. They are together. At the school gate, many classmates were momentarily stunned. After all, it's rare to see such a beautiful foreign girl. What the hell? What's going on with Nan Shun? Where did he meet this stunning beauty? Blonde hair and blue eyes, isn't she too beautiful? Keeping a beauty in a gold house. Nan Shun truly lives up to his name. Why can't I encounter something like this? I'm so envious. Katrin felt a bit uncomfortable under the surrounding gazes threatening Jiang Nan. I can see every move you make from outside. Don't seek your own demise. But this action in the eyes of others seemed like a flirtatious whisper. Jiang Nan shivered. Envious. You want to try? He understood. He was now effectively her hostage. Just wait, I'll let you be the impressive one for another day. In the classroom, Jiang Nan focused on his work while many classmates occasionally snuck glances outside. Katrin stood under the shade of a tree waiting for Jiang Nan to finish school, not going anywhere. She made the classmates green with envy. Nan Shun, you're too amazing. She stood outside with you for the whole morning. You don't even feel sorry for her. Isn't that right? Why not send her a bottle of water this afternoon? So heartless. Indeed, having a face allows one to be willful. Jiang Nan, feel sorry for her. Why should a golden-level spirit warrior make me worry? Jiang Nan wished for Katrin to be sunburned outside. Nan Shun, tell us, how did you meet her? Give us a hint. Jiang Nan put down his pen with a serious expression. She fell from the sky. From Wang Bin's resentment, 999. From Yuan's resentment, 666. Really, don't doubt it. She really fell from the sky, making a big hole in my house's roof. From Wang Bin's resentment, 1000. Today Jiang Nan was uncharacteristically well-behaved. He listened attentively in class and diligently worked on his assignments. Did he cause any mischief? How could that be? As a paragon of the new era model student and a shining example to his peers, his mind was consumed by only one thing: studying. Then Jiang Nan tilted his head. He saw Katerina standing in the shade of a tree, staring blankly at the elderly ice cream vendor by the school gate. Should he borrow a phone and call the night army? Katerina seemed to sense Jiang Nan's gaze and snapped her head around, glaring fiercely. Jiang Nan Sigma home. Study. It was merely an act of cowardice. After school that evening, his classmates were astonished to see Katerina waiting by the school gate for Jiang Nan the entire day. My goodness. Wasn't that just too adorable? What kind of divine romance was this? They cast envious glances. Jiang Nan walked over and handed her a cold cola and an ice cream. Katerina looked at Jiang Nan with suspicion, but still accepted them. She took a sip of cola, a bite of ice cream, her lips stained with white cream, eating with delight. Jiang Nan chuckled. He retrieved his old bicycle from the dimensional space. Let's go. Katerina was taken aback. Where to? To set up a stall. No way, I've waited all day for you. You're coming home with me. Jiang Nan declared with righteous indignation. How can I do that? Without the stall, there's no money. Without money, how can I buy you delicious food? Given your sensitive identity, you can't just go robbing, can you? Katerina stared at the cola and ice cream in her hands, hesitating. Then, I'll come with you. On the bicycle, Katerina sat sideways on the back seat, one arm around Jiang Nan's waist, licking her ice cream. Jiang Nan flashed a sly grin. Damn it, just wait and see how I'll handle you. Once we're at the stall, I'm the one in charge. He had been holding it in all day. This was what he was waiting for. At the Jiang City night market, he spread out his stall cloth and sat down on a small stool. Potent potion, detoxifying little soybeans, and spiritual leeks were all laid out. Katerina was dumbfounded. Other stalls sold bracelets, clothes, antiques, or pancakes. But what on earth were you peddling? Bottled water, leeks, soybeans. Could anyone actually buy this? But the next scene that unfolded utterly shattered her worldview. 10,000 for a bottle of water. The price was exorbitant, yet it sold like crazy. The customers rushing up were readied, practically snatching them away. Hahan and Shun, finally you're here. I watched the live stream of you rescuing people at the mall the day before yesterday. Awesome, absolutely awesome, haha. Nanshin handsome. Can I add you on WeChat? Got any more of that potent potion? Give me 5 bottles. Where did you find this beauty? Blonde hair, blue eyes. I love doing business with you. Easy on the eyes, haha. As soon as Jiang Nan opened his stall, he became the hottest attraction in the entire Jiang City night market. Katerina was stunned. In just a short while, he had made nearly $1 million. How? When did money become so easy to earn? She risked her life every day doing dirty jobs, yet she earned less than a street vendor. Was Jiang Nan really just an ordinary high school student? What the hell? Nan Shun, what are these leeks and soybeans for? New merchandise. The crowd also noticed the leeks and soybeans and grew curious. If the farmer's 3 punches were this potent, then what about these leeks and soybeans? Jiang Nan cleared his throat and said, these are genuine spiritual leeks. When he eats them, she can't take it. When she eats them, he can't take it. When both eat them, the bed can't take it. Iron Kidney Warrior. Restore your virility. 8,000 per stock. A bundle for 100,000. At these words, the crowd looked skeptical. Was this reliable? More potent than the little blue pill? Nanshan's products are always top-notch. Want to improve your standing at home? Tired of the embarrassment when your wife demands homework and you can't deliver? Spiritual leeks are what you need. Jiang Nan was incredibly silver-tongued. His sales pitch hit them like a bomber relentless. He had them all intrigued. Damn it, give me a bundle. Whether I can take off tonight depends on you. It can nourish the kidneys. Give me 1 stock. As soon as they heard it could boost kidney function, sales exploded, especially with the reputation of potent potion backing it up. Jiang Nan was overwhelmed with cash. Now check this out. Detoxifying little soybeans. You need these. They can cure potent poisons. Detoxify and beautify, keep you energetic all day. Only 100 apiece. You can't lose and you won't be cheated. The crowd listened. What the hell? That's not expensive, let's buy a few to try. Jiang Nan was selling like crazy, grinning from ear to ear. But suddenly he felt a chill down his spine as if targeted by a venomous snake and shuddered violently. Turning around, he saw Katerina staring at him with murderous eyes. She finally understood. These so-called spiritual leeks and detoxifying soybeans were exactly what she had eaten in her meal yesterday. No wonder Jiang Nan hadn't touched them. He had kept urging her to eat vegetables, remembering how she had uncontrollably drawn circles last night. And Jiang Nan had claimed she was sleepwalking. Katerina could have killed him. But Jiang Nan raised an eyebrow and glared back, completely unafraid. Who told you to threaten me first? Even if she knew about his little tricks, what could she do? Right now they were at the stall. No way around it. He was just that arrogant. Cowardice. Not a chance. Just wait and see how I'll deal with you later. With so many people around, Katerina barely restrained herself from teaching Jiang Nan a lesson until the night market closed. Katerina exploded. Aren't you going to explain what happened yesterday? Jiang Nan stood tall with righteousness and made a face at her. So what if I did it? Hit me if you dare. Enraged, Katerina reached out with her seemingly boneless arm, aiming for Jiang Nan's neck. She was incredibly fast, but Jiang Nan teleported behind her in an instant. It was the same old trick. The unstoppable chokehold. How could she not be prepared? She immediately tried to use her beast transformation ability, but her face filled with shock. Why couldn't she use it? Before she could recover from the shock, Jiang Nan had her locked down, unable to move. Seeing the shock and humiliation on Katerina's beautiful face, Jiang Nan was smug. Was this the thrill of conquest? He gave her a flick on the forehead. Making me wash your combat suit. Humph. Using your conscience to suppress my breath. Humph. Katerina struggled in vain. How could her ability fail? How could Jiang Nan, a black iron rank, suddenly seem like a different person, terrifyingly strong? He pulled his phone from her pocket and dialed the night army. Hello? Is this Sister Mountain Cat? I've subdued that blonde beauty. I'm at the Jiang City night market. Send someone to take her away. Inside the military base, Mountain Cat was sitting in her office, legs propped on the desk. She held a tablet displaying satellite footage. It showed Jiang Nan locking Katerina in a chokehold while making the call. After letting Jiang Nan go, the night army had been monitoring his every move. And Ning stood behind Mountain Cat, staring in disbelief at the scene on the tablet. The Viper, whom so many operatives had failed to capture, had been taken down by Jiang Nan. What was going on? She was a gold rank. Mountain Cat said calmly, I see. Let her go. Jiang Nan. What the FCK? No, I've got her right here. Just come and get her. Mountain Cat, I know. Let her go. Jiang Nan. You guys are fake night army, aren't you? I schemed tirelessly, endured humiliation, and resorted to deception. Only with great effort did I get Katerina onto the tarp and exert every ounce of strength to subdue her. I thought I would finally be free of this torment, yet the Anya army said, it's fine, don't arrest her, let her go. Let her go. Are they joking? They simply decide not to arrest her. So casual. How could they release her? Jiang Nan glanced at Katerina and saw icy resolve written across her delicate face. If she is released, what will happen to me? Just take her back. She's dangerous. Turning a blind eye is irresponsible to society and the people, he protested. Then his phone buzzed. Shan Miaojia. Hello. Jiang Nan froze, swallowed, suddenly feeling a pang of guilt and unease. He forced a dazzling smile, did not dare loosen his hold on Catalina, and reached out to rub her smooth forehead. Does it still hurt? Oh, it's my fault it doesn't hurt when you rub it, Catalina said calmly before adding, let go of me. I won't hit you. Her resentment surged by 1,000. Jiangnan trembled. Sister, that is hardly convincing. Her 1,000-point resentment had been laid bare. Jiangnan felt helpless. They could not linger on the tarp forever. Once off it, he grew awkward. Your generosity could even fatten Pikachu. Don't blame me, all right. Catalina smiled gently. Okay, I'll behave. I'm good. Let me go. Her resentment fell by 999. Jiangnan, of course, women's words are fickle. Liar. They'll treat you to skewers, okay? Her resentment eased by 888. Jiangnan's eyes brightened. Was there hope? There will be fatty beef, fatty lamb, tripe, enoki mushrooms, chicken wings, hairy crabs. Each item shaved a little off her anger. Every promised dish reduced her resentment a little. Not for any lofty reason, but simply because Jiangnan had made Catalina hungry. Indeed, there is nothing a barbecue cannot resolve if there is 2 rounds. Well, they'll also take you shopping. Pick the most expensive and I'll buy it. At that offer, her resentment ceased to shrink. Catalina pouted, it's a deal. Let go. You're touching me again. Jiangnan's face flushed. He scratched his head awkwardly and tentatively released Catalina. She did not flare up. Instead, she asked with a small excitement, where shall we eat? Jiangnan fell silent. He had forgotten she had gone a whole day without eating just to watch over him. For someone so pitiable. Very well. Tonight I'll show you a proper good time. Come with Nan Shun. There's everything at night. Saying so, Jiangnan took Catalina to eat skewers. He chose the priciest stall, then went shopping. Catalina changed into a new outfit, tight jeans and a black crop top. With a purple bucket hat atop her already lovely face and Jiangnan's near off-the-charts handsomeness, they became the most striking pair on the street. Wherever they walked, heads turned. Jiangnan took her to a movie, got her hair done, had her nails done, and finally, they spent the entire night at the arcade. Everything felt wondrous to Catalina. She who normally prowled the shadows had never experienced such things. That night was special for her. Early the next morning, sleep-deprived Jiangnan went to school, while Catalina stubbornly waited at the school gate. The classmates saw Jiangnan's dark circles and glanced at Catalina, exchanging sly smiles and giving Jiangnan thumbs up. Well done, Nanshan. Looks like you had a busy night. Impressive indeed. Are you the Iron Kidney War god? Tisk, so damn lucky. The girls in class buzzed with excitement, stealing glances at Jiangnan, their cheeks flushing. Even Lu Quanwas' envy spurred him to train fervently. Jiangnan, too tired to explain, fell into a sleep. Catalina stood in the shade, still unsure why the Anya army had not arrested her. Everyone had pulled back. Was it because the Finshue reagent had been used on Jiangnan? Perhaps that was for the best. At 10 past noon, her phone received a message. She cast Jiangnan a complicated look and left. When Jiangnan awoke, it was already afternoon, and he instinctively looked out the window. Where was the blonde beauty? Maybe she had gone home early because of the heat. Jiangnan did not think much of it, until that night when he returned home to find his room spotlessly clean. His phone lay on the table. Puzzled, Jiangnan opened it and saw a WeChat message from Blonde Beauty, whose avatar was a cute Pikachu. I'm leaving. Do not leave Jiangxing recently. Seek shelter with the Anya army. You carry the Finshue reagent. By Sha's people will not spare you. Be careful. Farewell for now, though you probably won't want to see me again. Jiangnan stared at the message in silence for 2 minutes. The message had been sent at noon. Perhaps she had been picked up then. He thought, hey, you're on the villain's side. Are you sure it's wise to tell me this directly? Jiangnan snorted. Catalina had really used Blonde Beauty as her screen name. He replied, hey Beauty. Your combat suit is at my place. Aren't you coming back to get it? On the green train to Russia, Catalina gazed out at the passing landscape. Her phone buzzed lightly. She brightened as she picked it up, then her face flushed with indignation. I sent it to you. Her resentment rose by 888. Jiangnan looked at the battle suit hanging on the window and chuckled. Nanshan warned, don't get involved in by Sha's actions against me. You'll likely die gruesomely. He'll try, the Blonde Beauty replied. Yura. This Russian bowtie stickers were surprisingly effective. Lying in bed, Jiangnan pondered. The Anya army certainly knew of his actions. They also knew about the reagent. Letting Catalina go was likely a long game to lure a bigger prey. The thought made Jiangnan furious. Using me as bait. Did they ask my permission? Damn Shan Miao. No responsibility despite seeing her. Jiangnan no longer cared about Bai Sha or Bai Xiong. Final exams were tomorrow. First, he would secure the top spot. The long night stretched ahead, and with sleeplessness upon him, Jiangnan took the English book from his bedside table. Can't sleep? Then certainly it's time to study. Jiangnan studied English until late into the night. The next morning, he felt refreshed and clear-headed. Messages from Zhong Yingxue and Xia Yao appeared on WeChat. Ingxue, little man, good luck on the exam. Don't forget to eat a sausage and 2 eggs tonight. That would be a perfect score, but if he ate them in the wrong order. It felt a bit strange. He replied, just watch. Lang Mia, where's my candy? Jiang Nan rolled his eyes and sent her a picture of the Peerless Beauty pill. Lang Mia, is it sweet? Nenshin, guess. Lang Mia. The morning self-study began and they were assigned to exam rooms. The students looked at their assigned rooms and quickly contacted those in the same one. They urgently formed combat squads, coordinated operations. As for the exam, Jiang Nan was not worried at all. This was the confidence of a top student. Someone asked Nin Shun, which exam room are you in? Jiang Nan, room 3. Why? Whoa, what a coincidence. I'm in room 3 too. Nanshin, are you thirsty? I have some black tea here. It's fate. I'm also in room 3. Nanshin lunches on me. Come on, let me massage your shoulders. Instantly a crowd surrounded Jiang Nan's desk, all fawning over him. Jiang Nan said amiably, don't worry. We're all classmates, leave it to me. With his words they smiled, even brighter. This was a done deal. Jiang Nan's academic performance was famously excellent. He was considered an outlier even in the spirit martial class. Li Xiang watched Jiang Nan surrounded by admirers and sneered coldly in his heart. This time he had studied with all his might, just to surpass Jiang Nan in the cultural exam. Then he would make him look bad in the subsequent Heavenly Pond Spirit Ruins. A two-pronged approach. Let him be arrogant for a while longer. The first exam was about to begin. Jiang Nan was walking toward his exam room, but he ran into the big guy Wu Yang in the hallway. He had a red headband tied around his head with 3 big characters written on it. Strong, strong, strong. It had only been a few days, and he was already wearing glasses. It seemed he had put a lot of effort into studying. With the black-rimmed glasses on, he actually had a certain vibe. How's it going, big guy? Can you make it into the top 3? Wu Liang adjusted his glasses, looking confident. He patted his chest and said, big brother, don't worry. It's steady, everything is under control. Jiang Nan was stunned. Whoa, that confident? All right, worthy of the person I set my sights on. All right, I'll wait for your good news. If you get into the top 3, I'll give you a big reward. Jiang Nan gave Wu Liang a punch on the chest and entered his own exam room. To his surprise, Tang Qinya was also in his exam room. Jiang Nan smiled and greeted her. Under the stern gazes of the 2 invigilators, the exam began. Jiang Nan frantically filled in his answer sheet, almost smoking the 2B pencil. For the Chinese exam paper, he finished even the essay in under 30 minutes. Under the astonished gazes of all the students, he stood up and handed in his paper. No choice, that's just how confident he was. Dashing. Damn arrogant. The students in the exam room were speechless. Are you a human printing press? A Chinese exam paper in under 30 minutes. Resentment value from Zhou Chiliang 666. Resentment value from Wang Xin 888. The resentment value list refreshed wildly, and Jiang Nan felt a surge of satisfaction. No problem. This was exactly the effect he wanted. He had to seize this opportunity to earn a good amount of resentment value. Just as he was about to leave the exam room, the invigilator said, where are you going? Go back and sit down. Early departure is not allowed during the exam. Jiang Nan. Sitting in his seat, Jiang Nan was bored, enjoying the occasional wave of resentment value coming his way. His heart was blooming with joy. Bored, he looked around and noticed quite a few sneaky moves. Some students had written cheat sheets on the labels of their water bottles. Others had them on their pencil cases, and some even on their hands. It was truly a display of diverse talents. Jiang Nan even discovered a genius who was tapping the table with his fingers to transmit answers in Morse code. 7 or 8 students listened intently, calculated for a while, and then frantically wrote down the answers. Jiang Nan was speechless. With skills like that, why don't you just study? To help them get on the right path, Jiang Nan showed his selfless side. For such matters, Jiang Nan never hesitated. Then he began tapping the table rhythmically with his fingers. The students were stunned. Whoa, this sound is a bit dense. This rhythm. Well, maybe this is how the problem is solved. A full half-hour later, someone accidentally turned around and saw Jiang Nan tapping the table, too, staring gloomily out the window. Then he looked at his half-filled answers and almost spat out blood. Damn it. If you're gloomy, just be gloomy. Why the hell are you tapping the table? Those students were about to go crazy. Jiang Nan watched the rapidly refreshing list of resentment values. Remember to study hard next time. He caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye and saw Tang Qinya sitting diagonally behind him. Her pretty face was full of tension. While the invigilator turned around, she slipped her hand under the desk. She slightly pulled up her short skirt. Then Jiang Nan saw small black characters written on her leg. He took a sneak peek and then started answering the questions. Tang Qinya seemed to notice Jiang Nan's gaze. Her pretty face blushed like a ripe apple, and she stuck out her tongue at him playfully. Jiang Nan quickly looked away. See no evil, see no evil. The second exam was English. Jiang Nen had naturally not wasted his review time and finished the paper early again. But this time he didn't hand it in early. He couldn't leave the exam room anyway. Just then a gentle breeze blew. Jiang Nan found a crumpled note blown onto his desk. Nice. Using wind element powers to pass notes. A talent. A talent. Wang Ping was frantically winking at Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan opened the note, and on it was written, Nan Shun the multiple choice questions. Please. Jiang Nan picked up his pen and wrote all the multiple choice answers on the note. Then while the invigilator wasn't looking, he used a finger bullet technique to send it back. Wang Ping saw the note full of answers and was overjoyed, frantically filling in his answer sheet. Since he was secure, he naturally couldn't forget his buddies. Under the breeze, that little note passed from one hand to another. When the exam ended, Wang Ping and the others gathered around Jiang Nan to massage his shoulders. Nanshan, you're awesome. Huh. I'm definitely set this time. That's our Nanshan. Jiang Nan laughed. It's nothing. It's nothing. Wang Ping seemed to remember something. Oh Nanshan, there's one multiple choice answer missing. Did you not know the last question? Someone beside him chimed in. Although I couldn't understand it, the last question did look pretty hard. Jiang Nan laughed. No. I answered the last question. Wang Ping was puzzled. Then why is one missing? Jiang Nan, I didn't know the first question. Wang Ping. What the heck? The first question. Damn it. We all started filling in from the first question, so we've all been misaligned. Not a single question matched. Resentment value from Wang Ping 999. Resentment value from Zhou Hong 666. From. Watching the list of resentment values refresh wildly, Jiang Nan was utterly bewildered. I kindly sent you all the answers. Why are you blaming me? Mom, these people are so strange. They don't know gratitude at all. For the third exam, mathematics, Jiang Nan answered with ease. He finished the paper swiftly. Soon Wang Ping, drenched in sweat from anxiety, was at his wit's end. Although Jiang Nan had been a bit tricky, it was still better than doing it myself. Wang Ping stared at the exam paper. The problems knew him, but he didn't know them. Jiang Nan opened the note and saw. Oh, getting clever. The note clearly read 1, 2, 3, with the question numbers thoughtfully marked. Watching Wang Ping wipe his sweat frantically, Jiang Nan couldn't bear it. He picked up his pen and wrote. Wang Ping, receiving Jiang Nan's reply, opened it in a rush. One look and he nearly spat blood. The note clearly read 1, 4, 3 long, and 1 short, pick the shortest. 2, 4, 3 short, and 1 long, pick the longest. 3, if roughly equal, pick C. 4, trust in the Nan God, absolutely stable. 5, not getting full marks is inhuman. Wang Ping stared wide-eyed at Jiang Nan. Damn it, is this an acrostic poem? Or a jingle? I wanted A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Nan God, I'm kneeling to you, please stop showing off. The brilliance floating on the paper practically blinded his dog eyes. Jiang Nan looked confident, secretly giving Wang Ping a thumbs up. Resentment value from Wang Ping 1000. From Wang Ping. In exam room no. 2. Wu Liang, with a physique like a small mountain, sat in the middle of the classroom. His expression fierce, he stared intently at the problems. Sweat poured like rain, veins bulging. A glance at the answer sheet showed only his name written. Meanwhile, a Wuling Hongguang parked outside the school. Inside it was a lively scene. 7 or 8 burly men, bare-chested with fierce faces and tattoos of dragons and tigers, were all staring at a laptop. On the screen was Wu Liang's exam paper, transmitted in real time through the glasses he wore. The red headband was a high-frequency antenna, rendering the school's signal jammer useless. The men, looking anxious, frantically calculated on scrap paper. The bald man said, Old Wang, hurry up and calculate. Brother was waiting. The man with the tiger tattoo roared, urgent my ass. This problem is too damn hard. Aren't you a college graduate? Can't you do high school problems? Damn, it's been years since I graduated. What the hell is tan? Cos, my head's about to explode. Is this really high school stuff? Can you do it or not? It's been an hour. The test will be over soon. Don't hold back, hurry and find backup. My son's a postdoc, I'll call him. Old Lou, isn't your daughter a high school math teacher? Call her quickly. What are you waiting for? Passers-by glanced through the car window and saw 7 or 8 men crammed in the car, sweating profusely. They changed expressions and hurried away, sighing, alas, what is this world coming to? Sitting in the classroom, Wu Liang gritted his teeth so hard they nearly shattered. With 3 minutes left until the bell, he heard endless cursing and noise in his earpiece. Wu Liang's head was about to explode. He slammed his iron fist onto the desk with a bang and roared, hurry up. The sudden noise and roar echoed through the silent exam room, even reaching the entire floor. The students nearby jolted, and the invigilator nearly jumped out of his skin. He spat his tea all over the face of the student in front. The student, Westlake Longjing tea. Instantly all eyes turned to Wu Liang. He immediately realized his mistake. This is going to blow up. I can't get exposed. If I do, how can I rank in the top 3? He scratched his head, looking troubled. How can I not figure this out? The invigilator wiped the podium calmly. Student, please keep quiet. Another invigilator patted Wu Liang's shoulder to comfort him. It's okay if you don't do well this time. There's always next time. Wu Liang's roar was even heard in the van outside. Brother Wu, here it comes. Fill it in quickly. At that moment, Wu Liang's eyes bulged, his muscles tensed like steel cables. He wrote furiously, his arm and wrist moving so fast they became a blur. He managed to finish the paper just before the bell rang, then rushed out of the building like the wind. He climbed over the wall to the outside, burst open the van door, and jumped in. The Wuling Hongguang shook violently. 3 minutes later, Wu Liang emerged completely relaxed, leaving behind 7 or 8 bruised men making calls. Hey daughter, come quickly. Save your dad. Hey son, come over now. Dad's counting on you today. Jiang Nan, who had been to the restroom, met Wu Liang and asked with a smile, how was the morning exam? Smooth. Wu Liang looked solemn and patted his chest. Don't worry, brother Nan. Everything's under control. Oh, not bad. Jiang Nan laughed, pleased that his review had paid off. Wu Liang. How could he not manage? Half of Jiang City's underworld was solving problems for him. As for the review results, Wu Liang confirmed one thing, brother Nan was right. His head was indeed filled with muscle. The day's exams passed. After school, Wu Liang and Jiang Nan walked home together in high spirits. They had finally muddled through the exams. Wu Liang was quite confident. With the academic exams over, the next step was the Lingshu practical assessment. Brother Nan, tomorrow afternoon, we're going to Changbai Mountain. What weapon do you need? I'll get it for you. Jiang Nan was taken aback. What weapon? Wu Liang then remembered Jiang Nan had never been to Lingshu and explained. The spirit beasts in Lingshu are extremely dangerous, nothing like the outside world. Most spirit martial artists choose a cold weapon for self-defense. It's easier for killing spirit beasts or protecting yourself. We'll be there for 15 days. It's going to be tough. We'll need plenty of food, clothes, and supplies. Also some wilderness survival gear. Brother Nan, are you prepared? Just bring what you need. They'll carry your bag. I'm strong. Jiang Nan rolled his eyes. Carry my bag. I'm a walking luggage bag myself. Have you forgotten what I do? I haven't prepared anything. Wu Liang was stunned. Damn, brother Nan is a spatial system. How could I forget that? With an extra-dimensional space, the possibilities were endless. Come on, brother Nan. Let's go to my place. Take whatever you need. I've got everything there. Wu Liang put his arm around Jiang Nan's shoulder and changed direction. Jiang Nan smiled. I have something for you too. You'll definitely like it. A group of schoolgirls heading home saw Jiang Nan and Wu Liang walking arm in arm, their eyes sparkling. See, I told you. TSK. What a waste of a handsome guy like Jiang Nan. A waste. Watch me win him back. Giggle Xiao Bei, you're going after Jiang Nan. If I don't act fast, someone else will snatch him. Where else can you find such a handsome guy? Following Wu Liang all the way to his so-called territory, they arrived at a repurposed abandoned warehouse. It was quite spacious, covering at least 300 to 400 square meters. The moment the rolling shutter door was lifted, Jiang Nan's mind went blank for a second. Piles of fitness equipment, sandbags and dumbbells went without saying. In the center stood an octagonal cage. The walls were adorned with cold weapons, kukri, knives, melee, swords, triangular bayonets, crossbows, and the like. In the garage were parked 7 or 8 heavily modified off-road vehicles, Raptors, Wranglers, Everest, Hummers, some of which Jiang Nan didn't even recognize. There were also various outdoor gears, tents, searchlights, generators. At a glance, it was a paradise for any man. Even Jiang Nan was drooling over it. Ask any guy if he wouldn't love these things. Holy crap. He lamented his own lack of vocabulary. With only those 2 words to conquer the world, he saw Wu Liang excitedly fetching 2 items from the side, a heavy titanium magnesium alloy shield with a roaring bear head embossed on it. It stood a full 2 meters tall and weighed at least 300 jin. In his other hand, he carried a tumter-long horse-slaying saber. What a terrifying sight. Exuberantly, he said, Nange. How about it? Am I awesome or what? Jiang Nan quickly shook his head. ID, rather not see. Rage points from Wu Liang 666. This gear of yours must weigh at least 500 jin, right? Can you move freely? Wu Liang thrust the iron shield forward, sending gusts of wind. He swung the horse-slaying saber wildly. The heavy, muffled sound of air being cleaved made it seem weightless in his hands. I train every day. No problem. If I be asked to fight, it gets even easier. Jiang Nan nodded in satisfaction. He had really struck gold. A solid shield warrior. A mobile fortress. An indestructible tank. As if suddenly remembering something, Wu Liang tossed aside the shield and saber and retrieved an iron spear. The red tassel at its head fluttered, and the spear point gleamed with a cold light. Nange, take a look. How's this one? Does it feel good in hand? Jiang Nan took the spear, turned, and swung it down vertically. The spear point sliced through the air, emitting a piercing shriek. With a sharp crack, the spear's shaft split the concrete floor. Wu Liang watched in excitement. Look at that form. It was truly a delight to behold. Yet Jiang Nen shook his head. I'm not keen on using this thing. I'll pick something myself. Wu Liang was stunned. Wasn't Jiang Nan trained in spear techniques? In the last street fight, he had knocked himself out using a lamppost. His skill was absolutely master level. He couldn't have achieved that without years of practice. And now he just gave it up. Jiang Nen looked around, took a triangular bayonet from a rack, and tucked it into his waistband. Skill triggered. Dagger LV0. Skill points added 100. Skill upgraded. Dagger proficiency LV0. In an instant, Jiang Nen drew the triangular bayonet from its sheath. He spun it once in his hand, then thrust it. Reverse grip switched hands for a fierce slash. The cold steel danced and leaped in his hand like a spirited elf. There was not a single superfluous movement. It was pure and sharp. Wu Liang watched Jiang Nen make the bayonet dance like a flower, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. Was he also an expert with daggers? This skilled. Had he been practicing since the womb? Jiang Nen sheathed the triangular bayonet with satisfaction. He then spotted a sheathed tang saber on a wooden rack. The blade was 1 meter and 20 centimeters long, exuding a strong aura of age, yet it showed no signs of wear. The moment he drew the blade, a sharp cold gleam emerged. The blade was straight, adorned with a 1,000-layer steel pattern, and at the hilt was an ancient character Liang inscribed. The cold light was piercing. A hair laid on it would be severed instantly. Skill triggered. Saber technique LV0. Skill points added 100. Skill upgraded. Saber technique proficiency LV0. Clang. The cold saber was drawn. The edge cut through the air, blooming into a resplendent flower of steel. Jiang Nan gazed at the straight blade, his eyes filled with utter satisfaction. Wu Liang's jaw dropped in disbelief. He could handle a spear. He could handle a dagger, and even a tang saber, and master them all. They were both human, so why was Jiang Nan so exceptional? Jiang Nan patted Wu Liang on the shoulder and smiled. When summer break comes, he'll teach you how to play with that horse-slaying saber. Wu Liang. Holy crap. What could he even say? It seemed Nan Shun wasn't just an empty title. What about this tang saber? My dad brought it back from the countryside. It's been passed down through the ages. A true weapon of war. The craftsmanship is already lost. If you like it, Nange, it's yours. Jiang Nan naturally didn't decline. He had a certain understanding of his future path. As a spatial ability user, his mobility was strong. He was mainly a controller. Using long weapons would be too cumbersome. The tang saber was perfect as his main weapon, with the triangular bayonet as a backup for close combat. Never at a disadvantage. I've got a treasure for you too, he said, mysteriously beckoning to Wu Liang. Wu Liang leaned in with eager anticipation. Jiang Nan pulled a pair of shorts from his dimensional space. They were boxer briefs with a bear head printed on them. Wu Liang. Was this the treasure Jiang Nan was talking about? When did underwear become a treasure? Did he really like giving people shorts that much? Last time it was a Pikachu pair, and now this. Seeing Wu Liang frozen, Jiang Nan raised an eyebrow. What? Don't like them? Wu Liang scratched his head. It's not about liking or disliking. Jiang Nan said, let me tell you. Don't underestimate them. These aren't ordinary shorts. If shorts had levels, these would be the kings of shorts. Wu Liang. You know the Hulk. No matter how he transforms, his shorts never tear. With that, Jiang Nan grabbed both sides of the shorts and pulled hard. He stretched them to nearly a meter long, then let go. They instantly snapped back to shape. Wu Liang's eyes lit up. Holy crap. This was simply a divine artifact. With these Hulk brand shorts on, he would never have to worry about being completely naked when beastifying. This was the gospel for all beast transformation spirit warriors. The king of shorts without a doubt. He would crown these shorts the strongest. Wu Liang gave a thumbs up. Awesome. Great stuff. Then, a bit embarrassed, he said, Nan. Nange, do these Hulk brand shorts come in a brief style? The air suddenly fell into a deathly silence. Jiang Nan's expression gradually turned to horror. No. Nange, it's not what you think. Briefs are really comfortable. It's a feeling boxers can never give you. Trust me, try them when you get home. Jiang Nan shook his head like a rattle drum and pulled out 10 pairs of briefs from his dimensional space for Wu Liang. A complete range, everything available. Wu Liang accepted them with deep gratitude, itching to try them on right away. But Jiang Nan grabbed him firmly. Brother, don't. Please don't. Don't leave a spiritual stain in my memory. I really can't handle it. Jiang Nan's eyes sparkled as he surveyed the warehouse full of equipment. He chuckled. This is promising. Wu Liang scratched his head, utterly bewildered. What do you mean? It was well past 2 in the morning when Jiang Nan finally returned home after rummaging through the warehouse. Lying in bed, he hesitated before dialing the Night Shadow Army's number. Beep. Beep. Who is it? The languid voice carried a hint of complaint, sending a shiver down Jiang Nan's spine. Wow, like a sleepy kitten startled awake, all bleary-eyed. Isn't that just too adorable? Sister Mountain Cat, it's me, Jiang Nan. I'm heading to Tianchi Spirit Ruins tomorrow for 15 days. You guys. Beep. 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 Damn it. She hung up on me again. Jiang Nan gnashed his teeth in frustration. Does she have to be so aloof? Mountain Cat, just you wait. He'll have you purring like a docile little kitty sooner or later. Lying in bed, Jiang Nan felt a wave of unease. What was he supposed to do? The Night Shadow Army didn't take him seriously at all. What if White Shark took this chance to strike at him? What a headache. But he couldn't skip the Spirit Ruins either. Screw it. What's there to fear? If worst comes to worst, I'll just lay out my stall and deal with whoever comes one by one. Mountain Cat, lying in her own bed, hung up on Jiang Nan. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, she dialed another number. How are the arrangements going? Reporting, Captain. The personnel are in place. And White Shark's people? No signs spotted at the border yet. They can be patient. Report to me immediately if there's any movement. Yes, Captain. Awakened and unable to sleep, Mountain Cat, clad only in a white shirt, walked to the window. Gazing at the bright moon, she murmured, I hope this time I haven't misjudged him. The next morning, Jiang Nan arrived at school in high spirits. He saw many classmates carrying huge mountaineering backpacks, their faces alight with excitement, fully prepared for the Tianchi Spirit Ruins. When Jiang Nan entered the classroom, everyone was momentarily stunned. He was carrying only a small shoulder bag containing a charging cable and 3 power banks. He's done for. Jiang Nan is a lost cause. With gear like that, he'll be gnawing on bark and eating grass roots in the Spirit Ruins. Does he really think it's a vacation? Li Xiang chuckled. Don't be so harsh. After all, our god, Nan, has never been there. It's understandable. Lu Chuanwu laughed. Haha, you reminded me. God, Nan is still a rookie. Li Mayan sneered. Jiang Nan, just give up if you can't handle it. No one will laugh at you. Jiang Nan flashed a brilliant smile. Can't handle it. I'm quite durable. You should know that best. Li Mayan's face flushed crimson as she glared at him, rendered speechless. The classroom suddenly fell silent. Whoa, so there was that kind of relationship between them. Sister Yen is amazing. Tisk tisk, what a tangled web they weave. Returning to his seat, Jiang Nan was startled. There was a breakfast on his desk. Beneath the soy milk lay an envelope stamped with a lip print and adorned with pink hearts. Was this a love letter? Jiang Nan felt a little thrill. Since when had he become so popular? As soon as he sat down, whoosh, a pile of envelopes tumbled out from the bookshelf. They were all sorts, some folded into paper cranes, some directly using his own photo, and one girl had even folded a green paper frog. Hey there, miss, are you serious? If you can't fold a paper crane, just use a regular envelope. Who confesses their love with a paper frog? No wonder you're single. There was even a creative one made from 521 yuan in cash. Jiang Nan liked this straightforward approach. Loved it. Miss want an online relationship. The kind confessed with a red envelope. His classmates watched with envy, their eyes turning red with jealousy. Where was the justice in this world? So many love letters. Couldn't they spare a few for us? The list of resentment points was refreshing like crazy. Jiang Nan was overjoyed, silently thanking all the girls who admired him. What a business opportunity. He whipped out his phone, took a selfie, and posted it on Weibo. From his iPhone 11 Pro Max, God Nan wrote, too many love letters to read, what should I do? How about WeChat on WeChat? The first picture was Jiang Nan's selfie, his smile radiant with a mountain of love letters on the desk. The second was his WeChat QR code. With over 100,000 followers, the influence was formidable. The comments section exploded in no time. Ingshu, Yue Yalongguba, you heartless scoundrel. Weren't you supposed to be a decoration? Xiaoyu added you. Zaya Tang Tang, are you drinking the soy milk? If not, give it to me. Such a handsome guy. Are you looking for a backup? And underneath there were plenty of haters. Can you show some shame? Save the country's paper resources. What? No more street vending. Switch to being a social media seller. Leak boy is awesome. Let me tell you a secret. Leaks plus strength equals a human pile driver. Whoa, I gotta try that. Jiang Nan was beaming. One Weibo post caused massive damage to the single dogs. The resentment points list exploded instantly. Indeed, good looks always win. His classmates watched his Weibo, gnashing their teeth in hatred. Damn it. They created burner accounts to trash Jiang Nan in the comments. Soon the teacher entered, and the class mood tensed up. Because the exam results were about to be displayed on the big screen. Li Xiang clenched his fists. He was brimming with confidence this time. He planned to beat Jiang Nan in academics first. Then crush him at the Tianchi Spirit Ruins. Let him know why Brother Xiang is so loud. Then the results came out. First in the grade, Jiang Nan total score 696. Second, Li Xiang total score 695. 5. Third, Wu Liang total scores 666. Fourth, Zhou Qiliang total scores 665. Fifth, Li Xiang's eyes bulged. He nearly fainted from holding his breath. Damn it, 0. 5 points. Just 0. 5 points. He had hired 7 or 8 tutors, studied like crazy, even skipped sleep, all to beat Jiang Nan. And the result? You ask why Brother Xiang is so loud. He's loud as a fart. His face was slapped red. Jiang Nan said smugly, "Oh dear, that's not enough. I should have double-checked more." The relentless mockery of a top student. That's confidence. That's arrogance. The classmates were absolutely furious. Can you be any more annoying? Give us a break. Stop showing off, it's heartbreaking. Of course, Jiang Nan wouldn't miss such a golden opportunity to rack up resentment points. Watching the resentment points list refresh furiously, it was all worth it. Bang! Just then a loud crash came from Class 2 of Spiritual Martial Arts. It sounded like a desk had been smashed. Wu Liang's roar echoed, "Damn it! That's right. That's so right. I'm third. Who else can beat that?" Jiang Nan. Teacher. Classmates. Jiang Nan was genuinely happy for Wu Liang. It seemed Wu Liang had everything under control after all. Of course, he had no idea how Wu Liang managed that control. Looking at the score report on the screen, Jiang Nan took a photo and sent it to Zhong Yingxue, and Xia Yao adding a note, "Praise me." Yingxue replied, "You're amazing. They'll give you 99 little hearts. I'm holding one back so you don't get conceited." Jiang Nan responded, "Received." As for Xia Yao, she actually sent a short video. Jiang Nan opened it and saw Xia Yao lying on her desk, flashing a mischievous smile at the screen. Then she puckered her lips and leaned in for a kiss. Moi? Startled, Jiang Nan quickly closed the video. Oh no, it was the feeling of a racing heart. Lang Mia, first place in the Heavenly Pool Spirit Ruins comes with a reward. Jiang Nan, I don't want any other reward. Once I get first place, just change your username. Lang Mia, he'll strangle you. Resentment from Xia Yao 888. Hee. That little tease felt great. Li Xiang took a deep breath to calm himself. The Heavenly Pool Spirit Ruins. Just wait. Now Li Mayan had also successfully broken through to Bronze 1 star. His team, the Brave First, was absolutely formidable. But Wu Liang had Jiang Nan and Tang Qinya, 2 deadweights. How could they compete? The teacher announced the results are all out. Students board the bus in order by row. The coach is waiting outside. This practical test isn't just for our Jiangxing No. 1 high school, Yuan No. 2 high school, and Jiangbei High School are also participating. 3 schools together. I hope you all protect your safety while striving to win. Alright, board the bus. Regardless of their academic performance, all the students were excited, eager to show their skills in the Spirit Ruins. The students grabbed their bags and dashed for the bus. Jiang Nan was much more relaxed, wearing headphones and carrying a small shoulder bag, as if he were going on a trip. The other students cast disdainful glances. A rookie was a rookie. He'd suffer greatly once inside the Spirit Ruins. On the bus, Jiang Nan was listening to music by the window when a gentle female voice suddenly came from beside him. Nan Shun. What a coincidence. Jiang Nan smiled slightly. It was Tang Qinya. Having such a beautiful girl sitting next to him on the journey was quite pleasant. The bus slowly started. The girl began snacking on dried fruits and occasionally offered a piece to Jiang Nan. Li Xiang was sour with jealousy. Look at him. A girl sitting beside him, even feeding him. And look at himself. His neighbor was already playing King of Glory, yelling curses at teammates. Lu Ban, just give up. Stop playing with your feet. Bro, is that a tumor on your neck? You're feeding the enemy more than the minions. It was painfully real. After the bus had been driving for over 10 minutes, Tang Qinya finished a bag of chips and suddenly remembered something. Her face fell filled with regret. Oh no, I left my phone in the desk. I forgot to bring it. Jiang Nan was taken aback. Is it important? Tang Qinya replied. My mom worries about me. I was supposed to call home to let her know I arrived safely. If I don't call, she'll definitely worry. Use mine. Tang Qinya smiled bitterly. I don't remember my mom's number, and I can't even recall my own. Jiang Nan was baffled. What a silly girl. He raised his hand and said, Driver, can you stop? My friend left her phone at school. We need to go back and get it. We'll be quick. The driver replied indifferently, can't stop. The teacher frowned. Her phone. Is it urgent? Before Tang Qinya could speak, Li Xiang interjected. Why didn't you think of that earlier? Stop. Make the whole bus wait for you. Someone chimed in, exactly. We want to get there early. How annoying. There's no signal in the Spirit Ruins anyway. What do you need a phone for? Taking selfies. Li Xiang sneered as he watched Jiang Nan's face darken. Tang Qianya's eyes reddened, and she bit her lower lip. She gently tugged at Jiang Nan's sleeve and whispered, Nen Shin, thank you. It's fine. Don't bother. It's all my fault for being careless. I shouldn't have. Before she could finish, Jiang Nan patted her head and said calmly, "Wait for me." With that, his figure vanished from the seat in an instant. What the hell? Where did he go? Not only the students, but even the teacher and Tang Xinya were startled. Looking through the window, they saw Jiang Nan's figure appear on the roadside 100 meters away. He vanished again in the blink of an eye. In less than 3 moves, he was gone. What was he doing? Holy crap. Could teleportation be used like this? Space attribute users were just too overpowered. Was he going back to get Tang Qianya's phone? Li Xiang scoffed. The bus was still moving. There was no way Jiang Nan could return. Let him show off. Pride comes before a fall. It would be hilarious if he got left behind. But 3 minutes later, Jiang Nan appeared abruptly in his seat, as if he had never left. In his hands were 2 cups of milk tea and a phone. Here, drink this. I added sugar. You should like sweet things. Tang Xinya was stunned looking at the milk tea and phone on her little table. Her eyes glistened with tears. I love sweet things. Thank you, Nanshan. The bus fell silent. In that short time, he had continuously teleported back to school, retrieved her phone, and even found time to buy 2 cups of milk tea, then teleported all the way back to catch up with the bus. Show off. Too flashy. Absolutely dazzling. Even the teacher was stunned for a moment before saying sternly, "Don't do anything so dangerous again. This is the last time." Jiang Nan sipped his milk tea and listened to his music. He didn't reply. "If you want stop, I'll go back myself." It didn't bother anyone, did it? Li Xiang ground his teeth in frustration, but said nothing, burying himself in his game. Only Li Mayan frowned deeply. What level was Jiang Nan now? Still black iron 7 stars. But how many times had he teleported in that round trip? Could his spiritual energy really sustain that? The only answer was that Jiang Nan's cultivation was far stronger than they had seen. But how could that be? Had he leveled up in just a few days? And wasn't his talent the lowest rank? Li Mayan couldn't understand it, but a vague sense of unease crept into his heart. Perhaps making an enemy of Jiang Nan was a mistake. The bus drove for a full 4 hours before reaching Changbai Mountain. Today, Changbai Mountain remained a tourist attraction, especially in summer, with many visitors. However, the heavenly pool was no longer open to the public. The entrance was guarded by soldiers, and unauthorized entry was prohibited. Of course, Jiang Nan and his group weren't there for sightseeing. They took a cable car straight to the summit. At the entrance, they saw armed soldiers along with bunkers and fortifications strictly controlling access. Standing on the mountaintop, Jiang Nan looked out. The waters of the heavenly pool lay like a clear mirror, still and calm, with mist rising above, shrouding everything in a hazy veil. Above the pool hung a bizarre kaleidoscopic gate, like a shattered mirror, exuding a strong spatial fluctuation. This was the true entrance to the heavenly pool spirit ruins. Jiang Nan's eyes were filled with anticipation. However, they would not enter the spirit ruins immediately. It was already late in the day. The final assessment would officially commence tomorrow morning. Before that, they needed to check into the hotel beneath the heavenly lake. The spirit martial classes from Yuan 2 High School and Beijiang High School had arrived at noon. They cast hostile glances at the Jiangxing 1 high school team, led by Jiang Nan. The spark of competition had already ignited between them. Wu Liang had also come along, and the trio was officially assembled. In the evening, during dinner, the teacher began explaining the rules and precautions at the podium. Other students had participated multiple times and listened half-heartedly, but Jiang Nan listened attentively. This joint training assessment of the 3 schools, the teacher announced, will last 15 days. Scores will be determined by the total number and grade of spirit pearls collected by each team. Drones will monitor the entire process. Any cheating will result in immediate disqualification. Each student will be given a satellite positioning wristband shortly. If an invigilator determines that you are incapacitated due to injury, staff will escort you out of the spirit ruins. In case of an emergency, life-threatening danger, or if you wish to withdraw, you may press the button on the wristband. Doing so means forfeiting your eligibility. Please consider carefully, everyone. The teacher continued explaining the rules. Jiang Nan chuckled softly. It doesn't seem to say we can't take from others, does it? Tang Xinya was speechless. What kind of person was Jiang Nan? The assessment hadn't even started, and he was already thinking about robbing others. She couldn't help but worry about her own journey into the spirit ruins. Wu Yang, an experienced participant, explained, not only can you take from others, but you can also team up with other groups. As long as you don't go too far, no one will say anything. Jiang Nan's eyes flickered. This rule was intriguing. Competition victory, collecting spirit pearls by any means necessary, and the addition of 2 other schools. What a mix. Jiang Nan could imagine just how chaotic the spirit ruins would become. But he liked it. Although the Heavenly Lake spirit ruins are rated as bronze grade, he said, there are silver grade and even gold grade spirit beasts in the depths. Be extremely careful for your own safety. Do not enter the deeper areas. All right, free time now. Assemble at 6 tomorrow morning. As soon as free time was announced, the students sprang into action. Some began discussing strategies for the spirit ruins. Others started studying the habits of spirit beasts. Li Xiang sneered at the noisy crowd, and together with Li Mayan and Lu Chuanwu headed toward the area below the heavenly lake. A sizable night market had formed there, frequented by spirit martial artists from society or those who had just emerged from the spirit ruins. Ling Feng was puzzled and asked Brother Xiang, "What are we going for?" Li Xiang replied, "To get a map of the heavenly lake spirit ruins. Those people have the goods." Lu Chuanwu grinned. "Brother Xiang is truly Brother Xiang. With a map our advantage will be immense." Li Mayan added with a smile, "Brother Xiang has great foresight." A smug expression crossed Li Xiang's face. "Follow me, I know the ropes." In the hotel lobby, Tang Qinya exclaimed excitedly, "Let's also study some strategies." Jiang Nin replied, "What's there to study? Just follow your Nin go. Bread will be plentiful. I'll take you to show off and fly high. Come on, let's take a stroll. I wonder if the night market here has hand-grabbed pancakes with salad dressing." Jiang Nin had already set his sights on the Tianchika night market. As a seasoned stall owner, wherever there was a night market, there was Jiang Nan. "Tang Qinya, hand-grab pancakes. Hey. We're entering the spirit ruins tomorrow. Can you muster a bit of tension?" Following Jiang Nin, she always felt like she was on a vacation. She looked at Wu Liang for help. Wu Liang shrugged. "What? You don't eat hand-grab pancakes?" Tang Qinya was speechless. "Fine, I'll eat." At the Tianchiku night market, Jiang Nan and his two companions wandered around. The market was nothing like what Ning Yuan had imagined. Bronze Peak, Black Tiger Claws. 200,000 for one. Pay in full, and I'll throw in a tiger tail. Soak it in wine, and it'll make your nose bleed. Complete map of the Fallen Pine Forest. Spirit Beast Range Map. Safe Zone Markers. 300,000 per copy, no bargaining. Bronze Grade Red-Faced Baboon Spirit Pearl. With the Fear Roar Spirit Skill. 3 million firm. Selling Attribute Spirit Pearls. All 5 elemental types available. Serious buyers only. The entire Tianchika night market was filled with such goods with prices shockingly high. Once they left the Heavenly Lake area, these items would be hard to sell, hence the night market format. Jiang Nan was full of curiosity, only looking, not buying. Not because he wasn't interested, but because, damn it, he was broke. Still, it was lively. So lively that he felt like setting up a stall right then and there to sell his power concoction. Meanwhile, Li Xiang was engaged in a heated price negotiation with a bald young man over a crudely hand-drawn map. "I'll take it for 300,000 final offer." The bald young man scoffed. "Dream on. 500,000, not a cent less." Behind him stood 2 young women and a handsome bald guy. Lu Chuanwu and the others joined in the bargaining, but the bald young man refused to budge. Li Xiang said, "Give a little, make a friend. We might cooperate in the future." The bald young man replied, "You're not sincere at all." Li Xiang hesitated. Although his family was wealthy, spending 500,000 on a map was truly too expensive. Just then the young woman with a bun behind him gasped, "Jingjing. Look at that crew-cut guy." Su Jingru looked over. "What's he doing here?" "Zheng Wei. Look." The bald young man who was haggling with Li Xiang saw him, and his eyes lit up. "Damn." Li Xiang winced. "How about 350,000? But Zheng Wei ignored him completely and called out cheerfully, "Brother, over here." Li Xiang gritted his teeth. 400. That's my final offer. Zheng Wei waved impatiently. "Stop bothering me, I'm busy now." Li Xiang. Jiang Nan was startled and turned around. That shiny bald head. Zheng Wei. What was this guy doing setting up a stall here? He greeted with a smile. "What's this? Change careers." Zheng Wei beamed. "When it comes to street vending, you're my senior, Nan Shun." "Huh." Su Jingru complained, "You didn't reply to my WeChat messages. You promised to teach me the flying brick technique." Yuhan chuckled. "Jingjing talks about you every day." Li Xiang was stunned. "Nan Shun. Why did that sound familiar?" He turned around. Who else could it be but Jiang Nan? They knew each other. Hadn't Jiang Nan never entered the spirit ruins? This vending team was clearly experienced in the Heavenly Lake spirit ruins. How could Jiang Nan possibly know them? Jiang Nan glanced at Li Xiang's team and said with a smile, "Don't let me interrupt your business." Zheng Wei waved dismissively. "No need to mind him, he's stingy and tedious." Li Xiang was furious. He shot a glare at Jiang Nan and said, "Fine, 500,000. I'll take it." Zheng Wei was taken aback. "Really? Why so agreeable? Why would anyone refuse a free meal delivered right to their doorstep?" He immediately transferred the money via WeChat. One hand paid, the other delivered. Though Li Xiang's face twisted in pain, his eyes flickered with contempt as he looked at Jiang Nan. "Huh, a bunch of paupers. Can you even afford it?" Lu Chuanwu chimed in from the side, laughing. "Haha, following Brother Xiang is the right call. With this map, entering the spirit ruins will be a lot easier." Ling Feng and Li Mayan also wore smiles. Meanwhile, Zheng Wei ignored Li Xiang entirely and warmly draped his arm around Jiang Nan's shoulder. "What's up, Nan Shun? Why are you here at the Heavenly Pool Spirit Ruins too?" Jiang Nan chuckled. "Isn't it the final exams?" At this, Zheng Wei and the two young women exchanged looks of astonishment. Damn, you're really a high school student. Jiang Nan rolled his eyes. If I said I was from the Andromeda Galaxy, you wouldn't believe me either. Resentment from Zheng Wei 666. Resentment from Su Jingru 333. Resentment from. As if recalling something, Zheng Wei pulled a notebook from his backpack. Perfect timing, Nin Shun. Take this. It's all the intel our squad has gathered on the Heavenly Pool Spirit Ruins. It covers all routes, upper, middle, and lower, with safe zones, spirit beast gathering points, their types, habit supply depots, and more. You'll definitely find it useful. Zheng Wei flipped open the notebook. It was filled with dense, clear notes complete with detailed maps, an entire book's worth of information. Li Xiang and his group were stunned. They glanced at the map they'd bought for 500,000, just a few rough sketches and a handful of words. There was no comparison. It was like one was a detailed guide, the other a crude outline. They'd paid for theirs, 500,000 no less. Yet Jiang Nan got it for free. Why? Jiang Nan demurred. This. Isn't it too much? Zheng Wei's expression turned serious. No, you must take it. If you don't, you're disrespecting me, Zheng Wei. Su Jingru smiled. Nin Shun, just take it. If it weren't for you, our squad wouldn't have achieved so much. Jiang Nan glanced at Zheng Wei's bald head, a look of understanding dawning on his face. Haha, then he'll gladly accept it. Li Xiang fumed. Why give them such a detailed map and palm us off with this junk? I paid for mine. I want that one too. Zheng Wei looked at Li Xiang as if he were an idiot. For 500,000 you get what you got. That's the standard price everywhere. As for mine, it's not for sale. Li Xiang pointed at Jiang Nan. Then why give it to him? Zheng Wei raised an eyebrow. Is that any of your business? He's my Nan Shun. Who the hell are you? Su Jingru added. This guy is so annoying. Li Xiang gritted his teeth in fury. There was just no reasoning here. Jiang Nan coughed lightly and held out the notebook. Hey, how about you give me another 500,000 and he'll sell you this one? Li Xiang's eyes bulged. Damn it, you're quite the businessman. Resentment from Li Xiang 1000. Both Li Xiang and Lu Chuanwu looked as if they'd swallowed something foul. Seething, Li Xiang said, don't think having a map means you'll have an easy time in there. We'll see about that. With that, he led his group away. He couldn't stay any longer. His face had been thoroughly lost. Zheng Wei chuckled, so Nanshan satisfied. How about the strength potion? Jiang Nan was generous and pulled a bucket of strength potion from his dimensional space, setting it on the stall. Easy enough. If you need more, just hit me up on WeChat. Zheng Wei roared with laughter. OJBK. On the way back, Tang Qinya gazed at Jiang Nan with admiration. Head strolled through the night market and scored a map of the spirit ruins for free. Jiang Nan's connections were incredible. For a girl her age, this kind of mature charm was utterly irresistible. Wu Liang wasn't surprised, knowing full well that Jiang Nan's talents went far beyond this. The next morning, the contestants from the three high schools gathered at the base of the Heavenly Pool. Around 1,500 students stood in their respective squads. Everyone wore a satellite wristband on their hand. They were filing through security checks one by one. Jiang Nan's team became the center of attention. Every other squad carried massive hiking backpacks. Only Jiang Nan's group looked like they were on a leisurely trip, carrying nothing. Jiang Nan was even listening to music. Damn, are they here to forfeit? Is this really a competition? Jiangqing, no. One high is pathetic, sending contestants like this. What will they eat, drink, or sleep in there? Wow, that crew-cut guy is so handsome. I want his WeChat. Oh my god, his looks just pierced my heart. Today I believe in love at first sight. A bold girl even shouted, hey handsome, follow me into the spirit ruins. He'll take care of you. Jiang Nan instantly drew murderous glares from every single guy in the crowd. The resentment list refreshed like crazy. Huh, mere mortals. Take care of me. Do you have long fair legs? Do you have red banknotes? Can you fold frogs out of cash? After waiting half an hour, it was finally Jiang Nan's turn to go through security. Jiang Nan swiped his ID card. Beep, beep, beep. No record found. The armed soldiers nearby fixed their hawk-like gazes on him. He swiped again. Beep, beep, beep. No record found. Not only was Jiang Nan stunned, but Wu Liang and Tang Xinya were also bewildered. What was going on? Everyone else's swipe displayed spirit warrior info, abilities, and ranks. Every entrant had to be verified. Instantly, three armed soldiers aimed their dark gun muzzles at Jiang Nan. Who are you? Jiang Nan raised his hands helplessly. Check again, I'm fine. My classmates can vouch for me. Chaos erupted instantly. Li Xiang seized the chance. Haha, a blacklisted person. Lu Chuanwu added. Came from an orphanage, got a later household registration. Any issues? Tisk tisk tsk. How pitiful. No record found. Haha, maybe because he's not human. Hurry up front. We're waiting to get through. A wave of jeers arose, followed by impatient shouts from behind. The commotion grew. A scar-mouthed officer noticed the scene and strode over, his face stern. What's the problem? The soldier replied, this kid's ID isn't working. No record found. The officer frowned. No record. Impossible. He glanced at Jiang Nan, then at his ID. The ID looked fine. Then, as if recalling something, he fetched another machine, a military grade 1. He swiped Jiang Nan's ID again. Beep, beep, beep. Identity file top secret. Access denied to officers below the rank of colonel. The cold robotic female voice echoed across the venue. A sharp intake of breath swept through the crowd. Everyone's gaze toward Jiang Nan shifted. What was this? His ID could only be read by a military-grade machine, and it was encrypted inaccessible to anyone below the rank of colonel. My God! What did this mean? It meant that only a select few in all of China could view Jiang Nan's records. No one present had the clearance. The officer's expression shifted drastically, cold sweat beading on his brow. Encryption of this caliber was only authorized for a few special forces units. Before him stood the youth. He snapped to attention, saluted Jiang Nan with solemn reverence, and declared, safe journey. Let him pass. The 3 soldiers who had aimed their rifles at Jiang Nan immediately lowered their weapons, saluting him in unison. Silence descended upon the scene, so profound that even a pin drop could be heard. Those who had earlier urged and mocked now dared not utter a word. Who knew what connections Jiang Nan had? Li Xiang and his group were left utterly speechless. The sensation of throwing a punch into empty air was maddening. Tang Qianya's delicate face was etched with astonishment, while Wu Liang was equally dumbfounded. Many students recalled the scene of Jiang Nan being taken away by the Night Shadow Corps. Could he truly have ties to them? Jiang Nan silently retrieved his ID card. He grumbled inwardly. Stupid wildcat. Why did he make me a man without a record? Nearly got me shot because of it. Yet the strict verification at the spirit ruins set Jiang Nan at ease. Members of the White Shark shouldn't be able to infiltrate. Thus, over 1500 participants from the 3 schools passed through the Spirit Ruins entrance. The moment Jiang Nan stepped through the gate of the Spirit Ruins, a dense spatial fluctuation washed over him. The sensation was familiar, akin to the feeling of teleportation. Suddenly, his vision brightened. Before him stretched a lush mountain forest with peaks extending endlessly into the distance, some capped with snow. Muffled roars of beasts echoed through the woods from time to time, creating the impression of an entirely different world. The military had established a base at the entrance, complete with wooden cabins. The Spirit Ruins were permanently garrisoned with safe zones set up in various areas. As soon as they entered, students rushed in 3 directions in their teams. 3 routes were available: upper, middle, and lower. The upper and lower paths featured lower-level spirit beasts and higher safety. The middle path, however, was teeming with high-level beasts. The danger increased dramatically. Yet most students headed straight for the middle route, eager to claim the limited spirit beasts along the way. Gaining the upper hand was crucial. Numerous drones hovered above, broadcasting the scenes from the Spirit Ruins live onto massive screens in the hotel. These screens monitored each team's progress. Shortly after Jiang Nan and his team entered, 3 military vehicles arrived at the hotel, carrying a squad in Night Shadow uniforms. They took full control of the surveillance operation, leaving the school no choice but to comply. Meanwhile, the competition was also streamed live on the school's official website. After all, the school aimed to profit and promote itself. At that moment, the live stream on Jiangxing No. 1 high school's website had already attracted over 1,000 viewers. The barrage of comments exploded. Haha, I'm here to watch my Lord Nan. What a coincidence, me too. Where is he? That handsome guy with the buzz cut. Can't you spot him? You're not a true fan. He's truly handsome from every angle. I envy the girl teaming up with him. The principal beamed at the viewer count. Jiang Nan was a magnet for attention. At the same time, Zhong Yingxue and Xia Yao were lounging at home watching the live stream. They had laid out chips and soda for a cozy viewing session. Xia Yao exclaimed, "Oh my, little Nan has so many female fans. The stream is full of people watching him." Zhong Yingxue chuckled, "Then we're fans too." Xia Yao grinned mischievously. He said, "Head, take first place. Let's see what he's really got." Back to the scene. About 1,000 students had already charged in, leaving over 500 still deliberating which route to take. The stronger teams naturally headed for the middle path. Tang Qianya asked excitedly, "Lord Nan, which route do we take?" Jiang Nan shook his head. We're not going anywhere." Tang Qianya was bewildered. "Not go. Stay here until it ended." She had guessed right. It was confirmed. Jiang Nan was really here for a vacation. She looked to Wu Liang for help. Wu Liang said, "Yeah, we're not going." Tang Qianya was speechless. Resentment from Tang Qianya 333. Jiang Nan flashed a bright smile. Walking is too slow. With a snap of his fingers, the dimensional portal opened to its fullest. Wu Liang turned and walked inside. A thunderous roar of an engine erupted as the headlights blazed to life. To Tang Qianya's astonishment, a heavily modified Ford Raptor pickup truck emerged. Tang Qianya was stunned. Mom, something bizarre seems to have sneaked in here. Jiang Nan climbed into the truck. We're driving. Let's go. Get in. Even as Tang Qianya sat in the back seat, her mind was reeling. Jiang Nan had brought a truck inside. What kind of sorcery was this? Everyone else traveled on foot, and he drove. No wonder he wasn't in a hurry. Students still at the entrance saw Jiang Nan's team bringing a damn truck in. They nearly spat blood. Holy crap. Are you serious? This is cheating. Jiang Nan pulled out a megaphone from the truck. Middle route. Hurry up and get on board. 1,000 per seat. Limited spots. Don't miss out. Just holler when you want to get off. You'll get the first mover advantage and save your energy. The students went wild. He was even running a business. 1,000. That wasn't too pricey. A minute later, Wu Liang floored the accelerator. The Raptor's exhaust spewed thick black smoke, its tires flinging mud 7 or 8 meters away. It roared toward the middle path at breakneck speed. The cargo bed carried 12 passengers. Jiang Nan sat in the passenger seat, counting money with a beaming smile. The students left behind were dumbfounded. Where could they even complain? Having a vehicle inside the spirit ruins gave immense mobility. It was a huge advantage. Immediately, some reported to the drones. Teacher, Jiang Nan is cheating. Yeah, he's cheating. How can he drive? Unfair. This isn't just cheating, it's an exploit. Even the teachers and staff were at a loss for words. Yet they replied, Jiang Nan hasn't broken any rules. You can drive too. The students were puzzled. Right? They could drive too. But where the hell would they get a car? The teacher's point was simple: if he could bring a vehicle, and that was his skill. If you could too. How? Carry it in on your back. Meanwhile, the live stream's chat exploded. Oh my god. Lord Nen is insane. He's driving and charging people for rides. What a businessman. Huh. I'm dying of laughter. That megaphone was genius. Holy crap. Spatial abilities are absolutely broken. Lord Nan is Lord Nan. You never know what crazy stunt he'll pull next. The chat filled the screen. Zhong Yingxue and Xia Yao were rolling on the bed with laughter, tears streaming down their faces. How could he be so wild? Little Nan is too mischievous. Huh. Zhong Yingxue covered her face, her shoulders shaking as she struggled to contain her laughter. The Raptor monster truck had undergone heavy modifications. Its off-road capability was absolutely max. Even in the mountain forests, it was far from slow. Meanwhile, the teams that had set off earlier were all straining every muscle, racing forward with a vengeance. All they wanted was to reach the spirit beast gathering point as quickly as possible and snag a good spot. So they glared at each other, none willing to yield. Those with abilities that enhanced their physical constitution were fine. But those elemental archmages were utterly exhausted, panting like dogs with their tongues hanging out. Li Xiang's team, having set out earlier, was now at the very front of the group. Li Xiang, drenched in sweat, was drinking water when he vaguely heard the hum of an engine. Many others heard it too, and they looked around in confusion. This was the Lingshu world. How could there be the sound of a car? They must have misheard. It was probably just the roar of some spirit beast. But the engine roar grew louder. The students couldn't help but turn around. They saw a black Raptor monster truck racing wildly, carrying over a dozen people. Jiang Nan held a loudspeaker coming through. Everyone move aside, wouldn't want to hit anyone. The teams, what the heck? What was going on? Where the hell did that car come from? Li Xiang and Li Mayan were stunned. Holy crap, isn't that Jiang Nan? While they were still in a daze, the Raptor floored it and sped past. Muddy water splashed all over Li Xiang and his three companions, instantly turning them into mud figures. A strong, earthy smell filled their mouths. The only way to tell the men from the women was by the slight curves on their chests. You son of a... Jiang Nan. Li Xiang's fury erupted instantly. He screamed at the top of his lungs. But the car had already disappeared into the distance. Resentment value 1,000 from Li Xiang. Resentment value 1,000 from Li Mayan. The teams that had been sprinting like mad were dumbfounded. What kind of godly team was this? Where did they get a car? Many immediately reported cheating. But no response came. Who are they? Where'd they get the car? That's insane. That's Jiang Nan from Jiangxing No. One high school. He probably stored the car in his dimensional space. This move is just too outrageous. Spatial ability. So enviable. How are we supposed to compete with that? What's their team called? Jiang Nan says it's right. No. What do you mean it's right? I'm asking for their team name. Jiang Nan says it's right. That's the team name. Along the way, the resentment value list kept refreshing wildly. Jiang Nan couldn't stop grinning. If there were competitions and exams every day, wouldn't he be flying high with joy? How could he make himself happy? If others were unhappy, then he would be happy. It wasn't Jiang Nan who was being a jerk. It was the system. The system was the one being a jerk. What did that have to do with Jiang Nan? The people in the truck gradually got off. Jiang Nan and his group eventually stopped too because they had encountered spirit beasts. It was a troop of red-faced baboons. Red-faced baboons, group-dwelling spirit beasts, mostly bronze rank, extremely aggressive with formidable physical prowess. The baboon lord possessed a spirit skill, Dread Howl. It could briefly stun enemies, leaving them dizzy and stiff. And this was the troop Jiang Nan and his group had run into. There were about 7 or 8 of them. Jiang Nan had studied Zheng Wei's notes thoroughly the night before, so the moment he saw these red-faced baboons, information flashed through his mind. Jiang Nan grew interested. This was his first time seeing spirit beasts. Unlike ordinary baboons, these red-faced baboons were extremely tall, standing 1.5 meters even when squatting. Beneath their golden fur were bulging, powerful muscles. Their red monkey faces were fiercely menacing. By now the baboons had noticed Jiang Nan's group because of the raptor's engine roar. They stared with wary eyes. "So, shall we take them on?" Jiang Nan said casually. Wu Yang nodded. "I'll follow your lead." Jiang Nan grinned. "I'll pull the aggro, you tank the damage, and protect little Tang Tang. Leave the rest to me." Tang Qianya couldn't help but feel nervous then. "What should I do?" Jiang Nan said, "You stay behind, big guy. With your wood-type ability. There's plenty of vegetation here. Just control their movements." Tang Qianya nodded eagerly. "Okay." The 3 of them got out of the car. Wu Yang equipped his iron shield and glaive, then activated his beast transformation, turning into a 2-meter-tall half-bearman. Tang Qianya's hands glowed with green light, looking a bit tense. Jiang Nan drew his Tang sword and smiled ready. Wu Yang slammed his shield. "Let's get them." In an instant, Jiang Nan teleported, appearing within the baboon troop 100 meters away. The suddenness of it caught the baboons completely off guard. His Tang sword cut through the air, tracing a breathtaking arc. With a swift stroke, blood sprayed. The head of a red-faced baboon as tall as a man was severed cleanly. Jiang Nan casually picked it up, grinning. Tang Qianya felt goosebumps all over. A bronze-rank red-faced baboon couldn't withstand a single blow from Jiang Nan. This was just too swift and clean. The pungent smell of blood instantly enraged the baboon troop, and they hurled boulders and wooden clubs at Jiang Nan. The baboon lord, nearly 2 meters tall and visibly larger than the others, opened its mouth and let out a furious roar. The sound was thunderous. It was the Dread Howl. Jiang Nan's heart felt as if it had been struck a heavy blow, causing a momentary lapse in concentration. Seizing the opportunity, the red-faced baboon swung a fist at him. A flash of green light flew from Tang Qianya's hands, controlling the surrounding vines to rapidly coil around the baboon lord. But in less than 3 breaths, the baboon lord broke free. By then, Jiang Nan had recovered his senses and teleported back, still holding the baboon's head. "Big guy tank. Kill the lord first." The Dread Howl was too troublesome. A momentary lapse in battle could be fatal. Having suffered from it, Jiang Nan decided to take out the lord first. The frenzied baboon troop charged over in a few steps, smashing clubs and boulders against the iron shield. Wu Liang's face flushed red, and he let out a mighty roar. He swung his glaive wildly, managing to send one baboon flying. Jiang Nan teleported again, appearing in midair. His Tang sword plunged deeply into the back of the head of the flying baboon. By the time the baboon hit the ground, it was already dead. The baboon lord, its eyes bloodshot, let out another Dread Howl. All 3 of them experienced a brief moment of disorientation. The baboon lord struck out with its palm, pushing Wu Liang back 3 steps. But Wu Liang responded with a shield charge. With a loud boom, the baboon lord lost its balance and fell backward. Jiang Nan seized the moment, teleporting onto the baboon lord's shoulder. His Tang sword sliced into its neck, sinking into the hilt. But a nearby baboon swung its fist at Jiang Nan's head. Jiang Nan couldn't pull his sword out in time, so he abandoned it, caught the baboon's fist, and threw it in a shoulder toss to Wu Liang. It was cleaved in 2 by the wildly slashing glaive. With the baboon lord dead, the remaining 4 smaller red-faced baboons posed little threat and were taken down in just over 30 seconds. 6 baboon corpses lay scattered on the ground. Tang Qianya's heart was pounding wildly. Was this the legendary carry to victory? Had it even been a minute? Was it really okay to be this fast? In under 60 seconds, Tang Qianya merely watched, barely slowing the baboon lord with a tangle of shrubs. Then the baboon pack was annihilated. Since when did hunting spirit beasts become so effortless? Teleportation is outright miraculous. Jiang Nan deftly used a triangular bayonet to pry a spirit pearl from the baboon lord's skull. Tang Qianya remained dazed. Baboon meat must taste awful. Let's not take it, she murmured, bewildered. Unbelievable. He plucks a spirit pearl and even considers packing it to take away. The brief skirmish had been tracked and broadcast in full by drones. The live chat exploded. Nanshan is ferocious. The red-faced baboon pack of the Tianqi Lingshu is notoriously tenacious. Many fully equipped bronze-tier squads dare not touch them. They finished in 57 seconds. Tang Dao so handsome. Did you see that shoulder throw? I was stunned. Teleportation is godlike. I couldn't catch a trace of Nanshan the whole time, someone wrote. That bear is a veritable tank. The great saber is merciless. Spectacular, others agreed. Praise flooded in. Viewer numbers surged as Jiangnin's team's 57-second slaughter of the red-faced baboons went viral online. Fans of Nanshan reshared it frantically. At home, Zhong Yingxue and Xia Yao exchanged a look of disbelief. Xiaonan has really never entered a Lingshu. Incredible, right? Zhong Yingshu's eyes shone. There had been no hesitation in the combat. The timing had been impeccable. Without knowing his background, one would think Jiangnan a seasoned veteran. Now they were on the move again, and Jiangnan sat in the car replaying the fight. He was far from satisfied. He had underestimated the effect of the Juho Paoxiao Freichor skill. If he could do it over, Jiangnan would strike down the baboon lord at once. He also acknowledged his team's weakness. Their damage output was lacking. He had just played the assassin. With an archmage, the task would have been far easier. At the thought, Jiangnan found himself looking forward to life after reaching Songjiang Lingguo. 7 baboons slain, only 3 spirit pearls gained. One of those pearls even carried the Juho Paoxiao spirit skill. How about it, big guy? Want the skill? Wu Liang shook his head. No, it doesn't suit me. What about Xiao Tangding? Tang Qinya shook her head frantically. He'll pass. She was a delicate girl. If she absorbed that skill and unleashed a berserk roar in battle, scaring enemies and beasts alike, would her persona not collapse into a towering ironclad Barbie? The idea of roaring online was abhorrent to Xiao Tangtang. They drove on at speed. Whenever Jiangnan found suitable spirit beasts or packs, he spared none. Soon they no longer bothered to stop for black iron-grade beasts. Jiangnan would teleport out, cut them down in seconds, then blink back, leaving no survivors. They did not encounter anything comparable to the red-faced baboons again. On the outskirts, the spirit beasts were sparse and low in level. By a little past 4 in the afternoon, they had reached the safe point, having collected 11 spirit pearls, 5 bronze grade, the rest black iron grade. Jiangnin's resentment list was refreshing, wildly filled with strangers. He felt inexplicably puzzled. What on earth was this? I haven't behaved so arrogantly, he thought. Could it be jealousy over my looks? Unbeknownst to him, the squads trailing Jiangnan were nearly driven mad. Along the way, they had left nothing. No living spirit beasts in sight, only bodies with throats neatly cut by one blade. They had stripped everything bare. Even the roadside fruit had been picked. From early morning until past 7 that night, they had come up with almost nothing. No wonder they blamed Jiangnan. Exhausted, they questioned themselves. Were they competing or running a marathon? Muscles trembling, they reached the safe point utterly spent. The safe point was a wide stretch beside a large lake. Soldiers had erected wooden barriers and built the encampment for spirit warriors to rest and regroup. Night in the Lingshu was dangerous. Many spirit beasts were nocturnal. Armed soldiers and military spirit warriors kept watch. The squads looked like mud-smeared imps. Li Xiang's team was particularly so, literally encrusted with filth. Dried clods of mud stuck to them in patches. Pitiful. They longed to enter the safe zone, rest a night, and fight again in the morning. But upon entering the safe area, they were stunned to see a vast inflatable tent on the lakeshore. A luxurious 3-room marquee. 3 500-watt camping lamps burned bright. Wu Liang, bare-chested, crouched by the bonfire. Over the flames, a whole deer roasted. The aroma was intoxicating. A massive rainbow parasol shaded the shore. On a beach chair, Jiangnan lounged in a pristine white bathrobe. He held a stemmed glass of chilled soda, serenely admiring the sunset's afterglow, and called without turning, "Big guy." "More cumin, more chili," he instructed. Wu Liang replied, "Right away, Brother Nan." The others were dumbfounded. After a day of marathon trekking, the squads were incensed. How could he be so fastidious? The scene was utterly incongruous. A 3-room tent, extra cumin and chili cola in a stemmed glass, watching the sunset in a deck chair. They half expected to have been teleported to Sanya. Weren't they here to compete or to vacation? Meanwhile, other camps had only simple tents, hammocks, sleeping bags, military rations, and instant noodles. After a day on the road, who had energy to fuss? They wanted nothing more than to collapse, yet from their sleeping bags the scent of roasted deer wafted to them. Their compressed biscuits suddenly tasted bland. Resentment brewed. How could another be so indulgent? If you are going to eat, do it quietly and don't flaunt it. The competitors fumed inwardly. At that moment, Tang Xinya, in a bathrobe and drying her hair, stepped out. Fresh from the bath, a faint pink lingered on her cheeks. "Brother Wu, is it ready?" as she asked. Soon came the answer. "Why not play a little game first?" she suggested. The squads were stunned. He even had a shower. Had he brought a game console as well? Some grumbled they might as well move his whole household there, others swore at the heavens in disbelief at his comforts. Li Xiang glanced at Jiangnan, and then at his own mud-smeared self. Beside him, Lu Chuanwu rummaged through his pack. Brother Xiang, which instant noodle flavor braised beef or chicken with mushrooms? Lu asked. Li Xiang scowled and muttered that he was going to sleep. Lu was left perplexed. Li Mayan and Ling Feng exchanged looks. Jiangnan watched his resentment list burgeon and overflow with entries. He sighed helpless. He did not wish for such finery, but his family had the means. A young man away from home cannot afford to rough it. One must not allow oneself to suffer unduly. By the campfire, Jiangnan used a triangular bayonet to carve the roast, every bite sending juices across his lips. Wu Liang hungrily gnawed on a venison leg with ravenous delight. Tang Qianya nibbled at her portion, beside them her face alight with bliss. Meat from a spiritual beast was unlike ordinary flesh. The nearby group squads meanwhile wore sullen expressions. The aroma of roasting meat kept them awake through the night. Having no other recourse, some stuffed blades of grass into their nostrils to stifle the scent, yet they still could not stop salivating, angered into exhausted sleep. Even at night the live feed remained ablaze with comments so bold. What a brazen trick. Look at those squads' wronged faces. I can't stop laughing. After a whole day's marathon, and then to endure Nanshun's psychological torment at night, it proves Nanshin came here for a holiday. Zhong Yingxue and Xia Yao watched Jiangnan and the others eat with obvious envy. Can you really behave like this inside Lingshui? Jiangnan's antics had upended their assumptions. After all, each venture into Lingshu usually meant hardship. The wild offered no such comforts. Yet Jiangnan's life seemed refined to an absurd degree. Xia Yao eyed Jiangnan with a covetous gleam and resolved to join his team, if only to be able to wash in Lingshu and taste roasted meat like this. Back at the hotel, the night watch unit watching the drone feed could only smile wryly. In all their years on missions, they had never seen such audacity. Audacious, utterly audacious. The next morning, they were roused by the scent of lattes and the thunder of an engine. Opening their eyes, they saw Jiangnan and his group driving off in a Raptor, vanishing with flourish. Panic rippled through them. Feverish and reedy, they scrambled to pack. Shouts rose. Hey, Jiangnan, don't you walk away. Damn it, on the road again. Get up, stop sleeping, and chase them. Ugh, up this early. Why chase Jiangnan? He's no beauty, one protested. Are you dazed? Let them go ahead. What can we so many of us possibly gain? They packed in such haste that some left doors ajar and straps buckled the wrong way, barely attending to appearances. They set out disheveled like a pack of famished revenants, and all they ever found ahead were wheel tracks. Piles of spiritual beast carcasses lay along the way. After a day of running, when they reached the next safe point, Jiangnan had once again shown them up, this time assaulting them with intoxicating aromas. They went to sleep full of resentment, only to find that Jiangnan had driven off before dawn. This pattern persisted for 3 full days. The group squads began to curse openly. The routes split into upper and lower lanes, while the middle lane stubbornly trailed after Jiangnan. They had not gained so much as a hair. Each of them bore dark circles under their eyes as if stricken by famine. 3 days of marathon-like pursuit after Jiangnan. If this continued, they might as well abandon their studies and sign up for long-distance races. Gold medal prospects for sure. One by one, they reported Jiangnan's offenses. I can't go on. The body won't hold. Do something. My WeChat pedometer logged over 110 steps yesterday, ranked 108 among friends. Can you believe it? I can't do it. I'm heading to the lower route. The middle route's unbearable. Someone's cheating. The middle lane teams complained in chorus and petitioned. Teachers and staff could not sit idly by. Yet toward Jiangnan they felt helpless. He had broken no rule. He was merely exploiting the regulations. If this kept up, the event might collapse. As Jiangnan examined a spirit bead on the car dashboard, his satellite wristband vibrated with a message. Jiangnan, mind your conduct. Do not disrupt the competition. If this continues, we will have to ask you to leave. Jiangnan froze. Why ask him out? He was enjoying a 15-day respite, hoping perhaps to casually claim first place. He could only shrug and slide his hand from the window in an okay gesture. Wu Liang looked on helplessly. What now? Jiangnan chuckled. Of course we'll listen to the teachers. We're tired. We should rest properly for the next few days. Tang Qianya was perplexed. Tired? Where? After 3 days, she felt she had put on weight. In truth, for the next 2 days, Jiangnan did not seize the initiative. Instead, he followed the group squads, refusing to slay spiritual beasts, strolling through Lingshu with Wu Liang and Tang Qianya, as if on a spring outing, or sometimes returning to the safe zone to play Sangwosha. The other squads finally breathed a sigh of relief and began to hunt spiritual beasts in earnest, making slow progress. Yet why did it all feel so infuriating? They spent their days grimy and exhausted risking life and limb, while Jiangnan spent every day leisurely walking the ruins with his companions. They were the same kind of people, so why was he so effortlessly superior? On this day, Li Xiang's squad was engaged in a frantic battle with a bronze 3-star earthen shell dragon. The fight was a maelstrom. Lu Chuanwu hold it in beast form. He'll use the quagmire to restrict its movement. Ling Feng flank it while Li Mian focuses on output. The tension in the field had reached its pinnacle. At that moment, Jiang Nan, with Wu Liang and Tang Qinya strode in. Seeing the scene, their eyes lit up. Li Xiang and the others tightened their guard, fearing Jiang and would swoop in to seize the kill. Jiang Nan pointed at a small waterfall nearby. The scenery's nice here. Let's take a pose. Wu Liang and Tang Qinya scampered to the falls. Wu Liang, bare-chested, struck a crab-like bodybuilding pose. His muscles seemed to explode from his skin. Tang Qinya struck 2 playful peace signs and smiled sweetly. Li Xiang and Li Mian stared in bafflement. Lu Chuanwu was incredulous. Are we fighting or posing for photographs? This is a life-or-death moment. Do you have no shame? He snapped. 1, 2, 3, smile. System notices of resentment flickered. Resentment from Li Xiang 999, resentment from Lu Chuanwu 666, and so on. With a shutter click, Jiang Nan hurriedly called out, come on, come on. This is a great shot. Tang Qianya's eyes immediately brightened. Which girl did not love a good photograph? She hurried over with Wu Liang to see the image. On the phone screen, a single large face filled the frame. Jiang Nan, smiling brilliantly, teeth flashing white. Tang Qinya fell silent. A selfie. And he called it handsome. You ask us to pose and then hand over a selfie. What was the point? Tang Qinya puckered her lips in petulance. Wu Liang growled. Nenji, can I give you a good scolding? The betrayal stung. A new notice. Resentment from Tang Qinya 333. Resentment from Wu Liang 999. Well then, this big fellow could hold a grudge. He fussed over vanity even more than the young lady. Jiang Nan swiped his gallery and at last displayed the photos they had actually taken. Wu Liang hulking and fierce, Tang Qinya sweet and radiant, while Li Xiang and the others blurred into the background in a haze of annoyance. Wu Liang and Tang Qianya's faces darkened further. Could Jiang Nan be more mischievous? He chuckled. Let's go. Change spots. Wu Liang was stunned. Tang Qinya was left speechless but followed along. Is this some kind of peculiar fetish? Switch to the next one. Does Jiang Nan take such delight in provoking others? Tang Qinya felt that these 5 days had been spent under the resentful glares of everyone around her. Wu Liang Nan go. If we keep this up, it's going to be tough to snatch first place. Jiang Nan, no worries, I've got it all figured out. Isn't it just spirit pearls? The live stream barrage exploded. He's taking photos while others fight. When will I ever be as awesome as my idol? Why do I have such a strong urge to go beat him up? Haha, that's epic. What kind of slick move is this? Aren't they hunting spirit beasts anymore? Putting on a show? About to self-destruct? At this moment, it was already the 5th day since everyone entered the spirit ruins. They had also arrived at the 5th and final safe haven. Beyond this point, there were no more safe havens. Most teams chose to center their operations around the safe haven, hunting spirit beasts during the day and returning to rest at night. Few teams dared to venture deeper as nighttime safety couldn't be guaranteed, drastically increasing the risk. Over the past 2 days, Jiang Nan had already scoured nearly every corner of the vicinity. He had a rough idea of the situation. Another day, and they returned early to the safe zone to set up camp. As the corporate teams dragged their weary bodies back to the safe haven, a mouth-watering aroma filled the entire wilderness. There in front of the 3-bedroom living room tent, a massive barbecue grill had been set up. Skewers of meat were already laid out, sizzling and crackling over the charcoal fire. 7 or 8 small tables were also arranged on the open ground. A large fan blew furiously, spreading the fragrance across the entire camp. From the loudspeaker, Jiang Nan's voice repeated the same call over and over. Come on, Tianqi's signature meat skewers. Incredibly delicious. Absolutely top-notch. Who the hell wants to buy meat skewers? Mom, I want to eat barbecue skewers. Eat the big skewers. Is 10 skewers enough? Enough. Thanks, Mom. Mom is the best. Tang Qinya covered her face in embarrassment. She never imagined she would one day be selling meat skewers inside the spirit ruins. And those advertising slogans were just too cringeworthy, weren't they? The entire thing was voiced by Jiang Nan himself, even mimicking the little girl's voice with uncanny accuracy. The corporate teams were baffled. What's going on? The moment they returned to the safe haven, it felt like stepping into a night market, running a food stall in the spirit ruins. Are you serious? So this is what he's been tinkering with for the past 2 days. But damn, that smell was irresistible. After 5 days of surviving on compressed biscuits and instant noodles, the aroma alone made their mouths water. Someone immediately asked, "How much for the skewers?" Jiang Nan waved his hand grandly. "1 black iron spirit pearl per person. Eat as many skewers as you want. Special deal for full 4-person teams. Just 3 black iron spirit pearls. Corporate teams. So he's been eyeing our spirit pearls all along. No wonder he hasn't been hunting spirit beasts for the past 2 days. So this is his game. Has he no shame? Isn't this blatantly fleecing us? We've been slaving away to gather spirit pearls. And you're here trying to rip us off. No way. Absolutely no way. But those skewers smelled so damn good. What would they taste like in the mouth? How amazing would that be? Then wiping his drool, screw it. It's just 3 pearls. Deal. He'll just work harder tomorrow. Bring on the skewers. Load 'em up, damn it. Teams with decent hauls didn't even need to think twice. After 5 days of nothing but instant noodles, their mouths were craving something real. Soon all 8 tables were packed. Some teams with no seats just plopped down on the ground to devour skewers. They wolfed them down like starving wolves, gnawing the skewer sticks until they practically sparked. The other teams watched with envy. Seeing the situation was ripe, Jiang Nan dropped another bombshell. "Come on, everyone. Take a look at ice-cold green bottles. Meat skewers with beer. The more you drink, the more you'll have. 1 bronze spirit pearl. A dozen bottles of beer." Someone was stunned. "Whoa. Why so expensive?" "Jiang Nan, this is ice cold. And you're complaining. Can you find another batch like this in the Tianqi spirit ruins?" At first no one was willing to buy, but the skewers were just too salty. Incredibly, unbearably salty. Jiang Nan had Wu Liang douse them in salt while grilling. Parched beyond belief, they eyed the ice-cold green bottles still frosted with chill. "Screw it. Give me a dozen. Boss, your skewers are way too damn salty. Can you go easy on the salt?" Jiang Nan can't help it. "I do business with such generous portions." Keep adding. Pile on the cumin and chili powder. Resentment value from Li Guang 666. Resentment value from Han Jiaxuan 885. Resentment from Wu Liang was sweating buckets from the work. Tang Xinya tied on a little apron and took on the role of a waitress. Spirit pearls were pouring in like crazy. Earlier they'd worried about not getting first place. But with this Tianqi food stall open, it was a done deal. No one could stop it now. It was like the entire Central Routes teams were working for Jiang Nan. Blatant fleecing. But so what? People had been hungry for 5 days, simply couldn't resist the allure of meat skewers. Meanwhile, Jiang Nan strolled around the camp with a skewer in hand. "Come on, buddy. Take a bite." The man glared, grinding his teeth in hatred. Resentment from, "Hey, it's so delicious." 1 bite, and the grease drips out. Resentment from. He wandered over to Li Xiang's group. "Want to grab a bite? Your team's haul is decent. You can spare 3 spirit pearls, right?" Li Xiang sneered. "We can spare them. And you're not short either, so why not give us a freebie?" Jiang Nan pouted. "Freebie? Kid, you're dreaming of eating farts." Li Xiang narrowed his eyes. "Don't get too cocky. If you keep this up, the school will come after you." Jiang Nan shrugged. "Come after me. Have I broken any rules? I'm just providing a service. They're giving me spirit pearls voluntarily." Lu Chuanwu pointed at Jiang Nan's nose and cursed. Lu Chuanwu would rather starve to death, die out there, jump off this cliff, than eat a single bite of your food. Li Xiang and Ling Feng both gave Lu Chuanwu a thumbs up. "No problem, brother. That's fine." Jiang Nan pouted. "Fine, don't eat then." Then he turned and shouted, "Limited time offer. Anyone who buys from me gets a free shower." At those words, Li Mayan couldn't sit still any longer. A shower. After 5 days, she was starting to stink. And on the first day, she'd gotten covered in mud. For a girl, that was absolutely unbearable. "How about we grab a bite too? 3 bronze spirit pearls. We can afford that." Li Xiang frowned. "Wouldn't that let Jiang Nan win? His spirit pearls will only pile up." Ling Feng whispered. "Even if we don't pay up, they're guaranteed first place anyway." Li Xiang. This was a bitter pill to swallow. But Li Xiang couldn't swallow his pride. "Go if you want, but I'm not." Li Mayan didn't care about that and marched off with 3 spirit pearls to take a shower. Ling Feng and Lu Chuanwu exchanged glances. Well, since the money was already spent, not eating would just be letting Jiang Nan off easy. Watch us eat, you broke, and work you to death, you bastard. So Lu Chuanwu and Ling Feng, those 2 brothers, crouched on the ground, devouring big meat skewers one after another. Ah, so delicious. Oh, why is it this good? Skewers are the best. Let's eat more. Jiang Nan. He'll just pretend Lu Quan's earlier words were nothing but hot air. Indeed, nothing escapes the law of irresistible temptation. You guys are just too cool. They were busy until late into the night. The earnings amounted to over 70 black iron-grade spirit beads, 13 bronze-grade spirit beads. Wu Liang never imagined that Jiang Nan would secure his first fortune by selling skewers. As they were packing up their stall, Jiang Nan carried a large pile of skewers and headed toward the duty troops. Over these past few days, Jiang Nan had harvested an unimaginable amount of resentment value. It kept refreshing constantly. One thing in particular caught Jiang Nan's attention. In the list of resentment values, a name that shouldn't have appeared suddenly emerged. Resentment value from Ivanov Harris 666. This had appeared 3 times over the past 2 days, and it only started happening after arriving at the last safe stronghold. Jiang Nan sensed the scent of conspiracy. Someone from White Shark. He was equally eager to find out who this person was. To this end, he had been taking crazy photos and showing off all sorts of things over the past 2 days. He wanted to confirm whether Ivanov was hiding within the team. The result was negative, so there was only one answer left. Jiang Nan then carried beer and grilled skewers to find the soldiers on night duty. Bro, want some? It's super fragrant. The soldier cast a faint glance at Jiang Nan, his expression unchanged as he stood ramrod straight. Resentment value from Wang Jianhua 333. Not him. The Supreme Street Vendor System's true name revelation was truly extraordinary. It was perfect for finding people. Bro, you've been standing guard all day. How about rewarding the brothers? Want a bite? The military has regulations. Really not eating. Jiang Nan waved the meat skewer under the soldier's nose. Resentment value from Liu Yuchuan 666. Brother soldier, forgive me. I'm forced into this. If you must hate someone, hate that Ivanov guy. After testing most of the area, no one took a bite. Finally, he reached a soldier who was over 6 feet tall with a broad build and sturdy frame. The man's expression shifted slightly as he swallowed his saliva and ventured, well, how about one skewer? Jiang Nan, holy crap. You actually want to eat? Doesn't the military have regulations? The soldier's face darkened. So you never intended to feed us. Then why the hell are you wandering around here with skewers? Just to make people resent you. Resentment value from Ivanov Harris 999. Jiang Nan's eyes lit up. Holy crap. There it is. There it is. But looking at this soldier, he didn't have many characteristics of a Russian. Had he undergone plastic surgery? Or was it some kind of spiritual technique? The system would never be wrong. I'm just afraid you'll get punished. How about this? They'll cover for you. You have a bite. With that, he handed the meat skewer to Ivanov. The man wolfed down a skewer. Why did it taste a bit like soybeans? And damn, this kid's skewers were way too salty. Jiang Nan watched him finish eating, then cheerfully moved on to ask the others. After asking around with no one eating, Jiang Nan sighed with the skewers. Then he'll just throw them away. What a waste. Watching Jiang Nan's staggering, retreating figure, Ivanov let out a cold sneer. Enjoy this moment while you can. Once outside the safe zone, Jiang Nan's face turned grim. He arrived at an inconspicuous crooked neck tree. He tossed the skewers away, clapped his hands, and teleported back to the safe zone in an instant. Inside the tent, Jiang Nan called Wu Liang and Tang Qianro over. What's up, Nango? Something happened. Jiang Nan, if something goes down tonight, take little Tang and run. Head to the next safe zone and seek protection from the duty troops, got it? Don't worry about me. And don't follow me. Wu Liang's expression tightened. What's going on? Tang Qianya's face also showed tension. Weren't things fine just now? Jiang Nan was acting out of character today. It's a long story and I can't explain it now. Remember what I said. Protect yourselves. Don't sleep tonight. Don't take the car. It's too conspicuous a target. Wu Liang wanted to say more, but seeing Jiang Nan's gaze, he swallowed all his words. He muttered, got it, Nan, go. That night, all 3 of them lay wide-eyed, none sleeping a wink. Jiang Nan was puzzled. With the Spirit Ruins entrance so tightly guarded, how did White Shark's people manage to infiltrate? Then he thought again. If the duty troops had their people among them, sneaking some in would be easy. So they really chose to make a move inside Tianchi Spirit Ruins? White Shark's got nerve. I wonder if the golden-haired beauty came along. Sister Shamao? When it counts, don't let me down. Outside the safe zone, under the crooked neck tree, a bush stirred twice. Beneath it was a piece of camouflage cloth covered in leaves. Lying underneath were 2 people, a man and a woman. They were Ning and Chun from the Night Army. At that moment, both of them had their eyes fixed on the skewers Jiang Nan had discarded. And Ning whispered, what's going on? Has Jiang Nan spotted us? Chun probably not. He definitely has. Why would he come all the way here to toss them so far from the safe zone entrance? And Ning slowly reached out and pulled over the plastic bag holding the skewers. Inside was a small note. Soldier ID 009527. White Shark's man. The 2 exchanged glances. Shock filled their eyes. What was happening? How did Jiang Nan know the Night Army was tailing him? And he even pinpointed their exact hiding spot. How did Jiang Nan know about the spy? And he even managed to identify who it was. The reason for passing the message in such a covert way was fear of alerting White Shark's people. and Ning immediately pulled out a military computer and ran a thorough check. This 009527 indeed had major issues. And Ning, damn it, how did he get in? He's on duty right here in this safe stronghold, and we missed it. Chen, should we take him out? First inform Captain Shan Mao. I wondered why there was no movement these past few days. White Shark's people must have already set their plans in motion. No sooner had they sent the notification than Ivanov came out clutching his stomach, his forehead drenched in cold sweat. He cursed as he walked. Damn it, that kid's skewers weren't even cooked through, were they? Poisoned or what? He had only eaten one skewer, and during his duty his stomach kept acting up. He was letting out one fart after another. He wondered if he was leaking air. The soldier next to him was nearly knocked out by the stench rolling his eyes. It was like setting off a Tuthasan firecracker string in his pants. The farts were way too frequent. Ivanov was looking for a spot. Then an overwhelming pressure surged, and his sphincter felt the immense strain. Ivanov's face turned green, terrified he might accidentally let out a stream. He glanced around. No time to choose. That crooked neck tree would do. He rushed over, unbuckled his belt, and was about to unleash freely. But beneath the camouflage cloth, two terrified eyes stared at the buttocks inches away, and Ning and Chen were losing their minds. Holy crap. You really know how to pick a spot. We were planning to spare you. If we don't act now, we're dead meat. At the same time, Jiang Nan's resentment value list was refreshing like crazy. Resentment value from Ivanov Harris 1000. Oh, he's really feeling the effects. Jiang Nan snickered. He had laced the skewers with a heavy dose of 10 detoxifying little soybeans. Resentment value from a Ning 1000. From a Ning. From Chen 1000. From Chen. Jiang Nan. What is happening? And Ning and Chen are part of the Dark Knight army, right? Are they the ones watching me under the crooked neck tree? The resentment is so intense. Did they feel exposed and lost their face? That can't be. Jiang Nan doesn't know. The reason Ning and Chen are filled with resentment. It's because they are about to endure the baptism of raging storms and bombardments. What bad luck. Ivanov is squatting right above their heads. How can they endure this? Chen was furious at that moment. The situation was extremely urgent. He drew his dagger and lunged forward, directly pressing it against Ivanov's neck. Ivanov was startled. I'm just a big guy, is that against the law? Are there people waiting for this? Chen said fiercely, if you don't want to die, get back. But how could Ivanov hold back any longer? He was already at his limit. Under the terrified gaze of Chen and Ning, Ivanov released his pressure. Oh no! Chen and Ning dared not stay in place any longer. They quickly retreated, barely escaping. Ivanov's face turned pale. Damn the Dark Knight army. I knew it was you. However, Ivanov's words lacked any convincing power at that moment, because he didn't even have time to pull up his pants. As he spoke, he unleashed his aura, revealing himself to be a peak silver-level spiritual warrior. Without hesitation, he plunged into the ground, using earth-based powers to speed towards the safety zone. His eyes filled with frantic madness. And Ning and Chen missed their chance and frantically pursued. But by this time, Ivanov had already used Earth Escape to reach the center of the safety zone. He was holding a pink object resembling a hand grenade. He pulled the pin with a fierce motion. Boom! A loud explosion startled many awake from their dreams. The grenade exploded, splattering large amounts of red liquid everywhere, covering the entire safety zone. A strange fragrance filled the air. As it drifted in the wind, the security forces aimed their dark muzzles at Ivanov. Just as they were about to fire, Ning's figure suddenly descended from the sky. With a wave of her small hand, the air around Ivanov was solidified. She turned out to be a rare air-based ability user. At that moment, Chen rushed up. He slapped his waist pouch, and under his control, hundreds of steel balls screamed through the air, turning Ivanov into a sieve. You are dead. As Ivanov fell to the ground, the sudden change shocked everyone. The students woke up one after another, looking at Ivanov lying on the ground, their eyes filled with terror. Some even started to vomit. What the hell? Someone is dead. What? What happened? This is terrifying. Can someone tell us what is going on? The dead person is wearing the uniform of the security forces. What is this pink goo? It's all over me, and I can't get it off. They are all students. How could they have experienced this? They've never seen a live person die in front of them. They were trembling as they spoke. In an instant, the security forces turned their guns towards the suddenly appearing Ning and Chen. Who goes there? Chen flashed his officer's badge. Dark Knight Army. We need your cooperation. The moment the badge was shown, the security forces immediately lowered their guns, looking serious. We will fully cooperate with the Dark Knight Army. But what happened? Chen replied, someone infiltrated and attacked the safety outpost, and we have eliminated him. The students were in a panic, their faces pale. Jiang Nan heard the explosion and stepped out of the tent. He was shocked to see Ivanov dead in the center, and his pants weren't even up. What the hell? Was it that urgent? Wu Liang frowned deeply, clearly realizing that something big had happened. Meanwhile, Tang Qianya's face turned pale. It was her first time seeing a dead person, and she was so scared that she hid behind Wu Liang, not daring to come out. Nen go. What happened here? Jiang Nen shook his head. I'll go ask. He then stepped out of the tent smiling and waving at Ning. Sister Ning Ning, were you two lying under the crooked-neck tree? And Ning turned her head and shot Jiang Nen a fierce glare. Chen Shun was speechless. He had indeed been discovered. What happened? Why is there such a commotion over taking down a silver? And Ning said helplessly, you should ask this big fool beside me. Chun Chen covered his face. He truly didn't expect that his threat would scare them out. Jiang Nen walked up to Ivanov, kicked him, and flipped the body over. TSK. The death was truly tragic. The group members were all stunned. What is going on? Jiang Nen is chatting so happily with the two members of the Dark Knight Army. Are they that familiar? He even called that female officer Sister Ning Ning. Then there's the fact that Jiang Nan's information at the entrance was encrypted. In an instant, Jiang Nan's image became even more mysterious in their minds. Is he really just an ordinary high school senior? Just now he actually kicked a dead body. And his nonchalant demeanor. Isn't he afraid? Moreover, his tone was simply terrifying. Taking down a silver. Isn't silver strong? Jiang Nan glanced at Chen Shun. Chen Shun could only cover his old face. It was truly embarrassing to say out loud. Can he say he almost got killed and then used steel balls to kill him? And Ning quietly sensed something, and after a moment her expression turned grim. I think we are in big trouble. Chen Shun also looked grave. This grenade has issues. Jiang Nan. Just as he was about to ask something, deep beast roars suddenly echoed from the forest. The ground began to tremble, and crimson eyes lit up in the forest. Hiss beast tied. A six-legged black panther was the first to break through the thicket. Its sharp claws scratched violently against the concrete walls. Its scarlet gaze was filled with desire. It seemed as if something in the safety zone had a fatal attraction for it. And it was only the first. Groups of spiritual beasts broke through the forest, launching a frenzied attack on the safety zone. In an instant, they surrounded the safety outpost completely. Da-da-da-da-da. Gunfire erupted. Bullet casings fell to the ground like rain. The soldiers aimed their dark muzzles at the doors, firing frantically, unleashing a torrent of bullets. Against spiritual beasts below silver-level, firearms were very effective. In an instant, the students were thrown into chaos. Gunshots, beast roars, and screams of terror filled the air. The peaceful night was completely shattered, as if they had instantly arrived at a battlefield filled with smoke. Big guy. Xiao Tang Tang. Don't leave. They can't leave. Jiang Nan's expression darkened. Bai Sha really put in a lot of effort. Did he calculate all these participating students into the mix? Clang. The Tang knife was drawn. Jiang Nan's eyes were filled with sharpness. Wu Liang held a machete in one hand and a black iron shield in the other. Nan Gu, just tell us how to do it. Jiang Nan, go all out. Survive. It wasn't that Jiang Nan was trying to scare anyone. He had spotted a silver-tier beast among the spirit beasts assaulting the safe haven. The situation was dire. No one expected the beast tide to arrive so swiftly. Moreover, most of the over 500 students here were only at the black iron tier. Facing ferocious beasts as savage as wolves and tigers, they had no means to protect themselves. Even with the garrison forces concentrating their fire, they couldn't hold back the surging beast tide. That six-legged black panther withstood the hail of bullets and broke through the defensive line. It opened its massive maw and savagely tore at a soldier. In an instant, blood splattered, and the anguished cries sounded the alarm in everyone's hearts. Where had the students ever seen such a thing? In their worldview, hunting spirit beasts was akin to playing a game. They had never imagined that spirit beasts could kill. In a game, when you die, you can be revived. But reality is not a game. Would they be the next to die in a spirit beast's jaws? Screams erupted. Cries and wails merged into one. The fear of death had utterly consumed the hearts of all the students. Jiang Nan's face darkened as he barked. Ning Ning, did you notify Wildcat yet? And Ning replied, already notified. But it's a 5-day journey from here to the entrance. The Night Watch needs time to get here. Jiang Nan looked at his classmates, paralyzed with terror, then at the ferocious beasts about to breach the defenses. If they couldn't hold, everyone would die. Jiang Nan charged forward, blade in hand, and roared, big guy, if you're not afraid to die, follow me. With that, he teleported into the midst of the spirit beasts. With a swift stroke of his blade, he cleaved the head off the six-legged black panther. Blood drenched his body. Wu Liang bellowed and transformed into a 2-meter-tall half-man half-bear, wielding a black iron shield and a cavalry saber. His eyes blazed crimson. Here I come. He charged with his shield, raised the air, cracking as he smashed through it. He rammed 3 spirit beasts flying. Jiang Nan's figure flickered 3 times, and 3 spirit beasts fell to the ground as cold corpses. And Ning and Chun also grasped Jiang Nan's intent and held the line, slaughtering spirit beasts relentlessly. But the beast tide was overwhelming. With so few people, Jiang Nan and his group couldn't push it back. Moreover, the soldiers' ammunition was nearly depleted. A blade of light like the moon slew another spirit beast. Jiang Nan wiped the blood from his face. His blood-dripping longsword pointed directly at the terrified students. Do you bastards want to die? Don't any of you have hands? Did you awaken your abilities just to show off at school? If we can't hold the entrance, we all die. At a time like this, who are you waiting for to protect you? If you want to live, get up here and guard the gate. At that moment, Jiang Nan was drenched in blood. Longsword in hand, his aura was intimidating. He was the very image of a demon god emerging from hell. He was a far cry from the unreliable guy who had been peddling skewers moments ago. The terrified squad was on the verge of madness. Li Xiang and Lu Quan's faces turned deathly pale. How was Jiang Nan not afraid at all? Wasn't he afraid of death? He was the first to charge with his blade. He remained calm throughout. People could die. This was real death. Witnessing this, in Ning and Chun's admiration for Jiang Nan grew immensely. In a crisis, he acted nothing like a high school student. Calm and composed, he assessed the situation swiftly. He showed no mercy. In stark contrast, those classmates whose legs trembled uncontrollably, unable to move. The difference was clear. Yet among these classmates were those with mettle. They slapped themselves hard, even as their legs quivered. But they still stepped forward. Nan Shun, well, listen to you. How do we defend? Damn it. We can't just wait to die. Those soldiers sacrificed themselves to protect us. I don't want to be a coward. I have to make it home alive to take care of my parents. Instantly, over 20 stepped forward. Jiang Nan slew another spirit beast. Push these beasts back. Close the gate. Defend the safe haven. Wait for the night watch to arrive for support. Jiang Nan's thinking was clear. With the help of these classmates, the situation improved significantly. Once someone took the lead, more and more students joined the fight. Ling Feng and Li Mian couldn't stand by any longer and were about to help guard the gate. Li Xiang hastily said, "Are you too crazy? You could get yourselves killed. Let them defend." Lu Chuanwu added, Yeah, your safety comes first. Ling Feng muttered, "Aren't Jiang Nan and the others risking their lives? Don't they have parents? Can we just sit here and enjoy their protection in good conscience? I don't want to look down on myself." Li Mian said nothing, just gave them a cold stare. But that look made Li Xiang even more uncomfortable. "TCH, think you're so noble. Go if you want. I'm not joining." At the entrance, Jiang Nan was in a frenzy of slaughter, cutting down every spirit beast in sight. He had even leveled up his blade technique to intermediate. Amidst the carnage, his movements were a grim spectacle, yet oddly captivating. Wu Liang was even more ferocious. He smashed with his iron shield and swung his Tumterlong cavalry saber in wide arcs, pulverizing many spirit beasts into meat patties. No one dared stand within 5 meters of him. He was incredibly tough. Chun and Ning watched Wu Liang with sparkling eyes. The participating students also gave him a thumbs up. This heavy tank shield warrior was truly brave. Just then, as if carried away by the thrill of battle, Wu Liang let out a wild roar and fully transformed into a beast. He became a massive black bear, nearly 4 meters tall. Rip! The drastic change in size tore his trousers apart. And then, Ning nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Chun was scared stiff. The students were petrified on the spot. Some female students covered their eyes and shrieked. There stood a 4-meter-tall black bear, wielding an iron shield and cavalry saber, covered in bear fur, and on its lower half a pair of triangle briefs, perfectly fitted to Wu Liang's form. The fierce battlefield fell into a deathly silence. Triangle briefs. How could he be so flamboyant? Bro, we never knew you had such depth. Others are tough guys with a tender heart. You're a tough guy with a flamboyant heart. Tang Xinya was dumbfounded. The sight of Wu Liang before her shattered her worldview. What material was that briefs made of? It didn't tear even when he transformed. Did he take Hulk's shorts and put them on? Wu Liang immediately noticed the stares and thought they were moved by his valor. He roared, "Come! Who dares fight me?" And Ning, Chun, stop shouting, bro. You were brave before, but now? The mood has been ruined by your triangle briefs. A silver deer, iron-eating bear spirit beast stood upright. Its big dark eyes looked at Wu Liang, then at itself, utterly confused. We're both bears. Why do you have briefs and I don't? What makes you so special? Wu Liang looked smug. Jiang Nan shouted while fighting. The one in briefs is on our side. Don't attack him by mistake. And Ning, Tang Xinya, did you really need to emphasize that? What spirit beast wears briefs? And triangle ones at that? The battle was incredibly fierce. The students exerted themselves to showcase their unique abilities. During the fierce clash, they dared not let their guard down for a moment. But that little leopard print creature flitting about on the battlefield was truly too captivating, wasn't it? We didn't want to be distracted either. However, I just couldn't control myself. After a fierce struggle, we finally pushed the spirit beast back. Jiang Nan seized the opportunity and instantly teleported to the door, turning the switch. Click, click, click. The heavy iron door descended, finally sealing off the entrance. The spirit beasts that had broken in were quickly slain. The students looked at the corpses of the spirit beasts scattered on the ground, and the soldiers who had been bitten beyond recognition fell silent. Just moments ago, they had been at the forefront. Even without extraordinary abilities, they had bravely stood their ground with their flesh and blood, protecting the safety of the students. Jiang Nan felt a pang in his heart, silently saluting them. This group of admirable individuals. They deserved respect. But there was no time for sorrow now. Chen Shun began to organize. The remaining duty forces take positions on the wall to snipe the spirit beasts. Students, voluntary, earth and wood element ability users reinforce the walls. As long as we hold out until the Dark Knight army arrives, we can escape. After a series of arrangements, the students quickly sprang into action. Meanwhile, the entire scene just unfolded was captured by drones. The Lynx had already received the notification and was leading a team with a frosty expression. Furthermore, the Dark Knight army, hidden in various corners of the spirit ruins, were rushing towards the 5th outpost. At this moment, the hotel's monitoring screen was in chaos. Using satellite wristbands to notify the students, the exam was abruptly ended and an emergency evacuation was ordered. The students on both levels had no idea what was happening, looking bewildered, but they could only comply with the arrangements. Meanwhile, the live broadcast signal was hurriedly cut off. However, the events that had occurred at the outpost had already been broadcasted. The number of viewers in the live stream had surged to over 1 million. The comments flooded the screen. Beast tide. How could this trigger a beast tide? Did you see that? It was too brutal. Nan Shun is truly worthy of the name. At this moment, he's the most reliable among the students. With a Tang Dao and a 3-sided military stabber, cutting through the beast horde. No. I'm getting goosebumps. If he hadn't shouted, those students wouldn't have moved at all. You can tell when he's saving lives. Although Nan Shun is mischievous when it comes to crucial moments, he is truly dependable. By the way, did anyone notice that short pants black bear? Though it was out of place, I couldn't help but want to comment on it. Pray for safety. All is well. But just then the live stream was suddenly cut off. Why did it suddenly cut out? We want to see. Hey. Why can't we broadcast it? I paid for a membership. The power of the vast number of netizens was immense as they found Jiang Nan's Weibo and bombarded it with comments. One by one, small candles and clasped hands emojis filled the comments with tens of thousands of entries. Nan Shun, return safely. I'm still waiting for you to come back and have an online relationship with me. Nan Shun, show us another miracle. Just like that time when you rescued people from the fire. Bring them back safely. We're all waiting for you at the Jiang City Night Market. At this moment, Zhong Yingxue and Xia Yao sat on the bed watching the cut-off live stream in silence. Xia Yao's eyes were filled with anxiety. I'll go drive. Meanwhile, Zhong Yingxue was already getting dressed. 2 minutes later, the Koenigsegg Blue Phantom's engine roared, racing into the night toward the Changbai Mountain. Xiaonan, you must be safe. At this moment, the safe outpost. The wall trembled as it was assaulted. The students were already busy with some elemental law users attacking the spirit beasts from the wall. The duty soldiers were pouring firepower from the wall. At this moment, Jiang Nan was arranging the bodies of the soldiers, unloading their gear. He equipped himself with bulletproof vests, M416 rifles and magazines. To deal with spirit beasts below silver rank, using firearms was undoubtedly more energy efficient than chopping with a knife. Skill triggered. Firearms, LV0. Skill points added 100. Skill upgraded. Firearms proficient, LV0. Now is not the time to save skill points. The reason for saving them was to use them at this moment. Add more. Skill points added 1000. Skill upgraded. Firearms intermediate, LV0. The duty soldiers were startled to see Jiang Nan grabbing a gun and quickly tried to stop him. This student, you absolutely cannot joke about this. Using a gun is very dangerous. Without professional training, do not use it or it can easily hurt yourself and others. And Ning and Chun Chen naturally noticed this scene. Yes, it would be disastrous if it misfired. It's too dangerous. Not to mention Jiang Nan was just a student. He probably wouldn't even know how to turn off the safety or change the magazine. Using it recklessly could really result in hurting oneself or others. Li Xiang seized the opportunity to mock. You should just give up. Do you think this is a game? This is a real gun. Lu Chuanwu exclaimed. Hurry and put it down. You might hit our own people. The other students were also terrified, swallowing hard. Reality cannot be compared to games. They are two completely different matters. Jiang Nan squinted, slinging the M416 assault rifle over his shoulder. He skillfully removed the magazine and checked the ammunition. He pulled back the bolt to check if it was chambered. Then he inserted the magazine, pulled the bolt, and turned off the safety. The actions were seamless, executed at incredible speed. He raised the gun, aimed, and without hesitation pulled the trigger. Bang! A gunshot echoed as flames erupted from the muzzle. A spider that had just climbed onto the wall and was about to leap over had its eyes shot out by the bullet. The corpse crashed onto the ground outside the wall. Jiang Nan exclaimed, "Can you shut your filthy mouth? Go do what a digger is supposed to do." After the shot, and Ning and Qin Shun were stunned. The duty soldiers looked as though they had seen a ghost. Such a distance. And it was a dynamic shot. Even seasoned veterans who had served for 7 to 8 years and handled guns daily might not be able to hit the eyes so accurately. But Jiang Nan, how old is he? If one were to say he had not received professional training, no one would believe it. But where had he received such training? Could it have been pure luck? Yet whether it was his gun-handling posture, changing magazines, aiming, or firing, he made no mistakes. Every movement was textbook perfect. The entire scene was left speechless. Li Xiang almost fainted from the shock. Jiang Nan could really handle a gun, and he shot so accurately. The students were also dumbfounded. Wow, this is way too professional. Jiang Nan can't be an undercover agent planted by the Dark Knight Army among the students, right? But Jiang Nan's subsequent actions were simply jaw-dropping. He teleported onto the wall, facing the dense swarm of spirit beasts. He switched the M416 to single-shot mode, aimed, and began firing wildly. The first shot hit the joint of a spirit beast's leg, causing it to lose balance. A follow-up shot exploded the spirit beast's eye, a perfect headshot. 2 bullets for 1 spirit beast. This was the Mozambique drill. Reloading was even more terrifying. He held the magazine release with one hand, and with a flick of the gun the magazine dropped off. With his other hand already pulling out a new magazine to insert, he chambered another round and fired again. The time for reloading didn't exceed 3 seconds. The movements were fluid, maintaining the shooting posture throughout. So professional that Ning thought her shooting instructor had arrived. Bang! Bang! 2 rapid gunshots rang out in succession. Another spirit beast fell. Each bullet struck precisely on the beast's joints and head, under the premise of conserving ammunition to the utmost, inflicting maximum damage. And Ning and Qin Shun were utterly speechless. One by one the students raised their thumbs in admiration. Tang Xinya was captivated by Jiang Nan's gun-wielding moves. More professional than the action in police thrillers. How many more secrets did Jiang Nan harbor? Compelling one to delve deeper. As for Wu Liang, he was already accustomed to it. Why else would Nan be called Nan? Such finesse. If you told Wu Liang that Jiang Nan could pilot a plane or tank, he'd believe it. But that little leopard print thing of his pacing on the wall was indeed quite eye-catching. As time passed, more and more spirit beasts gathered. They were too numerous to kill. A female student, in a moment of inattention, was yanked down, screaming as she fell from the wall, despair flooding her eyes. Below, a spike-armored crocodile had already opened its gaping maw, waiting. Jiang Nan's eyes were sharp, caring for nothing else. In a flash, he teleported over, wrapped his arms around the girl, forcibly pulled her from the crocodile's mouth, and teleported back. The girl's face was streaked with tears, still shaken from the ordeal. Seeing that Jiang Nan had saved her, she was about to voice her gratitude. "You should lose some weight. You look slim, but you're quite heavy to hold." The female student, did he have to be so blunt? Just as she was about to explain, she wasn't fat. She saw Jiang Nan had already teleported away. She couldn't help but stomp her foot in annoyance. Yet she wasn't as scared as before. Resentment points from Yang Lu 521. Oh, this girl was interesting. Even the resentment points seem like they love me. No help for it. Perfection invites divine jealousy. The spirit beasts kept coming. Even silver-ranked Ning and Chun couldn't hold them off. The wall could collapse at any moment. Another student, unable to steady himself as the wall shook, fell off. Jiang Nan rushed to save him again. But this time Jiang Nan only brought back half. He gripped the student's ankle in his hand, but the upper body was gone. Jiang Nan distinctly remembered that this student was the first to step up and help. Damn it! Cursing loudly, Jiang Nan's eyes turned red in an instant. He drew his blade and charged down. And Ning panicked. "Jiang Nan, don't be rash." But he had already charged down, targeting the rhino and the beast horde that had bitten off that student's upper body. With all his might, he swung his blade and struck. The next moment, Jiang Nan teleported back, reeking of blood, clutching the rhino's head in his hand. The students fell into collective silence. Casualties were inevitable. Yet witnessing it happen before their eyes left no one feeling at ease. Just then someone exclaimed in delight, "The Night Army. It's the Night Army." Sure enough, in the distance, figures clad in pitch-black military uniforms were racing toward the safe haven. But before Jiang Nan could even breathe a sigh of relief, a sudden turn of events occurred. At the center of the stronghold, the soil surged like flowing water. From within emerged a man in a green military uniform from the Goose Nation. On his arm was a shoulder patch bearing a printed white shark. The Goose Nation man grinned. He slammed both hands hard against the ground. The entire ground of the safe haven rippled like waves, turning completely to sand. The wall instantly lost its support and was breached by the spirit beasts, plunging the scene into chaos. And Ning's face turned pale. Damn it, Gold ranked. Chun Chun gritted his teeth. White Shark's men. Protect Jiang Nan. Amid the turmoil, Jiang Nan suddenly felt as if a venomous snake had fixed its gaze on him. The Goose Nation uncle's blue eyes locked onto Jiang Nan. Like a demon, Jiang Nan thought, not good. He turned and roared, big guy, take little Tang Tang and run. Wu Liang had just steadied himself. Without a word, he scooped up Tang Qianya, gripped his iron shield, and fought desperately to break through. Tang Qianya's face was full of anxiety. What about Jiang Nan? Where's Jiang Nan? Do what Nangu said earlier. At this moment, Wu Liang wouldn't hesitate. All he had to do was execute Jiang Nan's orders. Jiang Nan's eyes met the Goose Nation uncle's gaze. Then he flashed a brilliant smile. Your mom's dead. Goose Nation uncle. What the hell? What kind of nonsense? I thought you were going to say something fierce. Throw down a few words before the fight to build momentum. But you start with your mom's dead. You're not playing by the rules. Isn't that too harsh a taunt? Resentment points from Konstantin. Georgievich. Postovsky. Yakovlev, 999. Jiang Nan was stunned. What the hell kind of name is that? Such a long string. Too padded, isn't it? Jiang Nan knew full well that White Shark had come for him. As long as he kept this uncle occupied, he could prevent this gold-ranked fiend from going on a killing spree. At least it would buy the students time to escape. In an instant, the Tang's sword was drawn. Come on, little master will play with you. Konstantin grinned ferociously, about to strike. But the expression on his face gradually turned to terror, and he stepped back a few paces. Jiang Nan. Whoa, scared already. I just drew my sword, that's all. Is this guy as flimsy as his name? Maybe he was intimidated by my kingly aura. Konstantin, you just wait for me. You can't escape White Shark's grasp. You'd better not die. After throwing down that threat, he ran off. Jiang Nan, not even going through the motions. Just ran away. Are all mercenaries these days this spineless? White Shark, don't pay him. He didn't do any work. Then suddenly a fierce gust of wind came from behind. Jiang Nan turned to look. A giant earth-exploding bear over 20 meters tall and as massive as a hill charged down the slope with red eyes heading straight for him. Jiang Nan, oh my goodness. So huge. This is almost as big as the giant gorilla in the movies. No wonder Konstantin ran off. Such a massive creature. At least gold ranked right. The earth-exploding bear's enormous foot stomped down, and Jiang Nan thought it was an earthquake. In 2 or 3 strides it reached the camp, now a pile of rubble. At that moment, Li Xiang and his team were fleeing for their lives. As luck would have it, Li Mayan tripped over a wooden stake, and a barbed wire fence snagged her pants. She struggled a few times, but couldn't free herself. In the panic, Li Xiang, Lu Chuanwu, and the others didn't even stop. Li Mayan shouted in panic, "Save me! Save me! I'm caught!" Li Xiang and the others turned back. Seeing Li Mayan left behind by over 10 meters and entangled, they looked up. The colossal earth-exploding bear raised its massive paw and slammed it down viciously toward Li Mayan. Li Xiang gritted his teeth and said reluctantly, sorry. Lu Chuanwu hesitated for 2 seconds, glanced at the earth-exploding bear, and then ran too. Without uttering a single word, Li Mayan was stunned. It felt as if something inside her had shattered. Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. Staring at the descending giant paw, her eyes were filled with despair. Is this it? The end for me? Suddenly a figure appeared before Li Mayan. Hey, Sister Dian, what's with the frozen stance? Not moving a muscle makes you a sitting duck. Jiang Nan flashed a bright smile, revealing a row of white teeth, with the earth-exploding bear's massive paw bearing down behind him. Li Mayan was about to lose her mind. What time was it? And he still had the nerve to joke, calling her a motionless turtle. How could he be so calm? Jiang Nan nonchalantly tore through the barbed wire, hoisted Li Mayan onto his shoulder, and even turned back to calmly glance at the twin-turtle earth-raging bear. He flipped it off. See ya? A thunderous crash shook the earth as a massive bear paw slammed down, sending dirt and rocks flying. The sheer power was breathtaking. A direct hit would surely flatten someone into a pancake. 100 meters away, Jiang Nan wielded a blade to deflect the incoming debris. Where are Li Xiang and the others? Li Mayan stiffened, biting her lower lip so hard it drew blood without her noticing. I didn't see them. A complex bitterness churned within her. The ever-trustworthy Li Xiang, their model-class monitor, had abandoned her without hesitation in the face of mortal danger. In the end, it was Jiang Nan, her usual rival, who saved her. Despite her disdain for him, she had to admit that his cool composure and the radiant smile he flashed beneath the bear's paw were genuinely impressive. Carried on Jiang Nan's shoulder, Li Mayan felt an inexplicable sense of safety. She wished she could just stay there forever. But Jiang Nan had other ideas. Hey, calling you a turtle, and you really just stay put. Get down. Move yourself. Li Mayan. Move myself. Final move myself. Huh. Wait. Why does everything sound so wrong when it comes out of Jiang Nan's mouth? Resentment from Li Mayan 333. But as she gazed at the rampaging, earth-raging bear, Li Mayan's eyes were filled with pure terror. What do we do now? At that moment, Jiang Nan was her only pillar of strength. Jiang Nan sneered. What do you mean we? It's you. Stick with me, and you'll die. Hearing this, Li Mayan grabbed Jiang Nan's arm and clung to it tightly. No. Don't leave me alone. Feeling her tremble, Jiang Nan sighed helplessly. I'm not joking. You'll really die if you stay with me. No kidding. White Shark was coming for him specifically, with countless schemes laid out in the shadows. Let Li Mayan follow him. She wouldn't even know how she died. They were classmates, and despite their usual clashes, Jiang Nan couldn't bring himself to abandon her. He wasn't that cold-hearted. Besides, everyone had parents. How heartbroken would they be if their child perished in the spirit ruins? He tried to pull his arm away, but Li Mayan held on for dear life, refusing to let go. Are you made of adhesive? How could this woman be so clingy? Damn it. Just then the earth-raging bear sniffed the air. Its bloodshot gaze locked onto Jiang Nan, and it charged toward them with heavy strides. Jiang Nan's eyes widened. What the hell? With so many people around, why did it have to pick me? Was it jealous of my dashing good looks? With no other choice, Jiang Nan hoisted Li Mayan back onto his shoulder. He teleported away, but the earth-raging bear gave chase. A million frantic thoughts raced through Jiang Nan's mind. If only he had this kind of luck buying lottery tickets. The bear was drawn away by Jiang Nan, easing the pressure on the students at the ruined outpost, most of whom managed to escape. Meanwhile, Ning and Chun Chun had rendezvoused with the arriving Wildcat. Wildcat's face was grim. What happened? Where's Jiang Nan? And Ning anxiously reported, I saw him being chased off by that earth-raging bear. White Shark has a gold-ranked earth spirit warrior among them. Wildcat replied coldly, White Shark has more than just these men. The retreating students have also been ambushed. You two coordinate with the Night Shadow troops to ensure the students' safe evacuation. Even at the cost of your own lives, the students must not come to harm. Understood. Chun Chun saluted. Yes, Captain. And Ning's face was full of worry. But what about Jiang Nan? The spirit ruins were vast. Finding one person was like searching for a needle in a haystack. With White Shark lurking in the shadows, the Night Shadow troops had their hands full escorting the students, leaving no time to look for Jiang Nan. It was essentially a death sentence for him. Wildcat gritted her teeth. We have to sacrifice the few for the many. Every life is precious, but we can't jeopardize all these students for Jiang Nan. This is exactly what White Shark wants, to tie up the Night Shadow troops with the students. They'll go find him myself. If Jiang Nan dies, I, Luo Tianhong, will bear the responsibility. With that, she crouched low, unleashing a surge of wild power. The hard ground beneath her feet exploded. She shot forward like a cannonball, stirring up gusts of wind. And Ning watched with deep concern. Chun Chun stood solemnly. Carry out the order. Elsewhere, Jiang Nan fled with Li Mayan on his shoulder. In the pitch darkness, he barely recognized the path and took refuge with her in a stalactite cave. They both breathed a sigh of relief. The faint rumbling from outside could still be heard. The earth-raging bear was still searching for them. Jiang Nan was puzzled. Why the hell was it so fixated on him? How was this huge beast tracking him? Even teleportation couldn't shake it off. His gaze fell on Li Mayan, who was sitting in a corner hugging her knees, tears welling in her eyes. All her former pride was gone, replaced by quiet sobs. Jiang Nan's eyes swept over her like a razor. Li Mayan timidly glanced at him and shrank back. Why was he staring at her like that? Was he thinking of something strange? Just as she worried, Jiang Nan said, Take off your jeans. Li Mayan was shocked. Take off her pants. Now, what else could he be thinking? Of course, he hadn't saved her with good intentions. Had even brought her to this cave. Li Mayan scrambled backward, terror in her eyes. Don't come near me. Jiang Nan, I never thought you were this kind of person. Jiang Nan was baffled. What the hell? What kind of person? I just asked you to take off your pants. Self-absorbed women were truly terrifying. He had noticed the large patch of pink slime on her jeans, the residue from Ivanov's exploded grenade, which had triggered the beast tide. Just then the earth-raging bear found them. The cave entrance was too small, so it started pounding the cave walls with its paws, making Li Mayan scream. Jiang Nin urged. Hurry. Take off your pants. Li Mayan wiped her tears. Can we escape first? He'll do whatever you want when we get back. Just listen to me, okay? Her voice carried a note of desperation. Jiang Nin was lost. What was she talking about? He couldn't understand a word. No, take them off now. Li Mayan shook her head frantically. There was something she absolutely could not let Jiang Nin see. But how could Jiang Nin care about that? If he didn't strip her now, even if he could teleport, he couldn't escape with Li Mayan in tow. Li Mayan shook her head frantically. She kept retreating, but the wall was behind her. There was nowhere left to go. The situation was dire. Any more delay, and that giant black bear would break in. Like a tiger pouncing on its prey, Jiang Nin rushed forward and pinned Li Mayan to the ground. He reached down to pull off her jeans. Li Mayan pushed Jiang Nin with all her might, struggling wildly. Her hands clawed at his face, her fingers nearly jabbing into his nostrils. She kicked fiercely, almost sending Jiang Nin flying. Indeed, a woman's potential and desperation could not be underestimated. Li Mayan screamed incessantly, "No! Get off me! You pervert, you monster! You shameless beast! Help!" Jiang Nin thought, how am I a monster? I'm trying to save you. Why can't you understand my good intentions? Stay still. Even if you scream your lungs out, no one's coming to save you. Hee hee hee. Wait, why do I sound like a villain? No matter how hard Li Mayan struggled, she couldn't overpower Jiang Nin. But while he was fumbling with the button, she bit down hard on his hand. Jiang Nin exclaimed inwardly, what the hell? Biting now? Are you a dog? I save people and get bitten. He grew anxious, suddenly recalling when the mountain cats had captured him. They had used a knife hand strike on his neck, knocking him out cold in one go. Maybe he should try that. Stop her struggling. Time to shut her down. Jiang Nin moved swiftly, forming his hand into a blade and chopping fiercely at Li Mayan's nape. A loud thud echoed. Li Mayan's eyes flew wide open, her features contorted in agony. She threw her head back and let out a blood-curdling scream. What are you doing? Jiang Nan's hand froze midair, his mouth twitching. An awkward silence filled the cave. I thought I could knock you out, ha. Ha ha. Li Mayan glared. That wasn't a knockout move. That was a killing blow with all that force. Are you trying to murder me? Jiang Nan scratched his head. When others hit him, he passed out instantly. Why didn't it work when he did it? Maybe he just wasn't hitting hard enough. Don't be scared, let's try again. Trust me, I've got this. He raised his hand for another chop. Li Mayan panicked. One more hit, and she'd be done for. Besides, everyone knew what Jiang Nan would do if she passed out. Absolutely not. But before she could resist, Jiang Nan's arm muscles bulged, and his second strike slammed into her neck. A sickening crack sounded. Li Mayan's head lolled to the side, her eyes rolled back, and she collapsed motionless on the ground. Jiang Nan's eyes lit up. Had he succeeded? Had he mastered such a cool technique? Indeed, brute force worked wonders. But as he stared at her still form, his eye twitched. Where did that crack come from? Had he killed her? He quickly checked her breath. Thankfully, she was still alive. Jiang Nan breathed a sigh of relief. The beast's roars outside left no time for thought. Li Mayan's jeans were covered in pink slime. That slime was irresistible to spirit beasts. He had to change her pants immediately. With a forceful tug, he ripped the jeans off. But then the cave fell into a deathly silence. Jiang Nan's expression froze. Now he understood why Li Mayan had refused to let him strip her. Good grief, her shorts were that scandalous. Even more revealing than the skimpiest ones in his stall. Did she have such a hobby? Indeed, everyone had their little secrets. Shaking his head, Jiang Nan took a deep breath. He quickly pulled a pair of his black sweatpants from his dimensional space and slipped them onto Li Mayan. No matter how much he disliked her, he wouldn't take advantage of her while she was unconscious. What kind of person would that make him? But just as he finished dressing her and tying a bow on the waistband, Li Mayan, still groggy, woke up. The first thing she saw was Jiang Nan tying her pants, and she was now wearing a different pair. Li Mayan's eyes flew open. You're already done. Jiang Nan was confused. Yeah, I just changed your. Upon hearing this, Li Mayan's face twisted in grief, and she burst into tears. What? You monster. How could you do this to me? I was unconscious and felt nothing. It's not fair. Jiang Nan was baffled. What do you mean felt nothing? I just changed your pants. Wait, was felt nothing the real issue here? Li Mayan's crying abruptly stopped. Just changed her pants. After a careful check, she found nothing amiss, and her face flushed crimson. Changed her pants. That meant Jiang Nan had discovered her little secret. How could she face him now? This was utterly mortifying. Seeing Li Mayan wiping her tears, Jiang Nan said awkwardly, I took off your pants for your own good. Li Mayan was incredulous. What kind of excuse was that? No one would believe it. Jiang Nan sighed, rolled the discarded jeans around a stone, and hurled them out of the cave. The giant earth bear immediately abandoned them and charged after the pants, grabbing them and stuffing them into its mouth. Li Mayan was stunned. What was going on? That bear was after the pink slime on your pants the whole time. If I hadn't stripped you, we'd both be dead. Li Mayan's face turned scarlet with shame. Why didn't you say so earlier? I thought. Jiang Nan asked. You thought what? Li Mayan couldn't bring herself to say it. No matter how embarrassed she was, she had to keep it bottled up inside. There was no way she'd asked Jiang Nan if he had seen anything. Saying it out loud would be too awkward. Jiang Nan had only done this to save her life, and she had kicked and hit him. Thinking about it, Li Mayan's heart twisted with guilt. She glanced at Jiang Nan's profile and blushed even deeper. Softly she murmured before. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have. Jiang Nan raised an eyebrow. Before what? I have a bad memory. Sometimes I can't even recall yesterday. Li Mayan paused, then saw the smile on Jiang Nan's face and couldn't help but smile back. It's nothing. Jiang Nan shrugged. He wasn't one to hold a grudge against a girl over something like that. That would be petty, and Li Mayan wasn't a bad person at heart. The atmosphere in the cave grew rather awkward, with neither of them speaking a word. The earth-raging bear, hearing no further sound, gave up and retreated. Jiang Nan breathed a sigh of relief. If the chase had continued, even his teleportation wouldn't have been enough. Just as the earth-raging bear was about to turn back, a sudden whooshing sound came from the distant sky, and a tall, dark figure plummeted down from above at an incredible speed. It crashed heavily onto the ground, sending rocks and dirt flying. Jiang Nan and Li Mayan both stared wide-eyed. The newcomer wore a black military uniform. Her long hair was tied up in a bun and tucked under a beret. A cold glint shone in her narrow eyes, and her delicate face was icy. Who else could it be but Shan Mao? The earth-raging bear, enraged by Shan Mao's sudden appearance from nowhere, swung its massive paw at her. Shan Mao didn't even dodge. She stepped forward and met the blow with a single fist. A thunderous boom echoed and dust billowed everywhere. Half of her body was driven into the rock. Yet she held firm, her hands turning a hard, pitch-black color. With an unchanged expression, she grabbed the bear's toe. With a forceful exhale, she swung it around. The 20-meter earth-raging bear was slammed onto the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. The sight made Jiang Nan's scalp tingle. Good heavens! Was this Shan Mao even human? What level of strength was this, tossing around a giant earth-raging bear like a toy? The codename Shan Mao was too gentle. You should be called a human Tyrannosaurus. The earth-raging bear let out a furious roar and scrambled up. Black light radiated from its body as it condensed a thick shield. Spirit Skill Bear King Shield. It planted the shield before it, trying to block Shan Mao's attack. But Shan Mao paid it no mind. Both her arms had turned pitch black, gleaming with a metallic luster. She stepped forward and threw a punch. A blazing red light flared on her arm, instantly breaking the sound barrier and creating a white shockwave. With that single punch, the thick Bear King shield shattered. The massive earth-raging bear was sent flying, crashing heavily into the cliff. It struggled for a moment, but couldn't get up. Shan Mao leaped onto its enormous bare face and rained down punches like a storm. The heavy thuds sounded like cannon fire. She pounded for a full 30 seconds. The earth-raging bear was completely finished. Jiang Nan swallowed hard. Look at that. Was this something a human should do? A gold-grade earth-raging bear beaten to death by Shan Mao's bare fists. Was this woman too violent? Jiang Nan had even thought about taming her into a docile little kitty. That seemed a bit difficult now. What if she turned around and slapped him to death? Thinking back to his earlier flirtatious remarks, he felt a pang of guilt. Shan Mao straightened up, took a deep breath, and shouted Jiang Nan. She was really looking for him. Jiang Nan stood at the cave entrance, waving enthusiastically. Sister Shan Mao, over here. Li Mayan was too frightened to speak. This woman in military uniform had beaten an earth-raging bear to death with her fists. Wasn't she even more terrifying? And Jiang Nan called her so intimately. Were they that close? Recalling how Shan Mao had personally taken Jiang Nan away from school, Li Mayan found Jiang Nan's identity growing more mysterious in her eyes. 3 years as classmates, and she had never truly understood Jiang Nan. While everyone mocked and looked down on him, he had already reached a height his peers could only dream of. Thinking back to her petty conflicts with Jiang Nan, she felt foolish. A pang of sorrow struck her heart. Shan Mao, seeing Jiang Nan unharmed, let the coldness in her eyes gradually melt away. She scolded him. What were you running around for? You're the sneakiest one. Jiang Nan chuckled and ran up to her. I knew Sister Shan Mao cared about me. How could you leave me alone? You're all tough on the outside but soft inside you. He stopped as he saw Shan Mao's gaze turn icy. Jiang Nan immediately shut his mouth. Fine, he wouldn't say anything more. It was just caution after all. Approaching the earth-raging bear, Jiang Nan felt a surge of excitement. He quickly dug out its spirit pearl. A gold-grade spirit pearl complete with a spirit skill. How could he let that go? Shan Mao glanced at Li Mayan and Jiang Nan without a word. She grabbed Jiang Nan by the belt with one hand and lifted Li Mayan with the other. Suddenly Jiang Nan had a bad feeling, reminding him of that time he was thrown from a building. Hey, don't Boom. Shan Mao leaped high, her body shooting forward. The rushing wind distorted Jiang Nan's face. The speed was so great that the scenery on either side blurred. It felt like riding a roller coaster with cold wind howling down the back of Jiang Nan's neck. Looking at Li Mayan, she was being carried. He was being held like a little chick. Both were human, so why the different treatment? Even so, Li Mayan's face had turned pale with fear. Racing through the forest, Shan Mao arrived at a camp where Night Shadow soldiers were evacuating students. The students saw a woman in a black military uniform land from the sky carrying 2 people. After dropping Li Mayan off, she leaped again with Jiang Nan and vanished in 2 bounds. Jiang Nan's screams echoed through the night sky. Li Mayan was stunned. Was she saved just like that? What about Jiang Nan? Why did she take him away? The other students were also bewildered. Whoa, what just happened? Was that South God? A girl said, "Are you blind? Can't you recognize such a handsome South God?" A male student replied, "Huh, isn't South God evacuating with us? Taken away again. I'd bet anything South God is connected to the Night Shadow. No matter what, back at the stronghold. If it weren't for South God, we'd all be dead by now." Li Mayan, you're alive. That's great. Ling Feng's face lit up with surprise, but beside him Li Xiang and Lu Chuanwu looked grim. Li Mayan forced a faint smile, casting a cold glance at Li Xiang and Lu Chuanwu. She said nothing and didn't walk over. Hold a grudge. There was no need for that anymore. After everything she had been through, Li Mayan had grown a lot. Ling Feng was confused, not knowing what had happened. During the escape, he had gotten separated from his team and knew nothing. But wait, didn't Li Mayan wear jeans before? Now she had changed into a pair of black sports pants, clearly a men's style. Li Mayan, why did you change your pants? At this question, Li Mayan's expression stiffened and her ears turned red. She glared at Ling Feng. Why so many questions? Ling Feng was baffled. What had he even asked? She had been carried back with South God. Could those pants be South God's? The 2 of them. Li Xiang and Lu Chuanwu said nothing, never imagining that Li Mayan would survive against all odds. On the other side, Jiang Nan was still enjoying a free roller coaster ride. The fierce wind blowing in his face numbed his cheeks. Why won't they put me down? They had clearly escaped alive. Why was he being taken away again? Shan Mao said coldly, "You're their target. If we don't take you, the others will be in danger." Jiang Nan, damn, that means I'm in even more danger. Are they using me as bait? Is Shan Mao the fishing rod? 666. Just then Shan Mao seemed to sense something abnormal, yet she made no move to counter it. The moment she landed, the once solid ground instantly turned to sand, trapping her body halfway. Shan Mao hurled Jiang Nan away with all her might. Losing his balance midair, Jiang Nan teleported onto a tree branch. Finally free from her clutches. On the sandy ground, Constantine, in a camouflage uniform, sneered coldly. Jiang Nan grinned. Wasn't this the big water balloon from Russia? Meeting again. You're a lucky one, kid. Finally got you. You'd better not run, or it'll make you wish you were dead. They'll deal with this woman first, then you. Jiang Nan shrugged. Instead of running, he sat on the branch with interest, swinging his legs. Deal with Shan Mao. You must be dreaming. This big water balloon doesn't seem too bright. You ran from the golden tier Earth Raging Bear, and now you want to deal with Shan Mao. This is the ruthless one who crushed a golden tier spirit beast with her bare fists. A humanoid Tyrannosaurus. What the hell are you going to deal with her? With your long list of names to scare her to death. Jiang Nan beamed. Big water balloon. Start your show. Constantine. Are you always this cocky? Never playing by the rules. How am I supposed to respond to that? Resentment from Constantine 666. Shan Mao forcefully broke free from the sand and strode toward Constantine. Constantine roared, clenching his fists. Endless yellow sand converged toward Shan Mao like a demonic serpent. It completely enveloped her body, tightening, sharply forming a 10 by 10 pyramid. Jiang Nan's eyes sparkled. Whoa, Gaara's sand waterfall burial. You're awesome. Been watching too much Naruto. But that move is seriously cringy. A man in his 40s or 50s and you have no shame. Constantine's face reddened. Shut the hell up. So what if he watches Naruto? So what about sand waterfall burial? Why are you nagging? I do what I want. Resentment from Constantine 999. But just then his expression changed drastically. The sand pyramid exploded completely. Shan Mao emerged unscathed, but her entire body had turned into a metallic luster like black iron. She looked like an iron woman, unyielding, with a unique kind of beauty. Constantine grinned. Not bad. Now try this move. He stomped the ground with one foot. Sharp stone spikes sprouted and shot toward Shan Mao. Clang, 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 clang. The stone spikes struck Shan Mao's body, tearing her uniform. Beneath the uniform, her skin was also black iron colored. Sparks flew and the spikes shattered. Jiang Nan was stunned. What kind of freakish physical constitution was this? Even his own enhanced body couldn't match it. He was intensely curious about Shan Mao's ability. Constantine panicked. Why couldn't he subdue her? His face flushed red as he raised a hand. Endless earth and rock lifted off the ground, wrapping around Shan Mao. A stone sphere 20 meters in diameter hung in midair. Jiang Nan's eyes widened as he clapped. Whoa, planetary devastation. That's so cool. And you say you haven't watched Naruto. Can you do almighty push or universal pull? Come on, show me. Constantine, are you the only one who gets it? Damn your push. Damn your pull. I have earth-based abilities. Resentment from Constantine 1000. Boom. The 20-meter stone sphere was blasted apart. Shan Mao shot out like an arrow. She reached out and slapped Constantine across the face before he could react. Bang! She slammed him face first into the ground, his head throbbing with pain. Shan Mao grabbed his head like a basketball. She smashed it repeatedly into the earth. Jiang Ning got goosebumps. Indeed, karma came fast like a tornado. Constantine was knocked out and spirit-binding cuffs were put on him. Jiang Nan trotted over happily. Shan Mao's black iron hue gradually faded. Beneath her torn uniform, large patches of snowy skin were revealed. Her 8-pack abs were stunningly beautiful. So white. Like pure white jade. Jiang Nan couldn't resist pressing on her belly. Soft and springy. Huh, how did it turn black iron earlier? The defense didn't seem that high. He pinched a bit of her flesh. Still very soft. Just then Jiang Nan felt a chill down his back. He looked up to see Shan Mao's murderous glare. He quickly withdrew his hand, embarrassed. I was just checking. Curious. He lifted his shirt, showing his belly. I won't let you lose out. You can pinch me back. Shan Mao, how is that fair? What kind of twisted logic is this? Resentment from Luo Tianhong 666. No more nonsense. Carry him. Jiang Nan sighed in relief. Had escaped being used as a punching bag. She couldn't bear to hit him, could she? He quickly hoisted Constantine and followed Shan Mao with teleportation steps. They arrived at a cave. Shan Mao dragged Constantine inside, instructing, wait outside. Jiang Nan shuddered, already guessing Constantine's fate. He couldn't help but feel sorry for him. Sure enough, dull thuds and Constantine's wails echoed from the cave, giving Jiang Nan goosebumps. Before long, Shan Mao emerged with bloodied fists. Jiang Nan beamed, tired. Let me take over for a while, you rest. He dashed into the cave with gusto. No way had missed this chance to rack up resentment points. Not a chance. Seeing Constantine drenched in blood and pale as death, Jiang Nan flashed a devilish grin and started pummeling him. Are you going to talk? Resentment from Constantine 1000. Jiang Nan, talk. Huh. Resentment from Jiang Nan. Oh. Still stubborn. You bastard. Still cursing. Ever seen a fist as big as a sandbag? Resentment from. After half an hour of beating, Jiang Nan was panting. Constantine was beaten until his eyes rolled back. I'm asking you, will you talk? Constantine shed tears. You keep asking if he'll talk. Talk or not. But you never asked the question. You just hit me. Hit me. Why don't you ask? If you don't ask, what am I supposed to say? He was so wronged. A grown man lying on the ground sobbing. Had never been so humiliated in his life. Just beaten. He wanted to talk, but Jiang Nan never asked the question. Jiang Nan scratched his head. It was a real headache. He hadn't asked. Awkward as hell. He couldn't help but turn back to look at the wildcat who was leaning against the cave entrance. Wildcat's face flushed slightly, but she quickly recovered and said smugly, forgot to ask. Jiang Nan was dumbfounded. What? So he had just been focused on beating up Constantine. Just venting. Great. He cleared his throat to hide his embarrassment and said matter-of-factly, I want to ask. Can't you just confess on your own? You have absolutely no tact. No wonder you got beaten up. Constantine was left speechless. Look at that. Look at what he's saying. Are those even human words? I wanted to confess, but every time I try to speak, you hit me back. He was beaten for a full half-hour, fists raining down like crazy. He simply couldn't find a chance to speak. Resentment from Constantine 1000. Wildcat then asked, how many came? Jiang Nan echoed, confess. Faced with this violent duo, Constantine was utterly terrified. He spilled everything in a rush. If Jiang Nan hadn't stopped him, Constantine would have even revealed his accomplices' home addresses and the names of their mistresses. Jiang Nan sneered, humph. You have no backbone. A disgrace to mercenaries. Constantine was so furious he spat out a mouthful of blood. No backbone. A disgrace. Damn, you're the one who told me to confess. Acting like a saint after being a sinner. Are you even human? Jiang Nan quickly dodged Constantine's blood spit and pointed at him, tattling to Wildcat, Sister Wildcat. He's spitting blood and slandering me. Wildcat's face darkened. Kid, do you even understand the idiom spitting blood and slandering? Did your gym teacher teach you Chinese? What the hell does spitting blood and slandering mean? Resentment from Luo Tianhong 555. Seeing Wildcat ignore him, Jiang Nan pouted. He then recalled Constantine's confession. White Shark had smuggled in quite a few people. They planned to use the students during the final exams to tie down the night watch, seizing the chance to strike at Jiang Nan and then escape. But they hadn't expected to stir up a gold-grade giant earth-rampaging bear, throwing their plans into chaos. Most of White Shark had already been captured by the night watch. The only thing worrying Jiang Nan was that even Constantine, who was already gold-grade, wasn't the leader. Just then a bare-chested Russian giant walked slowly towards the cave, his expression calm. I knew these useless fools couldn't stop you. The Huaxia Night Watch, truly worthy of its reputation. Wildcat's expression showed a rare hint of gravity. King Kong, this time you will die on Huaxia soil. I guarantee it. King Kong squinted. I'm going to kill you. And I'm taking the kid with me. Wildcat said without looking back, protect yourself. If I die, you run. Huaxia needs a second spatial system. Jiang Nan's face stiffened, then he said flippantly, don't worry. If you die, I'll definitely run. But inwardly, he was extremely solemn. Was King Kong that tough? Even this humanoid Tyrannosaurus beast was uncertain. Wildcat nodded in satisfaction, then rolled her neck, stepped forward, and her body was covered in a black iron sheen. King Kong laughed loudly. To Jiang Nan's astonishment, his flesh and blood slowly turned into diamond, eventually becoming a humanoid diamond. It glittered dazzlingly under the moonlight. Jiang Nan was stunned. Damn, what kind of luxurious ability is this? Diamond transformation. What a tycoon. Such a huge chunk of diamond, how many carats would that be? If he's broke, can't he just cut off a fingernail and sell it? A living diamond bachelor. This big fool. With this ability, why be a damn mercenary? No future. Honestly, Jiang Nan was envious. King Kong was confused. What do you mean I have no future? What's wrong with being a mercenary? Dream. This is my dream, you know. Resentment from Makarov Sergei 1000. There was nothing more to say between the two. Their figures instantly clashed fist against fist. With a bang, the air visibly exploded. Sparks even flew from where their fists met. It was a close-quarters brawl, every punch hitting flesh. Jiang Nan watched in awe. But on closer inspection, blood was smeared on King Kong's body. And that blood was Wildcat's. Diamond has a hardness of 10, making it the hardest natural substance. Even Wildcat's defense couldn't withstand it. But her immense strength was ferocious. It even cracked the diamond. Jiang Nan's eyes lit up. Seeing the diamond fragments King Kong had lost, how could he resist? He instantly teleported to the battlefield and crouched down to pick up the diamonds. This was all money. Looking at the pigeon egg-sized diamonds in his palm, he was overjoyed. He lowered his head and frantically picked them up. At the same time, strange ideas popped into his head. King Kong was a person who had turned into diamond. The fragments that fell off him weren't they human fragments? Thinking of this, Jiang Nan suddenly looked up at King Kong and coldly uttered, human scum. King Kong was baffled. What the hell? What kind of player are you? You pick up my fallen fragments and then call me human scum. Have some shame. Wildcat was speechless. The battle between the two grew even more intense. Wildcat used her red glowing spiritual technique, attacking even more fiercely. King Kong, using some unknown technique, grew diamond spikes all over his body. They slashed bloody gashes across Wildcat's body. Jiang Nan felt a pang of distress. He wondered if he could help Wildcat. But besides teleporting to escape, his current attack methods were useless against King Kong's defense. He was growing anxious. Both were locked in a frenzied fight. Suddenly, a dazzling red light burst from Wildcat's body. With a thunderous explosion, the ground shook 3 times. Jiang Nan quickly looked over. 3 diamond spikes were embedded in Wildcat's body. 1 in her chest, 1 in her abdomen, and 1 in her thigh. Blood gushed out. King Kong lay on the ground, most of his spikes broken. Countless diamond shards were scattered on the ground. His body was now covered in cracks like porcelain about to shatter. He dared not move. Wildcat tried to attack again, but collapsed weakly. A terrified Jiang Nan rushed to support her. Seeing the spikes stuck in Wildcat, Jiang Nan felt breathless. They were all in vital areas. Blood kept gushing from her mouth. Jiang Nan asked frantically, what do I do? What do I do? You're not going to die, are you? Damn, I have a first aid kit. Wait for me. He'll patch you up. Wildcat shook her head and said hoarsely, King Kong isn't dead. Don't mind me. Kill him. Fast. Jiang Nan was stunned. King Kong was indeed still alive, glaring fiercely at Jiang Nan with wide eyes. Covered in cracks, he dared not move. Moving would shatter him. If he shattered, he would truly die. And the cracks were slowly healing. Wildcat was finished. Looking at Jiang Nan, who was only at black iron 10 stars, King Kong was completely unconcerned. He'll just stand here and let you hack at me. You can't even break my defense. Jiang Nan's heart raced with anxiety. If that diamond-studded rich man recovered, both of them would be done for. Without a second thought, he went for it. Such a massive diamond. Jiang Nan refused to believe he couldn't handle it. If you gave Jiang Nan 200 gene of bricks, he might not be able to carry them. But 200 gene of cash. Head hoisted and run. He could even leap with it. Let alone this 200 gene diamond. Jin Gang stared at Jiang Nan, his eyes gleaming with a thief's light, and couldn't help but swallow nervously. A pang of guilt struck him. It should be fine, right? Jiang Nan drew his triple-edged military spike and thrust it fiercely at Jin Gang's neck. Sparks flew out. The shock numbed Jiang Nan's arm, and the blade chipped. Damn, it's tough. Jin Gang gloated. What are you going to do now? Jiang Nan got furious. Damn it. If I can't get anything else, I can still get the cash. His eyes darted around cunningly. He thought, then grabbed the spike and slashed wildly at Jin Gang's lips. Open your mouth. Jin Gang clenched his teeth, refusing to budge. Jiang Nan said, fine. Just wait. He picked up 2 pebbles and stuffed them into Jin Gang's diamond nostrils, sneering coldly. Won't open your mouth. Doesn't everyone have to breathe? Rage points from Marklov Sergey 1000. Blocking the nose. Playing dirty with me. This is insane. After holding his breath for over 3 minutes, Jin Gang couldn't take it anymore and gasped for air. Jiang Nan seized the moment and stuffed a handful of detoxifying small soybeans mixed with spiritual energy chives into his mouth. Jin Gang's eyes nearly bulged out, but to breathe, he had to swallow. Damn, what did you feed me? Jiang Nan snickered wickedly. What? You'll find out soon. Before long, Jin Gang felt a reaction, and it was no small one. His body writhed uncomfortably, but he dared not move. He was about to go crazy from the urge. Jiang Nan took this chance to insert the spike into the cracks and frantically pried at the diamonds. The effect was significant. Jin Gang grew furious. At this rate, he'd be dismantled by this brat. He stopped holding back and roared, "I'll fight you to the death." Jin Gang leaped up his diamond arms, smashing down at Jiang Nan. Quickly, Jiang Nan caught them. The two locked in a struggle. Diamond fragments kept falling off Jin Gang. Jiang Nan's face flushed red from exertion, but the immense force from his arms left him unable to resist. The gap was too great. Then with a flash, he teleported behind Jin Gang. Grabbing his head, he pressed it down hard, locked his arms tight, and jerked upward. He executed a textbook rear naked choke. Jin Gang gasped for breath, his fists pounding wildly on Jiang Nan's back, creating a drum-like thud. Jiang Nan felt as if a rammer was hammering him again and again. His ribs were surely broken. A mouthful of bitter, bloody saliva rose in his throat, but was swallowed back. At that moment, Jiang Nan's eyes were filled with sheer ruthlessness. Damn it. Let's see who dies first. You or me. Shan Mao said weakly, just run. Forget about him and forget about me. Don't get yourself killed here. Jiang Nan gritted his teeth. Give up such a huge diamond. How is that possible? Shan Mao panicked. At a time like this, Jiang Nan was still joking. Didn't you just promise me? If I die, you run. We agreed. Jiang Nan spat out a bloody froth and flashed a brilliant smile. A man's word is a liar's charm. Little kitty, you're still too naive. With that, he coughed up another mouthful of blood, but Jiang Nan refused to let go. No way. Running away like that. Was he even a man? Shan Mao had ended up like this all for his sake. Some things Jiang Nan didn't want to regret. A surge of emotion welled up in Shan Mao's heart. She bit her lower lip hard, unable to utter a word. Jiang Nan loved to joke and was glib-tongued, but when it mattered, he never faltered. At the core, he just couldn't bear to abandon her and flee. Shan Mao knew in the end she hadn't misjudged him. Jiang Nan glared, his steel teeth clenched. He made a firm resolve. If I can't take you down today, I'll eat my own words. With that vow, suddenly Jiang Nan felt his heart race wildly. His blood flowed faster, his temperature soared. It felt like not blood, but magma coursing through his veins. The heat even evaporated the moisture inside him. It escaped through his pores. His skin took on an eerie crimson hue. Veins bulged. Waves of surging power flooded in. Jiang Nan felt his senses sharpen, his 5 senses and physical abilities skyrocketing across the board. Shan Mao's eyes widened. Bloodburn. The bloodburn reagent was taking effect. Hand it over. With a crack, Jiang Nan twisted off a diamond head from Jin Gang's body. Jin Gang's frame collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Jiang Nan gasped for air, staring at the massive diamond head in his hands. TSK. Such a huge diamond. How much is it worth? Shan Mao. She had no idea where to even start with the sarcasm. No time to dwell on that. Jiang Nan quickly checked Shan Mao's injuries, but the sight left him silent. A small pool of blood had gathered on the ground. Shan Mao's face was terrifyingly pale. Don't bother saving me. In this wilderness, I'm done for. Go. With your skills, you can escape this spirit ruin. Jiang Nan crouched down. Nonsense. In movies, people with worse injuries are still bouncing around. What's this compared to that? Shan Mao smiled bitterly. Can't you be serious for once? Jiang Nan shook his head. After all this struggle to reach the end, how could he let Shan Mao die? Looking at the nearly 2 million rage points head saved, he thought silently, system, don't screw me over this time. Just be reliable for once, okay? Make way. I'm about to show off. Jiang Nan was stunned by the sudden message in his mind. Holy crap. I'm speechless. Well then, let the show begin. Temple lottery starts. Thanks for your patronage. Consolation prize, 1 pair of Hulk brand boxers. Jiang Nan thought it would be some spectacular rainbow show, but it was still just thanks for your patronage. Watching his total rage points drop by 100 each time, his face turned darker than a coal miner's. After 19 temples, he got 5 beauty pills, and the rest were all Hulk boxers. Jiang Nan was about to lose his mind. Then on the 20th, try something new finally appeared. Thanks for your patronage. Consolation prize, 1 Vitality Ginseng Root. Jiang Nan clicked to see its info. Vitality Ginseng Root. Effect restores the user's health. Cures all ailments. Replenishes chi and blood. Super potent. Jiang Nan was skeptical. It sounded impressive and reliable. But whenever the system gave such serious info, it was always a huge trap. Coupled with the Vitality Ginseng Root status as a consolation prize, Jiang Nan couldn't help but panic. But now Shan Mao was on the verge of death, leaving him no time to overthink. He immediately took out the Vitality Ginseng Root. Jiang Nan was dumbfounded. The ginseng root was no bigger than a thumb. Too tiny, right? Dry, shriveled, and pathetic. Severely malnourished. Frail as could be. Damn. With a look like that, it claims to cure all ailments. And replenish chi and blood. Super potent. Who the hell would believe that? Ahem, new product out. Anyone placing an order. What a pathetic appearance. If you're so good at replenishing, why don't you replenish yourself first? There's no time for Jiang Nan to hesitate. He immediately shoved the primordial chi ginseng to the mountain cat's mouth. Come on, eat it. This ginseng is incredibly nourishing. You'll be fine after eating it. The mountain cat stared at the withered, unappealing ginseng that looked malnourished. Wasn't this just a desperate remedy? Ginseng was indeed nourishing, but she had suffered a fatal wound. Not to mention whether a normal ginseng would even work. This malnourished ginseng baby. The mountain cat couldn't bear to take a bite. Resentment points from Luo Tianhong, 333. Stop messing around. Just let me have some peace, okay? The mountain cat was hoping to recollect her life before dying. To have a moment of melancholy. But Jiang Nan's interference completely ruined the dying atmosphere. Jiang Nan, oh come on. Still being tsundere at a time like this. If you don't eat, it'll feed you mouth to mouth. Yeah, just take it literally. The mountain cat glared fiercely at Jiang Nan. Seeing that he was really about to lean in, she snapped angrily, stop right there. He'll eat. What the hell was mouth to mouth? Who taught you Chinese? Dream on. Resentment points from Luo Tianhong, 888. Jiang Nan chuckled and shoved the primordial chi ginseng into the mountain cat's mouth. Then he took out another one, hesitated for a moment, and swallowed it himself. It was surprisingly a bit sweet. Then he watched the mountain cat with slight nervousness. What were the side effects of this primordial chi ginseng? What if it revived the mountain cat, and then she beat him to death? That would be too big a loss. The mountain cat felt a warm sensation spreading through her body and an itching feeling at her wounds. She couldn't help but wonder, could this ginseng baby actually be working? They'll pull them out. Jiang Nan swallowed hard. Carefully grabbing the diamond spikes embedded in the mountain cat's body, he looked guilty. I'm pulling them out now. Why so much talk? Jiang Nan. In a flash, all 3 diamond spikes were pulled out. The flesh at the wounds was visibly healing at a remarkable speed. But then, 3 jets of blood gushed violently from the wounds, shooting over a meter high with immense force. Jiang Nan was instantly drenched in blood. She was like a human fountain. Jiang Nan was stunned and quickly reached out to stop it. One hand pressed on her chest, the other on her abdomen. The mountain cat was shocked. Where are your hands going? Resentment points from Luo Tianhong, 1000. Jiang Nan said righteously, I'm stopping the bleeding for you. Damn it. Sister mountain cat, you sure have a lot of blood. The mountain cat. What the hell, I sure have a lot of blood. That must be at least 6 or 7 pounds lost. She originally thought she could hold on for another minute or two. But now, the mountain cat felt like she might die in the next second. What on earth had Jiang Nan given her to eat? Jiang Nan was terrified too. Bleeding like that would dry out even a normal person. She was a living sprinkler. But in less than 30 seconds, the bleeding stopped. All wounds on the mountain cat's body healed perfectly. Her skin was snow white without even a trace of a scar. The mountain cat and Jiang Nan stared at each other as if they'd seen a ghost. Then the mountain cat said angrily, your hands. Take them off now. Jiang Nan laughed sheepishly and removed his hands. But his expression suddenly changed. Damn, something's wrong. 2 streams of blood shot straight out from Jiang Nan's nostrils like a water gun. No matter how he tried to stop it, it wouldn't hold back. The mountain cat watching Jiang Nan's uncontrollable nosebleed couldn't help but laugh. But the next moment 2 warm streams also flowed from her nose. Luo Tianhong. What the hell? Resentment points from Luo Tianhong 1000. Jiang Nan was going crazy. He finally understood what replenishes blood and qi. Incredibly nourishing really meant. This was way too nourishing. The blood flow was unstoppable. Why call it primordial qi ginseng? Just call it nosebleed ginseng instead. This side effect was too much of a scam. Both were bleeding from the nose, and the mountain cat's gaze at Jiang Nan was murderous. What? I saved your life. Jiang Nan got up to run. The mountain cat said, why are you running? I'm not blaming you. Resentment points from Luo Tianhong 1000. You're lying. Women are all liars, big liars. Resentment points from Luo Tianhong 1000. No kidding. Jiang Nan chickened out immediately. If he didn't run, wouldn't he get beaten to death? With the mountain cat being a humanoid tyrannosaurus, one punch could take down a little sweetheart. One punch could take down a winner. Couldn't handle it. They both bled from the nose for 3 hours before it stopped. The mountain cat covered her nose and reached out to Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan, what does that mean? So he tentatively reached out his hand too. Their palms met. The mountain cat's body stiffened. Jiang Nan said reproachfully, you're so old still wanting to high-five. The mountain cat slapped Jiang Nan's hand away with a crack. Who wants to high-five you? Give me a set of clothes. She was exasperated. What kind of twisted logic did Jiang Nan have? Staying with him could break one's mentality. Jiang Nan grinned and handed her a set of his own clothes. Both of them were in a sorry state, now covered in blood. The mountain cat's clothes were no better than a dish rag. While she changed, Jiang Nan greedily collected all the giant diamonds from the Vajra's corpse into his dimensional space. Over 200 pounds of diamonds. How much was that worth? Had you ever seen a diamond ring as big as a human head? Jiang Nan instantly felt emboldened. The mountain cat watched him speechless. Then she appeared wearing Jiang Nan's clothes. Shorts on the bottom, a white short sleeve on top printed with Doraemon. But the short sleeve had become a crop top on her. The mountain cat snapped, what are you looking at? Jiang Nan beamed. Who can blame me for having eyes that see beauty? I can't control myself. Luo Tianhong. Fine, you're just sweet-tongued, aren't you? Where did you get that ginseng, baby? Jiang Nan said without batting an eye. I dug it up in the spirit ruins. The mountain cat rolled her eyes. Not from your backyard. Who was he fooling? The military knew everything about Jiang Nan. He didn't even have a backyard. Jiang Nan laughed sheepishly and kept quiet. Couldn't she save him some face? Why expose him so thoroughly? Seeing that Jiang Nan didn't want to talk, the mountain cat didn't press further. Instead, she turned serious, looked into Jiang Nan's eyes, and said solemnly, join me. Jiang Nan was taken aback, then fell into thought, a hint of hesitation on his face. The mountain cat nodded. After all, such a major decision about the future deserved careful consideration. Half a minute later, Jiang Nan sighed deeply and said, fine, I'll join you. But I want a Mercedes. I want a small villa. I want cash. And a hug every morning and evening. If you promise me, I'll join you. The mountain cat. What the hell? She was about to go crazy. She only wanted him to join the night watch as a night patrolman. A Mercedes, a villa, and cash were already too much. And he even wanted hugs. Was he going to be a little kept boy or a night worker? The lynx's face turned completely black, and she snapped, still asking for a hug. I think you're asking for a slap. Jiang Nan looked troubled. What? No. That's not good a whip play. I don't have that kind of hobby. From Luo Tianhong's resentment value 1000. The lynx grabbed Jiang Nan's face and rubbed it fiercely. It's to come with me and be a night worker. They'll take you. Be a soldier under my command. Jiang Nan was stunned. So you're not going to keep me, Then his face fell in disappointment. Jiang Nan had thought he was finally going to have an easy life. He wouldn't have to work hard anymore. He could live off his looks. Be a carefree little kept boy. The lynx was speechless. Hey, are you seriously that disappointed? No normal person would think that way. So, think about it. Jiang Nan pouted. I'm not going. I still have school. The lynx was unwilling. What's the use of school? I can teach you what they teach there. Don't waste time in school. She had worked as a worker for so long. She had finally discovered Jiang Nan. How could she bear to let him go? With her, Jiang Nan had a future of infinite possibilities. His stage wouldn't be this small Jiang city. It would be all of Huaxiao, even the entire world. Jiang Nan shook his head like a rattle drum. Not going. No way. What good would it be to become a worker for the night watch? Did the night watch have ragged-dressed young ladies? Could he earn pocket money by setting up a street stall? Could he enjoy his youth at school? He wasn't going. Seeing Jiang Nan's firm refusal, the lynx suddenly smiled. If you want, go, then don't. I won't force you. Let's go, Jiang Nan. She let him off that easily. That wasn't right. According to the lynx's personality, she should have beaten him up and then dragged him along. Why had she suddenly changed? For some reason Jiang Nin had a bad feeling about this. Sister Shan Miao, what's up with that blood-burning reagent? When you fought King Kong earlier. The lynx glanced at Jiang Nan. Can't say it's a military secret. Jiang Nan. Damn it. Now she was playing this game with him. So this was her plan. The lynx tempted him. Join the night watch, become a worker, and he'll tell you. Jiang Nan turned his head away. Not going. Stinky Shan Miao. Scheming woman. Human-shaped Tyrannosaurus. A heartless woman who takes and runs. Sigh. In the end, he had to bear it all alone. The lynx took Jiang Nan around on patrol planning to support the night watch. But after a full round, she received news that all the White Shark operatives who had entered the spirit ruin had been captured. Only King Kong and Constantine were left. The students had all been evacuated. In fact, Constantine was already cuffed and King Kong, turned into a giant diamond, was still lying in Jiang Nan's dimensional space. But Jiang Nan hadn't been idle along the way. The beast tide had passed, leaving a field of beast corpses. The night watch had no time to dig out the spirit pearls. They only took the silver-grade ones. The rest were all Jiang Nan's gain. He picked them all the way. Picking up money was what Jiang Nan loved most. The entrance to the Tianqi spirit ruin had been taken over by the night watch, and it was strictly guarded. At that moment, many students' parents had arrived. Seeing their children come out safely, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Some parents, upon hearing the tragic news, were crying uncontrollably. Being a spirit warrior naturally came with dangers. Even if they were mentally prepared, they still couldn't accept it at that moment. Fortunately, the night watch's intervention had minimized the losses. At that very moment, Xia Yao and Zhong Yingxue rushed over overnight, frantic with worry. Everyone had come out. Even Wu Liang and Tang Xinya had returned safely. But there was still no sign of Jiang Nan. Both of them were going crazy with anxiety. Xiaonan wouldn't be in trouble, would he? Zhong Yingshu's beautiful face was full of worry, her eyes slightly red, and there were tear stains on her cheeks. Clearly, she had just been crying. Xia Yao comforted her. Xue, don't worry. Xiaonan is so clever, he'll definitely take care of himself. Just then there was a commotion at the entrance of the spirit ruin. Jiang Nan was seen walking out of the spirit ruin gate, following behind the lynx. Numerous night watch soldiers saluted the lynx in unison. Captain. The lynx nodded slightly without speaking. At that moment, the night watch soldiers looked at the lynx with somewhat strange expressions, because she wasn't wearing her military uniform. Instead, she was in big shorts and a short-sleeved shirt. The short-sleeved shirt, which the lynx had turned into a crop top, had a Doraemon print on it. Looking at Jiang Nan, he was also in big shorts and a short-sleeved shirt, with a Doraemon print on his couple outfits. Holy crap! The lynx was wearing men's clothes, and they were clearly Jiang Nan's clothes. Added to the fact that the lynx had taken Jiang Nan away, and no one knew where they had been for a full 3 hours. Now they came out, and the lynx had even changed her uniform. And she was wearing Jiang Nan's clothes. Impressive. Very impressive. Many night watch soldiers looked at Jiang Nan with changed eyes. He had won over our captain. Awesome. Too awesome. Chen Shen frantically winked at Jiang Nan with an expression that said, "You're awesome, you're the boss." And Ning secretly gave Jiang Nan a thumbs up. Jiang Nan looked smug. I didn't do anything, okay? The students who had been evacuated were also stunned. They looked at the lynx and Jiang Nan in their couple outfits. They all went wild. No wonder he was so close to the night watch. So there was this kind of relationship. Impressive. Very impressive. What a tangled web. Li Mayan was also dumbfounded. Had the lynx taken Jiang Nan away to do that? Thinking of something, her pretty face blushed. The lynx looked confused and a bit at a loss. Seeing Jiang Nan's face beaming with joy, she couldn't help but roll her eyes. It's just picking up some spirit pearls. Is it that joyful, eh? Go back, I still have work to do. Jiang Nan said, okay. Sister Shan Miao, remember to think of me. Scram. As soon as he stepped out of the cordoned-off area, Jiang Nan was sandwiched into a cookie by the flying pounces of Zhong Yingxue and Xia Yao. His nose was filled with fragrance. It was wonderful. After a round of hugging, Zhong Yingxue asked, how are you? Are you hurt? Anywhere feel uncomfortable? Xia Yao asked, why did you come out so late? What happened? Seeing the two girls had rushed to Changbai Mountain overnight out of worry for him and waited for him to come out, a warm current surged through Jiang Nan's heart. What if I said I went to dig diamonds and dug out over 200 pounds of diamonds? Would you believe me? Zhong Yingxue, Xia Yao, digging diamonds. Digging diamonds in a spirit ruin and dug out over 200 pounds. Who are you trying to fool? They couldn't help but give Jiang Nan a hard glare. From Zhong Yingshu's resentment value 666. From Xia Yao's resentment value 666. Jiang Nan chuckled. To reward you two for coming all this way to welcome my triumphant return, I'll give you 2 candy beans. Saying this, he produced 3 supreme beauty pills in his hand. Xia Yao's big eyes were full of surprise. She came up and gave Jiang Nan a big kiss on the cheek. Xiaonan, I absolutely adore you. With that, she snatched 2 Supreme Beauty pills and stuffed them into the center of her chest. Then, she disgustedly went puffed, puffed, puffed 3 times. She wiped her lips, jumped over to Zhong Yingxue, and wrapped her arm around hers. Shue, listen to me. I am eternally faithful to you. That just now was only under someone's coercion, it doesn't count. Let me kiss you again to make up for it, okay? Zhong Yingxue. Jiang Nan, you ruthless traitor. Crossing the bridge after crossing it. Killing the donkey after it's done with the grinding. Shameless. He leaned in to kiss Zhong Yingxue, who pushed him away with a look of disdain. Xia Yao's eyes narrowed with suspicion. Jiang Nan laughed, heartily grateful that Yingxue remained virtuous. How could such a beautiful Xiaoxue fall victim to Xia Yao's predatory advances? He slipped the beauty pill into Zhong Yingxue's pocket, then turned his own face toward her. What, no kiss? Zhong Yingxue burst into laughter as radiant as a lily blooming under the starry sky, leaving everyone around mesmerized. Zhong Yingxue flicked Jiang Nan's forehead. Dream on. I want kiss you. Jiang Nan feigned grievance while the classmates erupted in excitement. Each one was consumed by envy, their hearts aching with bitterness. Look at him. Just back from the spirit ruins, and already 2 stunning beauties come to greet him. Their beauty was breathtaking, their looks surpassing even top actresses. And what about us? Gap. No, this isn't a gap. This is a chasm. Beside them, Wu Liang and Tang Qinya approached. Ninggu, I knew you'd be fine. Tang Qinya was still sobbing softly. I was so worried. You're finally back. Jiang Nan's mouth twitched, his body frozen in place. Because Wu Liang was still completely naked, wearing only a pair of shorts. Many teachers, students, and even Dark Knight Army members whispered and pointed. Some even took out their phones to snap pictures, making sounds of disgust. Yet Wu Liang, far from being embarrassed, flexed his muscles, showing off his sculpted physique. His face beamed with pride. For Jiang Nan, this was pure spiritual pollution. A muscle-bound man in shorts, perhaps the most explosive combination in the world. Even Zhong Yingxue and Xia Yao were momentarily stunned. Could this person be the legendary muscle pervert? Such a sight could rot one's eyes. A sheer disaster. Jiang Nan cleared his throat to mask his embarrassment. Come, let me introduce you. This is Wu Liang, the shield warrior I chose. How about it? Xia Yao covered her face. Are you sure this is okay? Zhong Yingxue added, Xiao Nan, be careful, be very careful. She had already begun to worry that Jiang Nan harbored some strange obsession. Jiang Nan laughed. Relax. My choice is definitely right. We'll be teammates from now on. Let's grab a meal together after this to get acquainted. Xia Yao chuckled. They'll stick with you from now on. I want to eat barbecue in the spirit ruins too. Zhong Yingxue smiled, then paused. Wait, teammates. You all are. Xia Yao threw an arm around Zhong Yingxue. You don't know? Xiaonan has been striving for first place all along, just to come to our Songjiang Lingwu. He wanted to help you solve your troubles. Know why that bastard Luo Tianxiang asked for leave? It's all Xiaonan's doing. If he gets into the top 3 of the grade this time, he'll come to our Songjiang Lingwu. Then we'll kick out Luo Tianxiang and Han Cheng, and the 4 of us will form a team. Zhong Yingxue's eyes instantly welled up. So that's why Luo Tianxiang had asked for leave. He had already planned this with Xia Yao before the mall rescue. Looking at Jiang Nan's radiant smile, Zhong Yingxue's heart melted. She threw herself into his arms, burying her face deeply in the crook of his neck. Why didn't you tell me sooner? You two kept this from me for so long. This feeling of having someone silently sacrifice for her behind the scenes. It was truly wonderful. Jiang Nan chuckled. I didn't want you to worry. Zhong Yingxue still held him tightly, unwilling to let go. Xia Yao bared her teeth like an angry beast, furious. If she had known, she wouldn't have told her. Now Jiang Nan had gotten the advantage, and she hadn't even hugged him like that herself. Jiang Nan looked smug, raising an eyebrow at Xia Yao with a victorious smile. Compared to hugs, I'd prefer a kiss. Zhong Yingxue's face flushed. Xia Yao chopped her hand between them, separating the two. Kiss what? No kissing. Stay away from him. Like a dog guarding its food, she shielded Zhong Yingxue behind her. What are you so smug about? With 3 schools competing, you might not even make the top 3. You've said it now? If you don't make it, your little face will be ruined. Jiang Nan's eyes sparkled. And if I do make it, and take first place, what then, eh? Xia Yao didn't back down. Whatever you say, it's settled. But as soon as the words left her mouth, she felt something was off. Why did it feel like she had walked into a trap? Jiang Nan grinned. If I take first, you'll wash my socks for a month. Xia Yao's heart wavered, but the arrow had already been shot. Regret flooded her mind. If only she hadn't agreed so quickly. Yet she still said, fine, I'll wash them. But what if you don't make it? Jiang Nan spread his hands. Then you'll wash my socks for a month anyway. Xia Yao glared. Deal. Just then a teacher called for everyone to gather and begin tallying the results. Jiang Nan waved and hurried over with Wu Liang and Tang Qinya. As they walked into the assembly, Jiang Nan's team instantly drew everyone's attention. Not because Jiang Nan was too handsome, but because Wu Liang was too outrageous. Each team stepped forward in turn to report their spirit bead count. Soon it was Jiang Nan's turn. As he approached the students from the central route who had experienced the barbecue incident, winced in pain. They all knew Jiang Nan's team was guaranteed first place. Jiang Nan opened his dimensional space and grabbed a handful of spirit beads. The colorful array of beads was blinding. Just as the teacher was about to count, Jiang Nan felt uneasy. What if another team had taken advantage of the Dark Knight Army's leftovers and also deducted beads? Thinking this, he pulled out another handful and placed it on the table. The students were speechless. The teacher was about to count again when Jiang Nan thought, I can't end up washing Xia Yao's underwear. That would ruin my reputation. So he pulled out yet another handful. Resentment from Xia Yao 666. Resentment from Li Xiong 1000. Resentment from the Proctor 666. Resentment from Ahi. Resentment points to earn. Jiang Nan pulled out more. The tray was already overflowing. The Proctor was nearly incontinent. Kid, can you just take them all out at once? The students were going crazy. Is there no end to this? Is your dimensional space Doraemon's magic pocket? So many spirit beads. Even Wu Liang and Tang Qinyao looked as if they'd seen a ghost. They hadn't sold that many barbecue skewers. Had Jiang Nan stumbled upon a spirit bead nest. But Jiang Nan kept pulling. The Proctor was speechless. Is there more? Jiang Nan asked quietly, Teacher, do you think this is enough for first place? If not, I have more. The teacher's face darkened. What do you think? The students gritted their teeth in fury, whispering, we can all hear you. Must you be so infuriating? Jiang Nan said, then that's it. If it's not enough for first place, you'll have to compensate me. The teacher was baffled. He began counting the beads. Jiang Nan cackled, provoking everyone, and shot a wink at Xia Yao from afar, making her grind her teeth in anger. She was doomed to wash underwear for a month. It took over 3 minutes to count just a small portion. Jiang Nan said, Teacher, let's not count. Just weigh them by the kilo. I have a scale. The students behind are getting impatient. The teacher was dumbfounded. Weigh them by the kilo. Do you think these spirit beads are melon seeds or peanuts? In 20 years of teaching, had never weighed spirit beads. The students were ready to explode on the spot. Stop showing off. Have some shame. Stop stabbing our hearts. Watching the resentment list refresh rapidly, Jiang Nan grinned. Ahi, this feels so good. And so the teacher really didn't check. They put it on the scale, 7 Jean 6 Liang. The hotel's leaderboard screen flickered wildly. The other teams had Brave Strivers Team 4 Bronze Tier Star Orbs, 17 Black Iron Tier Star Orbs. Yijio Woli Zhao. Zhao Team 3 Bronze Tier Star Orbs, 11 Black Iron Tier Star Orbs. Then came Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan says what he says, Team 7 Jean 6 Liang of Star Orbs. They shot straight to the top. Hey, is this a vegetable market or what? Jiang Nan must be the first to measure Star Orb results in Jean. And that team name was way too flashy, right? Not a single proper team name from Jiangxing, no. One high school. The resentment value kept refreshing like crazy. Jiang Nan beamed, took a photo of the leaderboard, packed up the Star Orbs, and ran back to Xia Yao's side, puffing with pride. A month of socks you promised. Xia Yao gritted her teeth in anger. Couldn't you just let me win? Wouldn't second place still get us to Songjiang Lingwu? Resentment value from Xia Yao 1000. She couldn't help but glare at Jiang Nan. You dense straight man. Jiang Nan. He was totally confused. How was he a dense straight man? Could it be that Xia Yao, that silver-haired beast, wanted him to wash her socks? As if. Doesn't he have his pride to think of? After the tally, it was no surprise. Jiang Nan secured first place with 7 Jean 6 Liang. The school organized for the students to return. Zhang Yingxu, a learning Jiang, and was safe, drove back to Jiangxing on her own. She wanted to stay with him a while longer, but Xia Yao couldn't wait. She was eager to go home and test the effect of the white rabbit candy. The group agreed to meet for a meal during the holidays and parted ways. On the bus, Jiang Nan started fiddling with his phone. As soon as it connected, his phone went into a frenzy of vibrations. Jiang Nan was stunned, watching it vibrate nonstop for half an hour. When he opened Weibo, there were over 99 messages. It had completely exploded. The comments were all worried about his safety, with candle and prayer emojis flooding in. Jiang Nan felt a warmth in his heart. He quickly posted a Weibo update. Nanshin posted from iPhone 11 Pro Max. Strength and looks really go hand in hand. No way around it. Songjiang Lingwu, here I come. Image 1 was the final leaderboard, and the other was a group photo of the three of them in the Lingshu. In the photo, Jiang Nan and the others struck poses, smiling brilliantly. In the background, Li Xiang's team was angrily hunting spirit beasts. It was a stark contrast. Right after posting, Jiang Nan dozed off. When he woke up, the comments had already surpassed 10,000. Haha, I knew he was fine. Good people die young, but the wicked live forever. What the hell are these team names? Too flashy. Yeah, you're right. With a face like that, everything you say is right. 7 Jean 6 Liang. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Other teams count by orbs, but Nan Shin's team counts by Jean. 666. Glad you're safe. Little fish, are you coming to our school? They'll treat you to grilled fish. Excited. ING. Jiangnan laughed. He replied to little fish, iron pot stewed koi. Grilled yourself over charcoal. Resentment value from Yu Shaoqing 333. It was all good. The bus drove all the way back and the exhausted students went home and slept for a whole day. The next day was the award ceremony. Jiangnan Wu Liang and Tang Qinya stood on the podium all a bit excited. Jiangnan was especially rubbing his hands in anticipation, because the school would reward them with spirit orbs containing spirit skills. These were distributed by the Lingwu Association tailored to each person's abilities. A spatial type spirit orb. He had been looking forward to it for so long. To Jiangnan's surprise, Li Xiang's team had managed to snatch second place, the eternal runner-up. It was pretty good, but on the stage Li Mayan stood far from Li Xiang's team, silent the whole time. He looked very down. It was all because his neck still hurt so much that he couldn't sleep. Just how hard had Jiangnan chopped him on the back of the neck? Li Mayan even suspected he had a bone fracture. Seeming to sense Jiangnan's gaze, he shot him a fierce glare. Jiangnan glared back. Oh, still got some fight in you. He raised his hand like a knife, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth, and winked provocatively at Li Mayan. Li Mayan shuddered, instinctively covering the back of his neck. He shrank his head and dared not look at Jiangnan anymore. Only then did Jiangnan withdraw his hand in satisfaction. Meanwhile, the teacher began distributing the spirit orbs. Each person was given a small red box containing the orb. Tang Qinya received a silver tier wood-type spirit orb. Spirit skill Vine Whip. Wu Liang got a silver tier spirit orb too. Spirit skill Rage. Both suited their abilities. When it was Jiangnan's turn, the principal came up to shake his hand, smiling warmly. Young man, you've done well. Outstanding performance. You're a pillar of the nation, blah blah blah. His mouth was like a machine gun rattling off a long speech. He shook Jiangnan's hand so much it got sweaty. Up and down, back and forth. Jiangnan nodded like a pecking chick, his smile stiffening. Stop shaking my hand, damn it. Enough talking already. You've been at it for almost 10 minutes. Just give me my little box. Finally, the principal finished. Jiangnan quickly reached out his hand. The principal cleared his throat twice, turned around, and walked away. All right, the award ceremony is officially over. Come on, students. Smile. Let's take a commemorative photo. ITLL hang in our hallway. Jiangnan. Hey, did you forget something? Are you off your meds? You shook my hand and talked for over 10 minutes. Where's my little box? Where's my spirit orb and skill? Jiangnan reached out his hand to the principal again. Then he subtly crooked his finger. Wasn't that obvious enough? The principal glanced at Jiangnan, then turned his head and said, come on. 1, 2, 3. Eggplant. Jiangnan. Damn, are you doing this on purpose? Are you not giving me my reward to get back at me for destroying the testing machine? Where's my box? The box I risked my life for. Click. The shutter snapped, signaling the official end of the final exam. In the photo, everyone beamed radiantly, holding their little red boxes. Except Jiangnan, who looked bewildered with his hands spread out. The meaning was clear. See this? First place. In my hands. Absolutely nothing. The principal felt an immense sense of relief after taking the photos. This final exam was a joint effort of 3 schools. All thanks to Jiangnan's presence. Not only did the broadcast rake in a hefty profit. Among the 3 schools, Jiangxing No. One High also achieved the best results. Next year's enrollment was absolutely secured. Just then the principal felt a chill run down his spine. Turning around, he saw Jiangnan with a resentful look, his gaze sharp enough to kill. If the stall system could collect Jiangnan's resentment points, it would probably have enough for 2 Tendraws by now. The principal shuddered, pretending not to see. Jiangnan, if you didn't get an explanation today, this wasn't over. After the award ceremony, the principal called out to Jiangnan, follow me. Jiangnan looked suspicious. What's this? Was he getting special treatment? His heart began to race with excitement. The principal's office. On the desk lay 2 documents and a metal box. Without a second glance, Jiangnan snatched the box into his hands. Inside lay a spirit bead, quietly radiating waves of spatial energy. Jiangnan was practically drooling. This was the spatial spirit skill he had longed for. The principal gave a wry smile. Put it down. It's not yours yet. Jiangnan was taken aback, complaining, but I came first. The principal pointed to the documents on the desk. Take a look. Jiangnan looked. The spirit bead was placed alongside a transfer document to Songjiang Spirit Martial School, and on the other side was another document. It was a request from the Dark Knight Army for the spirit beads from the spirit ruin. It stated that 7 gene of spirit beads were killed by the Dark Knight army, not counted as Jiang Nan's, and they needed to be returned. Jiang Nan exploded on the spot. Once money was in his pocket, how could it be given back? The principal then handed Jiang Nan another document. Jiang Nan was puzzled. What does this mean? Sign this. The spirit bead and the transfer documents are yours. Don't sign, and that demand notice is yours. Jiang Nan. An extreme choice between two. What was there to choose? Of course, he wanted the spirit bead and the transfer documents. But when he looked at the document in his hand, Jiang Nan was dumbfounded. A Dark Knight army enlistment form. His information and name were already filled in. All that was left was a fingerprint. Wasn't that a bit too thoughtful? Bah! Jiang Nan nearly exploded on the spot. No wonder Shan Mao looked so confident. So this was the trap. He immediately hammered a call over. Cursing loudly, stinky Shan Mao. Scheming bitch. Big pig trotters. Bitched. Human form Tyrannosaurus. Rampaging Gundam. EVA Unit 01. Astro Boy. Beep, beep, beep. The principal was stunned. What on earth was all that? Was he really talking to the Dark Knight army like that? His courage was extraordinary. You're getting a bit too cocky. Joining the Dark Knight army was a dream for countless people. Why did it seem like a death sentence to Jiang Nan? Jiang Nan glanced at the hung-up phone, then hammered another call over. Before Jiang Nan could speak, Shan Mao's voice came through calmly. Do you want to die? Jiang Nan stiffened, whining. Is this how you treat your savior? Sitting in her office, Shan Mao struggled to suppress her laughter. Forcing her voice to remain steady, she said, just press your fingerprint quickly. From now on, you're my person. Considering your merits this time, I'll grant you the rank of lieutenant. She could imagine Jiang Nan's pitiful expression. A surge of satisfaction filled her heart. I still have school, Shan Mao replied. It won't interfere with your studies. Don't you have winter and summer breaks and weekends? Jiang Nan. Damn. So I have to work part-time for the Dark Knight army during my holidays. Shan Mao said, spatial spirit beads are strictly controlled by the state. The Void Sea Spirit Ruin is also not open to the public. The Dark Knight army is your only way to obtain spatial spirit beads. You can think of it as a part-time job. Jiang Nan pouted. He had to admit Shan Mao was right. He couldn't just rely on his teleportation skill forever, could he? What about my Mercedes, my villa, my cash, and a hug? Shan Mao gritted her teeth. I don't have any of that, but I can give you a hug. Resentment from Luo Tianhong 1000. Jiang Nan shuddered. A hug from Shan Mao. If she hugged him, wouldn't he be sent flying? Terrified, Jiang Nan quickly hung up and resentfully pressed his fingerprint. The principal looked relieved. That's more like it. Lieutenant, does that get me a discount on train tickets? The principal. A discount? They'll break your legs. So you joined the Dark Knight army, got a lieutenant rank just for a train discount. Resentment from the principal 666. Jiang Nan looked at the spatial spirit bead and couldn't help asking, Principal, what kind of spirit bead is this? The principal replied, it's a void koi from the Miaojiang Void Sea Spirit Ruin. A gold-grade spirit beast. Extremely rare. Jiang Nan's mind went blank. Gold-grade. Was Shan Mao really that generous? Be grateful. The Void Sea isn't open to the public. The lowest level there is a gold-grade spirit beast. The Void Koi's spirit skill spatial wormhole is very rare and extremely hard to capture. The Dark Knight army values you highly. Jiang Nan felt an itch of excitement. Spatial wormhole. It sounded pretty powerful. Reaching the school gate, Jiang Nan saw Tang Qinya and Wu Liang waiting for him. Wu Liang grinned. What? Did they give you special treatment? Tang Qinya asked expectantly. What spirit bead did they give you? It must be something impressive, right? Jiang Nan said with a mournful face, it's good, but I've sold my whole future for it. I've sold myself. Tang Qinya. Wu Liang. On the way home, Jiang Nan suddenly remembered something as he walked. He pulled out a spirit bead and handed it to Wu Liang. Wu Liang was startled, and upon seeing it he was shocked. A gold-grade spirit bead. Ningo. This. What's stuttering now? It's the spirit bead from that gold-grade giant earth bear. Its skill Bear King shield is good. Absorb it. With 1 rage and 1 Bear King shield, this setup will serve you well until silver rank. Wu Liang's hands were trembling. A gold-grade spirit bead with a skill, and so suited to his beast transformation ability. Its value was beyond monetary measure. No amount of money could buy it. And Jiang Nan just gave it to him. Wu Liang truly felt he hadn't followed the wrong person. Wait, did Jiang Nan kill that giant earth bear? How else would he get its spirit bead? Ningo. Thank you. Jiang Nan smiled and waved it off. Once home, he prepared a bath with strength potion. Soaking comfortably in the strength potion, Jiang Nan felt his physique improving and was overjoyed. He also took another beauty pill. Following the truth that beauty conquers all, Jiang Nan took out the Void Koi's spirit bead. This time, would he finally break through? After absorbing it, Jiang Nan felt his spiritual energy reach a new level. The spiritual energy within a gold-grade spirit bead was immense. It pushed Jiang Nan's rank all the way to bronze 3 stars. But there was no time to celebrate as Jiang Nan wanted to test his new skill. Spatial wormhole. Jiang Nan's mind stirred slightly. 2 spatial wormholes appeared side by side before him. 1 entrance, 1 exit, each as large as a basin. Jiang Nan raised his hand and extended his arm into one of the spatial wormholes. Then he emerged from the other wormhole. He even casually touched his own face. Jiang Nan's eyes lit up. Wasn't this just a folded space? He could freely set the entrance and exit of the wormholes. Any part of his body could ignore distance from entrance to exit. This was incredible. No wonder they called it a spatial wormhole. After a brief test, he found that the size of the spatial wormholes could be freely controlled. They could be opened within a range of 300 meters. Even the range of teleportation had increased to 300 meters. In an instant, Jiang Nan felt a playful urge. As the spatial wormhole opened, he reached in. Meanwhile, an arm appeared out of thin air near the kitchen refrigerator. He opened the refrigerator door and brought back a bottle of soda. Jiang Nan was delighted. With this spatial wormhole, wasn't he free to play within a radius of 300 meters? No wonder it needed strict control. This was an essential tool for bank robbery. He opened another spatial wormhole, one at the bottom of the bathtub and another in the sewer. The bathwater in the tub leaked away in no time. This was simply outrageous. Could he not just resolve his bathroom needs in bed? Deciding to act, Jiang Nan got up from the bathtub and opened the spatial wormhole. He positioned the exit under the old locust tree in the yard, thinking it would be just right to fertilize it. In the yard, Zhou Yuqing was cleaning up. Suddenly, she noticed a crystal-clear water column appearing unexpectedly under the old locust tree. She was filled with curiosity, completely astonished. She hurried over and squatted under the tree, staring without stopping. She even had the urge to reach out and touch it. Could it be a supernatural event? How magical! She couldn't help but shout, "Mom, come and look quickly. The old locust tree at the entrance has manifested. It's even watering itself automatically." Jiang Nan. Zhou Yuqing's shout frightened Jiang Nan to his core. Damn, what a coincidence. How did he get discovered? And now he was about to be surrounded. This was bad. This was not good. He quickly shut it down. Zhou Yuqing, why did it stop? Sure enough, such supernatural events were indeed rare. Aunt Zhou, what's wrong with Xiaoqing? Zhou Yuqing, looking annoyed, replied, it disappeared. Jiang Nan, hiding in the bathtub, felt uncomfortable. In the future, it would be wise to refrain from showcasing such powers. It could easily be misunderstood. After the final exams, major universities began their summer breaks. Jiang Nan was preparing to have a blast at the night market, setting up a stall, eager to make some quick cash. That evening, while he was at home absorbing spiritual pearls, he received a video call. It was from Ying Xue. After connecting, 2 stunningly beautiful faces appeared on the screen. It was Zhong Yingxue and Xia Yao. Xia Yao, having eaten 2 beauty-enhancing pills, looked absolutely stunning. The silver-haired beauty, exclaimed Xiao Nan. Come out now. Let's have hot pot. Drink a bit, I'm not driving today. Zhong Yingxue smiled and said, come on. I have something to discuss with you. Yes, come on. My fans all want to meet you. The girl with 2 buns, Yu Qingqing, squeezed into the screen. Jiang Nan raised an eyebrow. Drink a bit. Xia Yao grinned mischievously. Let's see if I won't make you drink today. Jiang Nan, with excitement written all over his face, said, where? I'm heading over now. Zhong Yingxue smiled and said, call Wu Liang and Tang Qinya too. The more the merrier. Okay. After calling Wu Liang and Tang Qinya, the 3 set off for the hot pot restaurant. Zhong Yingxue had already reserved a private room. As the 3 pushed the door, and not only was Wu Liang stunned, but even Tang Qinya was left dumbfounded. How could someone be this beautiful? It was almost suffocating. Xia Yao's wild beauty directly pierced Tang Qianya's heart. Mom, I think I'm in love. Seeing the reaction of the 2, Xia Yao nodded in satisfaction. Then she looked at Jiang Nan. Hey, why aren't you complimenting me? Am I not beautiful? Jiang Nan rolled his eyes. Because I know the essence of your nature as a vicious dog. Xia Yao bared her teeth, wishing she could strangle Jiang Nan. Zhong Yingxue called out with a smile, you 2, why do you always bicker when you meet? Come, little Tang, sit here with me. This is little Yu, a classmate of ours. Yu Qingqing shyly smiled. Hello, everyone. As she spoke, she waved at the phone beside her. Did you all see? The god of Nan is here. The live chat exploded. Damn, the god of Nan is still so handsome. Sailor Moon, I finally see you again. Sorry, my thoughts are no longer on the god of Nan. Make him drink to death. Jiang Nan was taken aback. This girl was live streaming while eating. Last time in the mall, she was streaming too. Zhong Yingxue smiled. Don't underestimate our little Yu. She's a well-known streamer on Penguin with a contract worth 10 million. Jiang Nan's expression became serious. Sister Yu, Do you need a pendant for your leg? Yu Qingqing's face turned red, unsure of how to respond. Xia Yao rolled her eyes and then grinned. Don't tease her. I'm definitely going to take you down today. Wu Liang patted his chest. Today, you must make me brother Nan drink to the ground. Tang Qianya shyly added, I'll join too. Zhong Yingxue said, I'll drink a few cups with you. But I can't drink much. Jiang Nan thought, wait a minute. This isn't right today, it's all about me, right? The situation was extremely serious. He slammed the table and said, let's battle. With a commanding presence. Xia Yao curiously asked, how much can you drink? Let me test you. Jiang Nan shrank his head weakly, raising a finger. Xia Yao burst into laughter. Ha ha. Just one bottle. And you say you're from Jiangqing. Jiang Nan slowly shook his head. One bottle? No, you're mistaken. It's about continuous drinking. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone at the table thought Jiang Nan had gone mad. Xia Yao scoffed, just you. PFF. Zhong Yingxue chuckled. Wu Liang chimed in, brother Nan. Those who boast eat instant noodles without the seasoning packet. Jiang Nan rolled his eyes. You don't believe it, huh? At that time I boldly declared I won't fall until Qingdao falls. I won't sway until Snowflower sways. I won't say anything, just want to take you down. Yu Qingqing's live chat exploded with furious fans. Damn, I the god of wine from Jiangqing refused to accept this. The video is too real. But I seek a battle. God of Nan, you're already drunk before even drinking. Are you floating, or can I lift my knife? You've set yourself up so well. Today I'm going to see just how much you can handle. This wave of words instantly garnered a lot of resentment. Jiang Nan was starting to like Yu Qingqing more and more. What a good person. Xia Yao. I'll just quietly watch you show off. Cases of beer were brought up one after another. Jiang Nan picked up a bottle and flashed a sinister smile. None of you believe me, huh? He said. Today I'll show you a real chug. Xia Yao quickly raised a napkin to shield herself, her face full of disgust. Hey. We haven't even touched the food on the table yet. And you want to chug? If you spray it everywhere, how are we supposed to eat? Wu Liang chimed in. Brother Nan, maybe just forget it. Otherwise I'll have to change clothes later. Jiang Nan shot him a glare. What the hell? How can I let that slide? He bellowed. If I take longer than 3 seconds, you can call me daddy. With that, he tilted his head back and put the bottle to his lips. The beer inside was gone in 3 seconds, leaving only a bit of foam. Xia Yao and Zhong Yingxue were stunned. Tang Qianya covered her small mouth in surprise. Wu Liang was also taken aback. How could someone with Jiang Nan's slender frame drink so much? Only Yu Shaoqing was ecstatic, clapping for Jiang Nan nonstop. Her live stream chat was flooded with exclamation marks. Damn, he broke my record. He's a human whirlpool. A sinister smile. I thought Nanshin was going to perform a human fountain. A true master. Oh my, this is a master. Xia Yao coughed lightly, feeling a twinge of guilt. This is kind of impressive. Her big eyes darted around mischievously. We're girls. Since you can drink so well, how about we have 1 glass for every bottle you drink? The capable do more. Jiang Nan smiled brightly and agreed, without hesitation. Sure. Xia Yao. He agreed to such an unreasonable request. Was he that confident in his abilities? If they couldn't take Jiang Nan down today, it would be a disgrace. And so the battle began. The girls drank 1 glass for each bottle Jiang Nan chugged. Wu Liang, too embarrassed to sip, followed Jiang Nan's lead and chugged his bottles. They stared each other down and went for it. An hour later, Jiang Nan's expression hadn't changed. He was still cooking tripe in the hot pot. Tang Qianya was already asleep on the table. Zhong Yingxue's delicate cheeks flushed with 2 patches of red, her big eyes glazed over as she gazed at Jiang Nan with a silly smile. After finishing her glass, Xia Yao pointed at Jiang Nan and said, why are there 2 of you? You're cheating. 2 of you drinking against us. Jiang Nan. Meanwhile, Wu Liang, who had just finished his bottle, rolled his eyes back and fell stiffly to the ground. Some indescribable pixelation-worthy substance gushed from Wu Liang's mouth. It flowed freely from the corners of his mouth. Jiang Nan covered his face. Brother, you're the real human fountain, aren't you? Wu Liang. More like no Liang. You collapsed after only 21 bottles. The battle raged on, and the hot pot restaurant staff were all terrified. It even drew a crowd. Jiang Nan had already chugged 66 bottles. Was this even human? Were you a drain that became a spirit? Even more terrifying was that Yu Shaoqing, sitting across from Jiang Nan, had also matched him with 66 glasses. How could such a petite kawaii girl drink so much? Was this a table full of gods? For the next round, Jiang Nan ordered 10 bottles of Nolinshin and 10 bottles of Hongxing Erguo too. Then he said to the server, not gonna lie, your hot pot dipping sauce is a bit salty, huh? With that, he twisted open a bottle of Erguo too. He grabbed a straw and stuck it in, as if he were drinking bubble tea. 1 bite of fatty beef, 1 sip of Erguo too. The server, he'll be damned. This is hard liquor. Are you drinking it like plain water? Other people grimace and hiss in pain when they drink this stuff. And you're using a straw? Xia Yao looked as if she'd seen a ghost. Hey. This has gone beyond the realm of humanity, hasn't it? If this kept up, she was definitely going to lose. She couldn't help but whine. I don't lean on walls, I lean on you. But we still have little fish. The mission to take down Xiao Nan is in your hands. Yu Qingqing looked serious. I'll do my best. Unbeknownst to them, Yu Qingqing, a food streamer, was naturally gifted. Her special ability was none other than eating. She could convert everything she consumed into energy stored in her body. In all her years of drinking, she had never met her match. But this was the first time she had encountered someone like Jiang Nan, a worthy opponent. The netizens in the live stream were already panicking. Drinking hard liquor with a straw. Chugging beer from the bottle? That's legendary. Jiang Nan isn't human. He's a god. He's chugged 107 bottles. And hasn't gone to the bathroom once. Iron kidneys. The king of iron kidneys. Where does all the alcohol go? Am I the only one who noticed the burly guy lying on the floor acting as a fountain? Our little fish is in trouble. So this is what drinking continuously means. Little did they know Jiang Nan wasn't afraid at all. In fact, he even felt like laughing. Trying to take me down. No way. Because he wasn't actually drinking. One spatial wormhole was opened in his mouth and another outside the hot pot restaurant. Forget drinking alcohol. Jiang Nan could drink an entire reservoir. Meanwhile, in an alley outside the hot pot restaurant, Bald Chong was patrolling his territory with 7 or 8 underlings. He couldn't make it in the night market area anymore. After finally switching territories, they were passing by the hot pot restaurant. A stream of thick yellow liquid with white foam sprayed all over him and his men. Ah, damn it. What the hell is that? A startled Bald Chong and his underlings quickly dodged. They looked up. From a second-floor private room of the hot pot restaurant, a yellow jet of liquid shot down, splashing onto the ground complete with white foam. Bald Chong and his men were all terrified. Damn it, which bastard drank too much and couldn't even make it to the toilet, so they're letting it out the window. How dare they spray my big brother? They'll twist his dick off. How many dishes did you have to get this drunk? It's so yellow. He must be really hot-tempered. The underlings were indignant and burning with rage. They watched as the yellow liquid suddenly turned white, then back to yellow. What kind of operation was this? Could it automatically adjust the color? One underling licked his lips and said in confusion, "Boss, this doesn't smell right." As soon as he said this, the others stared at him in horror. You actually licked it to see what it tasted like? No way. And it doesn't smell right. What? What's it supposed to smell like normally? Have you drunk it before? The underling looked bewildered. It tasted like beer. But Bald Chong was furious. He was just walking down the street and got sprayed. Not only was he drenched, but it was also so yellow. Rage surged within him. Damn it. Let's get him. With that, he led his gang into the hot pot restaurant and stormed up to the second-floor private room. Bang! A yellow-haired underling kicked the door open. He cursed, "Tell me, which bastard dared to spray my big brother?" The entire private room fell silent for a moment. Jiang Nan turned to look, frowning slightly. He was still holding his straw and ergo too. The underling looked smug. Yes, complete silence was the effect he wanted. He turned to look at Bald Chong, as if to say, "See, boss, your underling is loyal, right?" Wait, what the hell? Where's my boss? The yellow-haired guy was stunned. He looked down and saw Bald Chong kneeling on the ground, sweating profusely, his face on the verge of tears. And the few brothers who came with Bald Chong were all kneeling on the ground. The yellow-haired guy. What in the world? The yellow-haired man was stunned. How could they drop to their knees right after spewing harsh words? And all of them were kneeling. The newcomer, unfamiliar with Jiang Nan, stood there dumbfounded. Was this how brawls were fought nowadays? By seeing who could kneel more humbly. Bald Chong, however, frantically signaled the yellow-haired man with his eyes. Seeing him frozen in place, he grabbed him and pulled him down to his knees without a second thought. In the private room, Xia Yao and Zhongning Xue were also taken aback. What was happening? They were just eating when a group of burly men stormed in menacingly. Then with a thud, they all knelt down. Their decisiveness was shocking. Bald Chong stammered, Nangu. Happy New Year. Jiang Nan's face darkened. It's only July. You celebrate the New Year pretty early, don't you? Bald Chong's face flushed bright red. He truly had no idea what to say. For a moment, all eyes in the room were fixed on Jiang Nan. That burly man with a fierce face and a shaved head certainly didn't look like a good person. People would usually give him a wide berth on the streets. Yet he addressed Jiang Nan as Nangu and was terrified out of his wits. Suddenly, the gazes directed at Jiang Nan shimmered with a hint of admiration. At that moment, Jiang Nan also felt a pang of guilt. Damn. Had he used a spatial wormhole to spray alcohol on Bald Chong and his men? Could his luck be any worse? Last time when the water was turned on at home, Zhou Yuqing saw it, and they almost got caught by the mother and daughter. This time had been caught again. There was no way he could let Xia Yao find out about this. Otherwise his image of being brilliant and mighty would be completely shattered. Wouldn't she strangle him? He had to admit he was a bit panicked. Yet he still forced a calm demeanor and asked, "Why are you looking for me?" Bald Chang's head felt like it was about to explode. Finally he came up with an excuse and quickly forced a smile. "I heard you were dining here in Ngu. I couldn't possibly let you pay in my territory. I'm here to settle the bill." Jiang Nan's eyes lit up. Not bad. That bald man had gotten smarter. Progress. Real progress. Xia Yao was baffled. They had stormed and so aggressively knelt down immediately all just to pay the bill. Such devotion was truly touching. Then, the usual routine. Bald Chang felt a wave of relief. "Got it. We understand." He quickly rose, and the group of burly men moved in perfect unison. Standing on one leg like a golden rooster, hands gripping their earlobes, they forced awkward smiles onto their faces. Hopping and skipping they went downstairs to settle the bill. Xia Yao, Zhong Yingxue, Yu Qingqing, Jiang Nan let out a long sigh of relief. At least his secret was safe. "Come, let's keep drinking." Downstairs Bald Chang and his men went to pay for Jiang Nan's meal. "Hello, sir. The total for private room 02 is 388 yuan. Bald Chang, what the heck? 6 people ate 3800 yuan worth of food. Are you running a black market?" The waiter smiled bitterly. "Sir, please take a look at the bill." Bald Chang took a look. Holy cow. 374 bottles of beer. 20 bottles of liquor. Were they even human? Were they bathing in beer? Can we put it on a tab?" The waiter looked scornful. "What do you think?" Finally, Yu Qingqing also conceded defeat. She had reached her limit. Her pretty face flushed. She murmured that she couldn't drink anymore. The way she tilted her head and stared at Jiang Nan was incredibly adorable. Jiang Nan burst into laughter. Haha, who else? The live stream chat was flooded with comments. "Remember, when you go out drinking, never be the last one standing. Nanshin, oh Nanshin, you're still too green. You won't be sleeping tonight. You'll be carrying everyone's carcasses." At that moment, Jiang Nan looked at the table full of incapacitated people and fell into silence. Indeed, I was still too young. First he took Wu Liang and Tang Qinyao home. Then he had to deal with Yu Qingqing. He ended up taking selfies with her in the back of a taxi all the way. Then he started seeing Zhong Yingxue and Xia Yao home. Zhong Yingxue was just a bit groggy, still manageable. But Xia Yao collapsed completely as soon as she felt the wind. She fell into Jiang Nan's arms. In the taxi, Zhong Yingxue leaned quietly against Jiang Nan's shoulder. The scent of shampoo constantly drifted into Jiang Nan's nostrils. On the other side, Xia Yao was half dead, her hair a tangled mess. "Xiao Nan, open your mouth quick. I'm about to throw up." Jiang Nan, damn, there it was. Her true colors were showing. "You big wolf girl, hold it in." Xia Yao suddenly straightened her expression and asked the driver, "Driver, do you believe in love?" The driver replied, "Vomiting in the car costs 200. No bargaining." Xia Yao. Jiang Nan was laughing so hard, he was cramping up. The driver was experienced, ruthless and merciless. Zhong Yingxue covered her mouth and giggled, staring at Jiang Nan's profile. She whispered, "Xiao Nan, move in with me and Xiao Yao. We've already talked it over. I was planning to mention it during dinner." Jiang Nan's eyes widened and his body stiffened. What? Live together? Was happiness coming too fast like a hurricane? This might not be appropriate. Zhong Yingxue's pretty face flushed even redder. "No, it's not what you think. There are plenty of rooms. You can stay downstairs. We'll stay upstairs. Besides, you'll be coming to Songjiang Lingwu next semester, and your rented place is too far from school. It's inconvenient. And since we're going to team up again, it's better if you come over." Jiang Nan fell into thought. She had explained so much. She truly wanted him to move in. Zhong Yingxue gently squeezed Jiang Nan's hand. "After all these years, it's time you had a home." Hearing this, Jiang Nan's nose suddenly stung. A home. For someone who grew up in an orphanage, the word home was far too distant. Even after leaving the orphanage, he had always rented a place. Now was he finally going to have a home? He then smiled and said, "All right, he'll move, but I don't have money for rent." Zhong Yingxue shot him a playful glare. "You're such a tease." The taxi drove all the way to Oasis Villa. A 2-story villa with an open terrace, huge floor-to-ceiling windows, and even a private pool. It was exquisitely stunning. After settling, Xia Yao and Zhong Yingxue also lay on the bed, too dizzy to function. Jiang Nan was about to leave when Zhong Yingxue grabbed his clothes. "Your room is downstairs." Jiang Nan grinned at her. "Good night." Downstairs he found his room. A large bed, a wardrobe, a desk with a computer. It was all very cozy. On the bedside table lay an old photograph, slightly yellowed. In it, Jiang Nan was 7 or 8 years old, his round face covered in mud. He held a wooden stick, wore a cape made from a red bedsheet, and looked incredibly proud. A band-aid was stuck on his nose. Beside him stood Zhong Yingxue in a floral dress, smiling brightly. On her head was a flower crown that Jiang Nan had woven for her. This was a photo taken when they were children at the orphanage, the only one they had. When Zhong Yingxue was taken away by the Zhong family, she brought nothing with her except this photo. She had kept it all these years. Gently caressing the photo, Jiang Nan's eyes moistened. He murmured, "I finally have a home." Jiang Nan was just sighing in exasperation when a loud crash came from upstairs. He rolled his eyes. Couldn't he have a moment of peace? He went all the way to Xia Yao's room. There she was, somehow still wearing her shoes and pajamas, her hair a mess like a bird's nest, already fast asleep. At that moment, half her body had slipped off the bed with only her lower half still on it. After some effort, he finally managed to lift Xia Yao back onto the bed. Leaving Xia Yao's room, he made his way to the bathroom. Gazing at the oversized luxury bathtub, Jiang Nan nodded with satisfaction. Without a second thought, he filled it with a generous dose of the strength potion. He jumped in for a delightful soak, savoring the thrill of his physical attributes being enhanced. Not to mention the sheer boost to his physique brought by the strength potion. His body had already become as tough as that of a beast-type spiritual martial artist of the same level, even surpassing them, as evidenced by the battle in the Heavenly Pond Spirit Ruins. The only downside was that drinking the strength potion caused baldness, otherwise Jiang Nan would consume it every day. However, not long after, another crash echoed from upstairs. With a dark expression, Jiang Nan reluctantly climbed out of the bathtub and returned to Xia Yao's room. He found that she had fallen off the bed again and was nearly rolling underneath it. 10 minutes later, Jiang Nan emerged from her room, drenched in sweat, and clapped his hands. He swore to the heavens, "If I ever let you drink again, I'm not human." After the exhausting night, Jiang Nan no longer felt like bathing. He was so tired that he went straight to his room and fell asleep. The next morning, Zhong Yingxue woke up rubbing her throbbing head. The villa was silent. Everyone was still asleep. She decided to take a shower to start the day off right. Upon entering the bathroom, she found a tub of prepared bath water. Under the morning sun, it shimmered and was still warm. Her delicate brows furrowed slightly. Did Xiao Nan prepare this for me? How thoughtful. She shed all her worldly possessions and slipped into the water. After a while, a look of astonishment spread across her pretty face. Because she could feel streams of power within the water, continuously improving her body, enhancing her physical attributes in every way. Elemental-type spiritual martial artists might possess formidable long-range attack power, but their bodies were extremely frail, and they dreaded close combat the most. Yet this bathwater could directly enhance her physical constitution. Wasn't that too miraculous? Her face was filled with wonder. What kind of water is this? Why does it have such an incredible effect? It's amazing. Physical fitness was of utmost importance for spiritual martial artists. For body enhancement type spiritual martial artists, it was manageable, but for elemental type like her, improving physical attributes was extremely difficult. Yet this bathwater achieved it effortlessly, which was undoubtedly a massive boost to her strength. Suppressing her excitement, she soaked for half an hour until she felt her body was nearly saturated. She quickly wrapped herself in a bathrobe and rushed to Xia Yao's room. Xiao Yao, come try it. It's amazing." But when she pushed open the door to Xia Yao's room, she was stunned. There was Xia Yao wrapped up like a giant zongzi resembling a spring roll. She was firmly tied to the bed with ropes wound around and around. What had happened last night? Xia Yao, woken by the noise, found herself sealed and looked utterly terrified. She struggled and twisted but couldn't break free, a testament to how tightly Jiang Nan had bound her the night before. Only then did fragments of the previous night come back to her. She had fallen off the bed several times and Jiang Nan had put her back. He had tied her up like this. It showed just how desperate Jiang Nan had been last night. He had seen her unrestrained sleeping posture. Wah! At that thought, Xia Yao was mortified beyond belief. Her face turned as red as a big apple. "What happened last night?" she asked, looking guilty. "Nothing." She quickly changed the subject. "Shue, what did you need?" Zhong Yingxue said excitedly, "Xiao Yao, you have to try this. The bathwater Xiao Nan prepared can actually enhance your physical attributes." Xiao Yao, soaking in a bath could improve physical fitness. Was it really that miraculous? Zhong Yingxue untied her and led her to the bathroom. Gazing at the shimmering bathwater, Zhong Yingxue urged, "Hurry up and try it. I wonder if it still works. He'll wait outside." Xia Yao looked skeptical, but Zhong Yingxue didn't seem to be lying. Since she hadn't bathed last night, before sleeping Xia Yao wanted to relax. She stripped off and slipped into the tub, wearing a blissful expression and even humming a tune. Soon she felt her physical attributes slowly improving. She was shocked. As a bronze 7-star beast-type spiritual martial artist, her physique was already formidable. She had only tried it on a whim, but it actually worked. How amazing! Xia Yao grew even happier, splashing water and caressing her own skin. She felt fantastic and even floated a few little rubber ducks on the water to play with. But as her gaze drifted downward, her movements froze. Thinking she was seeing things, she rubbed her eyes. She wasn't mistaken. Xia Yao. Oh, oh, oh. With a scream, Xia Yao leaped out of the bathtub. Terror and fury filled her eyes. She grabbed a bathrobe, flew out of the bathroom like the wind, and charged straight toward Jiang Nan's room. Hearing Xia Yao scream, Zhong Yingxue thought something was wrong. She saw Xia Yao kick open the door to Jiang Nan's room. Then, like a ferocious tiger pouncing on its prey, she tackled Jiang Nan to the ground. Gripping his neck with both hands, her face twisted with rage, she shook him violently. All the while she shouted, "Ah, I'll kill you. I'll kill you. It's gone. You have to pay me back. Everything is gone." Jiang Nan, who had been having a pleasant dream, was abruptly awakened. Choked until his eyes rolled back, he couldn't breathe and kicked his legs helplessly. He nearly had his soul shaken out of him. Jiang Nan, what's gone? I'm so confused. In cartoons, don't girls wake guys up gently? How did this turn into a neck-choking shake? A physical alarm clock. Zhong Yingxue, who had followed all the way, looked utterly bewildered. Seeing that Jiang Nan was about to be choked unconscious, she couldn't help but quickly intervene, saying, "Xiao Yao, what's wrong? Didn't your physical fitness improve?" Xia Yao's face was full of resentment as she continued to choke Jiang Nan without letting go. It did improve. But it's gone. Not a bit left. Jiang Nan, go to hell. With that, she grabbed his neck and shook him wildly again. Zhong Yingxue asked in astonishment, "What's gone?" Xia Yao stammered, my. Oh, her face flushed red. How could she bring herself to say it? At that moment, Jiang Nan finally realized something. Looking at the two great beauties still wrapped in bathrobes, a look of terror gradually crept into his eyes. He instinctively glanced at Xia Yao and couldn't help swallowing hard as he asked, You two didn't use the water in that bathtub to soak, did you?" Damn. Holy crap. Something huge had gone wrong. Soaking in the strength potion would make you go bald. Nothing below the eyebrows. Had Xia Yao fallen victim? Ha! Jiang Nan simply couldn't hold it in anymore. He sat on the bed, clutching his stomach and howling with laughter. Tears streamed from his eyes from laughing so hard. Xia Yao's pretty face was as red as a ripe apple as she clutched her bathrobe, tightly grinding her teeth in fury. She was like an enraged dog with its hackles raised. It was obvious that Jiang Nan knew exactly what she had lost. She was utterly mortified. Meanwhile, Zhong Yingxue looked confused and asked, "Xiao Yao, what exactly is gone?" Xia Yao shot Jiang Nan a shame-filled glare, too embarrassed to say it out loud. She leaned over to whisper in Zhong Yingxue's ear. Mumble. Mumble, mumble. All gone. Zhong Yingxue's face also flushed crimson. Then she asked in puzzlement, "But why am I fine?" Jiang Nan was stunned too. The effect of the strength potion was undeniable. It truly enhanced physical fitness. But going bald was also real. Yet Zhong Yingxue had also soaked in it, and she was even the first one to soak. Why was she unaffected? Xia Yao rolled her eyes at Zhong Yingxue. "Oh, you never had any in the first place." Jiang Nan. He also looked at Zhong Yingxue, and his gaze gradually turned strange. Never had any in the first place. Could it be that Xue? He seemed to have stumbled upon a huge secret. Zhong Yingxue's face was as red as blood as she clamped her hand over Xia Yao's mouth. MMPH. Having finally broken free, Xia Yao had no intention of letting Jiang Nan off the hook. She immediately put him in a headlock. "Say it. You did this on purpose, didn't you? You're so mean." Jiang Nan looked innocent, struggling weakly. "How would I dare? You went to soak on your own. I didn't tell you to. So what if it's gone?" Xia Yao fumed. "What do you mean, so what if it's gone? It's not like it's yours." Huh. The next moment, both of their gazes fixed on Jiang Nan. He had soaked in it too, so wouldn't he also be? Seeing the look in their eyes, Jiang Nan's heart trembled. Oh no, his little secret had been discovered again. If this kept up, everyone would know all his secrets. Xia Yao giggled. "So you're one too. TSK, you little kid. So how are we going to settle this? There's no problem that a white rabbit creamy candy can't solve, I tell you." "Oh no, make it two." Half an hour later, Jiang Nan sat on the bed with a look of grievance, kneeling. Meanwhile, Zhong Yingxue and Xia Yao sat contentedly on chairs. Each had a beauty pill in their mouth and another tucked in their pocket. Zhong Yingxue said, "Spill it." "What's going on?" Xia Yao added, "Confess honestly." Jiang Nan looked guilty. This stuff is called strength potion. If you drink it, your physical fitness will skyrocket tenfold. It lasts for 3 days, but the cost is baldness. If you use it to soak in a bath, it can permanently enhance your physical fitness, but you already know the consequences. At this, Xia Yao and Zhong Yingxue both gaped in astonishment. Was it really that magical? Then they looked at Jiang Nan's aggrieved little expression. They figured he was also a victim of the strength potion. Jiang Nan inwardly breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness they hadn't gotten any in their mouths while bathing. Otherwise, he would definitely have been dead meat today. Xia Yao pouted. From today on, we're going to soak in the strength potion every day. Got it. Jiang Nan was taken aback. Are you sure? Xia Yao rolled her eyes. Since it's already gone, what's there to be afraid of? Jiang Nan chuckled. You're pretty open-minded about it. Stop it. Zhong Yingxue said seriously, we three need to keep this a secret. Jiang Nan asked, are you talking about the strength thing or the all-gone thing? Zhong Yingshu's face flushed, and she shot him a fierce glare. What do you think? Both need to be kept secret. Jiang Nan grinned. So it's our little secret now. Zhong Yingxue wasn't really affected. Xia Yao, on the other hand, was grinding her teeth in fury. Just thinking about it made the white rabbit candy in her mouth lose its sweetness. Get ready in a bit. We'll go with Xiao Nan to move his stuff. We all need to show up at Grandpa Zhong's birthday banquet tomorrow. Jiang Nan was startled. Grandpa Zhong's birthday banquet. He actually wanted to go. He had always been curious about the Zhong family. But because of Luo Tianxiang, he had never had a very good impression of the Zhong family. In the afternoon, Xia Yao drove Zhong Yingxue and Jiang Nan to the place where he rented his room. A Mercedes Jeep parked at the entrance of the alley caught the attention of quite a few elderly folks. The two women followed Jiang Nan into the room. Seeing the less than 20 square meter room, which Jiang Nan had kept impeccably tidy, they fell silent. Had he been living like this all these years? A maternal glow filled their eyes as they looked at Jiang Nan. Zhong Yingxue said gently, don't worry, Xiao Nan. They'll make sure you have a good life. Xia Yao patted his head. Don't be scared, Xiao Nan. I've got your back from now on. Jiang Nan. What happened to me? Why was I suddenly pitted like this? Indeed, women are masters of overthinking. They have a self-narrative personality. For Jiang Nan, who had a dimensional space, moving was quite convenient. Besides, there wasn't much to pack anyway. He said goodbye to Aunt Zhou and moved out. Zhou Yuqing was sad for a long time and even invited him to come back often for meals. Jiang Nan stood at the door of this small flat he had lived in for 3 years, staring at it for a long time. Then with a brilliant smile, he said, let's go. The next day, Zhong Yingxue spent the entire day preparing for Elder Zhong's birthday banquet. Meanwhile, Xia Yao came from an exceptionally powerful family background and maintained intricate ties with the Zhong family. She too was naturally expected to attend. Jiang Nan spent the day tidying up his room, arranging it exactly to his liking. Only in the afternoon did he finally find a moment of respite. He planned to calmly absorb a spirit pearl and advance his cultivation level. But just then, the door swung open. There stood Zhong Yingxue in an elegant white evening gown, her raven hair swept high into a graceful chignon. She resembled a noble swan, so breathtakingly beautiful it left one breathless. Jiang Nan gazed at her spellbound for a long while, then broke into a wide grin. Yingxue, you're absolutely stunning. Humph, you always know just what to say. Zhong Yingxue chuckled softly. Hurry up and get ready. The banquet begins soon. Xia Yao suddenly darted out from beside her. For once, she dressed with uncharacteristic formality, a daring black evening gown that exposed a generous expanse of smooth snow-white back. Her short silvery hair only heightened her striking allure. Xia Yao, you'll drive okay. This outfit isn't exactly practical. Jiang Nan, got it. Let's go. With that, he hopped off the bed, slipped on his slippers, and strode barefoot toward the door. Xia Yao and Zhong Yingxue froze in disbelief. Wait, do you seriously plan to go like that? There he stood, in denim shorts, flip-flops, and a plain white t-shirt emblazoned with a cartoonish version Zhong character. What's wrong? Is something amiss? Zhong Yingxue sighed wryly. Everything is amiss. This outfit wouldn't even let him pass the hotel's front doors. Xia Yao said, I think I have a formal suit, gifted with my car purchase. Let me fetch it for you. Try it on, see if it fits. 10 minutes later, Jiang Nan stood before them in a sleek black tuxedo. His effortlessly nonchalant aura, combined with his impressive height and jaw-dropping, ceiling-shattering good looks, left them utterly dazzled. He'd even added a flamboyant bow tie and tucked a crisp white handkerchief into his breast pocket. Both Zhong Yingxue and Xia Yao nodded approvingly. Not bad for a young man, once he's properly dressed. Brilliant. Let's go. Jiang Nan, however, felt profoundly uncomfortable. Every stitch chafed, every fold constricted. How could anything compare to the blissful ease of his own loose shorts and casual t-shirt? This time, Xia Yao didn't drive her Mercedes G-Class. Instead, she tossed Jiang Nan the keys to a Rolls-Royce Phantom. As he settled into the driver's seat and gripped the steering wheel. Skill triggered. Driving basic LV0. 100 skill points added. Skill upgraded. Driving proficient LV0. With a throaty roar, the gleaming black Phantom sliced through the city's bustling traffic. Xia Yao stared astonished. Xiao Nan, you can actually drive. But I thought you didn't even have a license. She'd originally intended to tease him. Perhaps even exact sweet revenge for turning her completely bare earlier. Yet here he was driving flawlessly. Zhong Yingxue watched curiously. When did you learn? Jiang Nan grinned. There's nothing this young master can't do. Just picked it up today. Xia Yao snorted, puffed, bragging again. He does look rather like a chauffeur, doesn't he? Zhong Yingxue whispered, barely containing her laughter. Count yourself lucky to have such a handsome driver. They arrived at the Jiangxing Century Hotel. As Zhong Yingxue and Xia Yao stepped out of the car, every eye in the vicinity turned toward them. Look over there. Those two are absolutely radiant. I can't tear my gaze away for even a second. That's Miss Zhong, the Zhong family's daughter. And that's Xia Yao, the Xia family's heiress. Wow, she's stunning beyond words. Whoa, wait, is that the driver? He's stunning too. Unwilling to be gawked at by the crowd, Zhong Yingxue and Xia Yao quickly moved ahead. Jiang Nan had just parked the car. No sooner had he taken 2 steps than a slender, effeminate man approached. Curly hair, ivory white suit, gold-rimmed spectacles gleaming. Their eyes met. Jiang Nan glanced up, the man glanced down. Silence hung thick and heavy. 10 full seconds elapsed. Then without a word the man extended his car keys. A soft press of the key fob. Nearby the headlights of a Porsche 911 flashed once. Here, Jiang Nan's eyes widened in utter disbelief. What the hell? Truly, how do the ultra-wealthy think? Hand over a sports car on first sight, just because our gazes happen to cross in a crowd. How extravagantly absurd. This is beyond lavish. Even if my looks are admittedly arresting, enough to command awe, surely this is excessive. Flustered Jiang Nan stammered, thighs really isn't necessary. Don't overthink it. The man insisted, and thrust the keys straight into Jiang Nan's palm. Jiang Nan, is this the joy of immense wealth? 666. Keys literally shoved into my hand. How could I possibly refuse? So he pocketed them, and walked on, still marveling. Walking along, and getting given a car. Incredible. He hadn't taken 2 more steps. When a woman dressed like a refined aristocrat spotted him, said nothing, and tossed her keys straight at him. Jiang Nan, a quick press, and the lights of a Lamborghini Aventador flared. What in the world is happening? Do your fortunes simply blow in on the wind? Hand out cars to anyone with a handsome face. 2 steps further, and a portly affluent man tossed him yet another set of keys. A BMW X7. Brother, you're falling behind. Everyone else gave supercars, yet you offer a mere luxury SUV. Honestly, that's rather underwhelming. Still, it was a gesture of goodwill. Jiang Nan accepted it without guilt. By the time he exited the parking lot, 17 sets of car keys jingled in his pockets. He shook his head in quiet awe. Truly, the life sustained by sheer charisma is delicious. Perhaps when time permits he'd attend more banquets and open a used car dealership. That would be pure bliss. Just as Jiang Nan approached the hotel entrance, his gaze flickered sideways and froze. There stood a waiter clad in an evening uniform nearly identical to his own. Same bow tie, same white handkerchief tucked neatly into the breast pocket. Smiling warmly, he accepted car keys from guests and strode off toward the parking lot to park their vehicles. Moments later, the waiter returned, utterly bewildered. What's going on? The parking lot's gridlocked. Over a dozen cars are backed up at the entrance. Who's responsible for that section? Jiang Nan glanced down at the 17 keys clinking in his pocket. His face darkened instantly. So, they'd all mistaken him for a parking attendant. Seriously, how tone-deaf can you be? Has anyone ever seen a parking attendant this devastatingly handsome? Are those 2 orbs on your face merely decorative, or do they function? Jiang Nan had assumed these people harbored some bizarre fetish, gifting cars upon first sight. Xia Yao, you absolute menace. What kind of ill-fated garment did you hand me? It's identical, for heaven's sake. Fuming, Jiang Nan ripped off the bow tie and yanked the white handkerchief from his pocket, then flung both into a nearby trash bin. He marched straight to the security booth's lost and found counter and dumped all 17 key sets onto the desk. The elderly guard stared dumbfounded. Whoa, what is this? What's happening? Jiang Nan, brimming with resentment, found them. Other people dropped them. The guard squinted. 17 sets. All at once. You're not one of those street corner key cutters, are you? Jiang Nan's eyes widened. First a waiter, now a locksmith. Is this never-ending? Maybe they formed a dropkey club. Resentment level 666 from the security guard. Jiang Nan paid no heed and strode directly into the hotel. As guests continued to arrive, the parking lot descended into utter chaos, clogged to a standstill. The hotel manager was frantic, dashing about and demanding to know where the car keys had vanished. With no other recourse, they had to dispatch staff to contact the owners. The car owners were equally bewildered. Had they not just handed their keys to the valet? Could it be that they had encountered a car thief? They rushed out only to behold the parking lot a tangled mess of gridlocked vehicles. 17 owners stood there, utterly dumbfounded in the wind. After a flurry of activity, they finally discovered that all the keys had been deposited at the lost and found. The hotel manager's face darkened. The crowd erupted in curses. Who the hell is so despicable? Takes the keys, but doesn't park the cars. Just dumps them at the lost and found. What kind of twisted stunt is that? Is that even human? Too damn low. Don't let me catch that punk. I remember it was a young guy with a dazzling smile. Holy crap. It was him. Those owners never imagined they would encounter such an absurdly ridiculous situation. At that moment, Jiang Nan, now in the banquet hall, was enjoying some pastries. The list of resentment points refreshed wildly, and Jiang Nan was amused. Well, this was quite a comfort. At least it wasn't a total loss. The banquet hall was vast and resplendently opulent. Elegantly dressed men and women exuded an air of high society. Zhang Yinxue was nowhere to be seen, likely occupied with greeting the guests. Jiang Nan didn't care. He was here purely to freeload. As long as there was food, he was content. He was blissfully enjoying a cup of mousse strawberry sundae. A young lady in a gorgeous evening gown approached. Her black hair was coiled up, her makeup exquisitely done. She appeared to be around 20, her gaze scanning the array of sundaes. She finally settled on her target and couldn't help but lick her lips. "Excuse me, could you hand me that mango sundae?" "Thank you." Jiang Nan glanced at her, then passed over the mango sundae. She lowered her head and ate it slowly with a spoon, occasionally stealing glances at him. She seemed to be on the verge of speaking, but hesitated. Finally, she mustered the courage. "Can you actually eat this?" "Jiang Nan, why wouldn't I be able to?" The young lady whispered. "Aren't you afraid of getting caught?" Jiang Nan's eyes widened. Damn, what crime was there in eating a sundae? Why the hushed tone? "Miss, you must be mistaken." With an indignant expression, Jiang Nan snatched the last mango sundae from the table. "Not only will I eat it, I'll have two." The young lady was stunned, watching her beloved mango sundae taken away by Jiang Nan. She pouted in dismay. We're all service staff, this audacious these days. Jiang Nan finally found a quiet corner. As he was enjoying the mango sundae, he had to admit Gong Xiaoyu had good taste. Mango was indeed better than strawberry. A waiter carrying a tray approached, staring wide-eyed at him. "Holy crap, buddy. You better take it easy. Stealing food is one thing, but being this blatant about it." "Jiang Nan, steal your great-grandfather's food." Before he could retort, the waiter thrust the tray into his hands. "Stop eating. We're short-staffed. Go serve the wine." Jiang Nan stared at the tray, which held 4 glasses and a bottle of champagne, utterly baffled. So he was doomed to be a waiter today after all. Damn, was this some kind of joke? At least they could pay him a salary. Jiang Nan was about to set the tray down when a young couple arm in arm approached him. It was that effeminate man. "Waiter, a refill." The effeminate man froze when he saw Jiang Nan. Wasn't this the same despicable guy who had just deposited all the car keys at the lost and found? Jiang Nan's eyes flashed with fury. He saw that the man's glass was still half full of champagne. "So much left. Refill my ass." He snatched the glass away and downed it in one gulp. Then, to the astonishment of the effeminate man and his companion, he proceeded to chug all 4 glasses and the entire bottle of champagne from the tray. "Refill your sister." Burp, was there no end to this? Was attending a banquet supposed to be this tough? He even had to moonlight as a waiter. "Xiaoyao, get your ass over here. I swear I won't kill you." The effeminate man adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and snarled, "Are you asking for death? Do you believe I can make you disappear from Jiang City tonight?" Jiang Nan sneered. "Have you been playing too much match 3 games? Always trying to eliminate this and that. You." The effeminate man was about to retort when the girl beside him tugged his arm. "This is the Zhong family's banquet. Don't cause trouble." Then she turned to Jiang Nan. "Bothering with someone like him is beneath us. I'll deal with him later." The effeminate man narrowed his eyes. "I'll let you off for now. You just wait." Jiang Nan, holding the wine bottle, grinned brightly. "Don't leave yet. Didn't you want a refill? I'll pour you one." But the effeminate man was dragged away by the woman, and Jiang Nan looked disappointed. He had wanted to teach him a lesson, to show him what real trouble looked like. What a shame he missed the chance. Glancing at his waiter's uniform, Jiang Nan decided to take it off. Otherwise, he wouldn't get a moment's peace to eat tonight. As he was unbuttoning his shirt, a girl in a tattered dress caught his eye across the hall. She wore a diamond-studded evening gown that sparkled, making her the center of attention. Tall and curvaceous, with sun-kissed skin and delicate features, she was breathtakingly beautiful. Many gentlemen in the room had their gazes lingering on her, yet dared not stare too long. Completely oblivious to the attention, she strode directly toward Jiang Nan. Her high heels clicked on the floor. Jiang Nan, still fumbling with his buttons, suddenly found his vision darkened. Looking up, he was startled. The girl was standing extremely close, so near that Jiang Nan could smell the fragrance emanating from her. What was going on? Jiang Nan tried to step back, but she raised her hand, gently caressing his cheek. Her large eyes shimmered with tenderness as she leaned, embracing one hand against the wall. "Jiang Nan, damn, Was he being cornered? She leaned in close and whispered softly into his ear, 11 o'clock tonight. Room 69, waiting for you. Be smart, don't disappoint, big sister. With that, she blew a gentle breath near his ear. A tingling sensation ran through his ear, sending a shiver down his spine. Jiangnan flinched and was about to push her away, but she pulled back as lightly as a dragonfly skimming the water. She patted his chest, gave him a knowing smile, and then walked away. Jiangnan, Mom, someone just took advantage of me. She teased me, cornered me, blew in my ear. This woman had some nerve. He reached into his pocket and found a room card nestled among 3,000 yuan. It was exactly what the girl had just slipped in. Jiang Nan's expression turned serious. Forget about taking off this uniform. This waiter gig. He was sticking with it tonight. He would provide the finest service, guaranteed to leave her fully satisfied. The young lady with wheat-colored skin winked her big eyes at Jiang Nan before leaving. Jiang Nan, who had been halfway through taking off his shirt, put it back on. How could he miss such a golden opportunity to make money? 3,000 yuan just fell into his lap. The waiter who witnessed this scene was green with envy. Damn, why can't I ever get such luck? You look like a block of cement, forget it. Tisk tisk tsk. With a face like that, why are you even working as a waiter here? Damn, I'm dying of envy. Jiang Nan glanced around and stealthily tucked the money into his pocket. Then he embarked on his money-making scheme. Casually, he walked over and stood in front of a young lady. After waiting half a minute, if she didn't react, he would move on to the next one. He did manage to find a few who were tempted. However, the wheat-skinned young lady kept her eyes fixed on Jiang Nan. Whenever someone seemed interested, she would glare fiercely at them. Seeing this, the other young ladies felt a pang of regret, but dared not compete with her. They had no choice but to give up. Jiang Nan. Damn it. Do you have to be so possessive? You know good things should be shared. You're making my business really difficult now. Jiang Nan, still unwilling to give up, wandered around. Finally, he stopped beside a young lady whose dress revealed a large expanse of her beautiful back. Ahem. The young lady turned around and immediately grabbed Jiang Nan's arm. Xiao Nan, where did you run off to? I've been looking for you. Jiang Nan. Xiaoyao. This is so awkward. Jiang Nan certainly couldn't say he was looking for business. He quickly changed the subject, feigning anger. You have the nerve to talk. What do you think I was doing? I was pouring drinks for people. Look at this crappy outfit you picked for me. Just wait till I get you home. Xiaoyao couldn't hold back her laughter, a look of triumph in her eyes, as if she had planned it all along. She whispered in Jiang Nan's ear. Who told you to make me end up just like you? Humph. Jiang Nan. Women. They're all such schemers. The waiters in the hall were dumbfounded, staring at Jiang Nan in shock. Damn, did he actually hook another one? That's Miss Xia from the Xia family. How is this fair? Is this guy here as a waiter, or just to pick up girls? The wheat-skinned young lady also fixed her glare on Xiaoyao. Xiaoyao looked at Jiang and then back at her, a puzzled expression on her face. But she showed no sign of backing down and glared right back. Xiaonan, why is that woman staring at you? Jiang Nan looked guilty. Ahem. Maybe it's because I'm just too handsome. Shameless. Just then Jiang Nan felt a gaze upon him. Zhong Yingxue was talking to a couple and then looked over at Jiang Nan. The couple followed her gaze. Xiaoyao waved and Jiang Nan flashed a brilliant smile. Zuex's parents. Xiaoyao maintained her smile. Only in name. Jiang Nan fell silent. Zhong Yingxue was gracefully accompanying her parents, entertaining the guests. Just then a cold and harsh voice cut through. Humph. A place like this is for someone as poor as you, and in a waiter's uniform. Tisk tisk tsk. Don't tell me you sneaked in disguised as a waiter. Huh. I can't stop laughing. Jiang Nan turned around to see Luo Tianxiang dressed in an Armani tuxedo, sneering with utter contempt. Xiaoyao's pretty face turned icy cold. Watch your mouth. Don't think I don't know about all the dirty tricks you've pulled. Luo Tianxiang let out a mocking laugh. So what if you know? Going to tattle to the Zhong family. Old Master Zhong has already agreed to it. This has nothing to do with you. What's the matter, Jiang Nan? Are you just going to hide behind a woman? Is that all you're good for? Jiang Nan flashed a brilliant smile. Well, if it isn't young Master Luo. Only coming out now that your hair has grown back. You dared to take a dump in the elevator in public, so why do you care about saving face now? Luo Tianxiang's face turned a livid green. His expression was as unpleasant as if he had eaten something foul. Ha ha ha. Xiaoyao couldn't contain herself anymore, laughing until tears streamed down her face. No one knew how he had endured this past month. Even his father looked at him with disgust. Anyone who knew their son had done that in the company would also question life itself. Do you think that video still works on me? Go ahead and release it. Let's see which media outlet dares to report it. Don't think I don't know what you're planning. If you dare to come to Songjiang Lingwu, I Luo Tianxiang will cripple you. Jiang Nin didn't reply, but instead took out his phone and started fiddling with it. Luo Tianxiang, what's the matter? You worthless piece of trash. Don't even have the guts to talk back. What are you doing? Jiang Nin replied matter-of-factly, me. I'm sending the video. Luo Tianxiang, damn, you're actually sending it. You dare. Jiang Nan curled his lip. Sister Xia Yao, this guy is so weird. He told me to send it. Now he's changing his mind. Luo Tianxiang's eyes turned red. How could he actually let Jiang Nin send it? Manipulating the media took time to arrange. Who the hell would have thought Jiang Nin would send the video on the spot? Give it to me. With bloodshot eyes, Luo Tianxiang lunged to snatch it. Jiang Nin wrapped his arm around Xia Yao's waist and vanished in an instant with a teleport. Luo Tianxiang. TSK, just you wait. He had no time to issue threats. He pulled out his phone and hurriedly called. Hello, President Ma. I need a favor. He actually sent it. Hello. Brother Lu. About that thing I mentioned last time. Hello, Brother Ma. Damn, why isn't it going through? Luo Tianxiang was frantically making calls drenched in sweat. Jiang Nin had already led Xia Yao to a nearby table. Xia Yao's pretty face was flushed with excitement. Wow. Teleportation. That was my first time. So thrilling. Jiang Nan, I love it when you act like you've never seen the world. Hey, don't pinch me. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. You're such a tease. By the way, did you really send that video? Xia Yao asked, full of anticipation. Jiang Nan chuckled slyly. No, I have other plans for it. Xia Yao's interest was piqued. Tell me, what wicked scheme are you cooking up now? Jiang Nan whispered in her ear. You're so bad. I love it. Meanwhile, the wheat-skinned young lady frowned and went to find Luo Tianxiang. By then, Luo Tianxiang had been on the phone for half an hour, his phone dead and his mouth parched. He was still looking terrified. Xiao Xiang, who were you on the phone with? Luo Tianxiang was startled. Cousin, you're back from Australia. You running? I asked you a question. And? Nothing. Do you know that handsome guy with the buzz cut? Clearly her focus was on Jiang Nan. Luo Tianxiang gritted his teeth in hatred. Know him? How could I not? I'd know him even if he were ground to ashes. Yu Runin was taken aback. He's not a waiter? Have you ever seen a bronze 3-star spatial ability user working as a waiter? Yu Runin's face flushed bright red. He isn't a waiter. He's a guest invited by the Zhong family. Then her giving him her room, just now. That would mean. Yu Runin was mortified beyond belief. She wished she could find a hole to crawl into. Her heart churned with indignation. If you're not a waiter, why are you wearing their uniform? What kind of perverted hobby is that? Luo Tianxiang, why are you blushing when I mention Jiang Nan? Could it be that my own cousin is also into? Oh damn, Jiang Nan, I'm not done with you. Even his own cousin had fallen victim to Jiang Nan's charms. Look at that bashful expression, that hesitant look on her face. Does being handsome give him the right to do whatever he wants? Luo Tianxiang refused to accept this. Little did he know Yu Runin was losing her mind. Her head was filled with one thought. What if he actually shows up at 11 p.m. tonight? She had thought Jiang Nan was just a waiter. But now, resentment from Yu Runin 1000. Resentment from Yu Runin. Jiang Nan had already sensed her gloomy gaze. Who's Yu Runin? A friend of Luo Tianxiang. Xia Yao glanced back. His cousin, she doesn't come back to the country often. Her family is quite influential in Australia. What? You've got your eye on her. Jiang Nan put on a serious face. How could that be? Eyeing her. More like she's eyeing me. Let that Luo guy revel in his triumph a little longer. The plan brewing in my little head is already quite mature. It was your sister who asked me to go, you know. It wasn't me who sought her out. Just then the entire banquet hall fell silent. Everyone's gaze converged on the main seat. Mr. and Mrs. Zhong wheeled out a wheelchair, and old Master Zhong sat in it. His white hair was meticulously combed back. At over 70 years old, old Master Zhong was still spirited, yet he showed his age with age spots dotting his wrinkled face. His face bore a sickly pallor, and he couldn't stop coughing into his hand, as if he might cough up a lung. Xia Yao sighed deeply. That's old Master Zhong. A year ago he was still robust, but after being diagnosed with lung cancer his health has been declining year by year. I'm afraid he doesn't have much time left. If old Master Zhong passes away, what will happen to Xue in the Zhong family? Jiang Nin looked at old Master Zhong, a faint memory stirring. It was he who had taken Zhong Ingxue away back then. Lung cancer. Terminal. Jiang Nan's eyes darted around, lost in thought. At old Master Zhong's appearance, everyone went forward to offer birthday greetings, and he received them all with impeccable courtesy. Come. Xiaoxue, why are you standing so far away? Not close with your grandpa anymore. Zhong Ingxue stepped forward with a smile. Grandpa Zhong, happy birthday. Here is the gift I prepared for you. Zhong Ingxue took out an exquisite sandalwood box containing a string of Xingyue Bodhi beads. Haha, my granddaughter knows me best. You know I love these. And where is the Xia family girl? Grandpa Zhong. Over here. Xia Yao called out, hooking her arm through Jiang Nan's as she walked over. For a moment, they became the center of attention. Grandpa, do you like this pear? Mantiangsing lion head walnuts. Old Master Zhong took the walnuts, his face full of affection. You little rascal. You must have spent a fortune. Grandpa loves them. As long as Grandpa likes them. Meanwhile, Jiang Nan stood rooted to the spot like a block of wood. I have to give a gift too. No one told me. If I'd known, I wouldn't have come. Old Master Zhong, what's this? Is he your little boyfriend? Young man, you've got a nose where a nose should be, and eyes where eyes should be. Not bad, not bad. Jiang Nan, listen to that. Just listen. What kind of talk is that? You sure know how to compliment someone. If it's not a nose, what else could it be? Xia Yao rolled her eyes him. He's not my type. Old Master Zhong looked puzzled. Then he is. Jiang Nan said darkly, 5 years ago at the Nanqing orphanage. I was the one who chased you around with a wooden sword, giving you a head full of bumps. At these words, not only Xia Yao was stunned. The whole hall was stunned. What the hell? That happened. Only Zhong Yingxue couldn't hold back a snicker. Back then, when Old Master Zhong went to the orphanage to adopt Zhong Yingxue, Jiang Nan wouldn't have it. He chased Old Master Zhong all over the yard with a wooden sword. And sure enough, he gave him a big bump on the head. Old Master Zhong's face darkened too, and their eyes met. It was a true clash of titans. So it's you, kid. Zhong Yingxue laughed. I took the chance of Grandpa Zhong's birthday to bring him here to get reacquainted. The waiters were dumbfounded. The 17 car owners were bewildered. So he was a guest of the Zhong family. Then why the hell were you wandering around in a waiter's uniform? And why did you go to the parking lot, grab 17 car keys, and drop them off at Lost and Found? What a waste of time. Gong Xiaoyu also looked gloomy, having thought Jiang Nan was a waiter, never expecting this. Resentment from Gong Xiaoyu 333. Resentment from Wang Bo 666. But Luo Tianxiang couldn't sit still. He stepped forward with a smile, wishing Old Master Zhong boundless happiness and longevity. This time I've prepared a generous gift for you, one you'll surely love. With that, he produced a cyan fruit, and instantly a fragrant aroma filled the air. The fruit's surface even shimmered with spiritual light. As the fruit appeared, the crowd erupted in exclamations. My God, a longevity fruit. The Luo family sure is generous. Its market price has soared to nearly 30 million, hasn't it? It's a sacred herb from the ancient forest spirit ruins in eastern Zhejiang. They say it can cure all diseases. Is it that miraculous? Then Old Master Zhong's cancer. It can't cure cancer, but it should be able to slow down the progression. Old Master Zhong was visibly moved by the longevity fruit and smiled. The Luo family is most thoughtful. I gratefully accept this token of your esteem. Luo Tianxiang grinned. Don't mention it, old master. It's what a younger generation member should do. But someone here came to your birthday banquet without even preparing a gift. Are they just here for a free meal? His gaze inevitably fell on Jiang Nan. Zhong Yingshu's pretty face turned cold. Xiaonan is here with me. If you have a problem, take it up with me. Stop being so sarcastic. Grandpa Zhong Xiaonan only just found out about your birthday, so he didn't have much time to prepare. As Zhong Yingxue was defending Jiang Nan, Luo Tianxiang sneered, prepare. A clown who sets up a shabby stall at the night market, putting on a show by splitting bricks. Even if you gave him time, what could he possibly prepare? A hand-grabbed pancake or grilled cold noodles? Huh. Jiang Nan, this place isn't for you. A night market stall owner. At these words, whispers broke out in the hall. What? Trying to latch onto the Zhong family tree through his past relationship with Zhong Yingxue. In an instant, the looks directed at Jiang Nan changed. Scorn, mockery, and sneers were everywhere. Old Master Zhong didn't intervene, instead watching the scene with interest. Zhong Yingxue was furious. So what if he's a stall owner? Xiaonan has never relied on anyone his whole life. I won't allow you to speak about him like that. But Jiang Nan just grinned. Xiaoshu, don't be angry. Who said I didn't prepare a birthday gift? My gift is extremely precious. I fought my way into the Tianqi spirit ruins and battled a gold-grade giant earth bear. It was a life-and-death struggle, but I brought back a peerless treasure. That so-called longevity fruit is utterly worthless in comparison. Luo Tianxiang let out a scornful laugh. Then let's see it. Otherwise, everything you've said is just hot air. Jiang Nan, I won't allow you to say that about yourself. Luo Tianxiang, you motherfucker. Ow, 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 ow. Luo Tianxiang nearly exploded on the spot. Why could Jiang Nan always retort? He fumed. Fine, fine, fine. Let's see what you can actually produce. Can it compare to my yinsong fruit? Jiang Nan said with an air of mystery, let me tell you, my treasure is incredibly powerful. It cures all ailments. It replenishes vital energy and blood. Extremely potent. Absolutely potent. As Jiang Nan spoke, everyone grew curious. Was it really that miraculous? A cure-all? Could it even cure Elder Zhong's lung cancer? Even Zhong's father and mother became intrigued. But Zhong Yingxue knew. Had Jiangnan actually prepared a birthday gift? The banquet had only just been announced to him. If only she had prepared something for him in advance. At this thought, she couldn't help but feel a pang of guilt. Xia Yao was also curious, captivated by Jiang Nan's boasts, eagerly anticipating what he might produce. Then Jiang Nan opened a dimensional space and fumbled inside. Everyone was stunned. Spatial ability. This kid has spatial powers. Even Elder Zhong's expression shifted in surprise. There were fewer than 10 spatial ability users worldwide, and in China only one. Li Daotian. Was Jiang Nan truly a rare spatial user? As everyone was still reeling from this revelation, he finally pulled it out. Clutching it tightly in his palm, he approached the crowd with utmost solemnity. All eyes turned to him in curiosity. Here, Jiang Nan suddenly opened his hand. Everyone was dumbfounded. In his palm lay a ginseng baby no larger than a thumb. It looked severely malnourished, withered and shriveled. Barely a few roots remained. Its appearance was utterly dreadful. It was truly pitiful. Zhong Yingxue covered her face mortified. Xia Yao, Zhong's parents. Elder Zhong. Are you kidding me? Is this ginseng even as big as a spicy stick? And you treat it so preciously. It replenishes vital energy and blood. A cure-all. Go fool someone else. Give us back our curiosity. Luo Tianxiang burst into laughter, nearly choking. Are you messing around? Such a tiny ginseng, and you treasure it like a gem. Can it even fill a tooth gap? Jiang Nan said calmly. It's not enough to fill your tooth gap. Then your tooth gap must be enormous. Luo Tianxiang. That's not what I meant. Damn the tooth gap. The guests joined in the laughter. Xia Yao nudged Jiang Nan and whispered, Hey, are you serious? No one will blame you if you don't have a gift. Jiang Nan replied calmly, Do I look like I'm joking? Xia Yao said, When have you ever been serious? Jiang Nan, do you have to know me so well? Luo Tianxiang sneered, That trash of yours. How can it compare to my yinsong fruit? Replenish vital energy. Cure all ailments. Looks like you dug it up from some vegetable patch. Since you can't produce anything decent, stop making a fool of yourself. Jiang Nan gave a bright smile. What if it works? Luo Tianxiang chuckled scornfully, pointing at the marble table. If it works, he'll eat this table. If not. Xia Yao stared at Jiang Nan intently. Something was off. This routine looked familiar. Last time she bet with Jiang Nan, she fell into the same trap. Fine. If it doesn't work, he'll kneel and call you dad. Jiang Nan declared with full confidence. Luo Tianxiang sneered. You said it. Xia Yao was already pondering how Luo Tianxiang could eat that marble table. Elder Zhong interjected. You're all young, don't let it ruin the harmony. It's the thought that counts. He'll accept it. Jiang Nan grinned. Come on, Elder Zhong. Open wide, Elder Zhong. What? Right now? He felt a bit uneasy. That shriveled ginseng was truly unappetizing. Could it be poisonous? And why was he dragged into their bet? Luo Tianxiang said, Elder, just try it. If it fails, I have the yinsong fruit. Elder Zhong. Damn it. Why are you chiming in? This brat has no tact. Still, he took it reluctantly, put it in his mouth, and chewed. Huh, it's a bit sweet. Zhong's father asked, Dad, how does it feel? Well, no sensation yet. All eyes turned to Jiang Nan. Luo Tianxiang sneered. Where's the effect? Jiang Nan replied. Have you ever taken a laxative and felt it instantly? It takes time. You should know that, right? Luo Tianxiang glared, face reddening. You. Elder Zhong grew uneasy. What? A laxative? Is this ginseng even reliable? Just then the effeminate man Gao Jin stepped forward. I can't stand this anymore. That pathetic ginseng. Are you disrespecting Elder Zhong? Elder, you'll surely like this. Gao Jin produced an exquisitely wrapped ring box and opened it. Inside lay a magnificent blue diamond, the size of a pigeon egg. A diamond this large. The crowd gasped in awe. Wow, is that the famous heart of the ocean? It appeared at an auction in Britain recently, fetching a staggering 70 million. So the Gao family bought it. They're really generous. Luo Tianxiang's expression soured. The heart of the ocean outshone even his yinsong fruit. Jiang Nan objected. Mine is a pathetic ginseng. And this is good. Such a tiny, worthless diamond, not even a full gene, and you dare give it to Elder Zhong. At this, Gao Jin was stunned, as were Zhong's parents. Zhong Yingxue was shocked, while Xia Yao frantically signaled, That's the heart of the ocean. Gao Jin laughed heartily. Not even a gene. Do you measure diamonds by the gene? This is the heart of the ocean. Just stop, you're embarrassing yourself. Jiang Nan pouted. What's so special about the heart of the ocean? So stingy. If that's what you like, why didn't you say so earlier? All this fuss. I've got a big one. He pulled a diamond the size of a human head from his dimensional space and placed it on the table, cracking the marble surface. At that moment, everyone stared at the massive diamond in stunned silence. You could hear a pin drop. Oh, holy cow. Gao Jin's eyes nearly popped out. What the heck? A diamond this huge? Must be 5 gene. So you really measure them by the gene. And it's carved into a lifelike human head. What is this? Does such a diamond even exist in the world? Jiangnan said, please enjoy. What should I call it? The heart of the ocean had such a cool name. He had to come up with one too. Please enjoy. The invincible diamond drill. Gao Jin, did he just make that up? Damn, the invincible diamond drill. Brother, that name is a bit too casual. An indestructible diamond. A 5 gene human head-sized diamond. What the heck? How much would that be worth? Everyone was stunned, their gazes fixed on Jiangnan. Zhong Yingxue and Xia Yao exchanged bewildered glances. Where on earth did Jiangnan get such a massive diamond? They recalled he had mentioned digging it up from a spirit ruin. Could it be true? Gao Jin scoffed, bullshit. My family's in the jewelry business. I've never heard of a diamond this big. The largest one is the Cullinan diamond from South Africa. Over 300 carats, but barely over a gene. Worth $7.5 billion. Yours is 5 gene. Who are you trying to fool? Luo Tianxiang sneered. These days glass can pass for diamonds too. That's about your level. Many guests chimed in. A 5 gene diamond. I'd say it's a glass marble, haha. One moment ginseng, the next glass. This guy's a real piece of work. A street vendor. What good stuff could he have? Jiangnan curled his lip. You've seen little of the world. Just because you haven't seen it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Gao Jin sneered. True or false? Well, know at a glance. I recall Brother Zhong has some expertise in gem appraisal. Care to verify its authenticity? Father Zhong smiled. Then I'll make a fool of myself. He was curious too whether the diamond head was real. He stepped forward and pulled out a set of professional tools from his pocket. He pressed a small magnifying glass to his eye and inspected it closely. Zhong Yingshu's heart tightened. Xia Yao frantically signaled her, it's not really glass, is it? Jiangnan was completely unruffled. Why would I make such a big piece of glass? Xia Yao was shocked. It's really a diamond. Jiangnan shrugged. Father Zhong grew more astonished the longer he looked, his expression turning grave. He stood up and said, it's genuine top-grade quality with no impurities. A single diamond of this size polished into a portrait, its value is incalculable. At these words, everyone was dumbfounded. No one dared doubt Father Zhong's words. He was an authority in the gem world. A 5 gene diamond. Genuine. How was that even possible? Gao Jin's face turned as ugly as if he'd eaten filth. It was actually real. Luo Tiangxiang's head was spinning too. Where did Jiangnan get it? Everyone's gaze toward Jiangnan shifted. With such a treasure, why were you peddling on the street? Young friend, please put it away. Such a precious gem shouldn't be shown to just anyone. Jiangnan said, didn't I say I'm giving it to old Master Zhong? Just keep it. Old Master Zhong's mind went blank for a moment. The Cullinan diamond over a gene was already worth $7.5 billion. How much would this 5 gene indestructible diamond be worth? Old Master Zhong said this is indeed too valuable. Jiangnan waved his hand. Oh, it's nothing. I've got over 200 gene more at home. Everyone nearly spat blood at that. What? There was over 200 gene more. Were you even human? Their worldview was crumbling. Were diamonds now measured by the gene? Xia Yao was speechless. She realized Jiangnan was different, whether it was spirit pearls or diamonds. He measured them by the gene. Hey, where did you get them? Really over 200 gene? Xia Yao whispered. Zhong Yingxue also cast a questioning glance. Didn't I tell you? Dug them up from the spirit ruin, but you didn't believe me. Jiangnan had twisted off the diamond head. That burly man had turned entirely into diamond. Over 200 gene was an understatement. Xia Yao, seeing that Jiangnan truly had no intention of taking it back, Father Zhong said solemnly, young friend, my Zhong family owes you a debt of gratitude. Jiangnan smiled and nodded. Xia Yao glared triumphantly at Gao Jin and Luo Tianxiang. So, nothing to say now? They indeed had nothing to say, grinding their teeth in resentment. Even if they went bankrupt, they couldn't get a 5 gene diamond. Old Master Zhong roared with laughter. Good, good, good. Fine, lad. Truly you can't judge a book by its cover. Jiangnan, what do you mean can't judge a book by its cover? How can't you judge me by my cover? Come on, explain yourself. One moment it's nose is nose, eyes are eyes. The next you can't judge a book by its cover. If you don't know how to compliment someone, just shut up. This old Master Zhong really holds a grudge. Just because I gave you a few bumps on the head. Is it that serious? Gao Jin and Luo Tianxiang were left speechless. Meanwhile, Yu Xiangnan sauntered up with a smile. Her tattered outfit alone drew everyone's attention. Xia Yao immediately covered Jiangnan's eyes. Kids shouldn't look at such things. Jiangnan, damn, if you're going to cover them, fine. But why gouge my eyeballs? Why can't I look? Yu Xiangnan laughed. Old master, you'll surely love this imperial green thumb ring. Just a little trinket, a token of my regard. Old Master Zhong smiled. You're a good girl. Yu Xiangnan smiled sweetly and crouched down. Come, old master. Let me put it on for you. As she crouched, her curvaceous figure was on full display. Several gentlemen quickly averted their eyes, afraid to look further. Jiangnan coughed. 1 gene of diamond. Please open a finger gap. Xia Yao pouted. No way. Don't try to bribe me. Meanwhile, Yu Xiangnan lifted old Master Zhong's hand to slip on the thumb ring. Suddenly, old Master Zhong's eyes bulged. A wave of heat surged to his head, flushing his face crimson. Everyone was startled. What the hell? Why was the old man blushing? Could it be for Yu Xiangnan? Old Master Zhong, a seasoned veteran, managed to suppress the rush of blood. He sensed something was terribly wrong. What the hell was going on? He was over 70 and feeling this way about a young girl. But the more he suppressed it, the stronger it grew. He couldn't hold it in any longer. 2 streams of hot fluid burst from his nostrils. Blood gushed violently, the force so great it snapped his head back. That tilt was disastrous. Father Zhong was startled and lost his grip. The wheelchair, propelled by the immense force of the nosebleed, shot backward. Thus a rocket wheelchair powered by nosebleed appeared on the scene. And it was even in reverse. The wheelchair finally jammed against the steps, and old Master Zhong tumbled head over heels. This sudden spectacle left everyone stunned. After a full 10 seconds of silence, someone exclaimed in awe, Old Master Zhong is fierce. Still vigorous in old age. Still vigorous. Over 70 and still so fiery. Impressive, impressive. Miss Yu is truly a temptress. Even old Master Zhong at 70 plus couldn't resist. That nosebleed sure had some kick. TSK, TSK, TSK. Yu Xiangnan stood frozen, utterly embarrassed. The image of the old man's nosebleed was still replaying in her mind. Such a vivid impression. Could the old man really have feelings for her? This. What should she do? Old Master Zhong exploded. He sprang up with a carp-like leap, clutching his nose, and roared, to hell with still vigorous in old age. What kind of damn ginseng was this? The after effect was too strong. Resentment from Zhongshan 1000. Resentment from Zhongshan. Jiang Nan snickered to himself. How dare you say appearances are deceiving? How dare you say my nose is a nose and my eyes are eyes? Damn it all. Watching the list of resentment values refresh wildly, it felt so satisfying. Jiang Nan finally felt at ease. At this moment, old Master Zhong was covered in blood. It was quite terrifying. Even covering it with his hands couldn't stop the blood from gushing through his fingers like a small showerhead. Old Master Zhong panicked. In his 70-plus years, he had never seen nosebleed flow like this. It was more powerful than a high-pressure water gun. In just a short while, he had lost 2 or 3 gene of blood. Could he really die like this? Turning his birthday into a Memorial Day. That would be just too ridiculous. Damn, the nosebleed still won't stop. How many years has old Master Zhong been holding back? His wife passed away early. All these years alone, old Master Zhong is truly pitiable. He never found a companion for himself. What a good man. TSK, TSK, TSK. He's over 70, you know. Old Master Zhong. Am not holding back anything, you bastards. He had utterly lost face today. What terrible timing. Had it to flare up, just as Miss Yu knelt to put the thumb ring on him. The Zhong couple was also awkward, wondering what was wrong with their old man. Quick, call an ambulance. At this rate of blood loss, he won't last much longer. Dying from a nosebleed. That's a rather pathetic way to go, I must say. Then old Master Zhong said, to hell with the ambulance. Everyone come back. I feel great right now. Everyone, Gao Jin said, this must not be taken lightly. It could very well be a final burst of vitality. Get to the hospital immediately. Old Master Zhong, can't you watch your mouth? A final burst of vitality, my ass. Old Master Zhong let out a loud shout. I said I'm fine. Bring me a teacup. He stopped covering his nose, letting the blood spurt freely. The blood sprayed into the teacup with a splashing sound, leaving everyone utterly stunned. In less than 2 minutes, a large teacup was filled. Then he took another large teacup to continue collecting. Luo Tianxiang seized the opportunity and pointed at Jiang Nan, cursing. Tell me, was it you? Did you intentionally harm old Master Zhong? What kind of devilish thing did you feed him? Instantly, everyone's eyes were fixed on Jiang Nan. Their gazes were hostile. After all, this was no small matter. If something truly went wrong, it would be disastrous. Jiang Nan shrugged, making a mountain out of a molehill. This is a good thing. I told you it replenishes blood and qi, and it's incredibly potent. Everyone was speechless. Isn't this too much of a replenishment? It's way too potent, isn't it? Could that tiny ginseng really be so effective? Old Master Zhong's face darkened. I've fallen for your tricks today. Jiang Nan chuckled. Don't mind the details. The important thing is your health, sir. It's no empty claim to cure all ailments. Why not give it a try? Zhongshan was taken aback, suddenly remembering that he had just sprung up like a carp. A man over 70 can still do a carp leap. In disbelief, he held the teacup and under everyone's astonished gaze performed a backflip. The Zhong couple was shocked. Zhong Yingxue and Xia Yao also covered their mouths in surprise. Was this really not a dream? Even Jiang Nen was dumbfounded. Old master, you're way too showy. Call off your divine powers. You're awesome. You're awesome, all right. Let's at least respect the laws of nature, okay? A backflip at over 70, and not a single drop of nosebleed spilled from the teacup. He must have been quite skilled in his youth. Before everyone could recover from the shock, old master Zhong took a deep breath, then exhaled. He froze completely. I think I'm cured. As soon as he said this, everyone was stunned. They naturally understood what Zhongshan meant. Cured? He meant the cancer was gone. Zhong's father stammered, Really cured? Zhong Yingshu's voice trembled with tension. Grandpa Zhong, are you sure? Zhongshan nodded affirmatively. He knew his own body best. Previously, with terminal lung cancer, even breathing was painful. But now his breath was smooth and powerful, and he was full of energy. It felt as if all illnesses had left him. It even made him feel like he had regained his youth. Except for this nosebleed, which was truly embarrassing. Tears glistened in Zhong Yingshu's eyes as she threw herself into Zhongshan's arms, her face beaming with joy. Zhong's father said with immense gratitude, young friend, this medicine is a second lease on life for my father and our Zhong family. Our family will never forget this kindness. If you have any requests, please don't hesitate to ask, whether it's money or anything else. As long as I can do it. Old Master Zhong waved his hand and said, forget it. He didn't do it for that. Zhong's father smiled wryly. I was being shallow. If he could casually give away a 5-carat diamond, how could Jiang Nan be short of money? Jiang Nan. What the hell? I am exactly that shallow. What do you mean not for that? I did it for that. How am I not short of money? I am. I want cash. I want money. Old master, are you doing this on purpose? Do you have to be so considerate? You've misunderstood. Jiang Nan was fuming inside, but since he had said that, what else could he do? It's nothing, it's the least I could do. As long as Xiao Xue is happy. Zhong Yingshu's heart melted, and she looked at Jiang Nan with eyes full of tenderness. This precious ginseng, which he had risked his life to bring from the Lingshu. He gave it away for free to treat the old master. How could she not be moved? Looking at Zhong Yingshu's gaze, Jiang Nan couldn't help but feel a bit guilty. Indeed, women are masters of overthinking. It wasn't actually as hard as she imagined. I just got it from a lucky draw. At that moment, Luo Tianxiang, seeing the look Zhong Yingxue gave, Jiang Nan trembled with rage. He was so angry he almost ground his teeth to dust. A ginseng that cured lung cancer. And that 5-carat diamond. Compared to Jiang Nan, his own yinsang fruit was utterly worthless. Just then Jiang Nan walked over to the marble table. He tapped it with his finger. Eating this raw would probably break my teeth. How about we grind it into powder and drink it with water? What do you say, young Master Luo? I'll add a special dish for you tonight. Let me tell you, this dish is rock hard. Luo Tianxiang's forehead veins bulged, and his face turned red with anger. A brand new marble tabletop. How could this dish not be hard? It was damn hard. Grind it into powder and drink it. So he really had to eat it, huh? Luo Tianxiang glanced around, and all eyes were on him. Their stares made him feel utterly humiliated. It was even more unbearable than the time he had to use the elevator bathroom. He was filled with regret. Jiang Nan, a mere street vendor. How did he come by such good things? Why had he been so impulsive as to make that bet with him? Just you wait, it'll make your life hell at Songjiang Lingwu. With that, he strode out of the banquet hall, without looking back, too ashamed to stay any longer. Jiang Nan said calmly, Old Master Zhong, a man like that is hardly worthy of Xiao Xue, is he? Whatever the Luo family can give, yours I Jiang Nan can give too. What they can't give, I Jiang Nan can still provide. At these words, the entire hall fell silent. Jiang Nan's words silenced the entire hall. His tone brimmed with confidence, even a hint of arrogance. Yet one had to admit that what he said was the truth. A spatial ability user rare in the world. His stage was not Jiangqing, but the entire world. In the end, it was old Master Zhong who let out a long sigh. Xiao Xue was adopted by me. She has no blood ties to the Zhong family. I don't have many years left to live. If I die, Xiaoxu's days in the Zhong family won't be easy. I thought to pair her with the Luo family. With the Luo family support at least, she wouldn't be bullied. This mess keeps growing, and all sorts of troublemakers have appeared. At this, old Master Zhong cast a glance at the Zhong couple. They hung their heads in shame. The Zhong family's fortunes were built by Zhongshan himself, so he naturally understood these intricacies. As it turns out, I still have quite some time to live. I won't meddle in you young folks' affairs anymore. Do as you please. Zhongshan patted Jiang Nan on the shoulder, and the two locked eyes. They both understood the meaning in each other's gaze. However, the nosebleed gushing from Zhongshan's nostrils was truly a distraction for Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan beamed a radiant smile. Rest assured, old master. Zhong Yingxue could no longer hold back her tears, biting her lower lip as she wiped them away. The sight of her was truly pitiful, and Xia Yao stepped forward to comfort her. Old Master Zhong had spoken. It had finally unraveled the knot that had been in Zhong Yingshu's heart all these years. How could she not be moved? Everything Jiang Nan had done was for her sake. On ordinary days, Jiang Nan was always joking, making him both endearing and infuriating. But without her noticing, he had resolved one troubling matter after another. He had never let anyone down. Her heart melted. She really wanted to hug Jiang Nan and cherish him. But with so many people around, Zhong Yingxue was too shy. At that moment, everyone's gaze toward Jiang Nan had changed. Curing old Master Zhong's cancer was a debt of gratitude akin to a new lease on life for the Zhong family. The two pats on his shoulder spoke volumes. Old Master Zhong said darkly, "By the way, will this nosebleed ever stop?" In just a short while, he had already filled 8 large tea mugs. If you want to donate blood, head surely get a little medal. Jiang Nan, don't mind the details, man. Every guy has his days. Old Master Zhong. Xia Yao. Haha mm. She was suppressing her laughter so hard her face turned red and her whole body was shaking. She was even pinching her own thigh. Must not laugh. Absolutely must not laugh out loud. Old Master Zhong had his pride after all. Resentment from Zhong Shan 1000. Even though he cured my cancer, I should be overwhelmed with gratitude. But why do I feel like punching him? The banquet lasted until after 10 o'clock and old Master Zhong left early. In the end, he still went to the hospital with his tea mug. Not because he was afraid of dying from the nosebleed, but to get a thorough checkup. When the results came out, even the doctor was stunned. No illness at all, and he was in excellent health. The doctor had never seen such a healthy man in his 70s. After the banquet, Jiang Nan and Xia Yao were waiting early in the car. Zhong Yingxue was still seeing off guests with her parents. Jiang Nan sat in the car, feeling restless. He kept looking down at the time. Yeah, 1043, still early, still early. No rush. Xia Yao looked at him curiously. Why do you keep checking the time? In a hurry to get home. Jiang Nan put on a serious expression. There's a promise I have to fulfill. It's my duty, my mission. Xia Yao. What the hell? It's so late, where are you going? Jiang Nan, to finish my unfinished business. Xia Yao suddenly thought of something and sneered. You're not going to see that, you Shangnan, are you? TSK, TSK, TSK. I knew she kept staring at you. Jiang Nan's face flushed. You're talking nonsense. Damn, did Xia Yao have a dog's nose? How did she figure it out? Women are terrifying. Xia Yao grinned mischievously. Talking nonsense. Then why is your face so red? Jiang Nan, I drank too much. Xia Yao rolled her eyes. A man who downed 107 bottles, and you're telling me you're drunk? Go fool a ghost. Why are you sweating so much? Jiang Nan, it's too hot in the car. The air conditioner is on. Do you think the AC in my Rolls Royce is just for show? Come on, spill it. Jiang Nan, I can't take it anymore. If she kept asking, he'd be exposed. He glanced at the time, 1100 sharp. Wait for me. Then he teleported away in an instant. Xia Yao stared wide-eyed. Hey, are you really going? Stupid Jiang Nan. In room 69 of the Century Hotel, Yu Xiangnan's mind was in turmoil. Her thoughts were a mess. Oh dear, will he come or not? And she had mistaken him for a waiter. How annoying. He cured old Master Zhong's illness, and he's so handsome. He probably won't come, right? A man like him must despise a woman like me. But what if he does come? Oh, this is driving me crazy. Just as Yu Xiangnan was lost in thought, she heard the door lock, click, followed by footsteps. Yu Xiangnan, did Jiang Nan really come? Her face turned as red as a big apple, and she was incredibly nervous. Then she steeled herself. Since you're here, what's there to do? Shall we start now? Jiang Nan nodded eagerly. Start, let me find a video for you to watch. Yu Xiangnan, we need to watch a video. Jiang Nan pulled out his phone and opened Luo Tianxiang's video. Yu Xiangnan stared in shock at Luo Tianxiang appearing on the screen, her expression gradually souring. Yu Xiangnan, ugh. Sigma ugh. Turn it off. It's disgusting. Yu Xiangnan retched, feeling the stench even through the screen. Jiang Nan smirked. Now you see what kind of person he is, right? You need to be careful. That guy's not normal. One day he might. Ugh. With that, he teleported away without a trace. Yu Xiangnan, what the hell? You came to my room at 11 at night just to show me Luo Tianxiang's elevator pooping video. And I was agonizing over this for so long. How embarrassing. Are you even human? Resentment from Yu Xiangnan 1000. The next moment, Jiang Nan appeared instantly in the car. By then, Zhong Yingxue had also returned. Xia Yao looked stunned. That was fast. She said disdainfully, only 3 minutes. You. Jiang Nan. Damn. What do you mean 3 minutes? What's with the ugh? Zhong Yingxue asked curiously. Where did Xiao Nan go? Xia Yao chuckled slyly. Ask Xiao Nan. Only 3 minutes. TSK, TSK, TSK. Jiangnan protested. What 3 minutes? I went to see Yu Xiangnan and showed her Luo Tianxiang's video. What did you think I went for? Uff, your thoughts are filthy. Xia Yao was stunned then blushed. He went all the way there late at night just to show Yu Xiangnan Luo Tianxiang's video. Uff, ha ha. I was wrong. It's my fault. Xiaonan, you are so wicked. Ha ha. Zhong Yingxue was bewildered. What video? Jiang Nan and Xia Yao said in unison, secret. Zhong Yingxue. Jiang Nan certainly couldn't show the video to Zhong Yingxue. That would be an affront to her eyes. Watching Jiang Nan and Xia Yao snickering, Zhong Yingxue felt a headache coming on. Were they up to some mischief behind her back again? Let's go. Time to head home. Jiang Nan chirped, alrighty. Let's roll. Seated in the passenger seat, Zhong Yingxue watched Jiang Nan's adept driving and couldn't help but say, Xiaonan, I want to learn how to drive too. Xia Yao was taken aback. Shue, don't you already have a license? Why learn to drive? Zhong Yingxue blushed. Having a license and knowing how to drive are two different things. Now that Xiaonan has joined our team, we can bring a car into the spirit realm. You two can drive, but I can't. I want to learn. Xia Yao chuckled, great. They'll teach you. Jiang Nan rolled his eyes. Better not, you big wildcat. You'd give the car wings and take off. You never watch the road when you drive. He couldn't help but recall the grievously scraped undercarriage of the Koenigsegg Blue Ghost. You stinky Jiang Nan. They'll kill you. Resentment from Xia Yao 1000. No. I'm driving. Meanwhile, in the Century Hotel guest room, Luo Tianxiang was in the room smashing things like a madman. He roared at the sky with reddened eyes. Such was the epitome of impotent rage. Just then the phone suddenly rang. Hey son, is that girl you with you? Luo Tianxiang was startled. What does dad want with cousin? Luo father said, tell you to come to the company tomorrow. We have a billion-yuan deal to discuss with her family. This trip is partly for Patriarch Zhong's birthday banquet and partly for this business. Don't neglect her, understand? Luo Tianxiang was stunned. $1 billion? Holy shit. That was no small sum. He thumped his chest. Don't worry, dad. Leave it to me. Luo father's face darkened. Leave it to you, my ass. For you I had to replace the company elevator. What sin did I commit in my past life? How did I end up with such a troublesome son? Meanwhile, Jiang Nan had just left. Yu Xiangnan recalled the scene moments ago, her pretty face flushed crimson. It was utterly mortifying, but thinking about the video's content. Ugh, what interest was left? Knock, knock, knock. A knock came at the door. Yu Xiangnan frowned slightly. Who could be looking for her at this hour? Had Jiang Nan come back? At this thought, a hint of excitement stirred within her. She hurried to open the door. Luo Tianxiang, cousin, dad said. Yu Xiangnan. Her expression was pure terror. She couldn't help but step back, covering her mouth. Ugh. Luo Tianxiang. What the hell? Really? She threw up just seeing me. Was he that ugly? At the very least, it wasn't so bad as to make her vomit on sight. Cousin, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? He moved to enter. Yu Xiangnan took 2 more steps back and quickly waved him off. Get out. Don't come in. You're utterly disgusting. If there's nothing, just leave. Ugh. Luo Tianxiang. Disgusting. What was disgusting about him? His face darkened completely. Everything was fine at the hotel earlier. Why was she so repulsed now? Cousin, dad said there's a $1 billion deal to discuss with you. He wants you to come to the company tomorrow. Yu Xiangnan, get lost. I don't know anyone as disgusting as you. What deal? You were in the company elevator. Ugh, I'm not going to your company. It's revolting. Get lost. I feel sick just looking at you. Don't contact me anymore. I don't have a cousin as disgusting as you. Bang. The door slammed shut. Luo Tianxiang was frozen to the spot. The elevator incident. How did she know? Had Jiang Nan shown her the video? The look of disgust in her eyes was as if she were staring at a pile of shit. The deal was off. $1 billion. A whole billion. Luo Tianxiang nearly exploded with rage. His entire reputation was utterly ruined. And Jiang Nan went to his cousin's room this late. Could nothing have happened? He didn't believe it himself. And he even showed her the video of me in the elevator. Luo Tianxiang was completely shattered. Jiang Nan. I will never rest until you're destroyed. His roar echoed through the entire hotel. Hey son, did you inform her? Dad, the $1 billion deal is off. Luo father, what the fuck? You little bastard ill. Click, click, click. Luo Tianxiang hung up his face, a picture of utter despair. Back in his room, Jiang Nan was pouring super potion into a mineral water bottle. He was also patiently tying spiritual chives into little heart shapes. He hadn't had much chance to set up his stall lately, having been in the spirit realm. His skill points and resentment values were nearly depleted. Jiang Nan was eager to see what new treasures would appear after the beauty pill. So he planned to make a killing during the summer break. Tomorrow was Valentine's Day, perfect. Chives plus super potion would surely sell like hotcakes. He wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth. What could ease his worries? Only a sudden windfall. So he pulled out his phone and posted on Weibo. Nanshin from iPhone 11 Pro Max. Rain or shine, it'll be at the night market. Tomorrow at 5. See you at the university town. Image, it was a meme of hands forming a heart. The comments section below went wild. I've been waiting for you until the flowers have wilted. I can't hand in my homework lately. I can't live without those chives. Moving to the university town. Got new goods. Looking forward to it. That picture is so suggestive, damn. I can already smell the gunpowder. Raleigh's. Yesterday, I ate chives with super potion, then took a soybean to detox. Guess what happened? Did you blow up halfway through? Are you still alive, bro? Reading this, replied Jiang. Nan's expression gradually turned to horror. Holy shit. This guy is tough. Super potion chives plus soybeans. Jiang Nan pictured the scene, then shuddered violently, covering his face. Why on earth would you eat detox soybeans for no reason? That guy replied, yeah. Girlfriend's gone. House is sold. Say no more, the hospital Wi-Fi is pretty fast. But the guy who bought my house insisted on giving me 20 grand and asked how I ended up plastered on the ceiling. Jiang Nan. Holy shit. Was it that potent? He got blasted onto the ceiling. You could only imagine how desperate that guy's girlfriend must have been. Scared, Jiang Nan quickly turned off his phone. Would he get beaten to death setting up his stall tomorrow? Thinking about it, the stall fee wasn't paid in vain. No matter what, nothing could stop me from setting up my stall. Jiang Nan loved the little coins more than anything. Early the next morning, Jiang Nan rose at dawn, prepared the potent potion, and indulged in a luxurious bath. He was in his room absorbing the spirit bead. Before long, Xia Yao's voice rang out, Xiao Nan. I forgot my towel. Fetch it for me, it's in the second compartment of my wardrobe. Jiang Nan rolled his eyes, unwilling to stir. Raising his hand, he opened a spatial rift and drew a towel from Xia Yao's room. Then opening it again into the bathroom, he handed it over. Xia Yao was humming a cheerful tune, reveling in the exhilaration of her enhanced physique. As for the desertification of the land, she had long since forgotten it. Just then Xia Yao suddenly felt a tap on her shoulder. Startled, she whirled around. There a hand materialized out of thin air, holding a towel and waving it about. Here, terror flooded Xia Yao's eyes. As if she had seen a ghost, she sprang from the bathtub. Thighs. Sure enough, within half a minute the sound of running footsteps echoed from the living room. Thump, thump, thump. Xia Yao, clad only in a sports vest, burst into Jiang Nan's room. Her fair skin still bore glistening droplets of water, and her silver hair was damp. Her face was filled with curiosity. Xiao Nan, what was that just now? Your spirit skill? How did your hand emerge from the bathroom? Jiang Nan flashed a brilliant smile and reopened the spatial rift. His hand appeared behind Xia Yao, and as she stared in astonishment, closed the door. Xia Yao. The Void Koi's spatial rift can currently be opened freely within a 300-meter range. Xia Yao, a real spatial spirit skill. But doesn't the nation restrict spatial spirit beads? How did you get one? Jiang Nan snickered. I've got connections up top. Xia Yao pouted, unconvinced, then warned. Don't you dare open spatial rifts carelessly. Got it. To prevent you from sneaking up on Shueshue and me at night. Jiang Nan rolled his eyes. With your sleeping posture, even if I did sneak in, you wouldn't wake up. Xia Yao blushed, recalling the time she had been wrapped up like a zongzi. Resentment from Xia Yao 666. She ground her teeth in vexation. Let you be cocky. Today I'm going to teach you a proper lesson. Show you what it means to be a real beast. Come here and be my sparring partner. Jiang Nan. Sparring partner? What the heck? Xia Yao dragged him all the way to the third floor of the villa, where a hidden wonderland awaited. Aside from a plethora of fitness equipment, a soft wrestling mat occupied the center. Zhong Yingxue was also there in her workout gear, sweating profusely on the treadmill, and she smiled at them. Jiang Nan's expression turned serious. The achievements of Xia Yao and Zhong Yingxue at Songjiang Lingwu weren't for nothing. They must have trained hard day and night. Xia Yao was brimming with excitement, assuming a fighting stance on the mat, radiating vigor. Come, big sis will teach you a lesson. The loser gets flicked on the forehead. Jiang Nan flashed a sinister smile, perking up. Are you serious? Seeing his smile, Xia Yao had a foreboding feeling. No spirit skills allowed. No teleporting either. Jiang Nan, fine. Xia Yao grinned, brimming with confidence. As a close combat fighter, she had profound skill in hand-to-hand combat. It wasn't just talk. 3 years of countless forays into the spirit ruins had honed her techniques through real combat. Today she was determined to teach Jiang Nan a lesson, to reclaim her dominance, to flick him 100 times on the forehead. Xia Yao lunged with blinding speed, a silver phantom. Her fist flew straight at Jiang Nan's eye socket. Jiang Nan was startled. So fast, but not fast enough. He stepped forward, bending low. Using his shoulder to brace against Xia Yao's abdomen, he wrapped his arms around her waist as the pivot point. With a powerful thrust from his rear leg, he spun behind her. Then with a sudden lift, he executed a vertical suplex. Xia Yao felt the world spin, and before she knew it, she was slammed onto the ground. As she tried to rise, Jiang Nan's legs locked her arm and pulled it taut. Kimura lock. Xia Yao. What the heck? How can I not move? Zhong Yingxue was also stunned. She forgot to turn off the treadmill and stumbled, nearly falling off. She knew Xia Yao's capabilities in close quarters. Almost no one could match her. Yet in less than 3 seconds, she had been subdued by Jiang Nan. How could his close combat skills be so formidable? His movements, his reactions, flawless. Give up, eh? Xia Yao's pretty face flushed. That round doesn't count, I wasn't warmed up. Again. The moment Jiang Nan released her, her little fist flew straight at his eye socket. Oh, playing dirty. Jiang Nan caught her fist and executed a swift back carry. Shoulder throw. Xia Yao felt as if her hip joint was about to shatter from the impact. Her face contorted in pain. Before she could react, Jiang Nan locked her in a death chokehold. Xia Yao helplessly tapped his arm. Wow. Did you hack the system? How can you be this strong? Where did you learn that? Xia Yao was going crazy. She had planned to teach Jiang Nan a harsh lesson. But instead, she was the one being used as a human punching bag. A spatial-type controller being this formidable in close combat. Was that even fair? Jiang Nan hee not telling. Xia Yao pouted. I won't accept it. I'm determined to flick your forehead today. She struggled to her feet, and spiritual energy surged around her. Zhong Yingxue quickly called out, Xiao Yao. You. Xia Yao underwent a complete transformation. Her beautiful eyes turned into silver-slit pupils. Furry wolf ears sprouted from the top of her head, and 3 silver stripes appeared on each cheek like whiskers. Her nails grew sharp, and her figure became even more curvaceous. A fluffy silvery white wolf tail grew from behind Xia Yao. It was beastification. Jiang Nan. He was utterly mesmerized. Furry wolf ears. A long silver wolf tail swaying behind her. Her figure became even more explosive, her muscle lines more defined. Jiang Nan's mind exploded. A beast-eared girl. A big-tailed wolf. It was irresistibly cute. So this was Xia Yao's beastification. Oh my god. Jiang Nan's mind went completely blank. Seizing the opportunity, Xia Yao charged forward and slammed her fist into his eye socket. After aiming for so long, she had finally succeeded. Haha, daydreaming were you? Jiang Nan clutched his eye, one socket bruised black. Damn, he had fallen for the classic blunder all men make. He composed himself and declared solemnly, I've decided. No more forehead flicks. If I win, I want to touch your wolf tail. Xia Yao's face flushed crimson. In your dreams. You have to beat me first. Zhong Yingxue covered her face. Who would have thought that Xia Yao would go as far as to use a half-beast transformation just to defeat Jiang Nan? Wasn't this simply bullying a straightforward man? Jiang Nan's expression was dead serious. He wanted nothing else but to fulfill his dream of touching the tail of a beast-eared girl. For a man's dream, he could unleash boundless power. Xia Yao's half-beast transformation elevated her physical capabilities entirely, granting her a speed so swift that Jiang Nan could barely track her movements. Skill points added 1,000. Skill achievement hand-to-hand combat intermediate LV0. For the sake of touching that tail, Jiang Nan was giving it his all, as well pouring every last remaining skill point into the effort. Yet even so, Xia Yao still brought him considerable pressure. Zhong Yingxue watched from the side, utterly transfixed. However, as she observed Jiang Nan's movements and techniques, she was completely stunned. It was as if Jiang Nan possessed precognition. He could predict the direction of Xia Yao's attacks based solely on her initial gestures. Then he would dodge with effortless grace, even taking the opportunity to stroke Xia Yao's fluffy wolf ears a couple of times. Aya, it'll blacken your other eye too. Come on then, come on. Zhong Yingxue smiled wryly. Must you be so mischievous? But the skills Jiang Nan displayed next were truly alarming. Facing Xia Yao's assault, Jiang Nan didn't dodge in the slightest. Instead, he followed her momentum and flung her away, deflecting 1,000 pounds with a mere 4 ounces. His movements seemed to blend ancient martial arts, street fighting, MMA, and Muay Thai, his techniques shifting unpredictably, like an antelope hanging its horns on a branch, untraceable and elusive. Yet he wielded it all with the relaxed ease of a grandmaster. Zhong Yingxue was completely captivated, unwilling to look away for even a moment. How did Jiang Nan come to possess such skill? How old was he? Just how many more surprises would Jiang Nan give her? She had no idea how much time had passed. Xia Yao was now drenched in fragrant sweat, panting heavily. Glistening beads of sweat trickled down her cheeks, and her silver hair was damp and clinging. Throughout the entire bout, aside from the initial hit that landed on Jiang Nan's eye socket, she hadn't touched him again. She estimated she wouldn't be able to land a blow even if they fought until morning. She couldn't help but exclaim in frustration, "I'm done. Go ahead and touch." With that, she turned around and offered her tail to Jiangnan. Jiangnan stared at the fluffy silver tail and couldn't help but swallow hard. "I am really going to touch it now." Xiaoyao rolled her eyes. "Oh, just touch it if I tell you to. A bet is a bet." But then she turned her head and said, "But after you touch it, you have to take responsibility. I want to learn your close combat techniques." Zhong Yingxue quickly added, "I want to learn too." Jiangnan puffed out his chest and said, "No problem." Gazing at the white wolf tail before him, Jiangnan's expression melted. A beast-eared girl. This was his ultimate dream, damn it. He never thought it would be presented right in front of him like this. For a moment, Jiangnan was at a loss. But Xia Yao grew impatient and said crossly, "Oh, come on. Just touch it already. It's so embarrassing." Xia Yao's pretty face was flushed crimson as she urged him on. Jiangnan took a deep breath, placed his hand on the tail, and began to stroke it. Wow. So soft. Wow. So fluffy and comfortable. Wow. Wolf tails are amazing. Xia Yao furrowed her brows, her fur standing on end, her face reddening all the way to the roots of her ears. Jiangnan. It was just a touch of the tail. Was such a big reaction really necessary? At that moment, Jiangnan grew curious about where exactly the tail grew from during beast transformation. Was it an extension of the coccyx? Jiangnan pondered this as he continued stroking the tail. Then his expression turned serious. "Let me see what the principle behind this tail is." With that, he lifted the wolf tail, intending to flip it up. "Xiaoyao, how dare you?" She instantly canceled her beast transformation, her face burning bright red. She raised her little fist and swung it straight at Jiangnan's other eye socket. Jiangnan's eyes widened. Oh, a sneak attack. Instinctively, he opened a spatial wormhole right in front of his eye. Xia Yao's small fist punched straight into it, only to emerge from the other side. It struck her own eye socket, instantly turning it black and blue. "Xia Yao, Xiaonan, he'll strangle you." With that, she lunged at Jiangnan like a hungry wolf pouncing on its prey. Jiangnan looked guilty at him. "I'm going to set up my stall." With a teleport, he vanished without a trace. Xia Yao turned back, looking pitifully at Zhong Yingxue. "Xue, is my eye socket black?" Zhong Yingxue covered her face, puffed. "It's not very black." "Xia Yao, how infuriating." "Xiaonan, you just wait." "Hey, big guy, I'm going to set up the stall. Come over, let's meet at the university town." "Got it, Nange. Be right there." Wu Liang was also puzzled. Why did Jiangnan call for him when he was setting up his stall? The two met up at the university town. Wu Liang stared at Jiangnan's blackened eye socket in shock. "What happened, Nange? Who gave you that shiner?" Jiangnan smiled bitterly. "Domestic violence. Pure domestic violence." But touching the tail wasn't a bad deal, right? It was just that he didn't dare go home right now. Otherwise, he'd definitely be bitten to death by that wild dog Xia Yao. But that didn't stop Jiangnan from earning some pocket money. Calling Wu Liang over was part of Jiangnan's plan. That night, the foot traffic at the university town night market tripled. It was so crowded that people were packed shoulder to shoulder, all because of Jiangnan. As soon as the two appeared, the entire university town night market erupted. "Holy shit. Nanshun, what happened to your eye socket? Quick, make way for him. We've been waiting." Even with a black eye, he can't hide his handsomeness. "I'm totally in love. I don't know why. But it's kind of satisfying to see." "Jiangnan, can we stop talking about the eye socket? This is an iron fist of love, understand?" As soon as Jiangnan appeared, the originally crowded crowd instantly parted to make way for him. It led straight to his stall, and several streamers had already set up their phone stands ready to ride the wave of popularity. Su Yuan was the first among them. Wu Liang was stunned. Was Jiangnan's influence really this terrifying? He was just setting up a stall. "Are you sure this isn't some kind of cult?" "The stall cult." Jiangnan spread out his stall cloth, sat down on his little stool, and put on sale strength potion, detox little soybeans, spiritual energy chives, and Hulk brand underwear. Moreover, the spiritual energy chives were tied into little heart shapes and hung from the mouths of strength potion bottles. A bundle deal. But the most eye-catching item was still the Hulk brand underwear. There was such a wide variety and so many styles. Jiangnan yelled out enthusiastically, Come. Fresh new products are hot off the press. Hulk brand shorts. Unbreakable, unrippable. Your bro might betray you, your girlfriend might betray you, but your shorts will never betray you. Price 10,000 each. The crowd, it's just a pair of shorts. You've made it sound like the most amazing thing in the world. What kind of wild words are these? Do you have to have a sales pitch for everything? 10,000 each. Is this a pair of golden shorts? Unbreakable, unrippable. Are you planning to pass them down as a family heirloom? As Jiangnan unveiled his new product, the crowd erupted in boos. The few female streamers brought by Su Yuan to leech off his popularity wore expressions of deep disappointment. The livestream comments exploded. Nan Shun has finally lost his touch. He hasn't set up shop in so long I thought he was cooking up something big. A few scraps of cloth for 10,000. Do they really think we're fools? Nan Shun is starting to cash in on cheap tricks. His shorts used to be $10 for 2 pairs. And now 10,000. Su Yuan chimed in. Nan Shun, I brought people to support you. These ladies came all this way for you, don't let them down. The female streamers behind him pouted, yet their cheeks flushed as they eyed the pile of shorts on the stall. Are we just out of touch with the trends? This is way too wild. Jiang Nan sneered, what do you know? Big guy. Full beast transformation. Wu Liang finally understood why Jiang Nan had brought him along. He could show off his impressive physique again. The thought filled Wu Liang with excitement. Sure thing. With a single rip sound. Under everyone's stunned gaze, Wu Liang, who was nearly 2 meters tall, transformed into a massive 4-meter black bear. His jeans and tight t-shirt burst apart. It delivered an unparalleled visual shock. At that moment, silence fell over the entire crowd. Onlookers stood petrified, their jaws nearly hitting the ground. Oh, my eyes. What the hell? What did I just witness? Damn, my worldview. It's completely shattered. How much study material will I need to heal my traumatized soul? Jiang Nan was also dumbfounded. Something's not right. This wasn't the intended effect. He turned around and saw a sight he would never forget: a 4-meter-tall black bear. Wearing a Pikachu-themed pair of triangle shorts. Wu Liang's bare face beamed with an arrogant smile as he struck a bodybuilding pose, flexing his biceps. Jiang Nan's eyes widened. Damn, how did he switch back to Pikachu? Quick, change back. If he didn't head scare the neighbor's kids to tears. Wu Liang reverted to human form. A wave of gasps swept through the crowd. A 2-meter-tall iron tower of a muscular man paired with Pikachu was absolutely explosive. Wu Liang reveled in the attention. Yes, this is the feeling of being the center of the world. Thrilling. Jiang Nan was speechless. Has Wu Liang awakened yet another strange obsession? After the shirt-ripping maniac and the triangle shorts tough guy, he now had a social butterfly attribute. What the hell? Su Yuan and the 2 streamers were also stunned. What kind of bizarre stunt was this? The livestream comments went into a frenzy. I lack the words, so a single damn will have to do. All that's missing is a stripper pole. The Bulgarian king of the undead has found his successor. Jiang Nan seized the moment. See that? Everyone see that. These shorts are a godsend for beast transformation ability users. They let you transform freely in battle without any awkwardness. The must-have little triangle for tough guys. Cute girls won't escape. Even the Hulk approves. No worries about being stylish. 10,000 a pair, no big deal. Instantly outshine the campus queen and king. Jiang Nan rattled off his slogans, leaving the crowd dizzy with desire. To back up Jiang Nan's hype, Wu Liang repeatedly performed full beast transformations, showing off his muscles from every angle. At that moment, the onlookers were genuinely tempted. Since this was a university town, many students had beast transformation abilities. They all shared the same problem as Wu Liang. And these Hulk brand shorts perfectly solved their issue. Look at Wu Liang. Despite such a drastic transformation, his Pikachu shorts clung perfectly to his form. Damn it. Give me 2 pairs. For rotation. Me. I want some 2-3 pairs. A handsome guy said give me 1 pair. Jiang Nan was taken aback. 1 pair isn't enough, bro. Don't you need a spare? The guy replied, when the front gets dirty, I can just wear them inside out. Jiang Nan looked horrified. What the hell? What kind of person is this? Forget I said anything. With Wu Liang's demonstration, the Hulk brand shorts sold like hotcakes. The 2 female streamers who came with Su Yuan crouched down to browse. They looked at Jiang Nan and asked, Nan Shin, don't girls get a discount? I want to pick this one. The girl grabbed a chibi Marukakan pair. Discount? No way. What's a girl? Is a girl as good as money? Don't be so heartless. He'll wear them at home and send you a photo. Can you just give me 1 pair for free? The streamer gave him a flirtatious look, sending him seductive signals. Su Yuan was shocked. Damn, this good fortune. As he imagined it, he quickly covered his nose. This works. Jiang Nan straightened his face. A discount can be arranged. If you try them on here, I'll give them to you for free. The streamer was bewildered. Try them on here. Are you serious? With all these people? I'd be seen completely. You're so bad. Resentment from Li Qin 666. Su Yuan chuckled, little Qin, I'll pay for them. Just send me the photo when you get home, okay? Li Qin shot Su Yuan a glance. In your dreams. Su Yuan was confused. Why? Why can you show Jiang Nan, but not me? I'm paying for it. Jiang Nan flashed a brilliant smile. Want to know the difference between you and me? Su Yuan was taken aback. What is it? Jiang Nan pointed at Li Qin, then at himself. See this? It's the character for E as in beauty. Then he pointed at Li Qin and Su Yuan. What's this? Su Yuan pondered for a moment. The character for you, female version. Jiang Nan shook his head. No. It's the character for ugly girl. That's the difference. Li Qin burst out laughing. Ha! She laughed until tears came. Su Yuan was baffled. What the hell? You call that beauty? For me it's ugly girl. Ugly girl means woman plus ugly, right? Isn't that just a roundabout insult? You need some education to even understand this. Resentment from Su Yuan 1000. Just then the crowd that had been frantically grabbing Hulk brand shorts suddenly fell silent. Jiang Nen was puzzled. What's going on? He turned to look and nearly popped his eyes out. The shock sent him tumbling off his little stool. Wu Liang had reverted from his black bear form to human. But this time something was different. The Hulk brand shorts hadn't reverted with him. They had lost their elasticity and slowly slid down from Wu Liang's body all the way to his ankles. Jiang Nan was speechless. Wu Liang was bewildered. Not only were the onlookers stunned, but Jiang Nan was also taken aback. The crowd fell silent for 3 seconds before erupting with thunderous gasps. The flashing lights and camera shutters almost blinded Jiang Nan's large eyes. His pants fell off. Wu Liang was left without a shred of fabric on him. No one expected such a dramatic situation to occur. Jiang Nan thought that the Hao brand shorts might be the best consolation prize from the system. No side effects. Who would have thought that before Jiang Nan could even praise it? It started with a heavy blow. The side effect of the Hao brand shorts was that there was a limited number of uses. About 30 times. Exceeding that number would cause them to lose elasticity. Did he realize this a bit too late? Wu Liang was already completely exposed. At this very moment the male onlookers covered their faces with their hands, instinctively closing their eyes. Only by returning home to study frantically could he wash away the mental pollution. The ladies screamed one after another, yet they couldn't help but look. The older women, however, were quite intrigued, commenting and gossiping. Wow, this young man. Oh my, this is better than my old man. Hee hee. They didn't come in vain. The two female streamers were completely dumbfounded. What kind of competitor is this? Wu Liang's resentment value 666. At this moment the tall guy was surprisingly calm. What great winds and waves had he not seen? He had experienced this in the alley before. He just didn't expect the second time to come so quickly. Twice being the center of attention, and both times because of Jiang Nan. Wu Liang's face turned dark. Nengu, can you be more of a scoundrel? Jiang Nan covered his face, pulling over a pair of shorts to hand to Wu Liang. Don't say anything. Hurry and put something on. Wu Liang looked at the shorts Jiang Nan handed him and shook his head. I want the triangular ones. Jiang Nan, come on. Even at such a time you're still hung up on triangular versus square. How stubborn can you be? Nengu, you don't understand. Triangles are a belief. Come on. What belief are you talking about? What if someone comes and catches you like a pervert? In the end, he still gave Wu Liang a pair of triangular ones. Jiang Nan coughed lightly to mask his embarrassment well. Everyone saw it right. The Hao brand shorts have a limited number of uses. Everyone be careful when transforming. Jiang Nan was just explaining. Suddenly they heard. Two screams plus a wail that sounded like a pig being slaughtered echoed throughout the night market. It was the two female streamers along with Su Yuan. At this moment the phone screen displayed a line of text. This live stream has been banned. Please go watch other streamers. Su Yuan was crying. The two female streamers had their faces twitching. They originally thought of riding the wave of popularity, but unexpectedly they ended up losing their own live stream. After all, this scene came too suddenly. Who would have thought that after showing off for so long Wu Liang would end up losing his shorts? He couldn't help but look at Jiang Nan with a resentful face. Last time they came to ride the popularity and got hit in the head with a brick. This time, they lost their live stream. Why is it that nothing good happens when they encounter Jiang Nan? Su Yuan's resentment value 1000. Li Qin's resentment value 666. Zhou Xiang's resentment value 999. Jiang Nan secretly rejoiced. This has nothing to do with me. You all came to ride the wave. Don't mess with me. Jiang Nan, being an old hand, quickly changed the subject. Don't just focus on buying shorts. Today is Valentine's Day, and we are launching a new product, the Powerful Leaks. Enhance marital relationships, promote couple dynamics. Special Valentine's Day offer. Only 15000. At this moment, everyone finally woke up from the frenzy over the shorts. They saw the Powerful Leaks. What was there to think about? They immediately pulled out their money. Jiang Nan was dumbfounded. He originally thought they were all returning customers. Who would have thought the first buyers would be middle-aged women? They were crazy about buying, not bargaining at all. Looking up, a group of men in their 30s and 40s stood by the roadside, each looking lifeless with deep-set eyes and sallow faces. They looked like they were about to ascend to heaven. Then looking at these middle-aged women, their faces were rosy and glowing. They looked radiant. Jiang Nan shivered slightly. He couldn't help but think of the lively dog from the neighbor's house. He didn't know if it had gotten off work yet. The old men looked at Jiang Nan with resentful eyes. Meanwhile, the resentment value list was also being refreshed madly. Jiang Nan chuckled to himself. There has never been land that could be ruined by farming, only cows that could be worn out. Suddenly a big guy looked confused. Hey, wait a minute. Previously the powerful leeks were 11000 a bottle and the leeks were 1000 each. Added together it should be 11000. Your Valentine's Day special is 15000. What kind of shady operation is this? Reverse discount. Jiang Nan shrugged. No problem, it's 14 off. The big guy. I've heard of 90 off and 50 off. Have you ever heard of 14 off? Are you raising prices while offering discounts? Wang Tian House resentment value 666. Heartless profiteer. Jiang Nan sneered. Buy it or not. The big guy had a bitter face. Buy. What else can I do? If I don't buy, I can't turn in my assignment. With these people taking the lead, more college couples came over, generously opening their wallets. Jiang Nan was making a killing. In such a short time, he sold more than 1 million. Just then a familiar voice rang out. Nan God. Save me some. Save me some. Zheng Wei dashed into the crowd with a girl. After a lot of effort, he finally made it to the front. Come on. Quickly call Nan God. The girl was fashionable, tall, wearing a bodycon dress and sporting big waves. She was stunningly beautiful. This is my girlfriend Jiang Hong. Jiang Hong smiled sweetly at Jiang Nan. I've met Nan God. Jiang Nan was astonished. Huh? I remember the last time you brought someone, it wasn't her. Jiang Hong was first taken aback, then glared fiercely at Zheng Wei, lifting her foot to stomp down hard with her high heels. Zheng Wei stared wide-eyed. Ow. What do you mean it's not her? Hey. Please clarify, I can't explain this. Zheng Wei's resentment value 666. Those two are my teammates. Not my girlfriend. Nan God. Please don't mess with me. Zheng Wei was almost in tears. Jiang Nan smiled brightly. What now? Do you still want the powerful leeks? Zheng Wei confidently said, bring me 3 buckets. I've heard there's a new product. Jiang Nan tossed a bottle of powerful leeks over, giving a knowing look. Leeks with a boost, there's a surprise. He gave Zheng Wei a look that said, you know what I mean. Zheng Wei's eyes lit up. A new product. He couldn't help but stroke his shiny bald head, grabbed the leeks, and ate them. Jiang Nan, the group of old men by the roadside. Wow, bro, you're awesome. Eating it on the spot. Zheng Wei felt a rush of heat surge to the top of his head. His eyes turned red. He grabbed Jiang Hong's little hand. Hong. Hurry and go. Jiang Hong, what's wrong? Big trouble is coming. Zheng Wei's resentment value 1000. Jiang Hong was bewildered as Zheng Wei dragged her away, feeling his hand scorching hot like a red-hot branding iron. Hey, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Weren't we supposed to stroll through the stalls and then have spicy hot pot? Zheng Wei felt his blood rush to his head, nearly bursting with pressure. His ears rang, and he was drenched in sweat. This leek from Nan Shun is way too potent, isn't it? It took effect right after I ate it. Forget the spicy hot pot, let's get straight to the point. Jiang Hong, what do you mean straight to the point? Where are you taking me? But Zheng Wei kept walking headlong, his resentment value maxing out. He'll never eat anything from Nan Shin's stall again. This is too much of a trap. At this moment Zheng Wei felt dizzy, as if he couldn't hold on much longer. Jiang Hong anxiously said, what's wrong with you? Maybe we should go to the hospital. Zheng Wei shook his head vigorously. No. The hospital can't save me. We're almost there. I can still hold on. He looked up, and the destination was right in sight. Jiang Hong followed his gaze, and her face darkened. Wasn't that a themed hotel right ahead? So this was what he meant by straight to the point. I thought something was wrong with you. The hospital can't save you. But a hotel can, right? Zheng Wei, you're not human. I traveled all the way to Jiang City to see you, and you won't even buy me a 7 yuan bowl of spicy hot pot before dragging me to a hotel. You jerk. Zheng Wei was almost in tears. Hong, it's not my fault. It's that leek from Nan Shin's stall. It's too potent. I feel like I'm dying. Only this place can save me. Seeing Zheng Wei's pitiful expression, Jiang Hong's heart softened, and she helped him into the hotel. Zheng Wei leaned against the front desk, his eyes bloodshot. I need a room. The receptionist said sorry, we're fully booked. It's Valentine's Day, so without a reservation you can't get a room. Zheng Wei huffed. He rolled his eyes back, collapsed to the ground, foaming at the mouth and kicking his legs. Is this such a twist of fate? Fully booked. The receptionist was terrified. Is this gentleman that sensitive? He's foaming at the mouth just because we're fully booked. Jiang Hong was frightened. The themed hotel can't save you. We need to go to the hospital. Quick, call an ambulance. Resentment value from Zheng Wei 1000. From Zheng Wei. After packing up his stall, Jiang Nan walked home contentedly. He gave Wu Liang 10 small triangular tokens as payment for his work. He had earned 5 million in one night. The system took 9.99 as a stall fee, leaving him with 0.01, a staggering 50,000. This was a huge fortune. Not only had he gained over 3.0 resentment points, but his skill points had also reached 49500. Enough to have a blast spending them. Perfect. And the resentment value was still refreshing continuously. Jiang Nan was ready to go home and indulge in a big draw. He had to unlock the prize after the beauty pill. Jiang Nan was walking happily almost home when he heard a violent engine roar. A Mercedes-Benz G-Class came screeching around a sharp turn, its centrifugal force lifting one side's wheels off the ground. As soon as it landed, the engine roared again, accelerating wildly. Jiang Nan, what's going on? Isn't that Xia Yao's car? Where is she going so late? But the G-Class showed no sign of slowing down, still accelerating crazily. Jiang Nan, damn, has Xia Yao gone crazy? Just because I accidentally bruised her eye. But that was her own doing. What does it have to do with me? Is she trying to kill me? Running me over? Fine. Let the girl vent her anger. Jiang Nan didn't dodge. Instead, he opened his arms to embrace the G-Class. Boom. A loud crash. Jiang Nan was launched into the air, spiraling upward, his body rotating 720 degrees in midair. He was flung over 30 meters away, crashing headfirst onto the sidewalk. A perfect landing, accompanied by a sharp screech of brakes. Xia Yao and Zhong Yingxue rushed out of the car in panic. Zhong Yingxue was frantic. Wow, Xiaonan. Was that Xiaonan just now? Xia Yao said grimly it was him. And you sent him flying 30 meters. Zhong Yingxue was stunned. It turned out the driver wasn't Xia Yao, but Zhong Yingxue. The two ran over in a panic. At the spot where Jiang Nan landed, a crowd had gathered. Holy crap. Sent flying 30 meters. He's definitely dead. So unlucky. Getting hit while walking. And so young. TSK. What a waste. Zhong Yingxue and Xia Yao hurried over. Jiang Nan was half buried in the greenery with only his legs sticking out. Oh, could Xiaonan be? Already. Xia Yao covered her face. A normal person would probably be dead by now. Just then Jiang Nan's leg twitched. He pulled his upper body out of the bushes covered in leaves. Looking at the crowd gathered around, he spat out a leaf from his mouth. He ran a hand through his hair and said calmly, next one. Zhong Yingxue, Xia Yao. The bystanders stared at Jiang Nan with wide eyes. Holy crap. Are you for real? One wasn't enough. You want another? Are you addicted to this? You've totally nailed the show off. Apart from being a bit dirty, Jiang Nan seemed completely unscathed. Was he even human? An invincible iron dummy. At that moment, the onlookers' gazes toward Jiang Nan shifted. They all gave him a thumbs up. I'd give that act a perfect score. When will I ever become as outstanding as you? Now you know what to say after getting hit by a car and getting upright. Next one. Low-key yet graceful. Elegant yet profound. Awesome. Learned it. But first you have to be able to get up. Jiang Nan rolled his eyes. You guys are the real legends. You're blowing this all out of proportion. This was just standard procedure, all right. I love how easily impressed you all are. Thanks to the continuous transformation from the strength potion, Jiang Nan was very confident in his physical resilience. Why else would he take such risks? Zhong Yingxue rushed over and hugged him. You're okay. That's such a relief. You scared me to death just now. Jiang Nan patted her back, soothing her. Then he glared and said, you sly fox. You're so heartless. Are you satisfied now? Let's call this even okay. No biting me. Xia Yao. What the heck? How am I a sly fox? How am I heartless? And I was so worried about you just now. Resentment from Xia Yao 666. You don't think I hit you, do you? Why would I do that? Jiang Nan was stunned. It wasn't you. Zhong Yingxue nestled in his arms, blushed to the tips of her ears. She dared not look him in the eye. I hit you. Xiao Yao was in the passenger seat. We had just left to practice driving, and Jiang Nan. Zhong Yingxue was the one driving. Damn, that was quite an aggressive start. Xia Yao looked smug, raising an eyebrow at Jiang Nan. Her expression seemed to say, see, you wronged me, didn't you? Aren't you going to praise me? Jiang Nan, it's all your fault. How did you teach Xue to drive? It's a good thing she hit me. What if she had hit a cat or a dog? How could Zhong Yingxue possibly be at fault? Impossible. Yeah, Xia Yao. Resentment from Xia Yao 1000. He'll bite you to death. She instantly bristled and lunged at Jiang Nan, sinking her teeth into his arm. Ow, that hurts. You actually bit me. Inside the Mercedes G-Class, Jiang Nan sat in the passenger seat. There were teeth marks on his arm. Xia Yao sat in the back fuming. Zhong Yingxue sat nervously in the driver's seat, her pretty face tense. She timidly asked, You really want me to drive? Xia Yao's expression stiffened. Without a word, she quickly fastened her seatbelt and gripped the handrail tightly. Zhong Yingxue's face turned even redder. Jiang Nan said, It's okay, just listen to me. He'll teach you. All right, press the clutch. Shift to first. Slowly release the clutch, give it some gas. Jiang Nan's voice was soothing, calming Zhong Yingxue. The car slowly started moving. Good job, Xiao Shui. Press the clutch, shift to second. Release the clutch, give it gas. Under Jiang Nan's careful guidance, the car finally got on the road. They cruised leisurely down the road at a snail's pace of 30 kilometers per hour. Xia Yao looked amazed. Had Jiang Nan actually taught her? Though the speed was truly unimpressive. Zhong Yingshu's pretty face was also full of joy. Just then an old lady was crossing the road 300 meters ahead. Jiang Nan asked, "See that old lady?" Zhong Yingshu nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at rice. "She's crossing so slowly. Humph, let's run her over." Zhong Yingshu's eyes widened. "No, we can't, right?" Jiang Nan face-bombed. "What? From your tone. It sounds like you think it might be possible." What drove Jiang Nan to despair was Zhong Yingshu actually accelerated. Jiang Nan could imagine that in 10 seconds the old lady would be sent flying over 30 meters, spiraling into the sky, doing a 3,600-degree aerial spin and landing perfectly. But whether she could get up and say next one, Jiang Nan had no idea. "If you can't do it, why aren't you braking?" Zhong Yingshu's face was as red as a big apple. She stomped on the brake, finally stopping before the crosswalk. Jiang Nan was dumbfounded. Xiao Shui was just too amusing. She was so obedient. It made Jiang Nan not have the heart to tease her anymore. Ha ha ha. Xia Yao was laughing so hard in the back seat, she was slapping her thighs. Zhong Yingshu's face was so red it looked like it would bleed. She gave Jiang Nan a reproachful glare. Jiang Nan felt a twinge of guilt. All right, I'll stop teasing you. We'll go when the light turns green, okay? The red light lasted 99 seconds, but with over a dozen cars lined up behind them. Then the light turned green. After the old lady incident, Zhong Yingshu was even more nervous. She stalled the car on the first try. She tried again and stalled again. The seasoned drivers behind them began honking impatiently. Zhong Yingshu started to panic. "Don't rush, let's take it slow." As the green light was about to end, Zhong Yingshu grew more anxious. Her grip on the steering wheel tightened. With a loud crack, the car fell into instant silence. Jiang Nan nearly popped his eyes out. Xia Yao was dumbfounded in the back seat. Zhong Yingshu had pulled the entire steering wheel off. Her mind went blank. Holding the detached steering wheel, she was completely petrified. Jiang Nan, damn, ripping off a steering wheel barehanded. That's some serious strength. What do we do now? Xia Yao haha. She wasn't just crying with laughter, she was snorting like a pig. Jiang Nan was also struggling to hold back his laughter. The steering wheel am so screwed. The seasoned driver behind them exploded. Damn it. Still not moving. The light's red again. What's going on? Can you drive or not? A female driver, huh? Think you're tough in a G-Wagon. Beep, beep, beep. Just drive already. The honking and shouting ignited a fire in Zhong Yingshu's heart. What are you honking for? She rolled down the window. Then she stuck the detached steering wheel out. The seasoned drivers. Suddenly there was dead silence. They had actually pulled the steering wheel off. How were they supposed to drive now? Sorry. Our mistake. Thighs. Damn, that's some grip strength. Doge saves. Holy crap. Zhong Yingshu looked at the steering wheel in her hands, utterly wronged. Jiang Nan felt so sorry for her. It's okay. I have an idea. It's just a steering wheel. He reached into his dimensional space and fumbled around. Under the astonished gazes of Zhong Yingshu and Xia Yao, Jiang Nan pulled out an adjustable wrench. He then clamped it onto the steering column. Xia Yao, using an adjustable wrench as a steering wheel, turning by twisting the wrench. Xiaonan, are you serious? Resentment from Xia Yao 333. What kind of crazy trick was this? Too brilliant, right? Zhong Yingshu said seriously, I want to try it. Xia Yao swallowed hard and pulled the other seatbelt over. She fastened it across herself crosswise. Safety first. Yes, safety first. Jiang Nan smiled brightly. Let's go. After some practice, Zhong Yingshu was seen gripping an adjustable wrench, adjusting the angle slightly and turning skillfully. The car's speed gradually increased. However, her expression grew increasingly tense, her beautiful eyes fixed on the road, not daring to be distracted for a moment. Jiang Nan sat beside her holding the steering wheel she had pulled off, offering careful guidance. Xia Yao secretly pulled out her phone and snapped photos from the back seat, letting out a sly chuckle. Driving with an adjustable wrench. Such a spectacle was rare indeed. Come on, it's time to pick up the pace. Shift to third gear. Zhong Yingshu quickly nodded. Oh, okay. Her expression was tense, eyes never leaving the road. Press the clutch. Shift gears. Huh, why couldn't she find the gear stick? Shouldn't it be a bit more to the right? After fumbling around, she finally found the gear stick. Jiang Nan. He couldn't help but look down at Zhong Yingshu's small hand, a look of horror on his face. Hey, 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 the gear stick is a little to the left of your hand. You're grabbing the wrong spot. You're holding the cola bottle next to the armrest. Yet having grabbed the cola bottle, Zhong Yingshu had a satisfied little expression. She actually shifted to third gear with the cola bottle. Jiang Nan in the passenger seat was about to lose his mind. Shifting gears with a cola bottle. This was a first for me. You're just shifting into nothing. But Zhong Yingxue looked utterly puzzled. Huh, why isn't the car speeding up? Xia Yao watching from the back as Zhong Yingxue clung to the cola bottle bit her lower lip hard, nearly fainting from holding back her laughter. She frantically pinched her own thigh. Just as she was about to say something, a glare from Jiang Nan silenced her. Didn't Yingxue have any face to save? Given Zhong Yingxue's thin skin once reminded that she was using a cola bottle to shift gears, she would probably want to crawl into a hole right then and there. She might even give up learning altogether. They still had to save Yingxue some face. Jiang Nan, with one hand in his pocket, secretly opened a spatial wormhole inside it. He shifted Zhong Yingxue's car into third gear. The car indeed began to accelerate. Zhong Yingxue's eyes lit up with excitement. It really did get faster. Jiang Nan smiled. Maybe the car's response is a bit slow. Yingxue did great, really awesome. Thumbs up for you. At that moment, Xia Yao buried her face in the headrest, her shoulders trembling wildly. Could you be any more considerate? You're going to spoil Yingxue rotten. Seeing the car speed up, Zhong Yingxue immediately grabbed the cola bottle again and shifted to fourth gear. Jiang Nan, please don't keep holding that cola bottle. Reach for the gear stick again, okay? At this rate, the gear stick is going to feel so lonely. But Zhong Yingxue was so nervous, she dared not take her eyes off the road. She didn't dare let go of the gear stick, afraid she wouldn't find it again. Helpless Jiang Nan could only secretly shift the gears for her again. In no time, they had reached the highest gear. The car sped along the road, and as traffic increased, Zhong Yingxue's palms were slick with cold sweat. Xiao Nan, I can't do this anymore. There are so many cars, I'm too scared to drive. How do I stop? Jiang Nan's voice was gentle. Press the brake and pull over. Zhong Yingxue nodded, nervously lifting her foot and stomping wildly on the pedals. Viru. The engine roared violently, unleashing a surge of powerful torque, the tachometer shooting up to 800 RPM. The car's front lifted a strong pushback force, slamming Jiang Nan into his seat. Jiang Nan. Zhong Yingxue panicked. Thighs. Why is it getting faster? She began frantically twisting the wrench, dodging cars on the road as if playing a racing game. Jiang Nan. Because you're stepping on the gas. Xia Yao's face turned pale with fear. She quickly fastened both seatbelts around herself. She held onto the handle on her side for dear life. Jiang Nan remained calm. Don't panic, you stepped on the wrong one. The brake is next to the gas pedal. Step on the middle one. Zhong Yingxue nodded repeatedly. But just then the car sped over a speed bump. With a loud bang, Jiang Nan was jolted out of his seat, his head smashing through the car's roof from the powerful impact, creating a sunroof out of nowhere. The rushing wind deformed Jiang Nan's face. Zhong Yingxue pressed the brake hard, her eyes filled with anxiety. I'm stepping on the brake. But it's not working. Xiao Nan, what should I do? Turning to look at Jiang Nan, she found his body still in the car, but his head had popped out through the roof. Zhong Yingxue. Oh, Xiao Nan, you. Jiang Nan struggled with great effort to pull his head back out of the hole. The brake isn't working. Did it break from the bump? Xia Yao exclaimed, so the car won't stop. Jiang Nan rubbed the big bump on his head. Don't panic. We can use engine braking, it's basically. Hearing that the car wouldn't stop, Zhong Yingxue's emotions began to stir her body, radiating an astonishing amount of heat. Crimson flames burst forth from her skin. Jiang Nan, how did she catch fire? Don't get so worked up. The flames from Zhong Yingxue ignited the car's interior, filling the cabin with choking white smoke, completely obscuring the view. Jiang Nan pinched his nose, tears streaming from the smoke. Yingxue, don't get excited, quickly stop your divine power. Zhong Yingxue patted her chest. Huff. Huff. He'll try. At that moment, Xia Yao's eyes were filled with terror. Yingxue, what are you holding? Jiang Nan looked closely. Damn, an adjustable wrench. That meant nothing was controlling the steering wheel. 3 screams erupted from the car. On the road, a middle-aged man was driving leisurely, looking carefree, when a car billowing thick white smoke sped past him at an astonishing rate. Flames were also flickering inside the car. The man's eyes widened in horror. Holy crap. Are they cooking in there? With a loud bang, the car crashed straight into a small grove by the roadside. Jiang Nan was flung out through the windshield and landed hanging from a tree. Moments later, the door was kicked open violently. Zhong Yingxue and Xia Yao crawled out, coughing, thankfully unharmed. Jiang Nan, hanging from the tree, twitched his mouth. Indeed, seatbelts are a must when riding in a car. The 3 of them, all blackened by the smoke, stood dazedly by the roadside, watching the blazing car. Jiang Nan coughed lightly. I think maybe we shouldn't learn to drive. Zhong Yingxue blushed. I'm not learning. She never wanted to learn to drive again in her life. Returning home, he prepared bathwater for Zhong Yingxue and Xia Yao. Jiang Nan sat on the living room sofa and began to draw the lottery. 500 resentment points. System, do your best. 10 draw lottery begins. Thank you for your patronage. Consolation prize of primordial chi ginseng. Twice had passed. 2 more celestial beauty pills and 18 primordial chi ginsengs appeared. Jiang Nan's face fell. I shouldn't have held any expectations for this damned system. Had he toiled in vain once more? Another celestial beauty pill. Am I not beautiful enough? Then came the third round. Congratulations. You've won. Prize 1 bag of heart-thumping pop rocks. Thank you for your patronage. Consolation prize of primordial chi ginseng. Jiang Nan was stunned. Finally a new prize. And not a consolation prize. A legitimate one without side effects. Jiang Nan was overjoyed. Heart-thumping. Why isn't it heart-pounding? What kind of half-baked system is this? Can't it even notice its own typo? Yet he couldn't resist. He quickly opened the system inventory to check its effect. Heart-thumping pop rocks. Effect increases spiritual energy absorption rate by 10-fold for 24 hours and boosts personal charm during that period. Makes you beloved by all flowers bloom, cars blow tires. Your one true love, give me fire. Jiang Nan. What the hell? This thing is this amazing. Just the 24-hour cultivation boost is already insane. And it increases charm too. It's practically a chick magnet. And it ends with an English phrase. Give me a fire. How pervy is this system? Jiang Nan swallowed hard, already itching to try it. Meanwhile, Zhong Yingxue and Xia Yao had just finished their baths. Their physical attributes had been beautifully enhanced, their cheeks rosy. Jiang Nan straightened his expression. Come, I have something to tell you. Zhong Yingxue and Xia Yao exchanged glances, both taken aback. It was rare to see Jiang Nan so serious. They sat across from him, Zhong Yingxue still drying her hair. Xia Yao chuckled. It's Valentine's Day today. You're not going to confess your love to me, are you? Don't bother. I won't say yes. Jiang Nan rolled his eyes. Relax. How could I ever confess to you? After all, we're different species, a human and a big-tailed wolf. Resentment from Xia Yao 1000. Ahem. Let me go? I can't breathe. Zhong Yingxue, you asked for it, Xiao Yao. Teach him a lesson. Roger that. Jiang Nan. Even Xue isn't on my side anymore. Stop. 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 I have gifts for you. Jiang Nan begged for mercy. Xia Yao's eyes lit up at the word gifts. Gifts. I love gifts. Is it white rabbit candy? Where did you hide it? Let me search. Xia Yao's little hands rummaged everywhere, even tugging at Jiang Nan's ears. Damn. Do you think I can hide it in my ear? Do you take me for Sun Wukong? Zhong Yingxue was equally curious. Here for you. Jiang Nan pulled out 2 beautifully wrapped boxes. Zhong Yingxue's was small, while Xia Yao's was much larger. Xia Yao grabbed the big gift box, grinning. You like me that much, huh? Giving me such a big one. Jiang Nan coughed lightly, ready to flee at any moment. Open them, and you'll see. They each opened their boxes. Inside each box lay a white rabbit candy and a bright red luminous fruit. Both were momentarily stunned. They knew about the celestial beauty pills. Zhong Yingxue, what's this red fruit? Xia Yao giggled. Eat it and find out. She popped the celestial beauty pill into her mouth, then the red fruit. No taste. Zhong Yingxue also took a small bite. These red fruits were none other than the marrow-cleansing spirit fruits Jiang Nan had exchanged for his last 0 resentment points. Before long, Xia Yao's face filled with astonishment as she stared at her own body. My talent and aptitude seem to have improved. My absorption of spiritual energy is faster. Zhong Yingxue was equally stunned. I feel it too. This fruit can enhance talent. Their gazes turned to shock. In the 20 years since the spiritual energy resurgence, no divine object had ever been known to improve innate talent. It seemed as fixed as birth itself. Yet this fruit had done it. Xia Yao's talent, originally only A, now rivaled at least S, comparable to Zhong Yingxue's former level. And Zhong Yingxue's original S aptitude had actually risen further. Was S not the limit? Such a miraculous object defied valuation in mere money. How had Jiang Nan obtained such a precious fruit? Whether it was the red fruit, or the white rabbit candy, or the strength potion, all could be called miracles. Jiang Nan flashed a brilliant smile. Remember to keep it a secret. Don't tell anyone. Zhong Yingxue and Xia Yao wore grave expressions. How could they ever tell? Doing so would only bring trouble to Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan's unreserved, selfless giving of these items showed he had truly become part of this family. This trust was the most touching part. As for how Jiang Nan had these things, did it matter? Since he didn't say, they wouldn't ask. Some feelings need to be kept in the heart. Xia Yao, just emerging from the joy of her improved talent, noticed something beneath her gift box. Xia Yao, huh? There's more. What's this? She pulled it out directly. The air froze. A total of 10 pairs of shorts in various styles. Xia Yao's face flushed crimson as she recalled her earlier dying mishap. Her beautiful eyes shot daggers. Her little fangs grew fierce. Like a tiger pouncing on its prey, she charged. Stinky Jiang Nan. They'll kill you. Jiang Nan teleported away instantly, having prepared for this. Hey, 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 don't bite the hand that feeds you. I'm doing this for your own good. These are Hulk brand shorts. Next time you half-beast, they want rip. And they want fade. Hey, why aren't you grateful? They're great to wear. And expensive, 10,000 each. Zhou Mingxue watched Jiang Nen being chased all over the house by Xia Yao and stifled a laugh. Glancing at the pile of cool shorts on the table, her pretty face flushed slightly. Jiang Nen returned to his room in the dead of night. Gazing at his reflection in the mirror, he couldn't help but sink into contemplation. Although both eye sockets were bruised, yet it still didn't detract from his handsome and charming visage, did it? Quite symmetrical, in fact. Very nice. Still, he took out a Peerless Beauty pill and popped it into his mouth. A little remedy, after all. No one ever thought themselves too handsome. Having done all this, Jiang Nen could barely contain his excitement. He finally took out the heart-thumping Pop Rocks. The system description boasted of its powerful effects, and it was a rare, legitimate prize. After all, the marrow-cleansing spirit fruit and the Peerless Beauty pill were no slouches either. Then Jiang Nen stared at the Pop Rocks in his hand, dumbfounded. What the hell was with the cartoon packaging? And why was there a straw attached? Damn, what kind of crappy appearance was this? I'm way too old for this kind of thing. Jiang Nen gritted his teeth. To hell with it. He tore open the package, plunged the straw in, and took a massive suck. His fervor was even more intense than Uncle Qian smoking a cigarette. The entire packet of heart-thumping Pop Rocks was dumped into his mouth. Haha, so sweet. But before Jiang Nen could enjoy it for long, then, a loud boom. A thunderous explosion erupted right inside his mouth. It stunned him instantly. His head buzzed like a beehive. He lay stiff as a mummy, straight as a board on the bed. A look of terror on his face. Damn, what the hell is this? Is this really Pop Rocks? Not some C4 explosive or something. How could it be this potent? Before Jiang Nen could even recover, a tempest of explosions began raging in his mouth. Boom, 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 boom. It was like setting off a string of 20,000 firecrackers or a box of double bang cannons inside his mouth. His lips were completely numb. This time Jiang Nen finally understood why they were called heart-thumping Pop Rocks. They were far too thumping. Ow. In the end, he couldn't hold back and let out a cry. A series of sounds erupted from Jiang Nan's mouth. Bang, 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 pop. Da-da-da-da-da. It was incredibly intense. Even a blue flame Gatling gun couldn't match this terrifying firepower. Startled, Jiang Nen quickly clamped his mouth shut. His body writhed wildly on the bed, trembling violently. He gripped the sheets tightly, tears of regret streaming from the corners of his eyes. He shouldn't have trusted the system's lies. Now not only his mouth was numb, but his entire body was tingling. Jiang Nen could only endure the relentless bombardment. Yet astonishing changes were taking place in his body. Spiritual energy from the surroundings surged into him at a rate 10 times faster than usual. It forcefully elevated his cultivation from bronze 3 stars to bronze 4 stars. Meanwhile, in Xia Yao's second-floor room, 10 pairs of cool shorts were laid out on the bed, and Xia Yao couldn't help but blush. I'm just trying them on. It's nothing. After all, it's a little gift from Xiao Nan. She picked out a blue pair and secretly put them on. Looking down at herself, she felt quite satisfied, thinking she looked lovely. Then she quickly turned to check if the door was locked. Xia Yao's face reddened even more. For some reason, she felt incredibly embarrassed. Then she instantly transformed. Under the moonlight, wolf ears stood atop her head, and a fluffy silver tail swayed gently behind her. It was breathtakingly beautiful. Sure enough, just as Xiao Nan had said, these Hulk brand shorts perfectly accommodated her half-beast form. Just then, a da-da-da sound came from downstairs. It sounded like the rapid fire of a machine gun or the starting sound of a tractor. Startled, Xia Yao quickly retracted her ears and tail, a look of suspicion on her face. What's going on? She quickly dressed and pushed open the door. Zhou Mingxue also poked her head out. The two exchanged a glance, both equally puzzled. They came together to Jiang Nan's room. The moment they pushed open the door, both were stunned. Jiang Nan's eyes were hollow, as if he had lost his soul. Tears glistened at the corners of his eyes, and a faint melancholy graced his face. He was drenched in sweat, still twitching on the bed. The instant they saw Jiang Nan's profile, both Zhou Mingxue and Xia Yao felt their hearts race. The more they looked, the more pleasing he seemed. No matter how they looked, they liked him. Zhou Mingxue asked with concern, Xiao Nan, why are you crying? Xia Yao added, crying so sadly. Did you soak the blanket with tears? Jiang Nan, that was from sweating, okay. The effects of the heart-thumping Pop Rocks had just worn off. It was way too intense. Xia Yao sat on the edge of the bed, gently wiping away Jiang Nan's tears, her face full of concern. Don't cry. I'm sorry, is it because I bullied you that you're crying? I promise I won't hit you or bite you anymore, okay? Zhou Mingxue held Jiang Nan in her arms, gently patting his back. Xiao Nan, don't be scared. Xue is here. Did you have a nightmare? Jiangnan, something's not right. The way Zhong Yingxue looked at him was way too gentle. It was practically radiating maternal brilliance. Even the big wolf girl had become so gentle. Her soft, sweet voice was enough to melt anyone. Was this the effect of the heart-thumping pop rocks? An increase in charm. This was amazing. It even stirred a hint of guilt in Jiang Nan's heart. I actually have a strange illness. I can't sleep at night unless someone stays with me. Pushing his luck. Of course he would push his luck, he told himself. Guilt was something Jiang Nan absolutely loved. Zhong Yingxue's pretty face flushed no. But I can give you a hug. Xia Yao glared. Don't let him hug you. I've never even been hugged like that. And here I was so worried about you. Just stay up all night. She grabbed Zhong Yingxue's hand and left the room. Jiang Nan stared at Xia Yao's retreating figure stunned. Holt brand shorts. She had already put them on. She said she didn't like them. But her body was honest. Xia Yao and Zhong Yingxue left Jiang Nan's room. Hey Xue, don't you think Xiao Nan looks especially good tonight? For a moment I felt like he was my type. Zhong Yingxue blushed. Yeah. My heart raced. It's so strange. Jiang Nan, eavesdropping through a spatial wormhole in his room, chuckled to himself. It seemed the heart-thumping pop rocks could indeed make others feel a thump for him. But the effect had its limits. It couldn't alter a person's subconscious. Still, the ability to absorb spiritual energy 10 times faster was already ridiculously powerful. If he could keep it supplied, his cultivation level would shoot up like a rocket. But it was way too intense. All those bangs. It seemed he needed to earn more resentment points. In the following days, Jiang Nan spent his days training furiously with the two beauties, teaching them close-quarters combat. At night, he set up a stall with Wu Liang. After closing up, he went to Wu Liang's secret base to teach him how to use the saber and shield. Each day brought good gains. With the 7 gene of spirit orbs Jiang Nan had, it was enough for the group for the entire summer break. Without having to suffer in the spiritual ruins, the summer vacation was truly fulfilling. That night, Jiang Nan was fiddling with his phone when he suddenly received a friend request. A friend request from Luo Tianong. Her screen name was her real name, and even her profile picture was her ID photo. In the photo, Luo Tianhong looked a bit younger still with short hair. She looked incredibly cool. A friend request. Jiang Nan directly rejected it. A man. Must be tough. Does she think she can add me on WeChat just like that? In the man that 9 billion girls can never have. But the next moment, Jiang Nan's phone suddenly rang. Hello. Do you want to die? Accept it now. Jiang Nan shuddered violently, recalling the scene of the wildcat brutally pummeling the earth-raging bear. He quickly accepted the friend request. It was just caution, pure caution. Survival was paramount. He accepted the friend request. Mountain Cat immediately sent a message. Luo Tianhong, come to Jiangqing military base tomorrow to complete the new recruit orientation. They'll send someone to pick you up. Jiangnan, new recruit orientation. This young master isn't going. Isn't it better to set up a stall and earn some cash every day? Isn't it more enjoyable to practice combat with the two beauties every day? Besides, I've already gotten the transfer certificate, the space-type spirit bead, and the one I retrieved from Tianqi. No more weaknesses. What can the Night Army do to me? Nan Shinhumph. Not going. No way. A man. Is just that stubborn. Luo Tianhong, are you sure? Nan Shun, not going. Naya Luo Tianhong. Jiang Nan was amused. See that? Even a formidable woman like Mountain Cat couldn't do a thing to him. You can't just arrest me, can you? Besides, I can teleport and use spatial wormholes. Can you catch me? Sure enough, Mountain Cat stopped replying after that. Jiang Nan chuckled to himself, thinking about setting up his stall a bit later tomorrow to make an extra profit. And then he drifted off into a blissful slumber. That night, Zhong Yingxue, who usually slept lightly, kept hearing footsteps. She couldn't help but get up, rubbing her sleepy eyes. A glance out the window snapped her wide awake. 10 armored vehicles had surrounded the villa. A group of soldiers in black uniforms, fully armed, had cordoned off the entire villa. What was happening? The moment she stepped out, she found Ning blocking the doorway, smiling gently. Don't be afraid, little miss. We are the Night Army. We need Jiang Nan for something. I'll be back before school starts. Zhong Yingxue was stunned. All these people just for Jiang Nan. And the Night Army. When did Jiang Nan get involved with the Night Army? This was the nation's special spiritual martial forces. Panic set in, and she timidly asked, has Xiao Nan done something wrong? And Ning couldn't help but laugh. Maybe it's because he sent an emoji. Zhong Yingxue, getting arrested for sending an emoji. What the hell? Meanwhile, Xia Yao was also being restrained. The two exchanged glances as if they had seen a ghost. At that moment, Jiang Nan, who was sleeping soundly, felt a chill run down his spine. He jolted awake and turned around, only to freeze in shock. Mountain Cat stood by the bed in her black military uniform, expressionless. Beside her was a short-haired young woman around 20 years old. Her delicate features were exquisite with large sparkling eyes and a teardrop mole at the corner. She was petite, appearing fragile and endearing. She looked at Jiang Nan on the bed with a timid gaze. Jiang Nan, run. He had to run. Damn it. They came for him the very same night. Are you serious? Watch me teleport. Huh. Why isn't it working? Spatial wormhole. Useless. His abilities seemed to be nullified. Jiang Nan's gaze fell on the short-haired young woman. A domain-type ability. Mountain Cat said coldly, Min, tie him up. Chun Chun grinned, holding a coil of rope as he charged forward. Old Chun, what are you doing? We're comrades. Chun Chun, hee, I follow orders. I'm telling you. You can't beat me. Chun Chun said confidently, think you can get away. The man lunged at him with the rope. 3 seconds later, Chun Chun was sent flying by Jiang Nan's kick. His face was bright red with embarrassment. Mountain Cat. Su Rue, wow. This young man is so strong. Jiang Nan chuckled. So what if he couldn't use his abilities? Was his physical fitness for nothing? Were his hand-to-hand combat skills for nothing? Resentment from Chun Chun 888. He had completely lost face. Within Su Rui's domain, Chun Chun's abilities were also unusable. Mountain Cat cracked her neck and the Night Army soldiers outside the door tacitly closed it. Jiang Nan, tie him up. Any method works. Reverse chest bind or rear waist hand bind. Su Rue tilted her head, looking utterly confused. What kind of binding techniques were those? She had never heard of them. As a seasoned gentleman, Chun Chun nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Did you have to be so professional? A minute later, Mountain Cat hoisted Jiang Nan tied up like a dumpling over her shoulder. Let me go. I'm not going. You said you'd give me a hug. You didn't. You lied. And so Jiang Nan was shoved into an armored vehicle under the watchful eyes of Zhong Yingxue and Xia Yao. Zhong Yingxue. Xia Yao. Why did it look like he was being sent to the execution ground? And Ning smiled and explained, don't worry. We'll ensure Jiang Nan's safety. Let's go. The Night Army came and left in a whirlwind. Zhong Yingshu's pretty face was etched with worry. Xiao Nan. He won't be in trouble, will he? Xia Yao said solemnly. Given the Night Army's attitude, it should be fine. If it were serious, they wouldn't have acted like this. Don't worry, Shue. It's probably something good. In the armored vehicle, Jiang Nan sat in the back, tied up like a dumpling with Mountain Cat on one side and Su Rue on the other. Jiang Nan's big eyes darted around. Are you new here, miss? You're very pretty. Su Rue stole a glance at him. For some reason, her heart began to race. She blushed. I'm new. It was the first time such a handsome young man had spoken to her. Su Rue looked nervous. She had only been with the Night Army for 2 weeks, still in training. This was her first mission, to arrest someone with Captain Mountain Cat. When the mission began, she heard they were going to catch a new recruit like herself for training. Su Rue was stunned. Didn't everyone flock to join the Night Army? She had barely managed to secure this opportunity herself. Yet this guy not only didn't want to come, but Captain Mountain Cat had to personally come and tie him up. What kind of prodigy was this? She was even more stunned when she saw Jiang Nan. He was still in high school, and 2 years younger than her. Sister Mountain Cat, how long is this training? Are there any rewards? I'm still at bronze level and don't have a spatial spirit skill. Does the training pay? Oh, if you wanted me to come, you could have just said so. No need to make such a big fuss. Resentment from Luo Tianhong, 888. I did say it, but you never came. And you sent that infuriating emoji. Mountain Cat had learned that Jiang Nan was like a donkey. Either you give him carrots or you use a whip. Otherwise, he'd never cooperate. Night 14. Su Rue was startled. Huh, 14. Jiang Nan's eyes lit up. Is that the mission code name? Mountain Cat shot Su Rue a cold glare. Follow orders. Su Rue stammered yais. She rummaged through her backpack and pulled out a small bottle and a handkerchief. She opened the bottle and soaked the handkerchief with the clear liquid inside. Jiang Nan said, I know. This must be the stuff they use in movies to knock people out by covering their noses. His smile froze as a bad feeling crept into his heart. Hey, you can't do this. Su Rue looked flustered. Sorry, bear with it. MMPH'd. The handkerchief was pressed firmly over Jiang Nan's nose. He struggled, reminded of the gorilla that had blocked its diamond nostrils with 2 stones. Indeed, evil deeds would be punished. But could this stop Ninshan? Su Rue, like a startled rabbit, let out a shriek. Oh, he licked my hand. Young master, please stop licking. Don't do this. Oh, Mountain Cat's face darkened. Bear with it. 3 minutes later, they finally managed to knock Jiang Nan out. Su Rui's face flushed crimson as she gazed at her hand licked wet by Jiang Nan. She felt defiled. It was the first time she had encountered such a situation. Could he be any more shameless? Even when asleep, Jiang Nan was handsome. She kind of liked him. When Jiang Nan woke up, it was already the next morning. His head felt a bit dazed. Neatly arranged on the bedside were the Dark Knight military uniform officer's ID and all necessary items. Jiang Nan pouted, ultimately accepting the fact that he had been kidnapped for training. He couldn't help but lick his lips. I gotta say, little Rui's hand is a bit salty. Changing into his military uniform, Jiang Nan stepped outside. The sunlight was somewhat blinding, mingling with the sounds of cicadas and gunfire. At that moment, 20 Dark Knight recruits were training in target practice. Su Rui was among them, her pretty face flushed red from the sun as she aimed diligently. And Ning and Qinshan were guiding the new recruits. A group of veterans had gathered around, watching the newcomers like spectators at a zoo. Fascinating. A robust white-bearded instructor bellowed. What's the matter? Are those 2 holes on your nose just for breathing? I shoot better than you just by aiming with my nostrils. Below gold rank, hot weapons remain the fastest and most effective means of subduing an enemy. This is Dark Knight. No matter which unit you transferred from, even if you were the top soldier there, here you are nothing but garbage. Keep practicing. Jiang Nan yawned, watching the scene with interest. His appearance immediately drew everyone's attention. In his Dark Knight uniform, his spine was straight, his demeanor sunny and refreshing, and his looks were simply striking. Su Rui's cheeks flushed as she recalled the 3 minutes Jiang Nan had licked her hand. Her hand trembled, and the shot went wide. The veterans perked up instantly. Damn, the Southern God. The captain actually brought the Southern God here. Haha, I was part of yesterday's operation. The guy was sleeping soundly when our captain tied him up and brought him back. That's impressive. Hey, remember when the Southern God and our captain came out of the Tianqi spirit ruins wearing matching outfits? Whoa, is that true? The moment Jiang Nan appeared, the veterans erupted into heated discussion. The newcomers were stunned. What was going on? They called him the Southern God, and he was a newcomer who had just arrived at the base. The instructor called out, "Kid, come over. Join the training." Jiang Nan smiled brilliantly. I think he'll pass. There's nothing for me to practice here. The moment these words were spoken, silence fell over the entire scene. In this military base, no one dared defy the instructor's orders. The instructor's face turned cold instantly. You think you're good enough? Well, average. Sufficient. Seeing the instructor's grim expression, Chen quickly interjected. Instructor Chen, I also think Jiang Nan doesn't need to participate. And Ning nodded. He has a foundation in marksmanship. But in her heart, she thought foundation is an understatement. Jiang Nan's marksmanship is nothing short of extraordinary. During the secure outpost incident, his Mozambique drill was textbook perfect. Chunli was taken aback. And Ning and Qinshan were soldiers he had personally trained. Their endorsement carried significant weight. This kid didn't seem that old. How could he have earned their recognition? A foundation in marksmanship. Had he even held a gun? Since both of you think he's capable, then he's capable. He can move about freely. Jiang Nan grinned and winked at Ning. Got it. With that, he walked over to the veterans. He smirked mischievously. Such a golden opportunity, a once-in-a-lifetime chance. He then opened his dimensional space. He pulled out 3 beach umbrellas and set up a lounge chair on the ground. He also brought out a large table. It was laden with watermelons and iced cola. Come on, come on. It's scorching out here. Brothers, have some watermelon to cool off. The veteran's eyes widened. Was this even possible? He brought watermelons in. Even though he was a spatial ability user, could he be this awesome? What strange and wonderful things did he keep in his dimensional space? Damn, that's amazing. I'm sticking with you from now on. I hear summer and watermelon are a perfect match. I've been craving this. I even drool in my dreams. It's so damn sweet. So satisfying. The veterans were enjoying their watermelons, watching the recruits train. The latter were parched and sweating under the sun. Fascinating. Jiang Nan even went to give a piece to instructor Chun Li and a Ning. Chun Li, kid, you're quite thoughtful. Chen looked at him expectantly. Southern God. What about mine? Jiang Nan scoffed. Didn't you listen to the wildcat? You tied me up. And you want watermelon. Dream on. Chen. Damn. Still holding a grudge. But yesterday you asked me to tie you up. From Chun, resentment 666. The air was filled with the refreshing scent of watermelon. Jiang Nan, with a slice of watermelon in one hand and a can of iced cola in the other, strolled among them, thoroughly enjoying himself. The newcomers. They were about to explode. Could he be any more infuriating? If he wanted to eat, couldn't he just do it quietly? Why did he have to parade in front of them? They felt the malice of this summer. And a ton of critical hits from Jiang Nan. From Wang Tai, resentment 1000. From Lu Yuding, resentment 1000. From Su Rui, resentment 111. Chun-Li, don't get distracted. Focus. The newcomers. They didn't want to be distracted either. But instructor, could you please swallow the watermelon in your mouth before giving orders? You're spitting it out. Watching the rapidly refreshing list of resentment points, Jiang Nan chuckled gleefully. The resentment points were coming in, weren't they? Oh, why is it so sweet, the newcomers? A young man with a crew cut finally couldn't take it anymore and stood up. I object. Why does he get to skip training? We're both newcomers. I was the top marksman in my old unit for 3 consecutive years. I don't believe he's better than me. If we can beat him, does that mean we don't have to train either? Many newcomers chimed in. Exactly. How old is he? What kind of foundation could he have? Just because he has connections, he thinks he's hot stuff. I object too. Let's have a competition. Jiang Nan's watermelon campaign had sparked public outrage. The veterans perked up, ready for the show. Jiang Nan blinked. You object? Well, object all you want. I understand. And with that, he lay back on the lounge chair and ate his watermelon. The veterans? Wang Tai glared. I'll be damned. The hell you understand? It's like him reporting to a leader. Normally you're supposed to fight back, make a move, but you're off eating watermelon. Are you really just a bystander? From Wang Tai, resentment 1000. He felt like he had punched a pillow. Chun-Li laughed. How about a try? Don't just talk without action. I also want to see what skills the person the wildcat personally brought in has. Jiang Nan's face darkened. Brought in? He was tricked, deceived, and then tied up. Beaming at Wang Tai, he said, if I'm better than you, you'll make my bed, fold my blankets, and fetch my water for the entire training period. How about it? Wang Tai retorted angrily. Why not? And if I'm better than you? Jiang Nan said, this melon is yours for free. Wang Tai replied, deal. Huh? What? Why did something feel off? The bystanders couldn't hold back their laughter. Su Rui's face was flushed red from suppressing her laughter, not daring to make a sound. Jiang Nan was too mischievous, and Ning and Chun Chun exchanged a glance, looking quite helpless. Wang Tai was surely about to suffer a loss. They watched as Jiang Nan stepped forward. A pile of parts lay on the table. Oh, a Type 92 pistol. At this moment, Jiang Nan's expression turned serious. The moment he picked up the pistol body parts, it was as if he had rehearsed it countless times in his mind. His hands moved like butterflies in flight. He grabbed the frame, inserted the barrel, pressed in the spring. The assembly was so fast that one could barely see Jiang Nan's finger movements. He loaded the magazine and released the safety. No one saw him chamber around. He raised the gun and fired. The result? Bang! From the start of assembly to the first gunshot, it took only 7 seconds. The speed was astonishing. It left everyone stunned. And that gunshot made everyone freeze. Wang Tai was dumbfounded. Didn't he chamber around? How could it fire? What? How is this possible? Too fast, right? I didn't even see it. Su Rui covered her mouth. Her face was filled with shock. At that moment, even Instructor Chun-Li's expression changed. Only a veteran gun handler could develop such swift movements. Jiang Nan was only 18. Had he been practicing since birth? The seasoned soldiers were also stunned for a moment. Damn, chambered assembly. The hell? Chambered assembly in 7 seconds. 18 years single, and all of Nanshin's time was spent on practicing hand speed. TSK. All those years of shooting weren't for nothing. Jiang Nan. Instructor Chun-Li looked at the bewildered newcomers and remarked, do you know why he could fire without chambering around? This is chambered assembly. A bullet is already pressed into the chamber during the assembly of the gun body, and it's assembled according to the structure of a gun after a round is chambered. It's many times more complicated than normal assembly, but the advantage is obvious. It saves a great deal of time. Wang Tai's face turned grim, and the newcomers were also stunned. Chambered assembly. They had never even heard of it. How did Jiang Nan know it? And he was so skilled. Was he truly a newcomer? But if not, where would you find an 18-year-old veteran? At his age, he was probably the youngest in the entire Dark Knight army. Wang Tai said with a red face, what's so great about chambered assembly? Accuracy is what truly matters. Look, where did he hit? Haha, a 7. Am I seeing things? All that flashy operation. And he shoots a 7. A 7. Even with eyes closed, you could hit that. Chun-Li's face darkened. He had praised Jiang Nan for nothing. A 7. Are you kidding me? Jiang Nan rolled his eyes. Watch more and talk less. Stop blabbering. Bang, bang, bang. Jiang Nan continued firing the pistol. 8 consecutive shots emptied the magazine. Every single shot hit the bullseye. The accuracy was so terrifying that it even created a dent in the center of the white steel target. Everyone was stunned. Could he be this accurate? Not even a tiny deviation. Jiang Nan said, domestic Type 92 pistol 9mm caliber. Standard magazine capacity is 8 rounds 9 with a chambered round. It can use lead-core copper-jacketed bullets for personnel. Armor-piercing steel-core bullets are available. The front sight of this one is off by about 1.5 degrees. As he spoke, he began assembling a Type 95 assault rifle. The crowd all looked at Jiang Nan in astonishment. Was the first shot only a 7 because the front sight was misaligned? Even more terrifying was that with the misaligned front sight, Jiang Nan hit the bullseye with all remaining 8 shots. He even calculated exactly how many degrees the sight was off. Was he even human? Meanwhile, Jiang Nan had already assembled the Type 95 assault rifle. Bang! A single shot. A 3. Bang! 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 Then 10 single shots, all hitting the bullseye. Then he switched to full auto and fired a burst. 20 rounds, all hitting the bullseye. The continuous impact on one spot of the steel target with high temperature and pressure actually pierced through the white steel plate. Even more terrifying, every subsequent bullet Jiang Nan fired passed precisely through the hole. With not a hair's breadth of error. Jiang Nan said, Type 95 assault rifle caliber 5. 8 mm. Uses 5. 56 mm ammunition. 1 round chambered. Magazine capacity is 30 rounds. The front sight is fine, but the barrel rifling is severely worn. The muzzle velocity is insufficient, it needs replacing. Chun-Li. The veteran's eyes nearly popped out. Hitting the bullseye with single shots was already godlike. And you hit the bullseye with all 20 rounds in full auto. What about the recoil? The recoil of an assault rifle is about 1.5 kilograms per shot, let alone during a burst. Jiang Nan completely controlled it. This could almost be called a divine skill. In reality, controlling recoil is far from as simple as it is in games. Wang Tai's mind was buzzing. The newcomer's gazes towards Jiang Nan already held a hint of admiration. Chen Chun and An Ning were utterly stunned. They realized they had still underestimated Jiang Nan. At that moment, Jiang Nan's eyes lit up. A Barrett heavy cannon. You've got this thing too. He couldn't help rubbing his hands together. In the blink of an eye, he had finished assembling it. To Chun-Li's surprise, Jiang Nan didn't install the muzzle bipod. Instead, he stepped forward and aimed. He braced the stock against his shoulder, pulled the bolt, and chambered a round. A thunderous bang echoed. Deafening. Flames burst from the muzzle brake, even kicking up a cloud of dust on the spot. The recoil was immense. No wonder it was called a heavy cannon. But Jiang Nan's muscles were tensed. His upper body was as firm as a rock, unmoving even a bit. He immediately fired a second shot. Everyone quickly took out binoculars to look. In the wilderness, a fruit tree laden with green fruits. About 3 seconds after Jiang Nan's gunshot, a green fruit fell to the ground. The bullet had struck the stem. After 10 rounds, 10 green fruits were missing from the tree. The fruits were intact, only the stems were severed. The veterans forgot to eat their watermelon. Chen Chun and An Ning had goosebumps all over. The newcomers looked at Jiang Nan as if they were seeing a god. Was this still a human? You're firing an anti-material sniper rifle offhand. How much strength must it take to withstand the recoil? Chun-Li swallowed his saliva and said in shock, This must be over 2,500 meters. A new record. In all my years in the military, I've never seen anyone like you. Firing a high-precision shot offhand. Without even needing a spotter. Wind speed, air humidity, even latitude and longitude need to be considered. How on earth did you do it? Jiang Nan grinned and said, Maybe it's because I always get a chicken dinner in PUBG. Chun-Li. That excuse is way too flimsy. Wang Tai covered his face. He had truly encountered a god today. In comparison, a 3-time consecutive marksmanship champion. In Jiang Nan's eyes, that was probably less than nothing. He was the one who was truly mediocre. Seeing Wang Tai glare at him with a flushed face, Jiang Nan smiled brilliantly. Want to learn? Shall I teach you? Wang Tai was left speechless. That line, why did it sound familiar? The veterans would not stand for it. Damn it, I want to learn. Nanshan, teach me. This marksmanship is godlike. I've never seen anyone so arrogant. Chen Chen scoffed. You don't spend 18 years with a pistol for nothing, do you? Nanshan passed down your ancestral craft to us. Jiang Nan scowled. Why does any praise sound wrong coming from you? Is this what they mean by pearls before swine? A group of newcomers crowded around. Nanshan, teach us too. I want to learn that breech press assembly. It's so cool. Su Rue blushed. I want to learn as well. Jiang Nan barked, fine. They'll teach you this craft. Chun-Li was bewildered. Had this brat come to steal his trade? He could not deny it. Jiang Nan's marksmanship even surpassed his own. Where had Shan Mao unearthed such a treasure? Rumor said he was still in high school. On the shooting range, Jiang Nan strolled with his hands behind his back, while the rookies lay prone behind sandbags. Jiang Nan corrected their posture with the tip of his foot. With women like Su Rue and Lu Yuding, it was different. He guided them hand by hand. Their faces nearly touched. Watching Jiang Nan's profile, Su Rui's cheeks flamed and her heart fluttered like a startled fawn. No, she must not indulge such fanciful thoughts. He's only 18, so much younger than me. I must remain composed, yes, composed. The men were baffled. Damn, such unequal treatment. Could you be any more obvious? Wang Tai and Lu Xiaofeng both wore looks of glaring resentment. Just then the once boisterous range fell silent. The veterans who had been sheltering under the parasol stood up, instantly falling into a neat formation. Jiang Nan was in the midst of coaching Su Rue when he suddenly felt his feet leave the ground. Looking up, he found expressionless Shan Mao, who had him lifted with one hand. That familiar motion. What are you doing? Jiang Nan curled his lip, teaching the newcomers to shoot. You rotten Shan Mao, let go. Was his pride hurt? Of course, those thoughts remained unspoken. Very good, but could you let her hand go first? Su Rui's face burned. Jiang Nan hoisted into the air, still would not release his hold. Hand-by-hand instruction, it's more professional that way. Shan Mao was rendered speechless. The phrase hand-by-hand was literal. Luo Tianhong, who had wanted Jiang Nan to join the training, looked stunned. To toughen his temperament. Yet after one morning, Jiang Nan had become something of an instructor. What manner of sorcery was this? Shan Mao had watched Jiang Nan's shooting through the office surveillance. He could not calm his mind. Though Ning and Chun Chun had spoken of it, none had expected Jiang Nan's marksmanship to reach such heights. Had he not drunk Meng Pa's potion in a past life? If Jiang Nan continued leading them, this class of recruits might be irreparably spoiled. Shan Mao watched the wide-eyed, innocent-looking Jiang Nan and felt a headache coming on. He set Jiang Nan down. Behave yourself, all right. There was even a note of concession in his tone. Jiang Nan grinned broadly. All right. At that moment, veterans and rookies alike, even instructor Chun Li, were astonished. It was the first time they had heard Shan Mao speak in such a manner. Had he changed his nature? What are you staring at? Combat training, now. Any lingering illusions evaporated. The veterans cracked their knuckles, eyes gleaming with anticipation. The newcomers wore grim expressions. They were about to be put through the ringer. Only Wang Tai looked exhilarated. The veterans assumed their stances and one by one stripped off their shirts. With their sinewy muscles exposed, the rookies charged and were dispatched within minutes, save for Wang Tai, whose solid frame made him resemble a young bull. With a single throw, he felled a veteran. Holy, old Lu, are you serious? You've seen too many illicit films, haven't you? You worthless brat. He'll teach you a lesson. Another veteran charged. The two squared off and grappled fiercely. Shan Mao ordered, you go join them and train. Jiang Nan gave a sly chuckle. I think I'll skip that, thanks. Isn't that right, old Chun? Chen Chen's face darkened, 1,000 wild thoughts racing through his mind. He still could not defy Shan Mao, so he went to watch. Seeing their captain's attention, the men pushed themselves harder. The atmosphere in the ring was electric. And Ning watched Wang Tai sparring and frowned, asking softly, why do you men always like to take off your shirts for matches? Jiang Nan stroked his chin, considering. Perhaps because if everyone took off their pants, the mood would become a bit strange. And Ning was bewildered. All three were dumbfounded. Shan Mao was speechless. Su Rue blinked, astonished. There's really a contest for taking off pants. They were stupefied. What a peculiar train of thought. Men strip shirts because stripping pants would create an awkward atmosphere. Upon reflection, it did have a point. Yet something still felt off. A dull thud rang out as Wang Tai landed a savage hook on a veteran's nose. The man stumbled and fell. In no time, Wang Tai had downed 5 veterans. His movements were wide and powerful, echoing the old martial art of Hong Quan. It was about power, control, and precision. Damn, this kid is wickedly fierce. Instructor Chun Li admired him. The veterans dared not attack recklessly, or another defeat would cost them face. Wang Tai wiped the sweat from his brow. His bronze skin shone under the sun. He called out, exhilarated, who else? No takers. Chun Chen shouted, that kid is incredible. Nanshin, go teach him a lesson. Yes, Nanshin. Show him his place. The cry of Nanshin rose up, and both newcomers and veterans joined in the jeer. Jiang Nan rolled his eyes. That Chin Chun was clearly waiting for payback. He needed to be taught a lesson. Wang Tai's gaze settled on Jiang Nan. Wang Tai had never feared anyone in close quarters. Trained properly in Hong Quan, his techniques were expansive and fearless. Jiang Nan's shooting might be divine. But Wang Tai refused to believe Jiang Nan could outmatch him in hand-to-hand combat. So, want to fight? Jiang Nan grinned. Let's do it, right now. Then, to everyone's astonishment, Jiang Nan began loosening his belt, about to lower his trousers. Even Wang Tai looked horrified. People instinctively took a step back. What on earth was he planning? A real bare-knuckle fight. The veterans and rookies were stunned. Shan Mao's cheeks flushed. He grabbed Jiang Nan's arm and glared. If it's a contest, why are you taking off your pants? And Ning was speechless. Only Su Rue watched Jiang Nan with an excited glint, stealing a glance at Wang Tai. The Fujoshi in her was aflame. Jiang Nan said, when they strip their shirts, the momentum surges. I want to try it, to see if taking off pants also grants some kind of buff. Shan Mao and Ning were utterly perplexed. Damn, this is not over yet. Does any of this make sense? If Jiang Nan actually stripped, he would become the first person in 5,000 years of Huaxia to contest by dropping his pants. Whether it would grant a buff, I cannot say, but it would undoubtedly be an eye-scorching spectacle. Resentment from Luo Tianhong 666. Resentment from Ning 333. Resentment from Su Rue 333. Resentment from It seemed his effort to undo his belt wasn't in vain. Yet under the lynx's murderous glare, he ultimately failed to take off his pants. Instead, he removed his shirt, revealing a set of well-proportioned, yet not bulky muscles. Each contour was as sharp as if carved by knives and axes. Under the sunlight, Jiang Nan appeared fresh and handsome, with a faint smile perpetually tugging at the corners of his mouth. This caused the hearts of the young women present to race and flutter wildly. Jiang Nan slowly walked into the arena. Standing in place with utmost relaxation, he said indifferently, "Come. Face me, Heaton." Wang Tai's expression was grave, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. Jiang Nan simply stood there casually, not even assuming a fighting stance. Yet he still couldn't find the slightest opening in him. This gave Wang Tai a suffocating sense of pressure. But he couldn't afford to care about that anymore. He stepped forward, with a stance like an iron horse crossing a bridge. Wang Tai's fist shot out like a cannonball, even creating faint sounds of air being torn. Jiang Nan neither dodged nor yielded as the fist was about to smash into his face. Everyone's hearts tightened. Could the southern god be all show? Was he scared stiff? But just then Jiang Nan moved. He lightly lifted one foot and kicked at Wang Tai's slightly bent knee. Wang Tai instantly lost his balance. The edge of his fist grazed past Jiang Nan's cheek. His body leaned forward, nearly falling. In his shock, he saw Jiang Nan's fist. It rose like a dragon breaking through the sea. Fast. Accurate. Ruthless. Bang. With a dull thud, the fist slammed into Wang Tai's stomach. The immense force lifted Wang Tai entirely off the ground. He doubled over like a shrimp, kneeling on the ground, clutching his stomach, his eyes bulging and bloodshot. After several attempts, he couldn't get up. At that moment, the entire arena fell silent. Su Rui's mouth gaped open as she stared at Jiang Nan in disbelief. Everyone knew how formidable Wang Tai was. But Jiang Nan had only used one kick and one punch. Effortless and graceful. And in everyone's eyes, the off-balance Wang Tai seemed to have crashed into Jiang Nan's fist on his own. How was this possible? Instructor Chen Li's eyes lit up. This fist and kick were laden with profound skill. Wang Tai was nowhere near enough to test Jiang Nan's true strength. Just how strong was this youth? He wanted to see. Everyone attack. Whoever takes down Jiang Nan gets 3 days off from physical training. As soon as these words were spoken, both veterans and recruits instantly had red-rimmed eyes. They charged forward like tigers released from their cages. Damn, get him. With so many of us, can't we take down the Southern God? If the Southern God doesn't fall today, don't say we're from the Night Shadow. Jiang Nan. Holy shit. Old bastard. Spit out that piece of watermelon you ate from me. This isn't fair, is it? Jiang Nan immediately tried to run. Shan Mao Xiaorue. Activate the field. Jiang Nan exploded. Damn. He felt Shan Mao had recruited this girl to the Night Shadow just to counter him. I'm telling you all, you can't beat me. The veterans were furious. You're way too cocky. Are you getting arrogant, or have I lost my touch? If I can't take you down, I'll do a handstand and crap. Let me teach you a lesson. Watch my... Ow! Before the veteran could finish, he was knocked out cold by a single hook punch from Jiang Nan. His eyes rolled back, and he fell flat on the ground. There Jiang Nan, bare-chested, moved like a blur among the crowd. Every punch landed solidly, his eyes brimming with excitement. One punch, one big baby down. The veterans had thought Jiang Nan would struggle against so many opponents, but in reality, an unleashed Jiang Nan was like a moving volcano. His punches were incredibly heavy. Getting hit by one felt like being rammed by a truck. His footwork was terrifying, and his techniques were astonishing. Grappling, striking, Brazilian, jiu-jitsu, Muay Thai. His styles were varied. They simply couldn't catch Jiang Nan. Even when a fist landed on his body, it felt like hitting a steel plate. It hurt their hands. With a physique that could withstand being sent flying over 30 meters by a Mercedes G-Wagon without a scratch, how could 1 or 2 punches take him down? 15 minutes later, a pile of people lay on the ground. Jiang Nan leaned on his thighs, panting heavily. Glistening sweat dripped from his chin, making him look like he had just been pulled out of the water. Hey, that brother who promised the handstand crap, give me a shout when you go to the bathroom. Chen cried, Southern God. I was so damn wrong. Chen Li couldn't sit still. 15 minutes to take down 70 Night Shadow soldiers. And he still had the energy to joke. What terrifying combat skills were these? A Chinese war god. In all his years of service, he had never seen anyone so young and this ferocious. Su Rue was dumbfounded. She finally understood why Shan Mao had personally captured Jiang Nan. Otherwise, no one else could have handled him. A hint of admiration shone in her eyes. Strong. Absolutely explosively strong. Just then, Shan Mao extended his crimson tongue and licked his lips, his eyes filled with excitement. He took off his uniform and tied his black hair into a bun. Luo Tianhong, clad in a tactical vest, had clearly defined muscles. 8-pack abs that were stunning. He clenched his fists. With a cold gaze, he was even more imposing than the average male soldier. Beat me, and you won't have to participate in any future training. At these words, those lying on the ground scrambled to their feet, brimming with excitement. Was Captain Shan Mao going to fight? Luo Tianhong, a name that could make even the Chinese Night Shadow Army tremble. It was even whispered about in the Chinese Dragon Abyss Army, a testament to his power and terror. They couldn't help but look at Jiang Nan with pity. It seemed the southern god was in for a beating today. Jiang Nan also shuddered. No one knew better than him how terrifying Shan Mao was. He was going to fight him. For real. No superpowers allowed. How do I win? Jiang Nan's question left everyone stunned. He really wanted to spar? Did Jiang Nan not know why flowers bloomed so red? Shan Mao cracked his neck. Until one of us admits defeat. Bang! With a loud crash, Jiang Nan stomped a pit into the hard-packed earth. His body shot forward like an arrow. His speed was almost a blur. Everyone was terrified. He had actually attacked. And in the instant after Shan Mao's words had faded, he struck. A spinning flying kick. Bang! The sole of his shoe slammed hard into Shan Mao's jaw. Terrifyingly, Shan Mao's head only tilted slightly. In that instant, his hands had already seized Jiang Nan's leg. He lifted his entire body and slammed him to the ground like a sandbag. With the wind roaring in his ears, Jiang Nan used his hands to break the fall, dissipating the force. Then, arching his back, he braced against the immense centrifugal force and drove an elbow strike viciously into Shan Mao's temple. But at the same time, Shan Mao's knee shot up like a battering ram. Bang! Jiang Nan's body was sent flying over 5 meters. Hiss, that hurts. Shan Mao assumed a fighting stance, his body bouncing with energy, his eyes blazing with excitement. It had been so long since anyone had thrilled him like this. Jiang Nan, you are absolutely incredible. The mountain cat felt his entire being brimming with battle fervor. His blood was seething. He even trembled with excitement. This was a sensation the mountain cat had not experienced in a long time. Jiang Nan rubbed his stomach and shrank his neck at the mountain cat's gaze. Damn, the humanoid Tyrannosaurus had awakened. This was a bit terrifying. Jiang Nan could sense that even without using his abilities, the mountain cat's physical prowess was terrifyingly strong. It even surpassed his own. He only possessed such a formidable physique thanks to the enhancement from the strength potion. And the mountain cat, was it purely from training? How much grueling effort must he have put in behind the scenes? Jiang Nan had no time to hesitate as the mountain cat was already charging in with a heavy punch. Jiang Nan swung his fist to counter. Bang, bang, bang. The two clashed fiercely in the arena. Fist met flesh. The crisp sound of knuckles striking flesh was enough to make one's blood boil. Every move concealed a deadly strike. Every second was breathtaking. No one in the arena spoke a word, completely immersed in their exchange of blows. They couldn't bear to look away for even a moment. And Ning, instructor, how is it? Does Jiang Nan have a chance? Su Rue also listened intently from the side. Chen Li's face was grim. Luo has gotten serious. No one can withstand her. Jiang Nan is at a disadvantage in physical constitution. Even without using her abilities, Luo's physique is at the gold rank. Add to that her combat skills honed through years of real combat, Jiang Nan is probably outmatched. Chen Li didn't say it, but even if Jiang Nan lost, it was still terrifying enough. After all, he was only bronze, and his physical constitution could rival the mountain cat at the peak of gold. Was this kid raised on bricks? Just then Jiang Nan fell into a crisis. The mountain cat had seized a position behind Jiang Nan. He locked in a triangle choke, causing Jiang Nan to roll his eyes from the pressure. The veteran said, "It's over, it's over. The captain's got the lock on. Once this move is set, it's unstoppable." God, Nan is also impressive lasting this long against the captain. The captain is serious. Even I shudder at her gaze. But just then, everyone was dumbfounded. They saw Jiang Nan's big eyes darting around wildly. He stuck out his tongue and began licking frantically at the mountain cat's fair arm that was choking his neck. Slurp, slurp, slurp. The mountain cat felt a warm, wet sensation on his arm. Looking down, he was stunned. Jiang Nan, licking my arm. What are you doing? Resentment value from Luo Tianhong 1000. He subconsciously loosened his grip. Let me see if it tastes good. Only a fool would go head-to-head with the mountain cat. Wasn't that just asking for death? Jiang Nan knew his own limits. He couldn't win in a fight, but who said losing was the only option if you couldn't win? A rogue always has a clever trick. Everyone was stunned. Licking an arm. Was that even a proper thing to do? Only Su Rue covered her face. This time the mountain cat also tasted the terror she had felt that night. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Nan pushed his head up and broke free from the mountain cat's hold. Just as he was about to flip over like a salted fish, the mountain cat pinned Jiang Nan completely under him, straddling him with a face full of shame and anger. Jiang Nan's face was filled with terror. This was how the earth-raging bear had fallen. It was easy to imagine that the mountain cat's fists would rain down like a storm in the next moment. Just as the mountain cat's fist came crashing down, Jiang Nan raised his hand to catch it, their fingers interlocking tightly. The mountain cat glared and swung his other fist down. Jiang Nan caught it again. Their fingers interlocked tightly. He roared, "Watch my divine technique." A Jun fell in love with a Chong. Jiang Nan then forcefully pushed both hands outward. Since their fingers were interlocked, the mountain cat's arms were involuntarily straightened by Jiang Nan. This caused the mountain cat's upper body to lose all support. Losing balance, he was pulled by Jiang Nan and fell forward into his embrace. The mountain cat's face was filled with terror, because in his line of sight, Jiang Nan's face was rapidly approaching, and Jiang Nan even puckered his lips, just as they were about to kiss. MWA. At the last moment, the mountain cat instinctively turned his head away, but Jiang Nan still landed a kiss on his cheek. Wow, it was warm. Very nice. The arena fell into a deathly silence. He kissed our captain, and on purpose. What the hell kind of divine move was this? A divine technique. It was truly a divine technique. And a Jin fell in love with a Chong. Oh, he'll kill you. The mountain cat's pretty face flushed crimson. He was completely panicked, struggling desperately. But both his hands were restrained by Jiang Nan. Even his legs were pinned down by Jiang Nan's scissor hold. Don't be shy. Come on, let me have another kiss. Moi moi. Jiang Nan puckered his lips and desperately leaned forward, while the mountain cat kept dodging backward. Resentment value from Luo Tianhong 1000. No matter how he struggled, he couldn't break free. If this continued, his other cheek would likely not escape this fate. Finally, all right, I surrender. Boom. The aura of a peak gold drink powerhouse erupted completely. The terrifying shockwave sent sand and stones flying across the arena. Jiang Nan was embedded entirely into the dirt. The mountain cat quickly got up and wiped her cheek with her hand. The flush on her face had not yet faded. Her eyes were also slightly red. See that? Sometimes strength isn't the only factor deciding victory or defeat. Not bad, but none of you are allowed to learn from him. Shameless. The mountain cat stomped her foot in anger, shot Jiang Nan a fierce glare, and quickly left. Everyone was stunned. That usually cold, icy captain had actually shown such a girlish demeanor. Her face was even red. Jiang Nan felt a pang of guilt. As the saying goes, the bolder the person, the greater the yield. Anyway, he had won. No need to participate in training. But this was practically like touching a tiger's backside. Would the mountain cat be so furious from humiliation that he would beat him up and dump his body at night? So what if he did? He had kissed her anyway. That was a win. But seeing the mountain cat's slightly reddened eyes, Jiang Nan felt a bit of regret for bullying her. Chin Chin's eyes lit up. Damn. God, Nan is incredible. I want to learn that divine technique of yours. I want to learn too. A Jun fell in love with a Chong. That's so outrageous. Chun-Li said, alas. As the saying goes, when the water is too clear, there are no fish. When a person is too shameless, they are invincible. Jiang Nan, old man, if you don't know how to use a saying, just don't use it, okay? Who are you calling shameless? You want to learn? I'm afraid you don't have the talent. Everyone was stunned. Why? This forbidden technique, once used, if you don't have my sunny handsomeness and elegant looks, it will only get you killed faster. Someone like you who's older might even get arrested and charged with indecent assault. Chun-Li. Damn. Was this a roundabout way of calling us ugly? So what if you're handsome? Resentment value from Chun-Li 1000. Resentment value from Chin 1000. From, hey, where are you all going? At least dig me out of the dirt first. Chin. Shameless. Shameless bastard. Dig yourself out. Jiang Nan. After a grueling day of training back in the dormitory, Wang Tai proved himself a man of his word, honoring the bet. He fetched foot-washing water for Jiang Nan, made his bed, and busied himself with various chores. Jiang Nan chuckled to himself, developing a fondness for this straightforward lad who spoke his mind and never backed down from a fight. He held deep respect for these individuals who silently safeguarded Huaxiao, always charging to the forefront through storms and tempests. 20 years into the spiritual energy revival, Huaxia's stability and prosperity were owed entirely to the silent dedication of these people bearing heavy burdens for the sake of the people. And now had he truly become one of them. Even now, Jiang Nan felt no real sense of it. When the lights-out bugle sounded at 10, the dormitory erupted into a cacophony of chaos. Teeth-grinding flatulence, snoring, and even sleep-talking. The most startling thing was that the sleep-talkers could somehow carry on a conversation with each other. That night, Jiang Nen lay wide-eyed, his mind in turmoil. Cute. Cute my ass. It was still refreshing. Had she been at it all afternoon? It was just a little kiss, wasn't it? Was she really that angry? Jiang Nen shivered involuntarily in his bed. Was she really going to kill him to silence him? Tossing and turning, unable to sleep, Jiang Nen couldn't hold it in any longer. He vanished in an instant. Meanwhile, outside the mountain cat's office, Jiang Nen gently pushed the door open a crack and saw her dozing on her desk. Relieved, he teleported into the office. Under the moonlight, the mountain cat slept soundly on the desk, her beautiful face devoid of its usual coldness. Instead, it held a touch of softness. Even in her dreams, she wouldn't let him off. What was she dreaming about? On the desk lay a mess of documents, all meticulously annotated in red pen. Suddenly, Jiang Nen felt a pang of sympathy for her. What kind of heart lay beneath this outwardly strong woman? Jiang Nen casually produced a Peerless Beauty pill from his hand. He slipped it into the mountain cat's palm, then scribbled wildly on a piece of paper, chuckling softly. He gently draped the military coat that hung nearby over her shoulders. He vanished in a flash. 3 minutes later, Luo Tianhong slowly opened her eyes, staring blankly at the white rabbit toffee in her hand for a long time. Then she noticed the note Jiang Nen had left. Sorry. Hey, race a candy for you. Don't be mad anymore. Get some rest, don't sleep in the office anymore. Smile more. You look really beautiful when you smile. The mountain cat smiled. She truly was beautiful when she smiled, her dimples enchanting. Eating the white rabbit toffee Jiang Nen had given her, it was truly sweet. Back on his bed after teleporting, Jiang Nen really couldn't sleep. It was far too noisy. Suffering through it, Jiang Nen had an idea and hid under his covers, pulling out a packet of heart-pounding pop rocks. These were from his stash. With nothing else to do, he naturally wanted to use them. Absorbing spiritual energy was crucial. Even here in the night camp, he couldn't slack off. Tearing open the cartoon packaging, he tilted his head back and poured it into his mouth. Sweet. A violent popping explosion erupted in his mouth. Jiang Nan's body twitched uncontrollably, his legs kicking and trembling. It was both painful and pleasurable. The heart-pounding pop rocks were great, but the kick was just too intense. And as Jiang Nan trembled, the bunk bed began to creak rhythmically. Chun Chun in the lower bunk was jolted awake by the vibrations and rhythmic creaking from above. Chun Chun instantly understood, a knowing smirk spreading across his face. Nan Shun is at it again, messing around under the covers in the middle of the night. No wonder his marksmanship was so incredible. He nudged the bedboard with his foot. Nan Shun, that's enough, all right. You're still young, take care of your health. The strongest ship can be wrecked by a single wave. Jiang Nan was baffled. What the hell does he mean by taking care of my health? The pop rocks in his mouth were just too intense, causing him to twitch in pain. Had Chun Chun misunderstood? He popped his head out of the covers and shot Chun Chun a glare before diving back under. Jiang Nan wanted to explain, but he simply couldn't open his mouth. If he did, it would sound like a Gatling gun firing. The whole dorm would think there was an attack. Chin Chin looked at Jiang Nan drenched in sweat and thought, how intense is this? But then the heart-pounding pop rocks fully detonated and Jiang Nan felt like he was being pounded to death. He shook uncontrollably and the bed creaked loudly. Chin Chin thought, this is too intense. The bed is going to collapse. So Chin Chin yanked Jiang Nan's quilt off. Nan Shun, that's enough, you. Before he could finish, they both froze, their eyes wide with shock. Chin Chin's face turned cold. What are you doing? Jiang Nan panicked. If these guys found out he was secretly eating pop rocks under the covers at night, how could he go on living? His mighty Nanshin image would be shattered. He quickly hid the cartoon wrapper under his pillow. Old Shun, don't say anything. Chin Chin fumed, don't say anything. Do you know what you're doing? This is a military base. You are breaking the law. Jiang Nan was incredulous. What the hell? Who says eating pop rocks is illegal on a military base? Jiang Nan rolled his eyes. Don't tell anyone, I'll share some with you, all right? Chin Chin was shocked. You want to drag me into this? I'm telling you, Jiang Nan, never touch this stuff again. You're young, I'm doing this for your own good. If you're not addicted yet, quit now. If you are, turn yourself in and get treatment. Jiang Nan's expression twisted. Are you kidding me? This stuff is addictive. Illegal. Go to hell. Chin Chun was stunned. Aren't you? Before he could finish, Jiang Nan exploded. This is pop rocks. He pulled the packet from under his pillow. Chin Chin retorted, trying to fool me with cartoon packaging. You're making excuses. Jiang Nan was furious. Excuses my ass. Open your mouth. Chin Chin instinctively did, and Jiang Nan poured the remaining pop rocks into his mouth. Chin Chin's eyes lit up. So sweet. Then came the explosion.